This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. After a long thunderstorm, the air is filled with a fresh breath. From far to near, a small black RV slowly drove over the horizon. Sitting in the driver's seat was a young man who was only about 22 or 23 years old. He was wearing a black jacket, a black baseball cap, and black hair that was slightly over his eyebrows. It seemed that the whole person was shrouded in black. He sang a tuneless song, "Pleasant Goat, Beautiful Goat, Lazy Goat." The radio intermittently heard a standard and pleasant female voice. On May 24, 2078, 6 months after the fall of the city of Shishan, the city of Sierra was declared to have fallen. After several rescue operations, the federal security forces have transferred most of the people of Sierra to a safe area. Pop! Xiao Yuan turned off the radio with a sneer on his face. In January 2077, unidentified creatures first appeared in a small coastal town on the border, and then began to spread along the coast at an incredible speed. They were contagious, afraid of light, and extremely destructive. The people only knew these 3 pieces of information. At first, people just regarded this disaster as a natural disaster, a species outbreak. It was not until the fall of the first coastal city, Deep Sea City, that people realized that this was a war that endangered the lives and survival of countless people. This situation broke out simultaneously in different countries across the entire Blue Star, and it became more and more serious. Until now, more than a year has passed, humans have not found an effective strategy to target it. And Sierra City is the last frontier position on the coast of Country A. Xiao Yuan almost died in the first night demon attack, if it weren't for the shabby-looking RV he is driving now. As the only legacy left by his parents, who disappeared when he was very young, Xiao Yuan had always disliked this RV. There was nothing special inside except a bed and a small cabinet. Until he was pressed down by the night demon and could see its white teeth about to bite his neck, the RV beside him suddenly shone with light. Of course, this was his feeling at the time. In fact, the RV only emitted a dark red light at the critical moment, instantly dispelling the night demon. Then a clear voice came to Xiao Yuan's mind. RV system activated. Driver, Xiao Yuan. Authorization level, level 1. Transformation progress, 0%. Current task, 1. Collect 50 kilograms of iron. 2. Capture 2 live ducks. Task reward, unlock hidden facilities inside the RV. This is the current situation in front of Xiao Yuan. Faced with the invasion of species, and the fall of the city between life and death, Xiao Yuan did not spend too much time entangled in what was going on. Instead, he drove his small broken car straight to A City, which is more than 50 kilometers away from Sierra City. What Xiao Yuan didn't expect was that the main road leading to A City was actually blocked. He couldn't help but think of that scene again, the bloody sunset hanging in the west teetering. The steel defense line formed by the fully armed security forces exuded an iron-blooded murderous aura, and the middle-aged man standing at the front commanding the overall situation had a stern face. He looked at the dark crowd in front of him with a complicated expression, and issued an order to block the main road. The situation at that time was that there were still at least tens of thousands of people, or even more, who had not evacuated. The night is approaching, and it is also the time when the night demons are most active. How many people who stay here can survive without the protection of the army? No one can answer this question. Xiao Yuan looked at the man's figure from afar for a long time. He wanted to remember what this man looked like, because his decision caused countless people to die in the mouth of the night demon, and many people who survived by chance were injured and infected, becoming demons enslaved by the night demon. Xiao Yuan, who didn't know the situation of the main road, spent a night in hiding. At this time, he was collecting resources all over the city, hoping to complete the RV mission and find a way to A City in a few days. The once prosperous Sierra City now has only dilapidated and smoking stores on both sides of the street, and occasionally 1 or 2 pedestrians with terrified expressions can be seen. Xiao Yuan stopped the RV and stopped at the door of a supermarket. He walked into the supermarket humming a little tune, pushing the cart in front of rows of goods that he had seen before but was reluctant to part with, muttering, "Dried sausage, yellow croaker, squid, squid, squid." After collecting all the things he needed, just as he was about to leave the supermarket, he found an older woman standing in front of his car, staring at his car window with a dull look on her face. "What's going on?" Xiao Yuan looked at her thin face and subconsciously lowered his voice. "That. Elder sister? What are you doing?" Ho." The woman didn't speak, but a vague moan came out of her throat. Xiao Yuan looked at her suspiciously, wondering if this woman was scared crazy. Thinking of this, he carefully walked around her, shouting, "I have something else to do, elder sister, you go ahead." Just when he was about to open the car door, there was a wow behind him, and Xiao Yuan felt his eardrums were pierced. His heart skipped a beat, and he cried out, "Demon!" Speaking of the origin of demons, it is actually ordinary people who have been infected by night demons, currently believed to be caused by virus infection, which will be explained in detail later, and turned into irrational humanoid creatures. This kind of demon has the characteristics of being resistant to sunlight and enhanced body functions. During the daytime when the light is strong, night demons cannot move on a large scale, and this kind of demon has also become a nightmare for ordinary people. A strong wind sounded behind his head, and Xiao Yuan subconsciously rolled over to avoid the blow. Bang! The woman's hands hit the side of the RV, and the sound of the impact made Xiao Yuan grin secretly. If it hit his small body, wouldn't he break his bones on the spot? He threw down the things in his hands and ran away, ready to go around and get back to the RV and run away. Someone was surprised. "Your RV is so powerful. Let it shoot an ultra-lightweight to kill the demon." It's not that Xiao Yuan didn't do this, but the RV's stunning attack that day must have required certain conditions. He couldn't control it at the moment, otherwise he could have just driven his little broken car all the way to A City that day. Why did he have to endure that kind of anger? Xiao Yuan looked at the demon behind him, running forward desperately. It was his bad luck. There was a brick protrusion on the road ahead, and he didn't notice it. He flew into the air, and fell flat on his face. Feeling the demon behind him approaching and roaring like a beast, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but feel a little desperate. At this moment, a sound of breaking wind came from behind him. Chapter 2. Just when Xiao Yuan was ready to die, an arrow flew from behind him, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind, and accurately nailed the demon's head. Something that surprised Xiao Yuan happened. The demon's skin, which would not be damaged even if it hit the steel plate on the side of the RV, was actually broken by the arrow in that instant, and went straight into it. Instantly, the demon let out a sharp roar, and a stream of burnt black smoke came out of the injured area, and the smell was more disgusting than years of garbage decay. Xiao Yuan sat on the ground and looked at the demon stupidly. For a moment, he seemed to see a trace of emotion in the demon's eyes, which had long lost their spirit. Was it relief? Or gratitude? Before he could see clearly, the demon had already fallen on his back, and his body gradually turned into ashes in the sun. Ho. Xiao Yuan panted heavily, and it took him a while to recover from the shock of escaping death. The heels hit the small square bricks on the ground, making a crisp sound. Xiao Yuan turned his head, and saw a pair of slender and tender white legs stopped more than 10 centimeters away from him. Xiao Yuan admitted that his heartbeat accelerated for a few seconds. Just when he wanted to appreciate it more carefully, the person in front of him retreated a little without leaving any trace, and said in a crisp and cold voice, "Have you seen enough?" Xiao Yuan swallowed unconsciously, and said casually, No. After that, he stood up and patted the dust on his pants, and then he saw the girl in front of him clearly. She was about 18 or 19 years old, with a long black hair that fluttered slightly in the wind. Looking at her face, her facial features were small and delicate, especially her eyes, which were clearly black and white, as if they contained a galaxy. But now this pretty face was faintly wary and angry. Xiao Yuan felt that the girl looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Apart from her appearance, the girl's outfit was really cool. She held a bow and arrow, and a quiver on her back. There were 7 or 8 arrows in it. The small bag tied around her waist was bulging with something unknown. She wore a white t-shirt with a lot of dust on it, and a pair of denim hot pants on her lower body, which perfectly outlined her 170 centimeters figure. Xiao Yuan gave her a gentlemanly smile. "Thank you for saving my life just now. My name is Xiao Yuan, from Sierra City." The girl ignored his outstretched hand, muttered something with her pink lips that Xiao Yuan couldn't hear clearly, and turned around and walked behind him. Seeing that she didn't want to shake hands with him, Xiao Yuan was not embarrassed. He laughed and took back his hand, curiously looking at what the girl was going to do. She came to the place where the demon fell to the ground and turned into ashes, picked up her arrow, and put it back into the quiver. Xiao Yuan then realized that the arrowhead of the girl was different from the bows and arrows he had seen in the gym before. The arrowhead of the girl's bow and arrow was coated with a layer of silver. "That? Girl, the thing on your arrowhead is silver, right?" The girl stood there with her hands in a strange gesture, closed her eyes, as if she was praying for a while before opening her eyes. She nodded, turned around and walked north. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan shouted again, "Are you going to A City? I want to go too. Why don't we go together?" I can protect you, girl. The girl stopped and looked back at Xiao Yuan, with an indescribable emotion in her eyes. It was at this moment that Xiao Yuan remembered who she looked like. This girl looked like the heroine in his favorite anime Hyuga, who loved to say I'm curious. Watching the girl gradually walk away from his sight, Xiao Yuan shook his head helplessly, and picked up the food that had been scattered on the ground. Put the food in the small locker next to the bed in the RV, and put a few scattered iron railings on the roadside into a hidden storage box at the rear end of the RV. It's called a storage box, but this small storage box has already stored dozens of kilograms of iron products. When he put something in again, a voice sounded in his head. Task: collect 50 kilograms of iron progress, 50%. Collect 2 live ducks progress, 0%. He returned to the driver's seat, looked into the distance and murmured, "Is it time to start a journey of survival alone again? It's a bit lonely." A City, Federal Command Center Branch. Since the Night Demon broke out on Blue Star, after several negotiations, humans have established the global federal government and the Federal Command Center to deal with the global outbreak of the Night Demon disaster. The Federal Command Center divides the global region into Country A, Medi, Tandon, Jones, and the Pan-Bipolar region, including the Antarctic and Arctic regions. In the Federal Command Center of A City, Xiao Yuan had seen the middle-aged man who blocked the main road standing in the center of the command center. In front of him sat 5 solemn-looking people. These 5 people are the actual helmsmen of the Federal Command Center, and the 5 people who are also responsible for the defense of A City. The man sitting in the center is over 50 years old, but he still looks energetic. His black hair shows that he pays great attention to maintenance. After flipping through the report in his hand, he said, "This evacuation operation was very successful, thanks to the great cooperation of your security forces. I have sent the commendation application to the headquarters." The man standing in the middle subconsciously clenched his fist, but still forced a smile on his face. "Thank you, Secretary General Liu." In the newly established Federal Command Center, the highest leadership position is called Secretary General, which has nothing to do with the position in real life. After leaving the meeting room, a layer of haze hung on his face. The night view TV screen in the corridor was broadcasting the news of the safe evacuation, praising the evacuation operation. Only he knew how many lives were sacrificed in this evacuation. The order of evacuation was actually determined in advance according to the price. Those with capital could get the opportunity to evacuate first, while those who had nothing could only wait and wait. They didn't know that they were just a group of people who were abandoned at the beginning, sacrificing for the safe evacuation of those who left first, or pawns. But what can he do? As an officer of the Federal Guard, he has no choice but to obey orders. Touching the federal emblem on his chest, the bottom is a round earth, with 3 emblems of dragon, eagle and grizzly bear on it, and 2 swords crossed together forming the Federation that is now responsible for protecting the fate of mankind. But how far is the road to the future? Does this road of survival for all mankind really have a future? He sighed and walked towards the distance. Chapter 3. After putting in the last piece of iron, Xiao Yuan finally gathered 50 kilograms of iron. It had been 2 days since he and the mysterious archer girl parted ways. Xiao Yuan kept an eye on the latest news released by the Federation. Sierra City had been completely abandoned. The withdrawal of all federal security forces to A City also announced that Sierra City had become the 3rd coastal city to fall after Deep Sea and Mount Shi. The citizens who did not evacuate Sierra City in time were scattered in various corners of the city, and barely survived. Those who were capable were actively looking for ways to leave Sierra City after the ban on the city border ended. Xiao Yuan held a map of Sierra City in his hand. He went to 2 vegetable markets in a row, but didn't find the live ducks he wanted. Instead, he found 2 big roosters. In line with the principle that a thief never leaves empty-handed, Xiao Yuan put the 2 big roosters into a chicken coop and put them under the bed of the RV, so that he could have a treat when he was hungry in the future. He went to the 2 big vegetable markets in Xicheng and didn't find any live ducks. Xiao Yuan frowned. Tomorrow, the border ban will be lifted, and he will embark on a journey. If he can complete the task and unlock the ultra-light wave of the RV that day, his safety will be guaranteed. After searching everywhere, he suddenly found a small sign Dongmei Duck Farm on the northern edge of the city. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up, he laughed, and started the RV and drove towards the duck farm. Going north, it was almost evening when Xiao Yuan arrived near the duck farm. Xiao Yuan walked out of the RV, holding a hollow iron pipe he found from somewhere, and walked slowly towards the gate of the duck farm. The gate of the duck farm is a hollow iron gate. Looking in from here, there is only a door light at the door of the main house, in the middle of the huge duck farm. Is there anyone living here? Xiao Yuan hesitated for a while, reached out and tapped the iron gate a few times, and asked, "Is there anyone here?" No one in the yard answered, but there were a few duck calls from the long row of houses on the side. Hearing this call, Xiao Yuan felt relieved. This trip was not in vain. No one responded after calling several times. I think the owner did not turn off the lights before the accident. That's why they have been on until now. After Xiao Yuan entered the yard from the small door on the side, he looked around and didn't find anything wrong. He walked straight to the house on the left, where he heard the duck calls. The moment he opened the door, he felt a fishy smell coming towards him. Oh my god, this taste is really sour and refreshing. Xiao Yuan pinched his nose and walked inside. As expected, not far in front of him, there were a dozen stupid ducks staring at this uninvited guest of unknown origin, making quack quack sounds. After Xiao Yuan caught the two ducks in his hands after a lot of trouble, he suddenly remembered something strange. Since no one was taking care of them, how did these ducks survive? Could it be that there were other people in this duck farm? Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan turned around and looked. At the door, a hunched voice was staring at Xiao Yuan. Under the dim light, only a pair of turbid eyes could be seen. Ah! Xiao Yuan couldn't help but screamed. The decibel was comparable to that of a girl being molested by a gangster. Xiao Yuan held a bowl of hot soup in his hand and smiled embarrassedly. "Grandma Tao, I'm so sorry that I knocked on the door and thought there was no one, so I came in directly." In front of Xiao Yuan sat an old man over 70 years old, wearing gray-blue clothes and hunched over, listening to Xiao Yuan's words with a smile. Hearing this, Granny Tao stretched out her withered and skinny hand and waved. "You are really brave, young man. You dared to rush into the duck house in the dark. Don't be so reckless in the future." Xiao Yuan chatted with Granny Tao and found out that Granny Tao was born and raised in Sierra City. She lost her husband at an early age, and it was not easy for her to raise her son alone. More than 10 years ago, she opened a duck farm with her savings, and she worked hard to make a living. Things are unpredictable, and all this was broken after the night demon invaded Sierra City. Granny Tao was reluctant to leave her hometown, and she was old, so she didn't participate in the previous evacuation and stayed. There are many people like Granny Tao in the whole Sierra City. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan sighed and asked casually, "Then Granny, where is your son?" Granny Tao's expression froze, as if she had aged a few years in an instant, and even the wrinkles on her face became deeper. She forced a smile and said, "Drink a few sips of soup to warm up your body first. You haven't drunk it yet, because you are busy talking." Xiao Yuan felt a pain in his heart, thinking that he had hurt the old lady's heart. That's right, the old lady's son is not with her now that the night demon is rampant. I'm afraid he is already. Drinking the soup in the bowl in one breath, Xiao Yuan patted his stomach with satisfaction. How long has it been since he had a mouthful of hot soup? Seeing that he drank the soup, Granny Tao smiled with relief, stood up and said to Xiao Yuan, let's go see my son." Ah? Xiao Yuan was confused. It seemed that Granny Tao's son was still alive? Then why didn't he come out, or was he sick? The two walked out of the main house, and came to a row of duck houses behind the house. After entering, Xiao Yuan found that this place had been transformed into a normal living room. After entering the living room and walking inside, Granny Tao fumbled in her pocket for a long time before taking out a key and opening the door. This room is very special. There is no light, or in other words, there is no window in the design. The whole room is dark and nothing can be seen. Voila! The moment the door opened, Xiao Yuan heard a sound of chains dragging and hitting. He hesitated for a moment, looked at Granny Tao's thin back, and walked in. "Son, I'm here." Granny Tao's voice was full of love and kindness, but it seemed a little strange in this situation. Snap! Granny Tao turned on the light on the wall, and the whole situation in the room was completely presented in front of Xiao Yuan. A man was locked on the old double bed. His skin was unnaturally grayish-white, and his eyes were blue. Especially in his eyes, there were tiny fiery red crystals scattered in them, and there was dried blood on his face, especially around his mouth. The moment he saw the two, he let out a beast-like roar, and the figure chained to the bed twisted continuously, with such force that the entire bedboard shook. Is this a demon? Xiao Yuan subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Granny Tao in disbelief. "Granny, your son has dead?" Granny Tao's face lost its warmth and gradually became ferocious. "He's not dead. Look at him. He's still the same as before. How can he be dead?" Granny Tao muttered to herself like a demon. "Don't worry, son. I find you something to eat. There are not many ducks at home. I have to find a chance to find you something to eat. Find something to eat." Xiao Yuan felt a chill rising from the roots of his hair. He backed away and said, "Grandma, are you crazy? Why did you leave a demon at home?" Just as he was about to leave the room, he suddenly felt a heavy head and a drowsy feeling like a tide. That bowl of soup? His consciousness became increasingly blurred. Before the darkness in his eyes completely came, he vaguely heard the sound of glass breaking. Chapter 4. Is this world worth staying in? Xiao Yuan stood in the middle of the cobblestone road, surrounded by a bustling crowd of people. Parents held their children's hands and walked out of the school gate, talking and laughing. He was the only one standing there alone. No one came to pick him up, and no one was waiting for him at home. Loneliness seemed to have become a part of Xiao Yuan's life inadvertently. He ate alone, slept alone, and went shopping alone. He had always lived alone before the disaster. His vision gradually blurred. In the distance, a figure slowly approached him. A girl in a blue and white school uniform and a ponytail smiled sweetly at him. "Xiao Yuan, aren't you going home yet? Aren't you going home yet? Aren't you going home yet?" Her voice echoed in his ears over and over again, like a cloud of mist lingering in his ears for a long time. Xiao Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and felt a thin layer of sweat on his body. Hoo. He took a few deep breaths and finally recovered from his previous emotions. Why did I think of her for no reason? I held my aching forehead for a while and felt better. Oh, right. I seem to have drunk Granny Tao's soup before. What happened? Thinking of this, he got up from the bed and looked around. The bright sunshine outside the window sprinkled into the room, proving that the night had passed. Did I escape death? Xiao Yuan muttered in his heart. Is it because he is too handsome that Granny Tao felt sympathy? Or did she have a change of heart? The moment his feet stepped on the ground, Xiao Yuan felt weak and his legs were weak. He cursed the old woman for her evil mind. He trusted her so much and was almost slaughtered like a pig. There were several big poplar trees in the yard. A girl was sitting on a chair under the tree at this time. She was wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts. She was holding a soft cloth in her hand to wipe her bow. The morning sun shone on her face, emitting a slightly shiny glow, which made her skin look even whiter. The moment Xiao Yuan saw her, he roughly guessed what happened last night. He cleared his throat and stepped forward and said, "Hi, we meet again, beautiful girl." The girl looked at Xiao Yuan with a pair of black and white eyes, then lowered her head to continue wiping the longbow. Xiao Yuan scratched his head, walked to her and sat down. "Thank you for what happened last night. If you mean to eliminate that demon, don't thank me." This was the first time she spoke. Her voice was crisp, and had a pleasant voice unique to girls of this age. The soft and steaky voice formed a unique contrast with her always cold expression. "I didn't think of saving anyone, I just happened to see it when I passed by," she said to herself. Xiao Yuan heard her say this and grinned secretly. This girl is too cold, isn't she? Is she an emotionless killer? Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Yuan continued to say, "You saved me twice, I can't just pretend it never happened, how can I help you? Stay away from me." Xiao Yuan, Lifting the stool to the side for a distance, the cheeky Xiao Yuan said with a grin, "Sierra City has completely fallen, I'm going to A City. You should be going there too, right? We can go together." The girl stopped her movements, looked towards the north and murmured, "A City." On the highway leading to A City, Xiao Yuan glanced at the girl sitting quietly in the passenger seat. He was still thinking about how to say a few words to her, otherwise it would be too boring along the way. Before he spoke, a pleasant voice sounded in Xiao Yuan's mind. "Congratulations on completing the task. Driver, Xiao Yuan. Authority level, level 1. Transformation progress, 1%. Current task, 1. Collecting 50 kilograms of iron has been completed. 2. Capturing 2 live ducks has been completed. Task reward, unlock the hidden facilities inside the RV, the magical steaming pot. Additional reward, patrol duck." Ouch! Xiao Yuan was delighted. He was just thinking about how to complete the task and the RV was silent. And now there was news. After stopping the RV, Xiao Yuan hurried to the back of the RV. He saw that there was an extra platform opposite the original bed, on which was placed a strange-looking tripod, with symbols engraved on the surface that Xiao Yuan did not recognize. According to the prompts of the RV, Xiao Yuan roughly understood this. Let's call it a smart dining pot for the time being. As long as the ingredients are put into the dining pot, after 10 minutes of processing, a dish of good quality can be produced. After learning about this feature, Xiao Yuan's eyes were filled with joy. Finally, he didn't have to continue chewing dry bread. "Hey, boy." When Xiao Yuan was staring at the pot, he suddenly heard an English sentence beside him. The voice was a little sharp, very similar to the voices of eunuchs in the movies and TV series he had watched before. Xiao Yuan looked around and saw a silver-feathered creature appearing on the ground behind him. It stared at him with its small eyes open. Xiao Yuan looked around suspiciously and saw the girl standing at the door of the rear part of the RV, staring at him blankly. He asked tentatively, "Just now, was it talking?" The duck combed its feathers with its mouth and uttered human words again. "Yes." "Damn." Xiao Yuan looked at the duck carefully with excitement, and found that there was nothing special about it except that its feathers were emitting a dark silver luster. He rubbed his hands and smiled. Can you speak country, eh?" "I am your master." The duck seemed to be stunned for a few seconds, then opened its mouth and shouted, "Are you stupid? Do you still want to be my master?" As soon as the words fell, the duck flapped its wings and flew into the air, chasing Xiao Yuan's head and pecking at it. Xiao Yuan was chased from the back of the car to the front, and finally gave up after he apologized repeatedly. After the man and the duck ended the chase, Xiao Yuan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, received detailed information about the duck from the RV system. Name: Iron Drake. Abilities: Flying, Reconnaissance, Time Telling. Agility: 5. Attack Power: 3. Resistance: 5. Iron Drake? When Xiao Yuan wanted to complain about the name of the duck, he suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from the front, accompanied by the harsh sound of the vehicle's sudden brakes and the friction between the tires and the ground. Xiao Yuan looked ahead and saw several cars blocking the highway. A group of people in black clothes and black pants were attacking 3 cars with 5 or 6 people trapped in the middle. The shouts of men and the cries of women were clearly heard by Xiao Yuan. When he saw the white and shiny knives from the men in black, his breathing stagnated. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath, stepped on the accelerator, and the RV rushed towards the car driven by the men in black in the front. Bang! Chapter 5. Bang! The strong impact made Xiao Yuan lean forward, and the black-clad people who were besieging him stopped their attack rhythm. Xiao Yuan unbuckled his seat belt and got out of the car. Next to him stood a girl holding a bow and arrow and a duck with a proud look on her face. Who are these black-clad people? It all started when the night demons broke out. After the night demons broke out along the coast, the entire border fell into chaos. The garrison suffered heavy losses in the initial battle with the night demons, and the city's security forces were severely damaged. After that, a force began to rise among the people. Because they all wear black clothes and treat civilians harshly when they act, they are called the Black Gang. The members of the Black Gang are diverse, ranging from street hooligans to idle people, and even a small number of social elites who have lost hope for the future and join this crazy organization just to vent their desires. This is the case at this time. A group of Black Gang members are besieging civilians who are preparing to evacuate to a city, and they are just encountered by Xiao Yuan and his party. The leader of the black-clothed man has a shaved head and a pair of triangular eyes that show a fierce light as he looks at Xiao Yuan. Seeing that the person coming is just a thin young man, the corner of his mouth rises. Another one who wants to die? When he saw the girl next to him, the bald man's eyes lit up, pointing at her and laughing. "Brothers, we walked far away today. This girl is pretty, don't hurt her later." As soon as he finished speaking, the men in black around him also shouted excitedly, and 3 of them rushed toward Xiao Yuan with weapons in their hands. Xiao Yuan whispered "Be careful" to the girl next to him, and rushed forward instead of retreating. For Xiao Yuan, who was used to fighting since childhood, he naturally understood the principle of taking the lead. The thin young man in the lead swung the iron rod in his hand, and hit Xiao Yuan on the head. Judging from the force, if Xiao Yuan's head was hit, it would probably explode immediately. When the two were getting close, Xiao Yuan's speed suddenly increased. He kicked the ground and slammed into the young man's arms. This was beyond the man's expectation. In the moment when he was stunned, Xiao Yuan did not stop at all. He pushed him to the ground with the force, and used his waist to flip the young man over himself. Ah! A scream was heard, and the young man was hit on the back and made a pig-killing sound. Seeing that his attack hit one of his own, his other companion rushed to the 2 men in anger, raised the stick in his hand, and poked Xiao Yuan's head. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan, who was fighting, raised his knee to lift the young man on his body and rolled to avoid the attack. It sounds slow, but in fact, this incident happened in just a moment. Xiao Yuan and the 2 young men in front of him looked at each other and fought again. At this time, there was a crisp crack sound, and a higher decibel scream came from the direction of the RV. The black-clad gang member who went to deal with the girl was lying on the ground with a purple face, his arms limp on both sides of his body, and it looked like he was dislocated. The other 2 young men looked at each other, and saw something incredible in each other's eyes. The guy lying on the ground was one of the best in the team, and he was lying down in just a short while. Brothers, this is a tough spot, retreat. At the moment when the two hesitated, the bald man's shout came from the front, accompanied by a burst of "Ga-ga, ga-ga." Xiao Yuan looked over there, and saw that the duck that was behind him before had flown to the front at some point, chasing the bald man in the air and pecking him. The duck had silver feathers that looked soft, and it shone with silver light when flying in the air. It was also very fast, and a peck on a person would leave a big wound. The bald man saw that his knife could not kill a duck, and he cried out, "What the hell?" Seeing that the group could not deal with this group of people in a short time, they had no choice but to take them away, leaving behind the black-clothed gang members, who were still lying in front of the RV and groaning. After the black gang evacuated and drove away in their own car, leaving a mess behind, Xiao Yuan finally had time to come to the 5 trapped people. One of them shouted in surprise, "Xiao Yuan? Why is it you?" Xiao Yuan heard the voice familiar, and saw a young man walking out in front of him, a few years older than Xiao Yuan, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. He looked handsome, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, red lips, and white teeth, but he was a little embarrassed at this time. His clothes were messy, and his face had several black spots. "Zhou Yi." Xiao Yuan smiled when he saw him. This person was none other than his class monitor in high school. The two of them had a casual relationship, and had no contact after graduating from high school. Unexpectedly, they met here. Zhou Yi, who survived the disaster, was very excited. He pulled a girl behind him to introduce her to Xiao Yuan. "This is my girlfriend, Liang Lu." The girl he was holding moved her lips, and frowned slightly, as if she was reluctant to talk. In the end, she smiled at Xiao Yuan and said, "Hello." Xiao Yuan nodded, and began to introduce others to each other. After a chat, Xiao Yuan also understood the situation of their group. In addition to Zhou Yi and Liang Lu, there was a very friendly couple in their 30s, and a middle-aged man, with a full beard. The 5 of them met in Sierra City this morning, and agreed to go to A City together, but they met the black gang on the way. If Xiao Yuan and her group hadn't suddenly appeared and her iron duck hadn't made the other side lose their composure, they would have been killed here today. When everyone packed up and set off again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They couldn't reach A City today, so they could only choose to reach a small town called Thor before dark to stay. The 4 cars started and continued to drive north. Xiao Yuan looked at the girl beside him, hesitated for a while, and said, "I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Seeing that the girl didn't speak, Xiao Yuan continued, "She looks thin, but she can knock the guy down in a short time." Just when Xiao Yuan thought she might not speak until dark, the girl spoke. "Why? Why?" Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, a little confused by her unreasonable question. "You are so weak, but you still take the initiative to save the people in front." Xiao Yuan's face flushed. "You are so weak. I can't let you see my masculine power when I fight 2 people alone." Suppressing the urge to spit out blood, Xiao Yuan thought for a while and said, "Actually, I don't think I'm that weak. Besides, they're in danger. I can't stand by and watch for the sake of conscience and justice, right?" "Justice?" The girl tilted her head and looked out the window with a dazed look. Xiao Yuan could only see her beautiful neck curve. I don't know what she was thinking. The setting sun hung in the sky, reflecting the sunset red. Xiao Yuan opened the window, and the comfort of the wind blowing on his cheeks gradually relaxed Xiao Yuan's tense nerves. He breathed a sigh of relief, and the RV drove north on the straight road. Chapter 6. Tor Town is located between Sierra City and A City. There are many towns like this, but since the fall of Sierra City, all the residents of the town have evacuated. Now it is close to night, and there is no light in the whole town, which is filled with a dead and depressing feeling. I have been to the town government in the center of the town. The house is spacious enough for all of us to stay. The one who spoke was a bearded Uncle Tubin. This uncle, who was born in the central part of Country A, had a generous personality. He laughed and joked along the way, and quickly became familiar with Xiao Yuan and others. In contrast, the other couple, Lu Chong and Ma Dongxue, were a little restrained. After discussing, everyone decided to follow his advice, and go to the town government to spend the night. The town government is located in the center of the town. It is an independent 4-story building. After the 7 people and 1 duck parked the car, they filed in, and found that although no one had cleaned it for a while, it was still clean. Especially the lobby on the first floor was particularly spacious. Joey got out of the car, and seemed unusually active. He walked to the center of the lobby first and said, "Shall we rest here tonight? I'm fine without a bed, but Lulu, you're going to have a hard time. Liang Lu's eyebrows showed fatigue, but she still managed to smile. I'm fine. Zhou Yi was about to say something, but Xiao Yuan walked up to Uncle Tubin and discussed with him. Uncle Tu, I go check the switch and the distribution room to see if there are any backup generators available. Please check upstairs with Brother Lu to make sure there are no omissions. Tubin patted his shoulder appreciatively and said it was okay, don't worry. Zhou Yi, who was on the side, heard their conversation and hurriedly said, Lulu and I will stay here to clean up and see if there is anything to eat. Xiao Yuan smiled at him. Thank you for your hard work, squad leader. Zhou Yi looked a little unnatural, but he still laughed and said you're welcome. Everyone should take care of each other. Town Government, Power Distribution Room. Xiao Yuan leaned down to carefully check the device in front of him. The girl behind him held a flashlight to illuminate him. The two of them didn't talk. Finally, Xiao Yuan broke the silence. I have a question that I haven't asked you. Xiao Yuan tried to press a row of buttons on the left-hand side, making a crisp click, click sound. Grandma Tao, how did you deal with her? Xiao Yuan thought of the almost sick Grandma Tao that day, and asked the question that had been in his mind for a long time. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. The girl's sweet and soft voice sounded behind him. In order to protect the demon, she untied the chain, and was bitten by the demon in the neck and infected. She walked a few steps forward, lowered her head, and looked at the row of instruments in front of Xiao Yuan. In the end, she turned into ashes. What if she was not infected? Would you still kill her? Xiao Yuan stopped his hand, and looked at her sideways. The girl also turned her face to the side, imitating him. Her long hair cascaded down, almost touching Xiao Yuan's nose. If she is not infected and has the intention to continue to threaten other people's lives, I will. When she said this, her brown eyes shone brightly in the dim light, like the stars in the sky. Xiao Yuan just felt a little dry in the mouth. Just when he clenched his fist and wanted to get closer to her, he saw a black shadow flashing outside the door of the distribution room from the corner of his eye. Who? Xiao Yuan shouted, turned around and ran out of the distribution room. He looked around, but found that there was no one in the empty corridor except himself, and only his shout was still echoing. Did he see it wrong? When Xiao Yuan and the girl returned to the first floor hall, they found a small bonfire in the middle of the hall. Although the bonfire lit with a very common bonfire stone plate on the market was not big, in such darkness, seeing the light always gave people a rare sense of security. The group of 7 people were scattered around. I don't know where they found the yoga mats, but everyone got one. They put curtains pulled down from various offices on top, so they could at least rest. Some people might wonder if it would be dangerous to light a bonfire at night, or even attract night demons. This question is very interesting. In the initial struggle between humans and night demons, they always believed that night demons were creatures without consciousness and organizational forms. Later, after research, especially after the first counterattack plan Nightingale operation in June 2077 AD, humans have basically determined the range of the night demon's activities. It is spreading in a regular and organized manner, not like wild beasts. According to the calculation results of the Federation Night Demon Report, the next night demon spread and invasion will break out in 2 months. By then, A City will face the same situation as Sierra City, and a war is imminent. After dinner, everyone sat around the campfire and chatted. Zhou Yi talked endlessly about how powerful his family was. It was not only in A City, but also in the entire southern part of Country A. As he spoke, he looked at Liang Lu beside him, but Liang Lu was obviously not interested in these things and looked bored. Uncle Tubin was experienced in dealing with people, but even so, he couldn't stand his boasting and showing off. Everyone was sleepy, and finally decided to rest early. The first shift to take turns to guard the post was Xiao Yuan's group. Perhaps the experience during the day consumed too much of their energy. Less than 10 minutes after lying down, the others began to breathe evenly. Xiao Yuan sat with the girl next to him, and there was a sleepy duck lying on one side. The two sat like this for more than an hour, and Xiao Yuan stood up and added some fuel to the bonfire stone plate to make the fire burn more vigorously. He sat back on his mat, playing with an arrow in his hand, lowered his voice, and approached the girl and asked, I say, we have known each other for such a long time, and I don't even know your name. The girl looked at the swaying bonfire, her face still calm. The most interesting thing is that her voice is very soft, always giving people a feeling of being coquettish, although she herself is far from being a coquettish person. Name? She murmured. Is the name important? Of course. Xiao Yuan said loudly, and then realized that his voice was too loud. He lowered his voice and said, Everyone who comes to this world will always leave some traces. This name is the first trace. Do you think it is important? Shabu 001. Her voice was very soft, so soft that Xiao Yuan didn't hear the rest of the words at all. Xiao Yuan resisted the urge to complain. Shabu? This name is quite unique. Do you like this name? She stared at Xiao Yuan blankly, as if this question was difficult for her to understand. Like? Is it important? Of course, the name is important only if you like it. Xiao Yuan said with a look of disgust on his face. Do you know what my name was before? My name was Xiao Che, and my classmates called me Xiao Che. Xiao Yuan continued. After I became an adult, I went to the city household registration office to change my name by myself. How about I call you Nuan Nuan from now on? Xiao Yuan stretched out his hand and put the arrow in her hand, and said to himself, how about calling you Sun Wan? I hope you will be Su and warm in the future, and stop being cold all the time. The girl took the feather arrow, and for the first time, a trace of warmth appeared on her face. She chanted the name, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, which she had not noticed. It was just that Xiao Yuan did not see this smile, because he suddenly heard a faint voice, or a song. It came from far away, and continued. Mom, take good care of my red wedding dress. Don't let me die too early. What was supposed to come finally came. Chapter 7. Mom, take good care of my red wedding dress. Don't let me die too early. Late at night, your hair is falling. Late at night, you close your eyes. This is a secret agreement. In the silent government building, a woman's singing voice came from far away. Her voice was strangely hoarse, which made the already gloomy singing sound linger with a layer of weirdness. The moment Xiao Yuan and the other person who were talking heard the voice, they looked at each other, stood up, and went to the back of the hall. There were 2 corridors on the left and right sides of the back of the hall, each more than 10 meters long. When Xiao Yuan and the other person came to the corridor, the singing stopped abruptly. Xiao Yuan looked around and saw that the quiet corridor was dimly lit, with only the cold moonlight at midnight falling on the ground from the window. Xiao Yuan whispered to the girl behind him, Xiao Wan, go wake everyone up and keep your voice down. Sun Wan, Shabu, listened to him and turned away and walked towards the campfire. Xiao Yuan held a flashlight and carefully looked at the corridor on the other side, but also found nothing. He was a little confused. I thought the shadow I saw in the distribution room today was an illusion, but now it seems that things are not simple, and my group of people had better leave here quickly. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan frowned and walked towards the bonfire. I saw Uncle Tuban and Sun Wan shaking the people lying on the ground vigorously, but after a long time, only Liang Lu opened her sleepy eyes and looked at the people in front of her in a daze. Xiao Yuan briefly explained what happened just now, looking at the 3 people lying on the ground like dead pigs, and said uneasily, I wanted to wake everyone up and leave, but now I'm afraid that if I leave rashly like this. Tuban nodded to show his understanding. These 3 people were unconscious at this time, and it would be very troublesome if they were taken away by force. The most important thing is, what if they can't wake up? Judging from the current situation, their coma is likely related to the government building they're in. Tuban and Xiao Yuan are not the kind of people who are afraid of death and abandon their companions, and they also agree with Xiao Yuan's decision. Did you find anything when you checked the corridor just now? Tuban asked while adding solid fuel to the bonfire, twisting the lid twice before unscrewing it. The slightly trembling hands are not as calm as he seems. It is difficult for anyone to respond calmly when singing suddenly comes out in the empty building. The moment Xiao Wan and I approached the corridor, the sound suddenly disappeared. Actually, I discovered it in the power distribution room before. Before Xiao Yuan finished speaking, he heard Sun Wan squatting on the ground whispering, the 3 of them are in a bad situation. Xiao Yuan, Tu Ban, and Liang Lu came over together. Sun Wan placed her slender fingers on the side of Ma Dongshua's neck. Her pulse is beating faster and faster, her eyeballs are moving frequently, and she is in a dream. If her pulse rate continues to increase for another hour, I'm afraid her body will not be able to bear it. Xiao Yuan and Tupan looked at each other, and saw the look of fear in each other's eyes. Killing people in dreams? What kind of method is this? As the atmosphere became more and more solemn, a song suddenly came from above. Mom, take good care of my red wedding dress. Don't let me die too early. Liang Lu heard this song for the first time. When she first heard this voice, she felt her hair stand on end, and she desperately grabbed Xiao Yuan's sleeve and refused to let go. Xiao Yuan and Tupan also looked up when they heard the voice, and saw that on the roof of the 2nd floor above their heads, a blood-red wedding dress appeared at some point. Ah! Liang Lu's high-pitched voice made Xiao Yuan's eardrums hurt. This petite girl who spoke softly was unexpectedly so loud. The 4 looked up, and saw that the wedding dress was flat on the top. Although there was no wind, there were constant ripples. It seemed that the dress itself had life. With the approaching singing, it brought people a heavier sense of oppression. Uncle Tubin was a brave and ruthless man. He saw that the blood-red wedding dress was gradually sinking. After cursing a few swear words from their hometown, he raised his arm and threw the solid fuel box in his hand. The metal box flew towards the wedding dress with a sound of breaking wind. With a gulp, the box hit the wedding dress and made a sound similar to throwing it into the water. Then, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The box melted into the wedding dress, and after a while it fell out of it and landed on the bonfire stone plate, causing sparks to fly. My God! Uncle Tubin, a strong man, couldn't help but scream. He was not afraid of the vicious thugs of the Black Gang, nor was he afraid of the demons. After all, both of them have physical forms, which does not conflict with his own physical cognition. The bloody wedding dress he encountered now refreshed his three views. His legs went weak, and if Xiao Yuan hadn't supported him, he would have fallen to the ground. Quack, quack. Just when the few people were at a loss, a loud cry came from the side. Xiao Yuan turned around and saw the silver duck, walking to them with funny feet and shaking one step at a time, looking at Xiao Yuan with contempt. You can't handle such a thing, you are really stupid. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth secretly. This fat fellow was getting more and more arrogant. On the surface, he still said with a pleasant face, Yes, yes, what do you think we should do with this wedding dress? We can't catch ghosts or exorcise demons. The silver duck combed its feathers with its beak, spread its wings and flew to Sun Wan. Sun Wan subconsciously reached out to catch it and held it in her arms. The silver duck quacked comfortably and continued, For the sake of Su's sister, today I will give you a good popular science. Listen carefully. This wedding dress is not what you see, or rather, its body is not here. Silver Duck looked at the wedding dress above and explained. Looking at the three people lying unconscious on the ground, he continued, This form of life is essentially an energy body. It shook its little head and was very proud. After the night demon erupted, the energy and magnetic field of the entire blue star changed. The source of the night demon eruption has been producing something. You won't understand even if I tell you. Anyway, it's because of the influence there. It will make the spiritual energy of humans after death mutate and become more easily materialized. The mutated spiritual energy can be called alien spirits. Do you understand now? What about the three of them? Xiao Yuan pointed at the three people whose faces were becoming more and more painful. They are also in a dream. Why are Uncle Tubin and Liang Lu fine? Enya said impatiently. I have already said it. After the spiritual energy of humans after death mutates and materializes, the means of attack are actually very weak and can only target the spiritual level. Everyone has a different physique, and their mental strength is also strong or weak. Strong ones are like Su Mei, and weak ones. Like the three salted fish on the ground and you, the salted fish standing there. Xiao Yuan's face turned red, and he wanted to defend himself, but finally suppressed the urge. He looked at the three people whose faces gradually stiffened. Don't keep us in suspense. How are we going to deal with this? Alien spirit and save them? Chapter 8. The method the silver duck said was very simple. Find the place where the spirit hides, and then strangle it with silver. It sounds simple, but how easy is it to find a spirit in such a big government building? The silver duck also knew that human life was at stake at this time, so it no longer pretended to be deep. It shouted with a drake voice, Follow me, and flew up from Sun Wan's arms, heading straight to the second floor. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan followed it, and ran upstairs quickly, while Tubin and Liang Lu stayed to take care of the others. Let's say, the two people and the duck went up to the second floor. The silver duck shook its little head and looked around, as if it was sensing something with its flat mouth, and then continued to fly to the third floor. Town government, first floor lobby. Liang Lu walked to the bonfire, and the warmth brought by the rising flames relaxed her tense nerves a lot. Puff! The flame suddenly made a muffled sound, and Liang Lu found that the center of the flame gradually turned into a dark green, and the sound in her ears gradually became weaker, and her mind blurred in an instant. When she turned around, Tu was gone. The hall where she was standing became bright and tidy, the sun was shining outside, and people kept walking by her. She wanted to speak, but she felt her throat tightened and couldn't say a word. Her body was still her own, but she felt as slow as walking in water. What was going on? Liang Lu's mind was in a mess. Was she also in a dream? Xia, the mayor wants you to come over. A girl appeared in front of Liang Lu. She was in her early 20s, young and beautiful, with a pair of dimples that made her smile cute and gentle. Xiaoya agreed and walked upstairs. Liang Lu found that her body could not help but move forward with her footsteps. On the third floor, she came to an office near the inside. Xiaoya slowly opened the door of the office. Creaky. The door that had not been opened for a long time was opened again. Xiao Yuan glanced at the sign on the door mayor's office and walked into the office carefully. The office was very large, with a solid wood desk in the middle and a bookshelf next to it, on which were placed various books that Xiao Yuan was overwhelmed by. Next to the bookshelf is a glass display case, which contains many awards and trophies, such as XX Advanced Individual, XX Outstanding Cadre, etc. Oh, I didn't expect that Mayor Lu is also a model worker. He has won many awards. I just don't know if he is a real model worker or a fake one. After Xiao Yuan finished his comment, he put down the photo in his hand and took a look at the fat middle-aged man on it and asked Hinya, "There doesn't seem to be anything strange here. Is it a mistake?" Hinya shook his head and said, "It must be here. Let's go inside and take a look." Xiao Yuan then discovered that there was an inconspicuous small door in the corner, which he had not noticed because of the flashlight. After pushing open the small door, Xiao Yuan was surprised. What happened? There was a really special place inside. In a room of more than 20 square meters, there was a solid wood double bed that looked expensive. There was a glass bathroom at the door, and a large mahogany wardrobe next to the bed. But the wardrobe was locked, which seemed a bit abrupt. The whole wall was painted light pink, showing an ambiguous color under the light. Silver Duck jumped down from Sun Wan's arms, staggered to the front of the closet, and shook his head at Xiao Yuan. "Smash it open." Xiao Yuan and Silver Duck have now formed a tacit understanding, and he was not ambiguous when he heard it say that. He picked up the hammer he had just found in the tool room and smashed it towards the closet. Bang! The lock on the closet was smashed down, and the closet door opened to both sides. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, and Mr. Duck looked inside and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. "You said the mayor touched your hand?" The girl next to Xiaoya covered her mouth and whispered. Xiaoya nodded. "Just when I went to his office to hand in the materials, maybe he was careless." "Xiaoya, you have to be careful." The girl looked around and saw that no one noticed, then said, "He is famous for being lustful. Several new girls have been." Liang Lu was on the side, her body gradually floating up, and the next moment the scene in front of her turned into a burst of fluorescent light, and then suddenly reorganized into another scene. Xiaoya sat with a young man, who was about the same age as Xiaoya, with a warm smile on his baby face. The young man held Xiaoya's hand and said something, but Liang Lu couldn't hear it clearly. She only saw Xiaoya didn't refuse, and her face was flushed with shyness and happiness. "Is this Xiaoya's boyfriend?" Liang Lu's panic and fear gradually dissipated. She had a feeling that Xiaoya seemed to want to tell her something. The innate delicacy and intuition of women made her more curious about Xiaoya's alien story. Da-da-da. The high heels made a crisp sound on the ground, and Xiaoya walked in the hall of the town government in a red coat. She walked all the way to a room on the second floor. There was a young man standing at the door, looking over here with an unnatural look. Seeing that she finally came, the young man secretly breathed a sigh of relief and walked up to greet her quickly. "Xiaoya, you are finally here. Qin Feng is waiting for you inside." Xiaoya nodded with gratitude. "Thank you, Jun. I have been with Qin Feng these days." Ajuan waved his hand. "Ajuan and I have been brothers since we were young. Besides, young lovers always quarrel and have a quarrel. Don't worry, Qin Feng has already talked to his family, don't worry." Liang Lu looked at the dark red door, and suddenly she felt suffocated and irritated. She waved her hands and tried her best to warn Xiaoya not to go in, but in the end, she only made a slight woohoo sound. Xiaoya paused for a moment and looked in the direction of Liang Lu in surprise. At this time, Ajuan urged from behind, "Go in quickly, Xiaoya. Everyone in the town will be evacuated to A's city tomorrow." Xiaoya nodded, took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The moment she entered, she felt someone covering her mouth and nose, and a strange smell filled her respiratory tract, and then her consciousness gradually became blurred. When she woke up again, Xiaoya found herself lying on a bed, with a large wardrobe beside it, and the whole wall painted pink. She tried hard to raise her head, but her whole body was so weak that she groaned sadly. Liang Lu floated to one side, and saw a middle-aged fat man in a bathrobe walking to the window. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. He reached out and gently unbuttoned Xiaoya's skirt at her waist, and his breathing became heavier. Xiaoya on the bed closed her eyes in despair, and 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. The whole scene shattered in an instant, turning into red debris all over the sky. Liang Lu found that she didn't know when her face was full of tears, as if she had experienced everything Xiaoya had experienced again. All the happiness, pain, and despair were all imposed on herself. Chapter 9. She reached out to catch a few pieces of debris, and found that these debris were like snowflakes in hexagonal shape, but the color was changed to dazzling blood red. A blood red wedding dress floated in front of her, and Liang Lu felt a familiar breath coming. Xiaoya? Is it you? She reached out to touch the wedding dress, but the wedding dress seemed to be afraid of her, shrinking for a while before gradually approaching her hand. A soft light appeared in Liang Lu's eyes, and Xiaoya was smiling at her in the soft light, saying, "Help me find him." "Who did you find?" Liang Lu wanted to ask, but she felt a chill on her skin. Xiaoya's red wedding dress flowed into her body like water. When this process was over, Xiaoya in front of Liang Lu became even more dim. She waved to Liang Lu and closed her eyes. Then, a silver light appeared on her forehead, tearing her apart in an instant with a sharp breath, and turning the whole scene in Liang Lu's eyes into ashes. Third floor, the mayor's office. Xiao Yuan was surprised to see the girl in front of him, who looked alive just now. After Sun Wan shot an arrow in the forehead, her body decayed at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, only a skeleton remained. He leaned forward uncertainly and said, "We didn't really kill a living person, did we?" No wonder he asked this question. When he opened the closet, he saw a girl in disheveled clothes in the closet. The girl's face was ruddy, and no different from that of an ordinary person. Xiao Yuan thought she was a living person, and repeatedly confirmed whether she was still breathing. Silver Duck sighed pretentiously. The probability of the emergence of alien spirits is not high, so few people know the characteristics of alien spirits. This strange energy body will protect its own body after mutation. The energy of the alien spirit can protect the human body to the state of the corpse just after death. Silver Duck looked at the skeleton and continued to explain. "If no one comes here, I am afraid that she will still look like this after you are buried, provided that the alien spirit can continue to exist here." Xiao Yuan looked at the skeleton and felt uncomfortable. He said, "Let's go down quickly. I'm most afraid of seeing such bones in my life." When the two of them and the duck returned to the lobby on the first floor, they found that Tubin was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He and Liang Lu were taking care of the other three people on the first floor. As a result, this girl seemed to be possessed by evil spirits. She cried and laughed at the same time, which was very scary. After finally calming down, her body softened and fell to the ground. This situation was very difficult for Uncle Tubin. Fortunately, Liang Lu didn't have any serious problems, and the other three people were also out of danger after examination. Xiao Yuan and his companions were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief and have a good rest. After all this trouble, it was already about 1:30 in the morning. Xiao Yuan was so sleepy that he fell asleep with Sun Wan after a while. Xiao Yuan slept very soundly, perhaps because he had someone to accompany him. This was the most peaceful sleep he had since the fall of Sierra City. If he had not been awakened by the extremely penetrating voice beside his ear, he would have been happier. When Xiao Yuan opened his eyes, he saw the silver duck standing in front of the gate, singing to the rising sun. Xiao Yuan suddenly remembered that one of the functions of the silver duck in the information given to him by the RV system was to tell time. He covered his face with a smile and tears, and a pleasant voice came from his mind. New mission unlocked. 1. Collect a jujube stick. 2. Collect 2 kilograms of silver. 3. Catch a thief. Mission reward. Unlock the RV security system. Additional reward. Unknown weapon. Xiao Yuan carefully checked the mission requirements and felt that they were not too difficult. He stood up and greeted everyone who was packing their luggage. Zhou Yi and Lu Chang and his wife just woke up this morning. They had a nightmare, and they didn't feel too uncomfortable except that they looked tired. With the help of Uncle Tubin, Xiao Yuan moved the skeleton from the 3rd floor down and transported it into the RV, preparing to bury Xiaoya's skeleton in A City. When Zhou Yi saw him, he started nagging again, saying a lot of unlucky words. After breakfast, everyone packed up and set off again to A City. Before leaving, Liang Lu stood in front of the government building and looked at the place where she had stayed for a night, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. There were too many surprises last night. When the sun came to the world again to dispel the darkness, she couldn't tell whether what happened last night was real or her dream and imagination. "Lulu, let's go." Joey ran over from a distance. "This place is unlucky, don't look at it." Recalling the night when he was haunted by nightmares, Joey still has lingering fears. Thinking of Xiao Yuan moving a skeleton into the RV, he felt more and more uncomfortable. "Yes." Liang Lu agreed softly, and turned to leave with Zhou Yi. When she was about to walk out of the street, Liang Lu turned her head and looked at the building. Suddenly, a touching smile appeared on her face, and a dim red light flashed in her eyes. How can it be so easy to distinguish between blessings and disasters? At least from today, Liang Lu, a spoiled rich lady, gradually embarked on an unusual path. On the highway leading to A City, Xiao Yuan sat in the driver's seat and listened to the news on the radio. On May 29, 2078, the people who moved to A City have been settled. In order to deal with the upcoming night demon, the federal government decided to form a new type of force based on the armaments of each sub-war zone to deal with future battles with the night demon. This new type of force will be formed from both civilians and the military. Silver Duck, or should we call it Lord Yuga, this guy showed some knowledge and means last night, and he became more confident. Yelling at Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan to call it Lord Yuga, Xiao Yuan was helpless and didn't want to argue with this ironclad guy, so he just let him do it. Lord Yuga, what do you think about me joining this new type of army? Xiao Yuan tapped the steering wheel with his fingers, looking very satisfied. Lord Yuga was lying on the table behind the driver's seat combing his feathers. Hearing what Xiao Yuan said, he shook his head and teased. Forget it, with your skills, you still want to fight the night demon? Are you in a hurry to make fertilizer? Sun Wan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said softly, it won't be too long before the night demon's next attack. Her words froze Xiao Yuan, who had been in high spirits. Recalling the chaos and tragedy when Sierra City fell, the ambitions that rose in his heart were instantly extinguished. What could he do against the night demon that even the professional federal police force could not resist? Xiao Yuan shook his head in self-mockery, and suddenly heard a shout from the front, and Zhou Yi's car in front also stopped. He looked forward curiously, and saw that there were 7 or 8 cars lined up in front of their 3 cars. There was a simple checkpoint at the front, guarded by soldiers on both sides, and the owner of the first car was arguing loudly with the leading soldier. Looking at the threatening look, he was also very angry, and looked like he was about to fight at any time. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan got out of the car and walked forward together. Chapter 10. The young man was wearing a pair of washed-out jeans and a blue t-shirt, which looked worn for a long time. Xiao Yuan listened to their argument for a while, and understood the general situation. The federal security forces evacuated Sierra City, and the ban order prevented many people from leaving immediately. After the ban was lifted, the survivors went to A City one after another. The soldiers of the security forces set up checkpoints here, and collected fees from passing vehicles. The young man who was arguing with them was obviously living in poverty, and was unwilling to bear this considerable fee. 50 federal coins were not a small amount for ordinary people. According to the prices at that time, the daily living expenses of an adult were about 8 federal coins, which was enough to live for a week if you saved money. Here, I have to explain that the federal currency had been issued before the outbreak of the Night Devil. After the outbreak of the Night Devil War, in order to facilitate trade, people's livelihood and armaments around the world, the federal currency began to gradually replace the currencies of various countries and regions and became the mainstream currency. The Federal Central Bank that prints the federal currency is jointly managed and monitored by the federal government. The young man stiffened his neck and shouted to the soldier in front of him, "Why? What right do you have to set up a private checkpoint and collect fees? You are committing a crime." When the soldier heard him say this, his triangular eyes slanted and revealed a fierce light. "Criminal? Who are you trying to scare? I tell you, if you don't pay the money today, don't even think about passing, and no one behind you can either." As he said this, he shook the standard steel gun in his hand, scaring the people who were following the young man back a few steps, and subconsciously distanced themselves from the young man. "You?" The young man wanted to speak, but an old man with a bitter face behind him whispered, "Xiao Wang, forget it. It's better to have less trouble than more. We just need to pay the money to keep safe." The young man looked back at the helplessness on the wrinkled face of the uncle and the expressions of the people around him, some of whom were indifferent, some were afraid, and some even mocked him. He clenched his fists and tightened them several times before he exhaled a foul breath, lowered his head, and said with a frustrated tone, "Okay, it's up to you." The young man's compromise made the people behind him feel relieved. When he turned around and left, a tattooed bald man said to a graceful young woman with heavy makeup beside him, "Did you see this young man rush to show off his power? What happened? Did he get humiliated? He looked like he was pointing fingers at others, and completely forgot that he retreated the farthest when he saw the gun." Hee hee. The woman in his arms laughed so hard when she heard him say that. She was so charming. After some twists and turns, the congested road was gradually cleared, and Xiao Yuan and his group set off again. Xiao Yuan looked at the broken car of the young man surnamed Wang in front of him, and was always worried that it would fall apart while running. At this time, Lord Yuga ran into Sun Wan's arms, curled up and suddenly said, "That boy is not bad." "Sir, what about the young man surnamed Wang just now?" Xiao Yuan rarely heard compliments from this poisonous and black-bellied duck, and he became interested. "Sir, don't you think he is too reckless?" "Ha ha ha, aren't you just as reckless? What young person isn't reckless and impulsive?" Lord Yuga half opened his mung bean-sized eyes. To dare to stand up for the interests of many people and challenge a force stronger than oneself is a kind of courage in itself. "I just think that his method is too tough, and he can use a more gentle method." Lord Yuga shook his little head. "So you paid the money in the end and didn't do anything?" Xiao Yuan was speechless for a moment. "Humans, that's how it is." Lord Yuga leaned down and slowly closed his eyes. "They will never learn to unite. Occasionally, there are one or two people who dare to stand up, but they will be treated as aliens and fools." After the Lord expressed his thoughts, he fell asleep like a dead duck. Xiao Yuan thought carefully about Lord Yuga's words. It was harsh but very real. Isn't this the portrayal and nature of humans for thousands of years? The RV was still driving on the road, whizzing past and leaving a cloud of dust. As dusk approached, when he saw the outline of the city on the horizon, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but murmur, "A city, we're finally here." Unlike the lifeless sheer city, A city, which was 2 days away by car, was bustling with lights lit up at nightfall. Xiao Yuan drove his RV to Mosnan Road in A city. The only relative he could contact in the world was this aunt. Xiao Yuan's aunt's surname was Wen, and her name was Ai Xiang. And Wen was Xiao Yuan's biological mother's sister, and had always lived in A city. After Xiao Yuan's parents disappeared when he was a child, Wen Ai Xiang wanted to take Xiao Yuan to live in A city. At that time, Xiao Yuan, 13 years old, was already sensible. Although there were 3 children in his aunt's family, the living conditions were good, but the feeling of living under someone else's roof was uncomfortable after all. He rejected his aunt's kindness and lived in Sierra City by himself. After finishing high school, with the help of his aunt, Xiao Yuan chose to work. Xiao Yuan has always been grateful to this kind woman, and more importantly, the kind of family affection that is thicker than water. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening when Xiao Yuan arrived at number 128 Massanan Road. This is a residential area in A city. It is worth mentioning that the houses here are all single-family houses. Xiao Yuan's uncle was born and raised in A city. When the old city was renovated, 2 dilapidated mansions in his family were razed to the ground. He received compensation for the 2 houses and 10 million A country currency for demolition, about 2 million federal currency, and became a wealthy family in the area at that time. It was also with this money that his uncle's family quickly purchased multiple properties. With the rapid development of A city, he made a lot of money. Now he runs a logistics company, married a beautiful woman like my aunt, and has 3 lovely children. There are many people like my uncle. Under the policy dividend, you have to admit that some lucky people are born at an incredible speed. It's interesting because of time and fate. The RV slowly stopped in front of a courtyard. It was a 3-story single-family house surrounded by exquisite fences. There was a green lawn in front of the house. The whole place was exquisite and full of petty bourgeoisie. Xiao Yuan's hand, which was about to press the doorbell, hesitated a little. He took a deep breath, pressed the doorbell slowly, and waited for the response from inside. "Hello, who are you?" A clear and pleasant voice came from the intercom, like a lark. Xiao Yuan was stunned for a moment, and responded, "I am Xiao Yuan." As soon as the voice fell, there was a wow from inside, and a girl screamed, "Mom! Mom! Come quickly! Xiao Yuan's cousin is coming! Catch him, and don't let him run away." Chapter 11. A City, Federal Command Center Branch. According to the results of Tianji calculations, the next spread of the Night Demon will occur in 2 months, that is, on August 1st. At that time, A City, Taizhou City, and Ningbo City will become the first battlefield. The girl in military uniform pointed to the data on the screen, and explained to the 4 senior military officials sitting solemnly in front. Compared to the last outbreak, how many night demons are there this time? The middle-aged man sitting in the middle looked at the red marks on the screen that were spreading to 3 cities at the same time, frowning. If Xiao Yuan was present, he would definitely recognize him. This man was the commander who presided over the retreat and blocked the Xi'ai Expressway. The commander's name is Shan Weigua, the highest commander of the current A City security force. On his left is a well-mannered young officer named Li Shen, who looks very friendly and wears a pair of black-framed glasses. Hearing Xiangwei's question, he also looked at the girl in front of him. The girl swiped her finger in the air, and a complex geometric diagram appeared on the screen with a bunch of data on the side. She pointed at the data on the screen and talked a lot. It was Li Jun who coughed and reminded in a low voice, "Li Ming, just tell me the result." The girl realized that they didn't understand the professional terms she said at all. Her pretty face blushed. The impact strength of each city this time is different. A city will bear the strongest number of night demons, which is 1.2 times the standard strength. That is, the impact strength of the night demon's first impact on Shanghai City, which will not be repeated in the text, while the impact strength of the other two cities is only 80% of the standard strength. It's another tough battle. The middle-aged officer sitting on the left of Xiangwei sighed. He has a good appearance. Even though he is old, he can still see the handsomeness of his youth. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a scar of about 3 centimeters on his forehead, which adds a sense of toughness. This soldier named Zhou Hai is currently the head of the daily public security force in A City. Unlike the security force, the responsibility of the public security force is to maintain the stability of urban security. Among the four, the soldier who had not spoken the whole time was different from the others, with blonde hair, blue eyes, a high nose and broad eyes. His name was Vaughn Sanchez, and he was assigned by the federal government to lead the federal forces. The 4 forces represented by the 4 of them were actually the military systems of several major war zones in the current A country, and even the entire Blue Star. At the same time, the 4 forces were also subject to the branch committee of the Federal Command Center. The role of the federal forces, although it was called to help coordinate the resistance affairs of the night demons in various war zones, was actually covered with the cloak of internationalization and hope for the fate of mankind, and more often it was just the eyes that monitored the war zones. Lord Yuga said that humans would never learn to unite. This sentence was extreme, but it was often a bloody reality. Even after the outbreak of the night demons, the fight between humans had never stopped. Perhaps it would never stop, right? Number 128 Mosnan Road, A City. When Aixiang held Xiao Yuan's hand with red eyes, "You kid, I told you to come to A City as soon as possible, but you insisted that Sierra City could be defended. Do you know how worried I am that I haven't heard from you for a while?" As she spoke, she raised her hand and patted Xiao Yuan's back. After a few pats, she held Xiao Yuan's hand with both hands, looked at Xiao Yuan's face, and said distressfully, "Xiao Yuan, how much suffering you have endured. Look how much weight you have lost." When Aixiang, who is already in her early 40s, has a gentle and generous temperament. She was a beauty when she was young, but now she has a more mature charm, and is even more charming. Xiao Yuan was scolded by his aunt, but he felt warm in his heart. Only here did he feel the warmth of being cared for. He nodded and said, "Before, Sierra City failed and the communication was temporarily interrupted. I couldn't contact you. I was afraid that you would worry about me." Seeing that when Aixiang's face was getting darker and darker, and she was about to get angry, he hurriedly changed the subject. "Aunt, I haven't introduced you yet. This is my friend, Sun Wan." When Aixiang had already noticed Xiao Yuan's figure, and this quiet girl. Seeing Xiao Yuan take the initiative to introduce her, she pulled Xiao Yuan aside, sat next to Sun Wan, held Sun Wan's hand, and chatted with her gently, asking Sun Wan about her age, her family, and constantly praising Xiao Yuan for being so sensible, which made Sun Wan, who was always taciturn, blush and tired of resisting. Finally, it was when Aixiang's second daughter, Xing Ziyu, who had opened the door for Xiao Yuan on the phone before, who invited Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan to dinner and helped them out. When Aixiang and her husband Xing Feng have been married for more than 20 years, and have 3 children. The eldest daughter, Xing Zixin, is 21 years old, and is a junior in the imperial capital Yanqing. She was originally on vacation at home during the summer vacation, but she went to stay at a classmate's house tonight. The second daughter, Xing Ziyu, just graduated from high school this year. She is a cheerful person who likes to run and jump. She has a simple and kind personality. She often played with Xiao Yuan when they were young, and now she has grown into a big girl. The third son is named Xing Zicheng. He went to his grandparents' home who settled in Meidi country in the 3rd year of junior high school, and has been studying there. Xiao Yuan only saw him a few times when he was a child, and did not have much impression. The few of them ate and talked until after 11 o'clock in the evening, when Aixiang got up to rest with a sense of unfulfilled desire. Xiao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Aixiang leave. "How is it? Have you seen how powerful my mother is? Invincible nagging skills." Xing Ziyu was only 29 years old, and inherited Aixiang's excellent genes. She was born with a beautiful face and delicate features, especially her fair and tender skin, like sheep-fat jade, and her short hair that made her look youthful and beautiful. "You girl, don't say that about your aunt." Xiao Yuan deliberately frowned and taught her a lesson. Xing Ziyu stuck out her tongue playfully. I know you think so too, but you don't say it out loud. This is my true nature." Xiao Yuan saw her acting cute and burst out laughing. "I really can't do anything with you." Among Wen Aixiang's 3 children, Xiao Yuan has the best relationship with Xing Ziyu, the little girl. She is kind and simple, unlike her sister, who is always arrogant and mean. Xing Ziyu took the 2 to the 3rd floor, arranged 2 adjacent bedrooms and bathrooms for them, and hurried back to the room to play games. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan were left alone, silent for a while, and Xiao Yuan pointed to the bathroom. "Go take a shower first, you haven't taken a shower these days." Sun Wan nodded, and walked slowly into the bathroom. Xiao Yuan went downstairs to the garage to check the RV and Lord Yuga inside. This guy is a carefree person. As long as there is a handful of melon seeds and a bowl of water in front of him, he can spend most of the day without moving. After Xiao Yuan came out of the shower, he wiped his wet hair, and saw Sun Wan standing on the balcony, staring at the night in the distance. There were still some water drops on her long hair that had not been wiped dry. They slid down from the ends of her hair to her collarbone, and aroused a strange beauty and charm under the warm light. Xiao Yuan walked gently to her side, looked at the lights in the distance, and asked softly, "Sun Wan, are you worried?" Chapter 12. Sun Wan's profile is very pretty. Perhaps because she is usually too quiet and gives people a cold feeling, on such a breezy night, she has a bit of the demeanor that a girl of her age should have. I suddenly remembered a lot of things in the past. Sun Wan walked to the front of the balcony, leaning on the railing with both hands, a little lazy. My mother also nagged like this when I was young, just like Aunt Wen. It was the first time that Xiao Yuan heard her talk about her family. He walked into Sun Wan with interest. The night wind was very warm, mixed with the faint mint scent on her body. At that time, I didn't like to eat, so my mother chased me around the yard with a bowl. "Where are your family members now?" Xiao Yuan hesitated for a while, and asked the question that had been in his mind for a long time. Sun Wan, a girl under 20 years old, appeared in the occupied area, but was not with her family. This matter itself was very strange. "Family?" Sun Wan repeated these 2 words repeatedly in her mouth, holding her forehead with a frown. I can't remember. Xiao Yuan was shocked by her performance, and hurriedly supported Sun Wan's shaking figure, with a self-blame on his face. Okay, if you can't remember, don't think about it." Sun Wan's headache lasted for a while, and gradually subsided. She just looked tired, as if she had fought a tough battle. Xiao Yuan sent her back to her room to sleep. Sun Wan still frowned from time to time, until she fell asleep. She slept restlessly. Xiao Yuan looked at Sun Wan's slightly pale cheek, stretched out his hand and hesitated for a moment, and finally gently stroked her bangs on her forehead and whispered, "Good night." Xiao Yuan left the room, and closed the door with a click. Sun Wan, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed, opened her eyes, stood up and looked at the direction Xiao Yuan left, with a complex and unclear emotion in her eyes. In the early morning, the sun was bright. Xiao Yuan stretched out his body comfortably, and walked out of the room. A good sleep last night made Xiao Yuan wash away the fatigue on his body, and he was full of energy. After washing up and going downstairs, he saw his aunt leading Sun Wan to cook in the kitchen. Sun Wan, who was always cold, became more lively under the influence of her enthusiastic aunt. Today, she finally changed her unchanging white t-shirt and denim hot pants, and wore Xing Ziyu's white shirt and dark blue skirt, which made her look more youthful and beautiful. Xiao Yuan quietly observed for a while, and shook his head and sighed. "It looks good, but the only flaw is that she is wearing safety pants." Ah! While he was shaking his head, Xiao Yuan's cell phone rang in his pocket. He looked at the screen, Tubin, and was delighted. Uncle Tubin was really quick. He didn't expect that he would get the news so soon about asking him to help find Jujube Wood. Although Uncle Tubin's family is in Sierra City, he also has property in Ace City. This time he safely withdrew to Ace City, and left contact information with Xiao Yuan, Liang Lu and others. After all, they are friends who share hardships. After hearing Xiao Yuan's story about finding Jujube Wood, Uncle Tubin agreed immediately. One of his friends is in the timber business. It is not difficult to find high-quality Jujube Wood, and he doesn't charge Xiao Yuan any money. A Jujube Wood itself is not worth much. Xiao Yuan picked up the phone and said with a smile, "Hey, Uncle Tu, you are too efficient, What?" Xiao Yuan nodded while listening, and finally said, "Then we will go there right away, you send the detailed address." Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan were in a hurry to go out, and apologized to Aunt Wan. The two ignored Aunt Wan's suggestion of eat breakfast before leaving and drove the RV out in a hurry. Liang Lu went home with Zhou Yi after separating from everyone last night. Liang Lu's family background was not detailed. Xiao Yuan and others only knew that this girl had a good family background. She ran to Sierra City, which was close to the battlefield, because of a quarrel with her family. As a result, Sierra City suddenly fell, and she was trapped in Sierra City. Later, she met Xiao Yuan and Tu Ban and his group. In the RV, Xiao Yuan sat in the driver's seat, and told Lord Yuga about Liang Lu's current situation. Lord Yuga smacked his lips after listening to him. From what you said, it seems a bit like a slight rejection phenomenon after a spirit enters the body. Slight rejection? Xiao Yuan's jaw almost dropped. The person is paralyzed in bed, and can't move, and has a high fever all the time, or is it a slight rejection? Ha 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 ha, look, look! Lord Yuga screamed twice. Look at your ignorant look. The rejection rate of spirits entering the body is extremely high, and the mortality rate is 80% to 90%. Sister Liang Lu's situation is a piece of cake. After hearing what Lord Yuga said, Xiao Yuan felt relieved and asked, "What are the ways to eliminate the rejection reaction?" Lord Yuga stretched out his wings and scratched behind his buttocks twice, and finally pulled out a silver-white feather. He handed the feather to Xiao Yuan. "Here, burn my treasure to ashes, and give it to Sister Liang Lu to take, and it will be done." Xiao Yuan looked at Lord Yuga suspiciously. "Your feathers can't be broken even by sharp tools, so how can you burn them?" Xiao Yuan felt the soft touch in his hand after taking the feather. Looking closely, this feather is different from other feathers in color, and it is obviously special. After plucking the feathers, Lord Yuga curled up tiredly and muttered, "Stupid." He fell into a deep sleep. Seeing it like this, Xiao Yuan knew that this duck was always hard-mouthed but soft-hearted. This tossing and turning might be a burden on its body. He thanked it, and hurried to the first hospital of A City in the city center. The first hospital of A City is famous for its top medical skills, first-class service, and high fees. When Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan arrived, Uncle Tubin was already waiting on the first floor of the hospital. After a few people greeted each other, they were led by Uncle Tubin to the high-end ward area on the upper floor of the hospital. Zhou Yi, who was in the ward with a gloomy face, became even gloomier when he saw Xiao Yuan coming. Xiao Yuan walked into Liang Lu's bed, and saw that the girl who was still joking with him yesterday was now lying on the bed, with an unnatural blush on her face and unconscious. Zhou Yi pointed at the dripping drip above, and complained. "It said that this is the best hospital in A City. I took the medicine all night, but there is no improvement. What should I explain to Lulu's family when they come over in the afternoon?" Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Is it because you are so worried about how to explain yourself?" Ignoring Zhou Yi, who had a bitter face, Xiao Yuan prepared the tools for a while, and reached out to touch Liang Lu's neck. He felt a burning sensation spread through his fingers, and spread all over his body. The burning sensation was not like ordinary flames, but seemed to leave a burning sensation on the soul. Xiao Yuan shuddered and retracted his fingers. Zhou Yi looked at Xiao Yuan busying himself in front of the bed, and felt as if a stone was blocking his chest. Liang Lu mentioned this guy several times when she was chatting with him last night. Now it seems that he is getting more and more annoying. When Xiao Yuan burned the feather in his hand to ashes, and mixed it with water to pour into Liang Lu's mouth, Zhou Yi finally couldn't help but stop him and said, "Wait a minute, what did you give Lulu to drink?" Xiao Yuan turned his back to him, and rolled his eyes, and put half a bowl of the mixture into Liang Lu's mouth. Zhou Yi wanted to speak, but he felt his body floating in the air in an instant, and then a sound of air tearing came into his ears. At the same time, the facilities in the entire room spread out to the surroundings at a very fast speed with Liang Lu's bed as the core. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Yi's body hit the wall heavily, and he felt his eyes go black, and his body stuck to the wall slowly slid to the ground. Chapter 13. Xiao Yuan stood at the place closest to Liang Lu. The sudden burst of impact made his body fly up into the air and fly backwards. This feeling was similar to being weightless in space, and then he flew straight towards the wall involuntarily. Xiao Yuan heard Zhou Yi's screams as he hit the wall, and curled up as much as possible to avoid being hurt too much. Just as he flew past Sun Wan, he found that Sun Wan was standing steadily on the ground. Her skirt fluttered in the air. She reached out and grabbed Xiao Yuan's legs, dragging him back like a dead dog. Huh? This strange force field came and went quickly, and the ward around Liang Lu's bed was in chaos. Xiao Yuan looked back and saw that Uncle Tubin was close to the wall and was not seriously injured. However, Zhou Yi, the pretty boy, fainted after being hit. Xiao Yuan looked at Liang Lu with lingering fear, and saw that her face had returned to its normal blush and her breathing gradually became even. He thought to himself that Lord Yuga was still reliable, but he had never said that before. When Xiao Yuan and the other two came out of the hospital, it was already noon. Xiao Yuan looked at Uncle Tubin with a circle of gauze wrapped around his head and smiled embarrassedly. I didn't know there would be such a situation before. I'm really sorry for you. Uncle Tubin laughed heartily. Why are you being so polite to me, Xiao Yuan? We have been through life and death together, so don't be so polite. As he said that, he hit Xiao Yuan's chest with his fist. After hearing what he said, Xiao Yuan stopped being pretentious and set off with Uncle Tubin to the lumber mill in the suburbs. The lumber mill Uncle Tubin mentioned was located in the northern suburbs of A City. It was called the suburbs, but with the continuous acceleration of the urbanization process of A City in recent years, it has gradually become a village in the city, with people from all over the country and a mixed crowd. When the three arrived, it was lunchtime, and the boss of the lumber mill was taking a break. Uncle Tubin knew him well, so he led the three directly into the backyard of the factory. The boss of the lumber mill was named Chen, a middle-aged man of similar age to Uncle Tubin, wearing the same clothes as the workers. He looked skinny and sat on the sofa talking with Xiao Yuan and Tubin. He was easy to talk to, and knowing that Xiao Yuan wanted a jujube stick, he immediately led Xiao Yuan to choose one. The four walked into a warehouse in the factory, and Boss Chen opened the door and pointed to the jujube wood cut in the same length and piled up in front of Xiao Yuan, saying, all the jujube wood in the factory is here. Little brother, you can choose it yourself, take whatever you want. Xiao Yuan thanked Boss Chen and walked into the pile of jujube wood sticks. Jujube wood is also called red sandalwood. It has a fine texture and extremely high toughness and hardness. Xiao Yuan took a rough look at these jujube woods and thought they should all meet the mission requirements of the RV. However, he thought that he had to choose the best one after choosing once, so he walked a few more times. Huh? Xiao Yuan stopped and his eyes were attracted by a piece of dark and round wood, if this piece of wood could still be called wood. Boss Chen, this piece of jujube wood is? Xiao Yuan pointed to a piece of jujube wood in the corner that was almost unrecognizable and asked, is it burned? When Boss Chen saw him pointing at the wood, he smiled and explained, this piece of jujube wood was originally a piece of good wood ordered by our factory at the beginning of the year. It has a history of hundreds of years, and is very valuable. Later, there was a heavy rain and lightning in the local area. 5 lightning strikes hit this old tree, and it became like this. 5 lightning strikes? Uncle Tubin opened his mouth in surprise. What is the probability that all lightning strikes on the same tree? Boss Chen pointed at the jujube wood with a surface as black as carbon, shook his head and said, Old 2, you don't understand this, right? Plants and trees will become spiritual after living for a long time. We in the timber business can see such things every year. Uncle Chen, take this piece of jujube wood. Xiao Yuan pointed at the jujube wood on the ground, gently touched the wood core on the side with his fingers, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When he came out of the lumber mill, Xiao Yuan was satisfied and carried it into the back of the RV with the help of the lumber mill workers. Just now, when Xiao Yuan touched the jujube wood in the factory, he could clearly feel a tingling sensation on his fingertips. Since completing the first upgrade of the RV, Xiao Yuan found that his 5 senses have become much sharper. The RV traveled on the narrow road. Xiao Yuan was humming a little tune, and was in a very good mood. Sun Wan, who had been silent, hugged the sleepy Lord Yuga and stroked its soft feathers. Lord Yuga's feathers were no different from those of ordinary ducks. The plan to form a new recruit corps, which has always attracted much attention, was officially launched today. The person in charge of forming a new recruit corps in the Southeast Coastal War Zone is a young officer legion who is less than 30 years old. Can he take on the responsibility of guarding A City? We invited Professor Li Haoyu from the National Defense University of A City. The red light ahead came on. Xiao Yuan stopped the car and tapped the steering wheel habitually. One of the hot topics in the news media recently was that A City would be the first place in the A Country War Zone to form a new Army Corps. The new Army Corps was first proposed by the A Country think tank last year. The high resistance of the night demons to modern firearms caused heavy losses to the troops that first engaged in the battle. As the number of battles increased, humans gradually learned more about the habits of the night demons, and thus proposed the proposal to form an unconventional corps. You want to join the new army? The sun shone through the car window, tinging Sun Wan's brown eyes with a layer of golden light, and her tone was firm and a little lazy. Why? Sun Wan continued to ask. For the justice you mentioned? For what? Xiao Yuan's thoughts drifted back to that day. How many people he knew died that day? Uncle Zhou's family who sold breakfast downstairs, the old lady who loved to take care of stray cats and dogs in the community, the security guard who always greeted him with a smile. Watching those familiar figures disappear in his life, he could only run away helplessly, as if a waste. Xiao Yuan clenched his fists and frowned slightly. Justice? I'm not that noble. I just want to become stronger and protect the people around me, that's all. It's just... He looked at his slender white fingers. I'm afraid I can't do it well. I accompany you. Sun Wan said softly, leaning back on the chair and turning her back. If you want to go, I'll always be with you. Xiao Yuan was stunned by her words for a long time, and his frowned brows relaxed. The green light in front of him came on, and Xiao Yuan showed a bright smile. Maybe he will fail? But with someone by his side, the seemingly unknown road ahead has a little more warmth. Xiao Yuan secretly glanced at Sun Wan, and she turned around and looked out the window, leaving only a beautiful back view for him. Xiao Yuan started the RV and drove away. Many years later, Xiao Yuan recalled that it was from this moment that he officially established the idea of joining the new army. Things are unpredictable, and sometimes the crossroads that change destiny may be inadvertent. Chapter 14. When Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan returned to Mosan Road, it was almost evening. He was holding 3 pages of application forms in his hand, with a few big words in the middle. Application form for the new Army Corps of A City. His uncle Xing Feng was still on a business trip, and had not returned yet, which made Xiao Yuan a little regretful. The uncle who loved drinking, and was humorous had always taken good care of Xiao Yuan. When Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan entered the living room on the first floor from the entrance, there were bursts of noise and laughter from the living room. It sounded like there were quite a few people. Brother Xiao Yuan, you're back. Xing Ziyu's face was full of smiles. She jumped and jumped, her face was red, and she smelled a little of alcohol. Xiao Yuan frowned secretly. Xing Ziyu had been forbidden to drink alcohol since she was a child, and she herself did not drink alcohol either. Who instigated this? Although he was dissatisfied, Xiao Yuan still responded with a smile, patted her head, and followed Xing Ziyu into the living room. Sure enough, a young girl stood in the middle of the living room. She was tall and sexy. She looked to be 168 centimeters tall, just a little shorter than Sun Wan. She was wearing a suspender skirt. Looking at her face, she inherited Wen Aixiang's delicate oval face and delicate features. The only difference was that Xing Zixin had a high nose bridge and thin lips. She looked a bit strong and proud. Her personality was always like this. This girl was none other than Xing Feng and Wen Aixiang's eldest daughter, Xing Zixin. Xing Zixin raised her chin slightly and looked at Xiao Yuan. After a few seconds, she spoke first. Welcome, cousin. Although she said welcome, Xing Zixin's face was filled with indifference and subtle disgust. Thank you, you guys continue to play, I have something to do, and will go upstairs first. Xiao Yuan smiled, without any dissatisfaction or expression of dissatisfaction with her attitude, and led Sun Wan upstairs. Xing Ziyu's face showed a look of reproach, and she walked up to Xing Zixin and protested in a low voice. Sister, why do you treat brother Xiao Yuan like this? Aren't you afraid that mom will be unhappy if she finds out? Xing Zixin stroked her curly hair and rolled her eyes at Xing Ziyu. What can I do if my mother knows? What's the point of my mother being so nice to a poor boy? Humph! Xing Ziyu frowned slightly and muttered. Sister is so bad. She turned and ran upstairs. Xing Zixin was so angry that she tried to grab her but failed. She could only say angrily, this damn girl. After this episode, the atmosphere in the living room became a little cold. The young man sitting next to Xing Zixin was more open-minded. Seeing the unhappy expression on Xing Zixin's face, he raised his glass and said loudly, Come on, let's have another drink. We won't go home until we are drunk tonight. The other 3 people heard him say this and raised their glasses, making the atmosphere in the living room lively again. The young man was 1 year older than Xing Zixin. He was 22 this year, and was also a senior of Xing Zixin. His name was Jiang Lu. He was tall, handsome and vigorous. With a good family background, he started pursuing Xing Zixin a year ago, but their relationship has always been ambiguous. The skinny young man next to Jiang Lu looked a little wretched in comparison with him. His height of less than 1.7 meters was nothing special, but he had a sharp face and a skinny body, just like the monkeys on the mountain. He drank the wine in the glass, glanced upstairs, and asked, Zixin, who is your cousin? Why have I never heard you talk about him? Xing Zixin curled her red lips and replied disdainfully, What's his background? He is just a relative that my mother helped out of kindness. After graduating from high school, he started to wander around in society. It's not worth talking about. After Xing Zixin finished speaking, the long-haired girl sitting on her left spoke up. Zixin is right. Look at how he looked after he came in. What is he pretending to be? This ordinary-looking girl with dark purple hair is called Qin Lily. She and Zhou Fangwe, a girl sitting next to her, who has not spoken much, are Xing Zixin's high school classmates. Later, they went to college together, and have been good girlfriends for many years. Zhou Fangwe had a baby face and a cute bun, looking a few years younger than her actual age. After drinking a few glasses of wine, she listened to them talking about Xiao Yuan with a smile on her face without saying a word. No one seemed to notice the form in Xiao Yuan's hand, the application form for the new Army Corps, Xing's house, second floor balcony. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan carefully filled out the form obtained from the new Army registration office in A City. Xing Zi rested his chin on the side, and watched him fill it out carefully line by line. He couldn't help but whispered again, "Brother Xiao Yuan, have you really decided to join this new Army Corps?" "Well, what's wrong?" Xiao Yuan continued to write down his detailed information without looking up. "I just think it's too dangerous." Xing Zi tapped the table nervously. "Think about it, the Night Demon is so powerful that even professional armies can't defeat it. I heard that the new army is only openly recruited from people from all walks of life. Is it possible to defeat the Night Demon? Maybe. Maybe you will die?" Xiao Yuan raised his head and looked at Xing Ziyu with a pair of bright eyes. "Then Ziyu, what do you think is the best way for us to be safest?" "Well, we can move. Dad has been thinking about moving recently. He said that the whole family should move to Bianliang or Chang'an, which is far away from the coast and safer." The ballpoint pen turned a circle between Xiao Yuan's fingers and returned to his hand. He asked again, "Have you ever thought that if a city falls, Bianliang and Chang'an will gradually face the current situation of a city?" Xing Ziyu heard him say this. Her face was tangled into a cute ball, and she didn't know how to answer. "That's why we need someone to join the new Army Corps to find a way to defeat the Night Demon. If everyone moves to the inland, who will protect it in the end?" Xiao Yuan tapped Xing Ziyu's nose and explained softly, "Now, go to the refrigerator and get 2 cans of Coke for the future Commander-in-Chief of the new Army Corps." Xing Ziyu stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. "Big-faced cat, you are shameless." After saying that, Xing Ziyu still got up and ran to the refrigerator. "Wow, wow, wow!" In the quiet night, alarms sounded. Xiao Yuan got up and went to the balcony, only to hear a shrill alarm from the house next door. Crash! The huge French window shattered, and a thin figure rushed out from inside, accompanied by a woman's sharp scream. "Someone! Catch the thief! Catch the thief! Woof! Woof! Woof!" A golden-haired big yellow dog also chased after the figure, and chased after the man behind him. The whole street became lively in an instant. Both sides of Mossnan Road were rich families, like Xing's house, and there were not many vehicles passing by. When Xiao Yuan saw it clearly, the figure had already crossed the road and ran into the green belt. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan hesitated and told Sun Wan, then turned over and jumped down from the second floor. Following the barking of the big dog, Xiao Yuan passed through the fence, the road, and entered the green area. The road was not easy to walk under the heavy shadows of the trees. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan had not practiced anything else for so many years, but he ran fast on his feet. He chased for another 700 or 800 meters, and heard a strange animal cry not far ahead. Xiao Yuan slowed down and approached quietly, and saw a strange scene. Chapter 15. The light in the green area was dim. Xiao Yuan pushed aside the branches in front of him that blocked his view and looked forward. The boy who had been running in a panic before was now leaning down, with his hands on the ground, and roaring at the golden-haired dog. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while, and finally the golden-haired dog softened, with its tail drooping and howling a few times, and then it came to the boy pitifully and rubbed his arm like a flatterer. "Damn!" Xiao Yuan saw it clearly from the side. The boy looked miserable with his unkempt hair and dirty face, but his skills were quite interesting. His ability to tame wild beasts by shaking his head was not as simple as lying on the ground and learning a few dog barks. "Paw, paw, paw!" Xiao Yuan clapped his hands and walked out from behind the tree, pretending to be a master and praising, "Little brother, you have good skills, The boy was startled by Xiao Yuan's sudden appearance, thinking that the family had come out again, and shouted at the yellow dog on the ground, and saw the golden retriever, which was just docile, whoosh, and pounced on Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan didn't care about his master's demeanor, And before he could explain, the golden retriever's front paws had already pounced in front of him, and the dog's mouth was wide open with white teeth. Xiao Yuan ducked to avoid the big dog's attack. Before he could catch his breath, the young man came at him with a stick from nowhere. However, he didn't hit him hard, hitting his thigh, which seemed to be afraid of hurting his own life. Seeing the stick hitting his lower body, Xiao Yuan pretended to fall and sat on the ground. The young man's eyes lit up when he saw Xiao Yuan fall, and he rushed up to beat the drowning dog person. Before he got close, he heard a whoosh and a shadow flew in front of him. Ah! The boy cried out in pain, covered his eyes, and stepped back a few steps, shouting, You cheated? Xiao Yuan dodged the big dog's pounce behind him, grabbed the big dog's tail with his backhand, took a step forward and hugged the big dog's neck, and laughed. What's the morality in fighting? Besides, didn't you let the dog bite me first without any grudges? You didn't come to catch me? The boy asked uncertainly. Do I have to lie to you? Xiao Yuan patted the big dog's head under his armpit and asked back. It was late at night, and occasionally a few cars sped by on the road. The wind made Xiao Yuan tighten his jacket. He and the boy walked side by side on the horse, and behind them was a big golden retriever, sticking out its tongue and looking honest and cute, which made people unable to imagine that it was it that was baring its teeth and rushing towards him. What? Aren't you going to tell me why you stole things? You're a defeated general. Xiao Yuan looked at the stubborn boy who was half a head shorter than him, and was skinny and weak, feeling a little helpless. Why was this child as quiet as Xinwan? If you don't tell me, I will call the police. When the guards come, they won't ask you politely like me. They will throw you directly into jail. Xiao Yuan said with a malicious smile, pointing to a security station not far ahead, and began to scare him. The boy shuddered, hurriedly grabbed the corner of Xiao Yuan's clothes, and softened his tone. Please don't call the police, I will tell you everything. The boy, threatened by Xiao Yuan, became much more obedient, and began to slowly tell Xiao Yuan about his own story. This boy named Xinmao is just 16 years old this year, which surprised Xiao Yuan because he looks only 13 or 14 years old with his thin body. Xinmao's life experience is very similar to Xiao Yuan's, but the difference is that Xiao Yuan had his parents to take care of him in his childhood, while Xinmao has been an orphan since he was a child and lived in the third welfare house in A City, living with many other children. 2 years ago, because A City was going to build a consulate for a country called Zimbabwe, it forcibly demolished the third welfare house in A City and several surrounding houses. The children in the third welfare house in A City could only be adopted by other orphanages. But suddenly there were so many orphans to be adopted, and under pressure, the remaining welfare homes began to shirk responsibility and wrangled. The result of this wrangling was that although some of the children in the third welfare home were adopted, there were still a dozen children left outside, and now no one cares about them. Xian Mao had originally entered the first welfare home, but seeing that there were still a dozen children without anyone to take care of them, he finally resolutely left the first welfare home and lived with these children. So, in order to feed those children, you started stealing things? Xiao Yuan asked in a low voice after listening to Xian Mao's words for a long time in silence. This is my first time stealing. I have the ability to tame animals and work in a circus. I didn't steal from his house to feed everyone. Xian Mao gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. The man of that house was the person in charge of the entire plan at the time. It was he who promised everyone in the auditorium of the welfare home that he would give all the children a better life. Xian Mao's eyes were red when he said this, and he tried hard not to let the tears fall. But after the welfare home was demolished, he never took care of us again. The director and the uncles and aunts of the welfare home looked for him many times, but it was useless. He is a big liar. At the end, Xian Mao couldn't help but shout out, his dirty face full of tears. Xiao Yuan stopped, lowered his head and looked at Xian Mao's thin cheeks, sighed, took off his black jacket, and put it on Xian Mao. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Yuan's words made Xian Mao burst into tears. Xiao Yuan didn't say another word, just stayed by the boy's side to accompany him, without comforting him or telling him any more truths. After Xian Mao stopped crying, Xiao Yuan spoke. Give me what you stole. Xiao Yuan held out his hand to Xinmao. I return it. Xinmao wanted to refuse, but when he saw Xiao Yuan's dark eyes, he took out a delicate bag tied with a silk ribbon from his pocket. It was very heavy. Xiao Yuan smiled warmly, patted Xinmao on the shoulder and said, The weather is cold, go back early. There are 1,000 federal coins in your pocket, enough for you to live for a while. I know what you are going to say. Xiao Yuan looked at Xing Mao's cheeks that looked like a big cat crying, and reached out to wipe it for him. I will consider this money as a loan from you. It will be too late to pay me back when you become rich in the future. Xian Mao, wearing a jacket that was still warm, whispered, Where can I see you again in the future? Xiao Yuan stopped with his back to him and said without looking back, Number 128 Mosnan Road, or in the new Army Corps in the near future. Xian Mao's eyes lit up when he heard him say that. Then, I wait for you there. I should be the one waiting for you, ha ha ha. Xiao Yuan laughed loudly, and gradually disappeared from Xian Mao's sight. That was the first time Xiao Yuan met Xian Mao, the outstanding iron-blooded young general in the new Army Corps. When Xiao Yuan returned to Mosnan Road, the yard of the neighbor next door was very lively. The security troops who came to take notes and investigate were noisy, and the surrounding neighbors, who were watching the excitement, people all over the world like to watch the excitement by nature, blocked the scene. When Xiao Yuan handed the bag to the hostess in front of him, who was wearing a black dress and heavy makeup, she hurriedly opened her pocket to check, and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that there was not less stuff inside. Then she smiled and thanked Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan ignored the flash of lightning in her eyes, and went home after taking notes with the security guard. Of course, in the notes, he only said that the property was recovered, and he had no idea where the thief went or what he looked like. When he returned to Xing's house, Xing Zixin and the other 5 had gone somewhere to play. Only Sun Wan and Xing Zi were still waiting in the living room. After explaining the whole thing to the two, Xiao Yuan was finally able to take a bath and fall asleep peacefully. This night was indeed a bit long. Xiao Yuan thought about this while lying on the bed and fell asleep. Chapter 16. Cemetery in the suburbs of A City. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Liang Lu, Uncle Tuban, and Zhou Yi, who came with Liang Lu, saw Xiaoya off together. With the help of Ant 1, the suburban cemetery prepared a grave for Xiaoya's remains in just a few days. On the tombstone was the ID photo that Xiao Yuan found in the archives before leaving the town government, engraved with Xiaoya's name, Luo Xiaoya. In the photo, Xiaoya looked at the camera with a green smile, her eyes full of longing and hope for the future. He gently placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the tomb, and Xiao Yuan's heart finally settled. Liang Lu looked a little pale. After experiencing the rejection reaction of the alien spirit entering her body, Liang Lu, who had not yet recovered, insisted on attending Xiaoya's funeral. There was not much information left in the archives. The contact information of Xiaoya's relatives should have changed, and they could not be contacted until now. This funeral seemed thin and sad. Xiao Yuan, let's go over there. Liang Lu looked at a big tree in the distance. There are some things that I want to talk to you alone. Xiao Yuan glanced at Zhou Yi, who was standing next to him with a stiff face, nodded and walked under the tree. Thank you for burying Xiaoya's body. Liang Lu raised her head slightly, looking at Xiao Yuan with her dark eyes. Xiao Yuan looked into Liang Lu's eyes, his eyebrows frivolous, and unconsciously moved closer to her. Liang Lu, are you okay? I always feel that you seem different from before. Really? Liang Lu looked at Xiao Yuan unwillingly. Her breath was fragrant, allowing Xiao Yuan to clearly see her long and thick eyelashes. What did I look like before? Ahem. Xiao Yuan looked away unnaturally. I can't say. I seem to be a lot more lively. Or should I say, a lot more evil? What are your plans? Liang Lu stopped talking about this topic. Are you going to find a job in A City? If you want, I can introduce you to work in my company. I'm a high school graduate who's used to being a slacker. I can't live the life of a white-collar worker. Thanks. Xiao Yuan waved to Sun Wan in the distance, and walked out of the cemetery. I'm going to join the army. The new Army Corps is recruiting new soldiers. New Army Corps? Liang Lu looked at Xiao Yuan's back as he left, and a faint smile appeared on her delicate and beautiful face. That smile was somewhat similar to Xiaoya in the photo. In the center of A City, the first registration office of the new Army Corps. For this recruitment of new soldiers, the new Army Corps recruitment office has designed a total of 4 recruitment points, distributed throughout A City. When Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan arrived at the registration office, they were shocked by the huge scene. The legendary Triumphal Square in the city center was packed with people, and the scene of people jostling each other was very spectacular. Xiao Yuan roughly estimated that there were no less than 30,000 people on the scene, not counting ordinary people who were watching the excitement, and the number of people who participated in the registration was conservatively around 20,000. Xiao Yuan was still mentally prepared for the current situation. The treatment of the soldiers in the recruit corps was really too generous. Take ordinary soldiers as an example. After passing the probation period and officially entering the recruit corps, the individual monthly allowance is 1,000 federal coins, about 5,000 A national currency. On the way to A City, the young man surnamed Wang argued with the soldiers of the Federal Guard for so long for 50 federal coins. The temptation of 1,000 federal coins is really great for ordinary people. In addition, soldiers who have served in the recruits for 2 years will receive a set of housing provided by the government free of charge, only the right to live, but not the right to buy and sell. For those who have served for less than 2 years and died for their country, the federal government will issue a pension of up to 200,000. Is the recruit unit dangerous? As a recruit unit specially established to fight against the night demon, death will be commonplace. But the generous rewards also give hope to many people who are struggling at the bottom of society. As long as they can enter the recruit unit, they can change their own and even their family's fate. There are many people who hold such ideas. It was 2 hours later when Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan followed the crowd to the registration entrance. At the recruitment office, a young man in formal attire took Xiao Yuan's registration form, glanced at it, and pointed to the instrument beside him. Please stand on the instrument and take the test. Try to relax during the test. After listening, Xiao Yuan walked to the instrument in the curtain beside him and stood. The whole instrument was somewhat similar to the setting of a treadmill. Xiao Yuan pressed his hands on the metal handles on the left and right sides as required. Numbers and various symbols flashed on the transparent LCD screen in front from time to time. A helmet-like instrument slowly fell from above and landed accurately on Xiao Yuan's head. Then he heard an emotionless electronic sound. Zoo's technology, the first stage of the new recruit's mental test begins. Buzz. Xiao Yuan suddenly felt as if his body was floating in the air, very similar to the time when Liang Lu exploded in the hospital. Then, a series of images began to appear in his mind at a high speed, starting from his childhood, and the frequency was so fast that Xiao Yuan felt dizzy. Finally, the picture froze in front of a high school, and a girl with a ponytail smiled at him. Xiao Yuan, aren't you going home yet? Bang! The whole picture shattered when the girl's voice fell. Xiao Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the strings of numbers flashing on the LCD screen in front of him. Why did he think of her again? At the control console not far from the curtain, a girl in military uniform blinked her eyes and put a small check mark behind Xiao Yuan's data. Well, the mental ability is only 3, barely passing. Li Ming, Li Corps commander said that the selection must be strict. You are not allowed to let them off. A young man with glasses behind Li Ming whispered. I know. Li Ming rolled his eyes at him. I'm not a child. How can I let them off in such a matter? This girl was the girl who explained the night demon to several senior military officials at the Federal Command Center branch in A City, and now she is forming a new army corps with Li Shan. Xiao Fang. Come here quickly. Is the data wrong? Li Ming opened her mouth wide and looked at the numbers on the data screen in front of her, with a look of surprise. The young man with eyes rushed over when he heard the sound, and saw the data displayed in front clearly written. Sun Wan, mental ability 20. I go inform Commander Li. Xiao Fang turned around and hit the chair with a bang. He seemed not to notice and walked out quickly. So far, the person with the highest mental ability has appeared. Even the mental ability test values of many elites in the army, the best score is only 12. Xiao Fang couldn't help but giggle. Today they can be regarded as picking up a treasure. After checking the data, Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan confirmed the contact information. The next step is to wait for the notification after the 3-day preliminary selection. If you pass the preliminary selection and then the re-examination, you can enter the new recruits corps. After that, there will be a half-month assessment. Those who pass the assessment will officially become a member of the new recruits corps. After leaving the bustling square, Xiao Yuan suddenly heard a crisp sound in his mind. Driver, Xiao Yuan. Authority level, level 1. Transformation progress, 2%. Current task, 1. Collect a jujube with stick, completed. 2. Collect 2 kilograms of silver, completed. 3. Catch a thief, completed. Task reward, unlock the RV security system. Additional reward, unknown weapon. Hidden task, bury Luo Xiuya's bones, completed. Hidden reward, a small skeleton RV pendant. Chapter 17. The RV was parked in the garage on the first floor of Xing's house. After the upgrade, the RV was still black in color, but the only difference was that the overall color was brand new, no longer in a tattered state. Approaching the door of the RV, Xiao Yuan felt a current passing through his body the moment his right hand touched the door, and the door of the RV opened automatically. Lord Yuga was sleeping lazily on the bed. A small rag doll was hanging on the wall beside the bed. The head was that of an ordinary little girl, and the body was strangely painted like a skeleton. When she saw Xiao Yuan coming back, she twisted her body and made a childish voice. "Master, you are back." "Welcome, master." The doll's voice was that of a little girl of about 4 or 5 years old, and it was very cute. Xiao Yuan walked to the bed and touched the doll's body with his fingers. "Hello, little thing." "Master, I don't call you little thing, I call you Xiao." The doll shook its body and protested unhappily. "Oh, hello, Xiao." Xiao Yuan looked at Xiao's small body and couldn't help touching her again, making Xiao giggle. Master Yuga turned over on the bed and jumped off the bed with a swagger. "Silly boy, come with me and let me show you the new functions of the RV now." Xiao Yuan was overjoyed when he heard this. The detailed information of the upgraded RV was always a little behind schedule. Now with Lord Yuga, who knows everything, he can save himself a lot of effort. Lord Yuga walked to the previous kitchen. 1 meter to the left of the magical dining pot in the kitchen, a door appeared. There was a thin square protrusion in the middle of the door. The material of the protrusion was very special, a little like silver but brighter. Xiao Yuan put his hand on it according to the Lord's instructions. Buzz! After a buzzing sound, a familiar voice came from the door. "Verification completed. Please enter the equipment room." The door opened to both sides. Xiao Yuan took a look and saw a space of 10 square meters. However, the wall of his RV was only a few centimeters thick. How could he explore such a large space? Lord Yuga touched Xiao Yuan's calf with his duckbill from behind. "Why are you standing there? Come in quickly, quack quack." Xiao Yuan came to his senses and walked towards the equipment room. There were several small lights inlaid in the 4 corners of the whole space. The light was bright enough but not dazzling, which made people feel very comfortable. Xiao Yuan seemed like Granny Lu who had just entered the Grandview Garden, with a silly smile on his face, touching here and there, and finding everything new. In the middle of the room, there was a platform with a rectangular box on it. The material of the box was exactly the same as the square protrusion on the door just now. Xiao Yuan put his hand on it this time, and felt it carefully. It was not cold like ordinary metal, but warm, like the temperature of a cup of coffee with residual heat. Click! The lock on the box opened with a sound, and Xiao Yuan swallowed his saliva, very excited. This was the first weapon that the RV brought him. Was it a cool spear, or a flowing sword? He couldn't wait to open the box and look inside. "Is this a stick?" Xiao Yuan picked up the stick in his hand. The length was the same as the wood core that he had peeled off from the burnt jujube wood pile with great effort, about 1.2 meters. The difference was that the stick now had a layer of silver metal on it, and it felt warm to the touch. "You have a keen observation, young man." Lord Yuga flew to Xiao Yuan's shoulder. "It's not just a simple stick. Try to change its color." Xiao Yuan looked at the silver stick in his hand, and tried it according to Lord Yuga's instructions. A magical thing happened. The silver stick turned pure black in just a few seconds. Isn't this incredible? Xiao Yuan couldn't help but pick up the wooden stick in his hand, and looked at it carefully. With a thought in his mind, the whole stick slowly returned to its original color. Lord Yuga shook his head and explained, "The metal layer outside is called Mingyin, and it is the original form of Mingyin. Its ductility and variability are beyond human understanding. After a few days, when Mingyin and the jujube wood stick are integrated, the initial form can be unlocked. Now, in addition to changing the color, you can also compress it into the size of a flashlight." Xiao Yuan was immersed in the surprise of being able to change colors at will, and he changed them like a child. After listening to Lord Yuga's words, Xiao Yuan tried to change the size of the stick. It took him 3 attempts to successfully shrink the stick into the shape Lord Yuga said. Xiao Yuan then noticed that there were 2 characters Tunan written in traditional Chinese A on the top of the entire stick. "This weapon is called Tunan." Xiao Yuan muttered, "Tunan, what a good name." He stroked Tunan in his hand, feeling reluctant to let it go. Lord Yuga had been staying in the RV for the past few days, and felt very suffocated, so he followed Xiao Yuan and soon won out of the RV. Fortunately, Lord Yuga was no different from an ordinary pet duck when he didn't talk, so it wouldn't hurt to let him out for a walk. When Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan carried Lord Yuga out, the RV door closed automatically, and a red light slowly slid across the front window. Xiao Yuan flashed a message in his mind. The RV security system is activated. According to Lord Yuga's explanation, the first stage of the RV security system unlocking includes adding the driver Xiao Yuan's fingerprint lock. Except for the driver himself and the people he allows, no one can open the RV door, except for violent opening. The RV will be monitored by the RV security system within a radius of 20 meters. When there is a dangerous factor, the occupants and the driver will be notified immediately. After understanding the whole RV system, It was already 5 o'clock in the evening. After the night fell, the lights in A City were on, and young men and women were spending their extra energy and youth hormones. In a bar in A City, the whole space was playing explosive music. Young men and women in the dance floor were waving their bodies wantonly, following the DJ on the stage. The chaotic lights, wanton shouting, and free release, the space mixed with various perfumes and body odors became their paradise at this moment. Xing Ziyu sat in the corner a little stiffly, holding the wine glass tightly in both hands, looking at Xing Zixin, who was drinking with Jiang Lu, Lin Zhue, Qin Lili, Zhou Fangwei, and 2 young men she didn't know, feeling a little uncomfortable. Such an environment was too noisy for her. If it weren't for her sister and mother quarreling and being angry, she would not have accompanied her out to relax for fear that she was in a bad mood. Xiaoyu? Why don't you go and play with everyone? Lin Zhue sat beside Xing Ziyu with a smell of alcohol, his arm intentionally or unintentionally resting on the sofa behind her. Xing Ziyu frowned slightly, and said to Lin Zhue as loud as she could, "Brother Lin, it's too noisy here, can you let my sister?" Lin Zhue laughed and said, "Xiaoyu, your sister is in a bad mood, so everyone came out to accompany her. Don't spoil her fun. Come! Have a drink." "I really can't drink too much, sorry Brother Lin." Xing Ziyu politely refused the glass of wine handed over, stood up, and walked toward Xing Zixin in the crowd. Lin Zhue sniffed the fragrance of Xing Ziyu in the air, which was unique to a girl, and took a fierce look at her back, with a strange and obsessed smile on his face. "Tonight, you can't escape from my palm." Chapter 18. Country A, Shanghai City. Shanghai City, which had been occupied for a year and a half, was silent in the night. Occasionally, a gust of wind blew by, making a humming sound, adding a bit of loneliness. Shanghai City, once the first open port in Country A and once prosperous, is now deserted and turned into a ghost town. A bright moon rose from the sea, illuminating the entire sea surface. Ripples gradually appeared on the calm sea surface. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the surging sea water, a strange sound was made, startling the surrounding seabirds to spread their wings and fly. In the sight of the flying seabirds, looking from top to bottom, a huge vortex gradually formed at the surging place, and there was a faint light floating between the rotations. After the vortex rapidly rotated to a point, there was a boom. From bottom to top, a water column as high as tens of meters rushed up into the sky. At the top of the water column, a huge cloud-like object that flickered slowly appeared. It seemed to break through some kind of restriction. It went from light to dark and from dark to light repeatedly for more than 10 times, and the whole object shrank more than 10 times to the size of a small car before stopping. After stabilizing, the cloud-like object surged in the air for a moment and slowly floated towards the city of Shanghai. The Tunan in Xiao Yuan's hand flashed black light under the light. In just a few hours, Tunan became a little lighter. According to Lord Yuga, as Tunan merged with the Jujube with stick, Tunan would become lighter and lighter, and finally approach the weight of Mingyin itself. After Xiao Yuan returned home, Wen Aixiang took Sun Wan to the living room to talk, while Xiao Yuan and Lord Yuga stayed on the third-floor balcony to study Tunan. Lord Yuga sipped the tea in the cup in front of him, making a comfortable quack sound from time to time. He looked at the weapon that was constantly lengthening and shortening in Xiao Yuan's hand, spread his wings and pointed to the front position. Generally speaking, after 24 hours of fusion, it will have 2 additional forms. Lord Yuga stood up and flapped his wings twice. The first one is the bayonet form. The entire front position becomes a 3-edged bayonet, and the penetrating wound caused can instantly make the enemy lose combat capability. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he asked hurriedly, "What about the other form?" "The other form?" Lord Yuga paused. "The whole Tunan turns into a shield that you can adjust in size." "How about that? Awesome, right?" "That's it?" Xiao Yuan curled his lips. "I can't just charge at someone with a shield in my hand when I fight him, right? This second form is useless." Lord Yuga sighed. "You are so short-sighted. You will know the usefulness of this shield when you are on the battlefield, idiot." After saying that, he turned around angrily and pointed his butt at Xiao Yuan, looking like he didn't want to answer. Xiao Yuan was used to the fat fellow's foul mouth, and just when he wanted to say a few nice words to appease him, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. "Hello Xiaoyu, what's up?" The moment Xiao Yuan answered the call, he heard a burst of noise from the other end of the phone, mixed with music. "Brother Xiao Yuan, I'm at a bar on Zhongshan Road now. Can you come over? No matter how I persuade my sister, she won't listen. I'm a little scared." "Xiaoyu, don't worry. Tell me the address clearly, and I'll be there soon." "Okay, let's do this for now," Xiao Yuan said, and ran downstairs quickly. In the living room on the first floor, when Ai Xiang was holding Sun Wan and whispering. Antwon always liked to chat with Sun Wan these days. Seeing that they were talking happily, Xiao Yuan said that he had something to do and left Xing's house. Sun Wan looked at his back for a long time with concern, and Antwon turned her head and said with a smile, "You, don't follow him all day, boys should also have some private space of their own." Xing Ziyu put down her phone, and the music in her ears became more and more disturbing. She got up and left her seat and walked towards the balcony of the bar, wanting to get some fresh air. This environment was too noisy for her who just graduated from high school at the age of 18. "Don't like this kind of environment?" A girl's voice came from behind Xing Ziyu, with a hint of laziness in her crisp voice. "To be honest, I don't like it either." Xing Ziyu turned around, and Zhou Fangwei, wearing a popular floral dress, smiled at her. "Sister Fangwei, why did you come out?" Xing Ziyu had a good impression of her sister's best friend, who didn't talk much, and was very measured and gentle in dealing with people. "Just like you." Zhou Fangwei walked to her side and looked at the night of the city. "This place is not suitable for you." "But my sister?" "You're worried about my sister, that's good, Xiao Yu." Zhou Fangwei raised her white wrist lightly, feeling the breeze at night, and asked, "ZXI never mentioned her cousin before. She had a big fight with Antwon today because of him. Can you tell me about it?" Seeing Xing Ziyu's embarrassed expression, she approached Xing Ziyu as if afraid that others would hear. "Of course, this is our little secret. I won't tell your sister." Xiao Yuan and Xing Zixin knew each other when they were young. As cousins, they often met when they were young. At that time, she already had a younger sister, Xing Ziyu, and part of her parents' love and care for her was transferred to her younger sister Xing Ziyu. The world of children is simple and pure. If losing that part of love is a pain for Xiao Zixin, then the appearance of Xiao Yuan makes her even more painful. The love her parents give to Xiao Yuan makes Xiao Zixin feel even more sad and lost, and even jealous. After becoming an adult, Xing Zixin has excellent grades, and entered the top domestic universities as she wished. Her competitive personality makes her better than her peers, and at the same time, more arrogant. One obvious characteristic is that she looks down on people with low education, especially people like Xiao Yuan, who dropped out of school and went out to work early, as if they all have a taste of poverty in their souls. This kind of disgust is hidden in Xing Zixin's bones, but the good education she received has taught her how to restrain herself. Once she encounters that ignition point, she will explode instantly. Today, because Xiao Yuan, Xing Zixin and Ai Xiang had a big fight, they left home in anger and came here to relax with friends. Xing Ziyu was worried that her sister also followed. Zhou Fangwei listened to her story quietly. It was hard to tell what she was thinking on her delicate baby face. She patted Xing Ziyu's arm and comforted her. "Your sister was just angry for a moment. Don't worry, I will take care of her." Xing Zixin and her friends were playing happily at the table. The music around them was getting louder and louder. Young men and women laughed happily from time to time. No one noticed that in the corner of the table, a white pill quietly fell into the wine glass that Xing Ziyu had not taken a sip of just now. It made an inaudible sound gudong, bringing up a string of tiny bubbles, and finally disappeared without a trace. Gudong! Bean-sized raindrops fell into the small wooden barrel filled with clear water in the Xing family's mansion. Lord Yug stood on the table on the balcony on the third floor, looking towards the direction of Shanghai City in the south, and said to himself in a solemn tone, "You finally came here?" Chapter 19. "Xiao Yu, come here. Let me introduce you to our two new friends." Lin Zhuo walked towards Xing Ziyu, who was sitting in the corner, followed by two thin young men, who looked a little pale. The young man on the left had a flat head, and the young man on the right had dyed his hair emerald green, which made Xing Ziyu frown secretly. Lin Zhuo pointed at the young man with the flat head and introduced him, Ling Wu. The young man with green hair took the initiative to greet Lin Zhuo without waiting for him to introduce him. "Hi, little beauty, my name is Duan Feng, and I am a little famous in this area." Duan Feng's overly arbitrary gaze made Xing Ziyu feel uncomfortable, as if a gust of cold wind had blown over her. She politely nodded to the two of them. "Hello." Seeing Xing Ziyu's cold attitude, Duan Feng did not show any dissatisfaction. He smiled and walked a few steps to Xing Ziyu's side. "It's an honor to meet you for the first time. Come, I toast to my little sister Xing." Xing Ziyu looked at Duan Feng, who was holding up the wine glass in his hand, and was a little embarrassed. I don't drink much, I get drunk easily." "Ha ha ha ha." Duan Feng laughed out loud when he heard her say that. "Everything has a first time. You will have to learn these things when you enter the society in the future." "Yes, Xiaoyu." Lin Zhuo also joined in. It's very impolite not to drink when others toast you in the bar. You should drink a little. Xing Ziyu hesitated for a long time after hearing this, and finally stood up and clinked glasses with Duan Feng, Ling Wu, and Lin Zhua and drank a small half of the wine in the glass. Cough, cough, cough. The bitter and spicy liquid flowed through her mouth, and Xing Ziyu couldn't help coughing. Her little face flushed instantly, and she looked more charming under the chaotic lights. After drinking with Xing Ziyu, Lin Zhua and the other two went to play somewhere else. Xing Ziyu sat at the end of the table alone for a while, and felt her head swell, and waves of dizziness came over her. Xing Ziyu stood up and shook her head, and saw Xing Zixin in front of her surrounded by a circle of people running towards the dance floor. She gave up the idea of looking for her sister, and walked towards the bathroom. Maybe it would be better to wash her face and wake up. Swish. The cold water hit her cheek, making Xing Ziyu a little more sober. She took out her mobile phone and looked at the numbers on it. She tried to read it several times before she could see the current time clearly. June 6, 2078, 21:35. Have I seen this string of numbers before? Xing Ziyu suddenly felt as if she had forgotten something important. The air behind her fluctuated at a strange frequency, and the thin blue snowflake slowly floated and approached her. Click. The sound of the door opening broke the tranquility in the bathroom. The blue snowflakes disappeared at a very fast speed. After the snowflakes disappeared, Xing Ziyu's consciousness, which had just been awake, was occupied by a sense of coma again. Her body softened and fell straight to her side. A figure jumped out like a monkey and steadily caught Xing Ziyu's figure. He carried Xing Ziyu and walked out of the bathroom. Under the dim light, only his emerald green hair could be seen. In the dance floor, Jiang Lu danced with Xing Zixin. Under the chaotic light, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. Jiang Lu turned around and saw Zhou Fanwei pointing at something in the distance and saying something to him. Although she spoke loudly, Jiang Lu still couldn't hear clearly. He looked in the direction of Zhou Fanwei's finger. On the staircase at the edge against the wall, a slender figure was carried upstairs. It looked like the girl was drunk. This kind of thing was too common in the bar, but the back looked familiar. Was that Xiyu? Jiang Lu was startled and pulled Xing Zixin beside him to run over there, but many people were caught off guard and almost fell down. Ignoring the cursing voices behind them, Jiang Lu and Xing Zixin rushed all the way to the edge to go upstairs. Sir! Guests are not allowed here. On both sides of the stairs, young men wearing tank tops and with fierce faces stretched out their hands to stop Jiang Lu's figure, speaking in a cold tone. Jiang Lu! What are you doing? Xing Zixin shook off Jiang Lu's hand. Her face flushed, and she had obviously drunk a lot of wine. Xiaoyu was taken upstairs by a man. What? Xing Zixin was startled and sobered up a lot at that time. You didn't see it wrong? Jiang Lu pointed upstairs and said anxiously, although it's far away, I still recognize Xiaoyu's clothes. It's definitely her. After Jiang Lu finished speaking, he was about to rush upstairs. Seeing this, the young man on the left exerted force with his arm and grabbed Jiang Lu's arm. Brother, there was no girl you said just now. You must have been dazzled. You? Jiang Lu was furious and tried to shake off the young man's hand, but found that one of his hands was as strong as an iron clamp, firmly holding him. Behind the two of them, Zhou Fanwei and Qin Lily came over after hearing the news. Qin Lily raised her eyebrows and said, What do you want to do? Bring a girl upstairs so blatantly? Her sharp voice attracted the attention of many customers around, and they gradually moved over to watch the fun. Jiang Lu looked around. Lin Zhua, one of his group, had gone home for something before, and Duanda didn't know where he had gone. Even if he was there, he and Ling Wu had only known them for a short time, so could he help? Weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Lu frowned and looked at the dark upstairs. If you don't let me go up, I call the police now, and wait for the security guards to come. As he said that, Jiang Lu picked up his phone and dialed the button. Pa! Jiang Lu's phone was knocked down by a slap from the side, and a fat black man with a face full of flesh laughed. Boy, you are uncomfortable in my territory, right? You? Before Jiang Lu finished speaking, someone shouted, Call me, and 7 or 8 people rushed towards Jiang Lu from all around. Jiang Lu, a young man who had just graduated from college, had never seen such a scene. Even so, he still protected Xing Zixin behind him, and Ling Wu also stood beside him to protect the other side. The young man facing Jiang Lu was dressed in black and punched fiercely, hitting Jiang Lu's left face. Jiang Lu subconsciously raised his arms to block, but the young man quickly retracted his fist and kicked Jian Lu in the lower abdomen. Ah! Jian Lu's scream opened the prelude to the fight. In an instant, the corners of the bar were in chaos. Customers retreated one after another for fear of being stuck. There were also some brave people who stood not far away and watched the fight with relish. On the third floor of the bar, there are separate rooms, with beds, cabinets, and bathrooms. The place names in the article are different from those in real life, including various configurations. Please do not associate the places in the article with real life. Throwing Xingziyu on the bed, the young man swallowed unconsciously and greedily took a breath on her chest. Just as the young man was about to take action, he heard the door lock behind him, and Lin Zhua walked in slowly and kicked the green-haired young man on the butt. Duanda? You took my money and still want to touch my people? You are really brave, aren't you? Lin Zhua stared at Duanda with a pair of small eyes, revealing a dangerous sneer. No, Master Lin, you misunderstood. I am just helping. Helping you take care of it, hee. Duanda laughed dryly. I go out now, you have fun. As he said, Duanda turned around with a meaningful smile on his face, and was about to walk out of the house. When he passed by Lin Zhua casually called out, Duanda. Duanda turned his head subconsciously, only to feel a numbness in his body and a strange feeling in his bladder, and then his world fell into darkness. Lin Zhua cursed idiot and turned to walk toward Xingziyu on the bed. Chapter 20. A corner of the bar was in chaos. Ling Wu looked frail, but his kung fu was not weak. His punches and kicks were methodical and fierce. However, there were too many opponents, and he was kicked from behind without paying attention. In comparison, Jian Lu on the side was much worse. This talented man must have lived for more than 20 years, and had only a few fights. His face and body were covered with wounds. The fat black man, with a face full of flesh, seemed to be the leader of this group. He laughed twice at Jian Lu, who was rolling in the crowd. This time he was paid for the job, so he was naturally measured and knew who to provoke and who not to provoke. Seeing that the fight was almost over, the fat black man took 2 steps forward and was about to say a few words to mock him when he heard a cry of surprise from the outside. A figure in black came running towards him and kicked the young man in front of Jian Lu far away. Xiao Yuan stabilized his body, dodged the punch, grabbed the young man's arm and pulled him out, shouting, "Come here." The man also obeyed and flew out in Xiao Yuan's direction, and fell flat on his face. Xiao Yuan's fighting skills were honed from actual combat. He had fought with gangsters in the school since he was a child. His moves were vicious and tricky, and he injured another young man with a few moves. The fat black man looked at Xiao Yuan with a gloomy face and shouted, "Stop!" He looked Xiao Yuan up and down and grinned. "Little brother, you are quite skilled." "What? Are you here to fight for justice?" Xiao Yuan shook his wrist slowly and stretched his muscles. "I am not that nosy. These are my friends." Zhou Fangwei came to Xiao Yuan and whispered to him what happened just now. The fat black man saw Xiao Yuan looking upstairs, and knew that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. He still said, "I will say it again, you just saw it wrong." Xiao Yuan looked up at them, and rushed upstairs without a word. Buzz! The sound of a wooden stick cutting through the air rang in Xiao Yuan's ears. How could these people who hang out in bars all year round not have weapons? But just now, when dealing with Ling Wu, Jian Lu, and the others were too lazy to use weapons to avoid trouble. Good timing. The moment Xiao Yuan took action, the prelude to a fight was once again drawn. Ling Wu and Jian Lu also rushed up behind him. Xiao Yuan moved his wrist, and 2 nan stretched out from his sleeve, and the black stick steadily blocked the attack. Crack! The sound of the wooden stick breaking rang out, and Xiao Yuan's strength did not decrease, and he hit the bar thug who was still in a daze. Ah! The younger brother was hit on the shoulder blade by the stick, and he screamed in pain and sat on the ground. Xiao Yuan pressed on him, and kicked the younger brother in the chest. His kick was powerful and merciless. After kicking him again, Xiao Yuan passed the young man, and continued to rush forward. A young man rushed out from both sides of the front, also holding a square wood in his hands, and attacked Xiao Yuan from the left and right. Xiao Yuan was anxious about Xingziyu's situation upstairs, so he dodged the attack from Fang Mu on the left. He thrust the 2 nan in his hand forward in an instant, and when it reached its limit, it stretched more than 20 centimeters beyond the young man's expectation. Bang! The 2 nan hit the young man's cheek, and there was a faint crisp click sound. Looking at the young man again, his eyes were sluggish, his nose was twisted to one side, and his face was covered with blood, which was a bit funny. He fell backwards. At the moment when the young man fell, Fang Mu on the right had already reached his side. Xiao Yuan deliberately adjusted his body, and took the blow with his back. Humph, Xiao Yuan groaned, and it was obvious that he was not feeling well. After being hit, Xiao Yuan was aroused with a fierce spirit. His blood boiled, and he rushed towards the young man on the right. Xiao Yuan was very fast. He jumped up with Tuanan in both hands, and hit the young man with the stick containing huge potential energy. The young man was also shocked. He knew that the square wood in his hand could not resist, so he put away the stick and turned to run. How could he have thought that although Tuanan was only in its initial form in Xiao Yuan's hand, it could still change its length? There was another dull thud of a stick hitting the body, and the young man fell forward and saw stars. When Xiao Yuan knocked the young man down, he was kicked hard on the side of his waist. This powerful kick made Xiao Yuan fly to the side and roll on the ground for several circles before stopping. The black fat man held a steel stick in his hand, and the fat on his face trembled from time to time. "Boy, are you feeling uncomfortable today? Then don't blame me, your grandpa." Xiao Yuan endured the burning pain in his waist and abdomen, and raised the corner of his mouth. "You have a mouth, is it used to talk nonsense?" Xiao Yuan's words made the black fat man's eyes even colder. He thought today's task was simple, and that it would be easy to deal with those nerds. He could also receive a generous reward, but he didn't expect such a guy to appear. Clang! The sound of metal collision broke out between Xiao Yuan and the black fat man. The black fat man was tall and fat, and he was also very strong. The power that burst out in an instant made Xiao Yuan unable to help but take 2 steps back before he could stabilize his body. Xiao Yuan saw that he could not beat him in terms of strength, so he used a trick and held 2 men horizontally at the moment when the black fat man raised his stick to take the blow. Buzz! Buzz! Xiao Yuan felt numb at the base of his palm. He used his strength to tilt Tuanan at an angle, which relieved a lot of the force. The part of his right hand stretched out a lot. He grabbed the stretched part and dodged, causing the fat black man to leap forward 2 steps. Then he ran straight upstairs. Seeing this, the fat black man was so angry that he screamed and shouted, "Stop that kid!" Xiao Yuan was very fast. He ran up the stairs in 4 or 5 steps and disappeared. The fat black man followed him. The lights on the 2nd floor were dim. The fat black man who had just gone up had not yet adjusted his eyes. Suddenly, a person jumped out from his side. Bang! Xiao Yuan's Tuanan accurately hit the black fat man's neck. The black fat man felt pain and fell down with a groan. Xiao Yuan panted and kicked the black fat man's, but twice before he felt relieved. Xiao Yuan was worried about Xing Ziyu's safety, and turned to look for rooms on the 2nd floor. On the 1st floor, while Jiang Lu and Ling Wu were still fighting with 4 bar thugs, sirens sounded outside the bar. Zhou Fangwei checked the time on her phone, opened her mouth slightly, and murmured, "It's quite fast." Xiao Yuan endured the pain in his body, especially the pain in his waist, which became more and more intense. He walked quickly to the 3rd floor, and heard a faint voice coming from not far ahead. "See you? See you?" Xiao Yuan was refreshed and walked quickly in the direction of the voice. When he came to the door, Xiao Yuan tried to open the door, and found that it was locked from the inside. "Xiao Yu?" Xiao Yuan listened close to the door, and heard a crackling sound in the room, as if someone was frightened and was packing up to run away. Xiao Yuan took a few steps back, and kicked the door fiercely. Bang! 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 After kicking the door 3 times in a row, he finally broke it open. Xing Ziyu was lying unconscious on a double bed, her t-shirt half lifted up, revealing her delicate and cute white bra and smooth flat belly. Under the purple light, she looked as weak as a lamb. Xiao Yuan rushed to the window, and put on Xing Ziyu's t-shirt. His eyes were red with anxiety, and he patted Xing Ziyu's little face. Xiao Yu? Wake up, Xiao Yu." He was relieved after confirming that Xing Ziyu was just unconscious, and there was no other danger. Swish! There was a loud noise coming from outside the window. Xiao Yuan went to the window and looked out. A thin voice flashed by at the street corner in the distance. That figure seemed familiar. Xiao Yuan turned around and noticed that there was a young man with green hair lying on the edge of the bed near the window. Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment, and kicked the young man in the stomach twice more. Chapter 21. A City, 3rd District Security Bureau Branch. Xiao Yuan signed his name on the transcript, and followed the security guard out of the room. Wen Aixiang and Sun Wan were sitting on a bench in the security bureau lobby, looking over here from time to time. Next to Wen Aixiang, Zhou Fangwei and Qin Lili, who had come out earlier, were sitting. "Xiao Yuan?" Wen Aixiang saw Xiao Yuan, and ran over quickly. With red eyes, she touched Xiao Yuan's arm, and touched the wound on Xiao Yuan's face with heartache. "Silly boy, does it hurt?" If anything happens to you, I can. Before he finished speaking, tears started to flow. Seeing Ai Xiang's expression, Xiao Yuan felt warm in his heart. He raised his hand to wipe her tears, with a smile on his face. Aunt, don't worry, I'm fine. The guard just said that I did the right thing and wanted to give me a certificate of honor. Xiao Yuan's rambling words made Aunt Wen laugh out loud. She patted him a few times while crying and laughing. You're talking nonsense again. Do you know how worried Xianwan and I were when we received the call? Xiao Yuan looked at Sun Wan. Her fair and pretty face didn't show much expression. Perhaps because there were too many people, she looked at Xiao Yuan hesitantly but didn't say anything. The concern in her eyes fell into Xiao Yuan's eyes, which made him smile. The pain in his body seemed to be alleviated a little. Aunt, is Xiao Yu okay? Xiao Yuan thought of Xing Ziyu's situation at that time, and couldn't help but feel scared. If they had hesitated at that time, or waited for the guards to come and argue with each other for a while, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't worry, Xiao Yu is in the hospital. The doctor said that she will wake up early this morning. When Ai Xiang comforted. Guardian, I'm really sorry to bother you. My child is too impatient, and has caused a lot of trouble. Anwen took the initiative to come forward and chat with the guard, who sent Xiao Yuan out. The middle-aged guard waved his hand with a smile. It's my duty. You don't have to be too polite. Although the young man handled the matter today inappropriately, it is understandable. We can understand. The boy who intended to do something bad to Xing Ziyu was caught on the spot. After further investigation, we will inform you of the results. Thank you so much. Anwen couldn't help but thank you again. Everyone waited in the hall for a while, and Xing Zixin, Jiang Lu, and Ling Wu came out after finishing their statements. Anwen had a stern face when she saw Xing Zixin, and wanted to teach her a lesson, but when she saw Xing Zixin crying and hugging her, her heart softened and she gently patted Xing Zixin's back, and most of her anger disappeared immediately, as if she was comforting a child, or in her heart, Xing Zixin has always been a child, right? Looking at the mother and daughter hugging each other. Xiao Yuan walked out of the hall, and breathed in the fresh air outside. After a while, Jiang Lu and Ling Wu also came out and stood aside. Xiao Yuan looked at Jiang Lu with bruises all over his face, and couldn't help laughing. Not bad, although he is a little weak in fighting, he is a man. Jiang Lu's injuries have been treated by the medical room of the security bureau. He looked a little miserable, with a circle of gauze around his head. Hearing Xiao Yuan say this, he also laughed heartily. Compared with you and Ling Wu, I am far behind. Thank you too for tonight. Xiao Yuan took a cigarette from Ling Wu and sniffed it. I remember this favor. If there's anything I can do to help you in the future, just let me know. Lin Wu lit a cigarette, and threw the lighter to Xiao Yuan. We met by chance, so you're welcome to help. Ha ha ha. What an interesting guy, Xiao Yuan thought to himself, and threw the lighter to Lin Wu again. Thanks, but I don't smoke. He looked up at the dim lights in the distance. Tomorrow should be a good day, right? Ouch, it hurts. Xiao Yuan protested with a grin to Sun Wan, who was applying medicine to him. Sun Wan held a medical cotton ball in her hand, applied the last spot of medicine to Xiao Yuan's abdominal wound, and slowly reached out to the wound on Xiao Yuan's face. Does it hurt? Sun Wan stopped her movements and looked at Xiao Yuan with her bright eyes. Yeah, it hurts. Xiao Yuan pretended to be wronged and responded, I want a hug to make it better. I did it on purpose. Sun Wan suddenly said something that made Xiao Yuan vomit blood. You. Take me with you next time. Sun Wan approached Xiao Yuan's cheek, and the cotton ball in her hand became softer, no longer as painful as before. Xiao Yuan was distracted by her deliberate words and asked, What did you say just now? Next time, take me with you. Sun Wan blew a breath on his left cheek gently, with a scent of mint and the fragrance of a girl's body. I am very worried about you. Xiao Yuan gently held Sun Wan's hand, holding the cotton ball, and said, Well, I promise I won't do it next time. The night breeze was gentle, blowing her hair. Sun Wan's hands were different from her name, and her delicate hands were slightly cold, which made Xiao Yuan, who had hot hands and feet all year round, feel a little comfortable. Just when Xiao Yuan wanted to get closer to her, a strange cry suddenly came from the side. Ga. Lord Yuga flapped his wings, stood on the balcony railing, and shouted in a yin and yang tone, Kiss her, kiss her, kiss her. Ga. Xiao Yuan rolled his eyes. Sir, you are really a timely rain, you are everywhere. Lord Yuga seemed not to understand the ridicule in his words, and flew to the table and shouted, Lord, I am saving your life, you fool really don't know anything. Xiao Yuan wanted to argue with it for a few more words. but suddenly heard a ringing sound from the mobile phone on the table. Xiao Yuan opened it and smiled. Xiao Nuan and I passed the initial examination for joining the army. He stood up excitedly and showed the message on the phone to Sun Wan, then turned and ran downstairs to tell Wen Aixiang the news. Lord Yugo looked at Xiao Yuan's back on the table, shrank his neck, and lay on the table, muttering, "You can be so happy without knowing what you are going to face. This battle is more likely to be dangerous." After hearing Lord Yuga's words, Sun Wan looked towards the south calmly, and a faint blue light flashed in her brown eyes. After the initial screening, among the 53,482 people who registered at 4 registration points throughout the city of Ace, 12,000 people entered the re-examination list after the initial screening. Among these people, 8,000 people will be selected. After the assessment period, they will be uniformly organized, and those who fail will be eliminated to form a new recruit corps. The name of the new recruit corps has not yet been determined. The logistics, sanitation, medical, communication and other non-combat units of the recruits will be deployed from professional troops to form the recruits. The re-examination location was selected at the Zeus Technology building next to the A's city government building. Zeus Technology is currently one of the top technology companies in A, and the company that cooperates most with government departments. The mental ability detector that Xiao Yuan had seen during the initial test was jointly developed by Zeus Technology and the government. It was also expected that the re-examination would be held at the Zeus building. The number of 12,000 people is too large. The entire re-examination phase will be completed within 3 days. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan are lucky that the test time is scheduled on the morning of the first day. Under the guidance of the staff, Xiao Yuan received a magnetic card that belongs to him. The test code on it is XY00998, and Sun Wan's test number is SN00013. Please line up in an orderly manner and take the elevator to the test floor together. Our staff will complete the re-examination test for the new recruits. As the voice fell, a wall in front of Xiao Yuan and the others slowly opened. The screen that was playing the Zeus Group promotional video also opened with a wall, revealing a huge elevator. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan followed the crowd into the elevator. When the elevator door closed, they only felt a slight shake, and the elevator steadily went to underground. The elevator ran underground for a long time before it slowly opened in front of everyone's eyes, and a brand new world appeared in front of Xiao Yuan. Chapter 22. Xiao Yuan and the other two could not help but exclaim as the crowd poured in. The hall was over 30 meters high, with a statue of Zeus standing in the center. The entire space was extremely vast, almost the size of a football field. It was amazing enough to be able to build such a huge space underground. The walls around the entire circular space were not cold metal, but snow-capped mountains and plateaus. Looking up, there was a clear blue sky, and the bright sunshine hitting the body was really as warm as the sun. Above the statue of Zeus, there were 2 signs floating. One was the federal government sign, and the other was a lightning sign passing through the dark clouds. The 2 slowly rotated around the statue. Xiao Yuan looked at it for a long time, but he couldn't figure out whether it was real or an illusion created by the projection. At the elevator entrance where everyone came in, Zeus Technology staff had been waiting for a long time. 100 people in a team, led by Zeus employees with work badges, went to the test site in batches. From here, bypassing the statue of Zeus, there were 4 metal doors on the wall behind. The staff walked to the door, scanned the fingerprints and irises on the door, and then opened the passage and led Xiao Yuan and others in. The leader of the team was a girl in her 20s, slim and cheerful. A young man behind her looked around curiously and asked, "Hey, little sister, how long will it take for our team of 100 to be tested one by one? Not to mention, there are more than 2,000 people here this morning." Hee hee. The girl covered her mouth and laughed, and replied, "For today's test, the group has been preparing for a long time. Not to mention the 2,000 of you, even if there are twice as many, it can be completed in one morning." "Really? So fast? Can the test be accurate?" The girl's words caused the crowd to whisper. The group walked forward for 2 minutes. The girl finally stopped at the end of the passage. The metal door opened automatically, and the people behind her gradually entered in order. In this room, there are cocoon-shaped machine cabins, with the doors closed. The smooth metal appearance and the complex structure inside all tell the high cost of this machine. In the middle of the cabin door, the gold-plated logo of Zeus Group is printed, which looks luxurious and extraordinary. At the entrance, there were 2 staff members helping to maintain order, and a closed moth technician was standing in front of the computer, monitoring the situation of the 100 Zeus pods in the entire room at any time to prevent the participants from being in danger of life or data errors. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan came to the front of the two adjacent Zeus pods together. According to the girl's explanation, they inserted the magnetic card issued earlier into the magnetic card slot on the side of the pod. The entire Zeus pod was covered with a layer of fine light, like the Milky Way in the sky. With a beep, the pod door slowly opened. The leader girl's voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the loudspeaker. Xiao Yuan winked at Sun Wan and whispered to encourage, "Come on." Sun Wan's always calm face turned slightly red and nodded gently. According to the leader's wisdom, Xiao Yuan put the helmet on his head and pressed the button on the side of the helmet. Xiao Yuan felt that the moment he pressed the button, the entire internal contour of the helmet continued to adjust until it was close to the head and stopped. In addition to the helmet, Xiao Yuan buckled two wristbands covered with sensors on his wrists. After finishing these, Xiao Yuan lay in the cabin, and the entire cabin door was closed at the same time under the unified command of the technicians. Xiao Yuan's eyes fell into darkness, causing him to feel a brief sense of discomfort and panic. This darkness did not last for a while, and a pair of glasses slowly extended from the front of the helmet, covering Xiao Yuan's eyes, and then, the inner wall of the hatch flickered with starlight. Xiao Yuan heard the standard female voice of the Zeus group, "Welcome to participate in the re-examination and selection of the A City New Recruit Corps. This selection is jointly organized by the federal government A City Branch New Recruit Corps Formation Temporary Committee and the Zeus Group." The Zeus Group was founded in the 19th century. Xiao Yuan was listening with great interest at first, but he couldn't help grinning when he heard this. Even at this time, they still need to advertise. Zeus Group is really a businessman and will not miss any opportunity. After introducing the history of Zeus Group, Xiao Yuan felt his body lighten, and the scenery around him changed. He found himself standing on a small square. In the middle of the square stood a federal government logo, and a string of words appeared above it. This test is divided into 4 items: physical fitness, agility, attack, and mental strength. The assessment will start in 50 seconds. All test data will be transmitted to the control room as soon as possible to ensure the absolute fairness and justice of this test. I've heard that Zeus Group's virtual technology is amazing, but I didn't expect it to be so amazing. Xiao Yuan tried to walk back and forth a few steps, just like he usually does in the real world, without any delay. However, this virtual cabin called Zeus Cabin is not something that everyone can afford. The price of such a virtual cabin on the market is as high as 50,000 federal coins. The first level test is about to begin. Please get ready. 3, 2, 1. Boom. After the system prompt sounded, the ground began to shake and crack. Xiao Yuan looked around and found that only the road behind him was intact. Temple Run? Xiao Yuan remembered the game history illustrated book he had seen in a magazine. Young people in his great-grandfather's era liked to play a parkour game called Temple Run, which was very similar to the current situation. Xiao Yuan turned around and ran forward. The ground behind him followed Xiao Yuan's footsteps and collapsed quickly. Zeus Group's underground test data control room. On the big screen in front of Li Jun, the personal information and test data of each Zeus cabin personnel were neatly arranged. Li Ming and the young man with glasses, Xiao Feng, were standing by, with test screens flashing across the data tablet in their hands from time to time. There were 10 resumes on the folder in Li Jun's hand. He looked down at the first resume, Sun Wan, from Shanghai City, 19 years old. Why is there so little information about her? After hearing what Li Jun said, Li Ming transferred the data on the tablet to the big screen, pointing to Sun Wan's Zeus cabin data, with incredible amazement on his face. This little girl, although she is not very old, her indicators are among the top candidates this time. As for her information, Li Ming walked lightly behind Li Jun, pointed at the pitiful data on the resume, and explained, "This little girl has been in poor health since she was a child. After a few years of school, she stayed at home and was taken care of and educated by her mother. Her social relationships were simple. During the war when Shanghai City fell, her parents..." Ah! Li Jun's slender fingers tapped the table lightly. Spiritual ability 20, physical data. Li Jun connected the screen data to Sun Wan's Zeus cabin, just in time to see her jump up and land steadily on the stone platform at the finish line. A crisp system sound rang in her ears. Completion time 5 minutes and 20 seconds, ranking. First. The physical fitness data is 15, which is considered first class among professional soldiers. Li Jun made a check mark on Sun Wan's resume. It seems that after the test, we need to meet this girl. Li Ming turned around, staring at Li Jun with big eyes without blinking, and pouted, "What? Can't wait to meet her? Legion did not refute, but stood up and stretched his muscles. I can't wait to meet the future backbone of our new army corps. He looked at the long-haired girl on the big screen, and a trace of doubt surged in his eyes. Should this girl really be recruited into the new army corps? Chapter 23. Swoosh. Xiao Yuan used up his last bit of strength and finally reached the finish line. The sound of the sharp blade behind his ear was still clearly audible. Hoo hoo hoo. He sat weakly on the bluestone slab, feeling that all the strength in his body had been drained, and his entire lungs were like a machine that was about to fall apart, struggling to maintain its function. The difficulty of the second agility test was beyond Xiao Yuan's expectations. In a narrow alley that was not very spacious, avoiding dangers that could come at any time, the entire 2-kilometer-long journey was full of various tricks, traps, and hidden arrows, constantly testing the reaction speed of the participants. In addition, after Xiao Yuan's thigh was scratched, he felt a burning pain. This feeling was as if he was really injured, which was really frightening. In the zoo's underground test center, the doors of the 10 test rooms were wide open. Medical staff, who had been waiting for a long time, would take emergency treatment to the people who had decreased physical function and were unconscious during the second phase of the agility test. The test, which was almost the same as the real world, often made people unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. People who subconsciously believed that they were unconscious or dead would receive the most professional treatment as soon as possible, and of course, they would lose the qualification to join the new recruits. Regardless of how busy the rescue outside was, Xiao Yuan, who was immersed in the virtual world, was about to usher in the third stage of combat testing. Watching the wounds on his body gradually disappear, the hideous wounds on his skin slowly healed, and feeling his physical strength recovering quickly to the peak, Xiao Yuan had to sincerely admire Zeus Technology's virtual technology. The third stage of the test has begun. Please note that this test only examines personal combat effectiveness. A strong sense of reality can easily threaten personal life. When you can't hold on, you can communicate with the system at any time to request to stop the game. Woo! 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 The ear-piercing whistle sounded again. Xiao Yuan, who had just been standing on the bluestone slab enjoying the breeze, turned around. The whole world turned from day to night. The occasional collision of vehicles, the howling of people, and the huge whistle of the city alarm made Xiao Yuan's blood almost coagulate. Is this Sierra City? Bang! 2 cars driving on the road collided with each other, and a loud noise broke out, pulling Xiao Yuan back to reality from his thoughts. Under a bright moon in the distance, a large piece of dark cloud slowly emerged from the sky. No! That was not a dark cloud, but a night demon. The combat-type night demons could not fly, and could only make short-distance jumps. Their migration mainly relied on the large number of large night demons, non-combat type, in the sky that were dozens of times larger than ordinary night demons. Woo! 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 The night demons that descended over the human city jumped off the large night demons, howling sharply. One of the night demons landed a few dozen meters away from him, opened its mouth and bit a young girl. Ah! The girl's scream stopped abruptly. From Xiao Yuan's position, he could only see the girl's legs twitching from time to time, gradually drying up and shrinking. Xiao Yuan's hands kept shaking. That night, the night that woke him up so many times in the middle of the night, is back again. Just when Xiao Yuan mustered up the courage to rush forward, the night demon got up from the girl, turned around and showed Xiao Yuan his scarlet teeth. Woo wow! Xiao Yuan felt his legs tremble. He turned his back and ran, running as hard as he could, leaving the screams behind him far behind. Until he ran out of strength, he dodged and hid in a small alley, gasping for breath, his hands still shaking. Ah! A childish scream drew Xiao Yuan's attention to the street outside. A little girl in a dress fell to the side of the road covered in dust. A black shadow suddenly jumped in front of her from a distance, knocked her down, and showed her white teeth to the little girl. Have I ever experienced this scene before? Watching the night demon licking her smooth skin with its scarlet tongue, Xiao Yuan knew that in a dozen seconds, the night demon would cut her skin with its sharp teeth, and blood would spill all over the ground. He was the coward who saw it with his own eyes, but chose to run away. This can't be. This can't be. A voice in Xiao Yuan's heart kept ringing, and this can't happen again. Xiao Yuan's hands still couldn't stop shaking. He rushed out of the alley and rushed towards the night demon, who was about to bite the little girl, shouting, "Dirty things, I will fight you to the death today." Xiao Yuan moved very fast, as if the physical strength lost after the intense exercise just now returned to his body again. In his empty hand, there was a long black stick tunin. Bang! Xiao Yuan's stick was so powerful that the night demon rolled to the side. The night demon, which was difficult to be injured by firearms before, was hit hard by Tunin, and black smoke and a burnt smell were extremely unpleasant. Xiao Yuan protected the little girl behind him and said, "Little sister, run." He rushed towards the night demon again. Xiao Yuan rushed out quickly and came back quickly, but was rushed back by the night demon and fell to the ground with a thump. The night demon is a creature. The average size of a combat night demon is only about 80 centimeters and nearly 1 meter high. It has a pair of flesh wings, but cannot fly and can only jump. Its hind legs are slender, and its forelimbs are powerful, and its claws are very sharp. It mainly relies on wings to get into the air before landing when jumping. Its whole body is covered with short hair, and it has a tail, which is similar to a rat's tail but hairless. There is a patch of dark black hair on the top of its head. Crack, crack. The night demon bit the Tunin in Xiao Yuan's hand with its teeth, and scratched his front paws frantically, tearing Xiao Yuan's denim jacket in just a few strokes. Xiao Yuan bent his knees and raised his legs, hitting the night demon's lower body hard, causing the night demon to flip over his head. Xiao Yuan rolled on the ground the moment the night demon flew up, and pounced behind the night demon like a monkey, strangling the night demon's neck with Tunin. Woo wow! Woo wow! The moment Tunin touched the night demon's body, a burst of thick smoke quickly erupted from the contact point, and the night demon's struggling body suddenly jumped back, and Xiao Yuan behind it hit a wall. Xiao Yuan only felt a dull pain in his chest, and a fishy and sweet breath surged in his mouth. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth, groaned, and used more and more strength in his hands. The night demon in front of him let out a last scream of "Gah!" in his arms, and gradually lost his breath. Cough, cough. When he let go of his hand, Xiao Yuan found that Tu Nen had melted a small part of the night demon's neck, and the remaining part was also charred. Xiao Yuan leaned against the wall, and finally couldn't help spitting the blood in his mouth on the ground. "Brother, are you okay?" The little girl in a dress walked out of the shadows. She walked timidly to a place not far from Xiao Yuan, biting her fingers. "Thank you for saving me just now." Xiao Yuan's eyes were sore, and just as he was about to speak, he heard the little girl scream, "Brother, be careful!" Woo wow! Xiao Yuan's right suddenly heard a sharp whistle, and when he turned around, he saw a monkey-like face and a pair of blood-red eyes, coming in an instant. Ah! Chapter 24. Xiao Yuan could even smell the fishy smell from the night demon's mouth. His body was hit by the night demon and flew into the air. Xiao Yuan suddenly regained consciousness at this moment. He raised the tuan in his hand, and just when the night demon's sharp teeth bit his neck, he turned it horizontally in time. Click! The sound of teeth hitting metal was heard, and Xiao Yuan's body fell to the ground at this time. The sharpness of the night demon's front claws was beyond Xiao Yuan's imagination. It only took 2 hits to leave 2 bloody marks on Xiao Yuan's abdomen, and the blood stained the tattered clothes red. Pulling Tunin out of the night demon's mouth, Xiao Yuan jumped up and hit the night demon on the head with Tunin in his hand. The night demon half opened his mouth, and at the moment when Xiao Yuan's stick was about to come, a cunning look appeared in his eyes. Not good, Xiao Yuan thought to himself, but he didn't have time to stop. The night demon's body rushed towards Tunin, and something strange happened. The long black tail behind the night demon suddenly broke off and wrapped around Xiao Yuan's weapon, temporarily freezing Tunin. The night demon without a tail jumped up and bit Xiao Yuan's face. Xiao Yuan subconsciously blocked it with his left arm. After a burst of sharp teeth rubbing against flesh, Xiao Yuan screamed in pain, "Ah!" Most of the front part of his arm was in the night demon's mouth, and the intense pain was transmitted to his nerves, making Xiao Yuan almost crazy. Xiao Yuan no longer cared about the bitten arm, and tried his best to pull Tu Nan. Finally, at a certain moment, Tu Nan broke free. Xiao Yuan swung Tu Nan with his right hand, and hit the night demon's head hard. The night demon, who was enjoying the flesh and blood, obviously did not expect that the strange stick in Xiao Yuan's hand could break free so quickly. The blow on the top of the head made its body tremble, and its mouth loosened. Xiao Yuan seemed to be crazy, swinging Tu Nan and hitting the night demon again, and black ash appeared with each hit. Bang! 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 Only dull beating sounds could be heard in the alley. Xiao Yuan finally ran out of energy, and took 2 steps back panting. He almost fell to the ground. The little girl next to him was frightened by his crazy look, but she still plucked up the courage to jog to Xiao Yuan and support him. "Brother, you are bleeding." Brother is fine." Xiao Yuan knelt on one knee with difficulty, forcing a smile on his face. He could only raise his right hand to touch the little girl's pink face, leaving a red handprint on it. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. But brother, why are you crying? Does it hurt? Let me blow on the wound for you. Mom said that the pain will go away if you blow on it. The little girl wiped Xiaoyuan's tears with her little hand and said distressfully, "Woo, woo, woo." In the distance, a black shadow descended from a high place. Looking closely, there were hundreds of night demons, attacking the two of them with bloodshot eyes. Xiaoyuan hugged the little girl in his arms, let her little face close to him so that she would not look at the surging night demons, and murmured, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I still didn't save you this time, but I tried my best." Xiaoyuan closed his eyes, and hugged the little girl in front of him tightly. The air behind Xiaoyuan was slowly fluctuating, and the blue snowflakes floated around him for a while. A small blue light hole slowly appeared, and a sound like a cow's cry was faintly heard from it. This scene flashed by and was then obliterated by the surging night demon. Sun Quan stood on a high platform with a bow and arrow in his hand. Bang! The bowstring sounded, and the arrow passed through the side artery of a person, bringing a splash of blood, and accurately nailed to the chest of the person behind him. Plop! The young man in black covered the wound on his neck and fell down softly. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. There were more than 50 bodies lying around Sun Quan. Her fair face was slightly red. There were only a few feather arrows left in the quiver behind her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind blew, and the scenery in front of Sun Quan disappeared like smoke. Was the test over? Sun Quan looked at the dissipated scenery. She was about to jump off the platform when she stopped. At some point, the platform she was on turned into a rock path built by humans on the stone wall. It was steep and narrow, winding up around the stone wall. This is a cylindrical cave. It is pitch black below, and I don't know how deep it is. There is a faint wind blowing. Looking up, it should be the top of the cave about 700 to 800 meters away, inlaid with glowing minerals. Shaon Wan, pay attention below. Xiaoyuan's voice came from above. Sun Wan raised her head. Xiaoyuan's body was pressed against the stone wall. He was wearing a black and white dress, and a navy blue cloak behind him. The pattern on it was a little blurry, and she couldn't see it clearly. A girl in front of Sun Wan was also dressed in the same way and raised her hand. A flare was fired to illuminate the space above. Moo! As the flare lit up, a sound of breaking stone walls was heard above the cave. A creature with scales all over its body, and several dozen meters long appeared in Sun Wan's sight. The flare was knocked down by the creature. Xiaoyuan and another thin boy flew into the air, flying upwards, with a slight sound of metal wire friction. Boom! After a loud noise, the entire cave shook violently several times, and rocks fell. In the dim cave, a boy shouted, "Boss, be careful!" Xiaoyuan's figure fell from above along with many falling rocks. Sun Wan's whole body froze in place, unable to move an inch, watching him fall into the endless darkness. Woo, woo, woo! When Sun Wan opened her eyes again, everything around her disappeared. There was no dark cave, no Xiaoyuan, and no strange creature with scales all over its body like an old cow. Her body floated in the clouds, surrounded by dark clouds. From far to near, a dark blue cloud slowly approached. Sun Wan's body tensed up and instinctively raised the bow in her hand, aiming the arrow at the cloud. Cack, clack. A strange language came out from the rolling dark clouds. Sun Wan was sure that she had never heard this language before, but she could magically understand what it said. Are you still running away? It has been like this for so many years. Sun Wan took 2 steps back and looked at the dark cloud. Who are you? Who am I? The dark cloud approached Sun Wan, and the dark blue light above it became stronger. Does it matter who I am? Maybe you should think about who you really are. Sun Wan frowned, and released the bow and arrow in her hand, shooting into the cloud with a whistling sound, but it seemed to shoot into a sponge, without any movement. You are still so naive and stubborn. The cloud surged a few times, seemed to sigh, and floated away. We will meet one day, and I hope you will remember who you are by then, Lord Shabu. Sun Wan's head suddenly hurt, more painful than every time before. She couldn't help but throw away the bow and arrow in her hand, covering her head and moaning softly. The pain seemed to come from the depths of her soul, and she couldn't get rid of it no matter what. Just when Sun Wan felt her soul was about to be torn apart, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. A young man in black and an old jacket spoke to her with a smile on his face. Sun Wan concentrated all her willpower to hear his words clearly. Are you going to a city? I want to go too. Why don't we go together? I can protect you, girl. He said this to Sun Wan with a sincere smile on his face. The pain gradually faded away, and the warm sunlight shone on her face. Sun-won fell softly to the ground with a faint and reassuring smile on her face. Chapter 25. In the quiet hospital, Xiao-Yuan was still in a coma on the white bed. In the whole room, only the tick-tick sound from the instrument room could be heard. Sun-won gently closed the door, and saw a girl in military uniform waiting at the door, with a smile on her face. Sun-won glanced at her, and walked around the girl. "Miss Sun-won, please wait a moment." Li Ming's smile was a little forced. Sun-won, the participant with the best performance in the recruit test in the morning, turned out to be such a taciturn and difficult person. It was really a headache. Sun-won turned around and looked at Li Ming with a pair of bright eyes. With an innocent and pitiful look, "You, what's the matter?" Li Ming straightened his chest and tried to make himself look more heroic. "I haven't introduced myself yet. The commander of the Federal Recruits Corps. Special assistant to the commander, vice chairman of the Temporary Recruitment Committee for Recruits." A magnetic male voice came from the other end of the corridor. Li Jun, dressed in a straight military uniform, strode over. He was tall and straight, and his height of 1.85 meters matched with the dark green military uniform was very pleasing to the eye. The black-framed glasses on his face gave Li Jun a more elegant temperament, which restrained his sharp temperament. Li Jun waved his hand at Li Ming with a gentle smile on his face, his eyes showing a smile. "Did you get rejected?" Li Ming rolled her eyes at him, angrily saying, "You came earlier. Why did you ask me to come first?" Li Jun walked up to Sun-won, stretched out his hand, and said to Sun-won, "Hello, let me introduce myself. Li Jun, the head of the Federal Recruits Corps, Li Jun." Sun-won shook hands with Li Jun. "Hello." She looked very calm, not at all excited to see this mysterious figure, who was said to be responsible for the mission of forming a recruit corps. Li Jun didn't care about her reaction, and pointed to a bench on the side. "Let's sit down and talk. You've worked hard in the test today." Li Ming handed the 2 file bags she had been holding to Li Jun. Li Jun looked at the file bags in his hand, and said to Sun-won apologetically, "Some accidents occurred in this test. This was beyond our expectations. I'm sorry for this." The first 2 of the 4 tests conducted this time went smoothly without any accidents. When the last 2 battles and mental strength tests were originally designed, they were combined by taking advantage of preconceived thinking errors, and the individual would face the battle scene that was very scary in his heart. This is why Xiao-Yuan and Sun-won faced completely different battle scenes. Not only the 2 of them, but also the 2,000 people who participated in the test faced different scenes. The accident occurred in the second half of the test. The Zeus cabin of the 100 people in Xiao-Yuan's room had data fluctuations during the test. The overall signal was disconnected from the main control room for a period of time, and the process lasted about 2 minutes. After the data was transmitted normally, 18 people including Xiao-Yuan all fell into a coma. These 18 people were rushed to the hospital affiliated with the Federal Army for treatment. After the test, Sun-won followed the ambulance all the way to the hospital. After the doctor insisted on confirming that there was no danger, he was relieved to accompany him in the ward. Sun-won recalled the dark blue cloud she saw during the test. That period of time should be the 2 minutes, when the Zeus cabin was separated from the main control room. What did she see at that time? A dark cave, a navy blue cloak, and a strange creature that roared like a bull. Was it her own fantasy, or did it foreshadow something? "Miss Sun-won?" Li Jun called Sun-won again. Seeing that Sun-won had come to her senses, Li Jun handed her the 2 file bags in his hand. "This is your personal information. I have asked Xiao Meng to transfer it from the Municipal Household Registration Department in advance. The enlistment notice will be officially issued in a week." Sun-won took the file bag and rubbed it with her white fingers. "Thank you. He will be very happy to know." Li Jun glanced at Xiao-Yuan in the ward and suddenly asked, "I am very curious. Why did you join the army?" "Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to answer this question. Why join the army?" Sun-won followed Li Jun's gaze, and looked at Xiao-Yuan on the bed, unconsciously tightening the file bag in her hand. When Li Jun and Li Ming walked out of the hospital building one after another, there was already a military car waiting there. Li Ming walked a few steps quickly to Li Jun and whispered, "Hey, why did you ask her why she joined the army just now?" Li Jun got into the car and sat in the back seat. He took off his military cap and put it aside, and said with a smile, "Do you think this girl is good?" "Good, and very good." Li Ming called up the assessment data on the electronic tablet in her hand. "She is the best recruit so far in the entire recruit corps. All the data have reached an amazing coordination. It's a bit unlike." Li Ming hesitated for a moment, and glanced at Li Jun, who closed his eyes. "Not like a human, right?" Li Jun tapped the armrest with his fingers and frowned. A girl who has been in poor health since childhood, living in Shanghai City, suddenly showed an amazing fighting talent after her parents died. This matter itself reveals something strange, so I have been hesitant whether to let her join the recruit corps. But you finally let her join the new recruits corps, and entrusted her with important tasks. Li Jun opened his eyes, and his always kind face was now sharp and amazing. The new recruits corps needs talents in times of crisis. Until just now, I was still doubting my decision, but now, she can be trusted. Why? Li Ming asked curiously. Because of the person lying in the ward. Li Jun said slowly. If you have concerns in your heart, you will not be reckless, and if you have weaknesses, you can't do whatever you want. She values that young man more than glory, and this war. Such a girl will become the backbone of our new recruits corps. Li Ming stuck out her tongue and whispered, cunning and cunning. Li Jun laughed at her words and murmured, if you want to be impartial and do something practical, how can you not be cunning and cunning? Others can only see his glory, but they don't know how much pressure he bears, and how much energy he has spent to form a new recruit corps. The relationship within the entire federal government is complicated. The establishment of the new recruit corps will affect the interests of many people. Once the war goes wrong, the new recruit corps will be in danger of being banned. The selection of new recruits that attracted the attention of the entire news media and the public was still going on. Outside the zoo's technology building, just as Li Jun and Li Ming's car slowly drove into the parking lot of the zoo's building, Liang Lu, wearing a black dress and black glasses, came out from the side door under the protection of two young men in black. A luxury car was waiting on the side. Liang Lu walked into the car, and the sweet-voiced female assistant in front immediately said, Miss, the mayor of Thor Town you mentioned last time has been found, and is currently in A City. Liang Lu wore light makeup today, and behaved elegantly. She looked at the information of the man in front of her, and opened her red lips slightly to reveal a charming smile. Mayor Lu, long time no see. Things in this world often have cause and effect. People who have committed crimes always think they can escape the guilt and go unpunished, but they don't know that the retribution will come sooner or later. Sooner or later. Chapter 26. On June 12, 2018, the recruitment of new soldiers officially ended. A total of 8,622 new soldiers were admitted. The ceremony for new soldiers will start on June 15th. At that time, this station will. Xiao Yuan carried a kettle and patiently watered the flowers and plants planted in front of the Xing family's house. He hummed a little song and was in a very good mood, although his left hand would occasionally feel missing. In the 2 minutes, when the zoo's cabin was out of control, most of the unconscious people had this condition. A burly man cried bitterly in the hospital because his right leg was missing, even though his right leg was still growing on his body. Xing Feng was still on a business trip. Although he had called him, Xiao Yuan felt a little disappointed that he had not seen his uncle. In 3 days, he and Sun Wan would go to the new recruits camp in the southern suburbs of A City. By then, they would have little time to go home. Xing Zixing came home from outside. When she saw Xiao Yuan, she looked away unnaturally. Jian Lu, Lin Juan, and the little girl named Zhou Fangwei were with him. Jian Lu waved to Xiao Yuan and said hello. Since the incident in the bar, the relationship between the two has become much more familiar. Xiao Yuan smiled in response, and when his eyes fell on Lin Juan, they froze. Have we met somewhere before? Xiao Yuan took off his gloves and said to Lin Juan. Last time we came to Xixin's house, we met once. Ha ha ha, this brother is too forgetful, ha ha. Lin Juan responded with a casual look. Really? Xiao Yuan lowered his head, looked into Lin Juan's eyes, and said word by word, we seem to have met somewhere, for example. A bar? Lin Juan's pupils suddenly dilated when Xiao Yuan said the word bar. Although he quickly adjusted his expression, Xiao Yuan still caught his emotions. Sure enough. When I saw him, I was just guessing. Now I can basically confirm that the guy who ran into the alley on the 3rd floor of the bar that day was this guy. The police reported that the person who had bad intentions towards Xiaoyu was a green-haired unlucky guy named Duanda. Xiao Yuan had no evidence and couldn't refute it, but it didn't mean that he had forgotten about it. Xiao Yuan smiled brightly and stretched out his hand. I haven't introduced myself yet, Xiao Yuan. Lin Juan's heart was pounding, as if he was being captured alive. After Xiao Yuan smiled, Lin Juan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and held Xiao Yuan's hand. Lin Juan, Xinxin's good friend. Just when Lin Juan wanted to pull his hand back, Xiao Yuan's hand grasped him tightly like an iron clamp, and the strength on it gradually increased. Xiao Yuan, who was affected by the disorder of Zeus' cabin, turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and his strength was much greater than before. Lin Juan couldn't bear this force. He screamed in pain, and his whole body bent down. His palm was pinched by Xiao Yuan until it turned white, and there was a crisp crackling sound. Xiao Yuan lowered his head and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "You better stay away from Xiao Yu, otherwise, you won't be so lucky next time." "Xiao Yuan? What are you doing?" Xing Zixin came over and grabbed Lin Juan's hand, shouting, "Let go of your hand." Xiao Yuan was straightforward when he heard it, and let go of Lin Juan's hand and said with a smile, "It's inevitable that I used a little too much force when we first met, but I believe that Brother Lin is a good person. You should understand what I mean, right?" Lin Juan covered his hand that was pinched and painful, and forced a smile. It's okay, let's go into the house first." Xing Zixin bit her lip, looked at Xiao Yuan with dissatisfaction, and walked into the house. Zhou Fengwei turned back and forth between Xiao Yuan and Lin Juan several times, followed the crowd into the house thoughtfully, leaving Xiao Yuan standing alone outside the house. Boss! A boy called out from across the street. Xiao Yuan smiled when he saw him. The boy had messy hair and a loose black jacket. The original owner of the jacket was Xiao Yuan. "Xinmo? Why are you here? Don't you have to go to work at the circus today?" Xiao Yuan pushed open the wooden door and walked toward Xinmo. "Why did this kid come here?" Xinmo ran across the street and handed the things in his hand to Xiao Yuan. Against the sky blue background, there was a line of gold-plated characters. New Recruit Corps Enlistment Notice. "You were accepted by the new recruits?" Xiao Yuan took the enlistment notice from Xinmo and looked at it carefully. He thought this guy was just talking nonsense, but he didn't expect that he really passed the test. Xinmo took the notice back happily and looked at Xiao Yuan expectantly. "Boss, you should have passed it successfully too, right?" "Of course." Xiao Yuan straightened his back. "The commander of the new recruits, the one namely, specially came to talk to me." Xiao Yuan boasted with full confidence. Li Jin came, but he was looking for Sun Wan. He was unconscious like a dead pig at that time, and didn't see him at all. "Boss is awesome." Xi and Mao looked at Xiao Yuan with admiration. "We will all be in the new recruits in the future. We will definitely be able to do great things by following you." Xiao Yuan rubbed the back of his head and laughed a few times, then realized what Xi and Mao called him and asked, "Why do you suddenly call me boss?" Xi and Mao carefully put the enlistment notice into the cloth bag he was carrying across his body, raised his head, and responded sincerely, "You were right to stop me that night. I know in my heart that you really wanted to do good for me. I think if I follow you in the future, I might be able to make more money to give everyone a better life." The everyone Xi and Mao was talking about was a group of children from an orphanage, who were unwanted and now lived in a difficult situation in the slums. Xiao Yuan looked into Xinmo's eyes, and his heart warmed. He patted his shoulders vigorously without saying anything, but felt that the burden on his shoulders had become heavier. The night before the departure, Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Wen Aixiang, Xing Zixin, and Xing Ziyu had dinner together. Wen Aixiang kept serving food to Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan, and told them to take care of their health and eat on time. She also held Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan's hands and asked Xiao Yuan to take good care of Sun Wan and not let others bully her. Facing his aunt's nagging, Xiao Yuan could only nod and eat crazily. Xing Ziyu's eyes were red, and she was reluctant to let Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan leave. After the last bar incident, Xing Ziyu became more dependent on Xiao Yuan, and the relationship between the two was as good as that of siblings. She was very sad when they were about to part. Xing Zixin was still the same, with a lukewarm attitude. She was still grateful to Xiao Yuan in her heart, but the relationship between the two had been cold for many years. It was really difficult to make this proud girl lose face. This meal took a long time, until 9 o'clock in the evening, when Aunt Wen strongly requested everyone to take a group photo together, and then they dispersed. Xiao Yuan knew that after joining the army, the days of quiet reunion with relatives, like tonight, would never come back. After dinner, Xiao Yuan returned to his bedroom to pack his luggage, change of clothes, toiletries, and tunin, which had shrunk to the size of a flashlight. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Yuan's door knocked a few times, and Xing Ziyu jumped in from outside, holding the photos that had just been developed in her hand. "Brother Xiao Yuan, am I fast?" "The photos are out." Xiao Yuan patted his forehead and smiled bitterly. "How many times have I told you that the meaning of knocking on the door is to wait for others' permission before coming in?" "Oh, I see." Xing Ziyu stuck out her tongue embarrassedly, then pinched the corner of her clothes and said hesitantly, "Brother Xiao Yuan, actually, my sister, she..." Xiao Yuan carefully put the Doraemon water cup that Xing Ziyu gave him into the suitcase and looked up at Xing Zixin. She is still very grateful to you in her heart, but you know her character, she is embarrassed to say it out loud. I know. Seeing her like that, Xiao Yuan resisted the urge to laugh. I have never blamed her, don't worry. Really? Xing Ziyu opened her eyes wide. Of course. Xiao Yuan scratched Xing Ziyu's small nose. Fake. He leaned over to zip up the suitcase, stood up and looked at Xing Ziyu, who was slightly surprised, and opened her mouth. But this doesn't mean I won't protect her. She is your sister and my cousin. My minding of her indifference does not conflict with my helping her when she is in trouble. Xing Ziyu nodded as if she understood, and was finally pushed out of the room by Xiao Yuan to go to bed. Xiao Yuan looked at the group photo of 5 people, the loving aunt, the smiling Xing Ziyu, the somewhat stiff but smiling Xing Zixin, and Sun Wan, whose smile was beautiful but a little blurry. Xiao Yuan rubbed the photo with his hand and looked at it with some regret. It was a good photo, but Xiao Wan was blurry. Chapter 27. Number 128, Mosnan Road, Ace City. Xiao Yuan opened the car window and waved again to Wen Aixiang and the others who were standing at the door to see him off. He did not get back into the car until they gradually disappeared on the horizon. Sitting in the main driving seat of the RV, Xinmao glanced at the skull doll hanging on the rearview mirror from time to time, feeling a little guilty. Boss, why do I always feel that your doll is secretly watching me? It feels very accurate. Xiaoya has always been curious about strangers, but she is quite friendly. Xiao Yuan touched Xiaoya's fat belly with his fingers and explained. Xian Mao swallowed his saliva. How many secrets does his cheap boss have? A talking snotty duck, a skeleton doll that seems to be spying on him all the time. His brain can't accept so much information at once. Sun Wan sat in the seat behind Xiao Yuan. Seeing Xiao Yuan looking at her, there was a little smile in his eyes that was hard to detect. What's wrong? Xiao Yuan looked at Sun Wan's delicate pink face, and always felt that she was different from before. It seemed that she had more humanity. This metaphor may not be very friendly, but before, Sun Wan gave him the feeling of a humanoid machine lacking emotions. It was hard to see the sadness and happiness that should be there in her. During the time she was at her aunt's house, she changed a lot and became more and more like a person. Xiao Yuan shook his head, put this weird idea behind him, and reached out to touch Sun Wan's nose. You are really good. The application to bring the RV into the military camp was approved so quickly by Li Jin, the commander of the army. This matter was also a headache for Xiao Yuan at first. The importance of the RV to him was self-evident, but according to the discipline of the military camp, private cars could not enter. The third mission of the RV had been issued, and he was worried after all if he didn't bring it with him. The third RV mission has 4 points. 1. Collect 5 kilograms of gold. 2. Collect 30 kilograms of copper. 3. Capture a wild peacock and successfully collect 5 tail feathers. 4. Collect 20 kilograms of rubber. Mission reward. Unlock the first stage of the reinforcement device. Hidden reward. Unlock 3 hidden forms of Minging weapons. Among the 4 tasks, capturing wild peacocks is the most troublesome for Xiao Yuan. Peacocks are in the zoo, but where can he find wild peacocks? At this time, Sun Wan took the initiative to contact the temporary recruitment office of the new recruits, and then contacted Li Ming, and conveyed the request to Li Jin. Something unexpected happened to Xiao Yuan. Li Jin's permission notice was issued in just half a day. Xiao Yuan listened to the song played on the car stereo, looked at the faint shadows of the 2 mountains in the distance, hummed a little tune, and the group gradually walked towards the new army camp in the southern suburbs. The concept of the new Army Corps was originally proposed by the think tank of Country A in order to cope with the new war pattern under the normal state of the Night Devil War. The concept of the new Army Corps was finally approved after a year of discussion and consultation by the federal government. The new recruits corps in the war zone of Country A are not only formed in the southeast war zone of A City, but also in the Liaodong war zone in the northeast of Country A. A new recruits corps of the same size as A City have been formed in the northern border I City defense line. In addition to these 2 war zones, the Western War Zone and the Central War Zone in Country A are also preparing for the planning of the new recruits. Although it is called planning, anyone with a discerning eye can see that if the performance of the new recruits is not satisfactory during the Night Demon Tide in August, this so-called planning will be delayed indefinitely. Other war zones in Country A, such as the Ryukyu War Zone, the Goryeo War Zone, and the Shindu War Zone, highly respect the concept of the new recruits and are building them at a very fast speed. The new recruit station in A City is located in Shuangfeng Mountain, 20 kilometers away from A City. Xuanfeng Mountain is a standard terrain with 2 mountains and a valley. The height of the peaks on both sides is similar, about 150 meters, and the radius is about 1,000 meters. From a distance, it looks like 2 steam buns placed on the ground, so it is named Xuanfeng Mountain. The new Army Corps camp was renovated on the basis of an existing military camp. The overall design is very clever, and is divided into 3 parts. The first part is located on the south side of Xuanfeng Mountain, the second part is located on the north side of Xuanfeng Mountain, and the third part is located on the top of Xuanfeng Mountain. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack due to its natural terrain. When Xiao Yuan and his group arrived at the periphery of the camp, it was almost noon. They had to queue up with the crowd, but the RV was too cool, which attracted the surrounding recruits to look at them sideways. When Xiao Yuan and the other 2 arrived at the entrance, the soldier in charge of the guard took a look at the RV and said in a cold voice, "Sorry, it is forbidden to bring large daily necessities into the barracks." Large daily necessities? Xiao Yuan looked at the soldier with outstanding language talent in silence, and handed him the notice and permission issued by Li Jun. The soldier took the notice and observed it carefully, and finally waved to the people behind him. The railing slowly rose to allow Xiao Yuan and the other 2 to enter the barracks smoothly. Xiao Yuan's ears were sharp, and he heard the guard muttering behind them, "A ragtag army is a ragtag army. Can a RV be brought into the barracks? Rely on them to fight the night demon? Haha." Xiao Yuan secretly clenched his fist, but did not turn around and say a word. It seems that there is a big conflict between the veterans drawn from the ordinary troops and his group of new recruits. In fact, when the new recruits were first formed, someone proposed to use all the soldiers in the army. Compared with the new recruits temporarily selected from the masses, they are braver, more obedient to orders, and more suitable for fighting, but this proposal was rejected for some reason. As a result, the new recruits composed of professional soldiers and ordinary people have irreconcilable contradictions since their establishment. This contradiction will erupt one day in a way that no one expected. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan followed the staff, who led the way to the military camp. This place is located on the north side of Xuanfeng Mountain. It mainly serves as a living area. Most of the buildings are not much different from ordinary urban buildings. Listening to the staff's explanations, Xiao Yuan's team of more than 60 people has a basic understanding of the situation here. This vast area will be where Xiao Yuan's recruits will live in the future. In the center of this area, as the wind blows, a huge flag flutters in the wind. The logo on the flag is completely different from the federal government logo that Xiao Yuan has seen before. On the flag with a white background, 2 silver wings spread out to both sides, and in the middle of the 2 wings is an ancient long sword. There is a clear silk thread wrapped around the blade of the long sword and attacking the front side. At the top of the silk thread, there is a cleverly designed mechanical tripod barb, and the front end is sharp, and the sides are also sharp. "This is," Xiao Yuan murmured, "the logo of the new army?" The staff member walking at the front pointed to the flag flying in front of him and explained excitedly, "This was designed by the think tank of Country A and the general staff of the new Army Corps. It is called Silver Wings. It will serve as the logo of the new Army Corps and fight side by side with you in the future." Xiao Yuan looked up at the flag fluttering in the wind, and his blood still surged. He clenched his fists excitedly and pointed at the flag and said to Sun Wan, "Shan Wan, do you see it? This will be our flag from now on." After the RV was set up, Xian Mao, who had just arrived, was also very excited to see the scene. Only Sun Wan did not speak. She looked at the pattern on the flag with a pale face, and remained silent for a long time. She had seen this flag before. In the dream in Zhu's cabin, the pattern on the dark blue cloak that Xiao Yuan was wearing when he fell into the abyss was the silver-winged military flag in front of him. Chapter 28. A city south suburbs. More than 8,000 people sat in the seats of the auditorium, waiting quietly. Around the auditorium, dozens of soldiers stood straight on both sides of the aisle. In such an atmosphere, many newcomers, who were naturally perverse, kept their mouths shut, and did not dare to make themselves uncomfortable. The footsteps came from far away. Li Jun, dressed in military uniform, strode out from the backstage of the auditorium, followed by 2 women and 1 man. Xiao Yuan knew one of them, the big IQ girl Li Ming. The other 2 looked stern, and they were all showing up for the first time. When the 4 of them walked to the center of the auditorium, the people standing around them all greeted loudly in unison. These people had loud voices, like a bell. Xiao Yuan, who was sitting next to them, only felt a buzzing in his ears, which lasted for a long time before he recovered. The newcomers looked at each other, confused, wondering if they should stand up and greet. The young man with a sallow face sitting in front was too nervous, so he stood up and shouted, "Manager." When the others heard his shout, they couldn't help but burst into laughter, which eased the serious atmosphere a lot. Legion was also amused by his appearance. He tapped the wireless microphone beside his ear to start the signal connection, and looked at the young man who stood out from the crowd and was at a loss. "Young man, what's your name?" Legion's magnetic voice was connected to the speaker equipment in the auditorium through the microphone, so that people in the last row of the auditorium could hear it clearly. It was the first time that the young man was stared at by so many people at the same time. After a long time of hesitating, he said with a strong accent, My name is Chi Ming." "Chi Ming, what a good name." Legion praised. "Chi Ming, judging from your accent, you are not from A City?" "Well, my hometown is in the countryside of Bianliang." Chi Ming lowered his head, his sallow face flushed. "I have been working in A City before, and I heard about the recruitment news in the news and wanted to give it a try." Legion nodded, waved his hand at him and said softly, "Well, you sit down first." Legion walked forward a few steps, and his tall figure looked even taller from the audience. "I know that many of you came here because of our generous treatment." Legion's words caused a murmur among the crowd. His words touched the inner thoughts of many people. He lowered his head and looked at a quiet and pretty girl in the first row. "Little girl, tell me why you joined the new Army Corps." The girl didn't expect Legion to suddenly ask her. After a while, her face turned red. My parents asked me to come because..." She hesitated and continued, "My younger brother is getting married and has been unable to buy a house for the new marriage, so I came." The girl's words made many of the new recruits feel the same. Since 2160 AD, housing prices have been rising rapidly, which has been more than a decade ago. Not to mention in the central cities, even in the underdeveloped small counties, the prices have gradually reached a level that ordinary people cannot reach. The expenses on this item alone will consume the money saved for decades. In addition, with the outbreak of the night demon, various expenses have increased, and life has gradually become difficult. Under this situation, the establishment of the new recruits corps was born from the side. Even though they knew that the mission of the new recruits was dangerous, people who wanted to take a chance still flocked to the new recruits recruitment, hoping to turn their fortunes around with a gamble. Legion patiently listened to the girl's story, raised his head, and said loudly, "First of all, I, Legion, on behalf of the A Country War Zone, the Global Federation Command Center, welcome everyone. I hope you will work hard and show your style in the days to come." As Legion finished speaking, there was sparse applause from below. Seeing this, he didn't care, and changed the topic. "Okay, that's the end of what I just said. Here are some of my personal words to everyone." Legion raised his head, his eyes behind the lenses slightly reddened. "After the fall of Shanghai City, our two most elite troops in the Nightingale Project suffered heavy losses. In the attack and defense of Sierra City, 3 garrisons were beaten to a pulp overnight. Cities were lost one after another, and we had no choice but to retreat again and again." Legion's words made many people in the audience redden their eyes, and lowered their heads sadly. Some of them were from Shanghai City or Sierra City. No one felt the pain of losing their homes more deeply than them. "If you ask me, am I afraid?" Legion clenched his fists tightly. "Of course I am afraid. There is no one in this world who is not afraid of death. But even if I am afraid, I have to grit my teeth and hold on. If everyone retreats to the back, where will our family and friends retreat to in the end? So I hope you..." He pointed his hand forward. "Follow me and be the person standing in the front, instead of being a coward hiding behind others. Want to make money? Want to change your own life? Good. Then practice your skills here with all your might. Save your life for later, and enjoy it after defeating the night demon." Legion waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Today, the Silver Wing Corps is officially established." Wow! The moment Legion finished his announcement, the audience applauded, and Xiao Yuan also stood up with the crowd and shouted loudly, "Silver Wing! Silver Wing! Silver Wing!" The cheers spread far, far away through the auditorium. The sun was high outside, dazzling. The Silver Wing Corps, a legendary legion in the history of fighting against the night demons in Country A, and even the entire Blue Star world, was established in an inconspicuous auditorium in the southern suburbs of A City. Xiao Yuan sat quietly beside Sun Wan. The night light was soft, bringing the fragrance of unknown flowers, and the dancing bonfire in the distance caught his eyes, and made him lose consciousness for a moment. Legion was very good. This was Xiao Yuan's first impression of him. He knew how to unite the scattered hearts, knew what the purpose and needs of this group of newcomers were, and knew how to inspire people's enthusiasm. His words were not gorgeous, but simple and sincere. This group of people, whether for money, future, or to change their fate, or like Xiao Yuan, wanting to protect the people around them, all developed a good impression of Li Jun under his encouragement, and had a shallow and rare sense of belonging. Tonight is Xiao Yuan's first night here. The bonfire night held specially tonight will be their last night as ordinary people. Starting tomorrow, everyone will officially enter a new life. Xinmao, that kid, ran off to make trouble again. Xiao Yuan couldn't find him, so he sat down with Sun Wan to chat. Listening to the person who volunteered to sing in the center, his singing was loud and clear, with the sharpness and hope of young people. The night wind blew. Xiao Yuan held Sun Wan's cold little hand tightly. There was a dancing bonfire in the distance, and the stars were shining in the night sky. He whispered as if to himself, and as if promising something, he said, "I will protect you, I will." In the distance, fireworks rose up with a crisp sound, and the dazzling and brilliant light also drowned out Xiao Yuan's words in the night wind. Southern suburbs of A City, Silver Wing Corps Base. More than 8,000 recruits put on the basic uniforms of the Silver Wing Corps and went to the designated training grounds for training in batches under the guidance of more than 80 temporary company commanders selected by the Federal Command Center. The daily uniforms of the Silver Wing Corps were redesigned based on the uniforms of the Federal Army. The color matching abandoned the conventional colors of camouflage uniforms and chose black and white. The upper and lower uniforms were mainly black, interwoven with several white spots. The designer perfectly integrated the two. The Silver Wing logo is inlaid on the left chest, and the overall look is heroic and vigorous. The military uniforms for both men and women are black pants. The only difference is that the female soldiers have a circle of bright silver and simple patterns on the trouser legs. In addition to these two pieces of daily military uniforms, there is also a dark silver coat with long strips of epaulets on both shoulders, 2 rows of silver buttons in the middle, and a belt of the same color around the waist. In the middle of the round badge in the middle of the belt, there is a bright Silver Wing logo shining. In addition to the daily uniforms, the Silver Wings Corps will also issue combat uniforms and dress uniforms, but these equipment are still on the way and have not been issued yet. Apart from this extremely cool uniform, Xiao Yuan's company is now facing the first challenge, the traditional event of the A-Country Army, running laps. When they arrived at the training ground with a 400-meter lap, Captain Jia, the elegant and easygoing company commander and instructor, said casually, "Everyone run 10 laps around the playground to warm up. Start." "Ah? 10 laps?" The girl in front of Xiao Yuan was horrified. "After running 1 lap, my legs will become thinner, right?" Captain Jia's smile gradually faded, and he shouted loudly, "What are you still standing there for? Run now. Everyone's results will be recorded on the recruits' bracelets in your hands. If you don't want to be kicked out of the Silver Wing Corps in half a month, try your best." At the same time as the recruits' uniforms were issued, each recruit was equipped with a smart bracelet. This small bracelet will send all the recruits' training data to the data control room as the basis for the half-month assessment. Xiao Yuan ran slowly with the crowd. A technician wearing glasses stood beside Captain Jia. On the data instrument in his hand, the data of everyone in the 9th company where Xiao Yuan was located began to jump, including speed, number of completed laps, physical function status, etc. While Xiao Yuan and his group of new recruits were complaining about the training, in Li Jun's corps commander's office, a well-proportioned young man stood on the balcony and looked at the new recruit training ground. He was 24 or 25 years old and looked very handsome. His handsome and almost demonic face was too feminine, which made people feel vaguely uncomfortable. "Do you really believe that you can stop the night demon's attack with the help of those half-hearted people below?" The young man narrowed his eyes and looked at the ant-sized recruits in the distance, with a smile on his face. "I believe in the calculations of Teacher Li and the others, and I also believe in the ability of the recruits." A haze flashed across Li Jun's eyes, and he continued to say neither servilely nor arrogantly, "Please go back and tell Mr. Wu that I will use my life to protect A City together with the recruits." "Life?" The young man turned his head, and his narrow and long phoenix eyes swept across the determination on Li Jun's face. The corners of his mouth raised higher, and suddenly he laughed, "Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha." The young man laughed unrestrainedly until he cried. With tears in his eyes, he stood up and looked at Li Jun. "How many years have passed? You are still so confident, brother Li Jun." Before Li Jun could speak again, the young man waved at him and walked out of the room. "Although I don't know why my father chose to believe in you to form the Silver Wing Army under such great pressure, but—" He stopped with his back to Li Jun and said softly, "Keep your life safe. Don't forget that your life belongs to our Wu family." Duh. The footsteps of the young man gradually faded away. In the huge room, only Li Jun stood at the door of the office, watching the young man disappear at the corner at the end of the corridor, and did not move for a long time. When Xiao Yuan and a group of new recruits walked out of the training ground, it was already noon. They were all covered in dust after being trained, but Sun Wan looked energetic. The huge amount of training in the morning for ordinary people did not work on her at all, which made Xi and Mao envious. He surrounded Sun Wan and asked questions. Just when Xiao Yuan was about to hit him hard, Liang Lu, a person who Xiao Yuan didn't expect, appeared. When Liang Lu ran to Xiao Yuan in a black and white military uniform, Xiao Yuan couldn't believe his eyes. How could this wealthy young lady join the army? Could it be that the rich second generation has realized this? Liang Lu? Why are you here? Xiao Yuan looked Liang Lu up and down. After recovering from her illness, Liang Lu lost the shyness she had when they first met in Tor Town and became much more lively. She glanced at Xiao Yuan, ran to Sun Wan, and took Sun Wan's arm. What? Only you can join the army and I can't? Don't underestimate me. Xiao Yuan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I didn't mean that. I was just a little surprised to see you here. What do you want to talk to me about? You are such a fool. Liang Lu rolled her eyes at him. Our company's training ground is not far ahead. During the lunch break, come and find my lovely roommate Wan and have lunch together. Roommate? Xiao Yuan looked at Sun Wan's acquiescence and slapped his face. Why didn't Shan Wan tell me before? Sun Wan looked at Liang Lu, whose face was full of smiles, and whispered, You didn't ask me. Xiao Yuan, eh? The four of them walked towards the cafeteria together, talking and laughing along the way, especially Xi and Mao, who was full of curiosity about this sudden beauty, calling her sister happily. Just when they were about to reach the cafeteria door, Liang Lu's body suddenly stiffened. She let go of Sun Wan's hand and looked behind her. Her bright eyes turned red in an instant. It's you. Liang Lu's eyes passed over the new recruits coming and going, and finally fell on a young recruit walking towards this side. She screamed, It's you. Before she finished her words, Liang Lu rushed towards the young man like the wind, and her military cap was blown off by the wind, and her hair was scattered. Liang Lu's voice was very loud. Before Xiao Yuan and others could react, she had already rushed far away. Bang! The young man was talking and laughing with his comrades around him. As soon as he heard It's you, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then he flew into the air and flew backwards. Ah! The young man fell more than 3 meters before landing on the ground, shocking several female soldiers passing by and making them retreat. Liang Lu was as agile as a cheetah. She ran to the young man the moment he landed, raised her palm, and her eyes were bright red. When Xiao Yuan and the other two ran over here, they heard a shrill scream. Then, after Liang Lu waved her palm, the bright red blood splashed wantonly. Chapter 29. Xiao Yuan saw the blood splattering, and his eyes jumped. Liang Lu was just talking and laughing. How come she became so fierce in the blink of an eye? The male recruits around the young man who was knocked down were also shocked. Seeing that someone was about to die, they hurriedly ran up to grab Liang Lu. The young man who rushed up first grabbed Liang Lu's arm and tried to pull her away. The moment they made contact, a huge force came from Liang Lu's slender arm. Ouch! The young man screamed, and after Liang Lu shook him off, he fell backwards and rolled on the ground twice before stopping. Xiao Yuan dodged the young man's body on the ground, thinking to himself, this boy is too weak. Can't even deal with a little girl. But soon, Xiao Yuan knew he was wrong. Even if he was prepared, he was almost thrown out by Liang Lu's huge force. Xiao Yuan hugged Liang Lu's arm tightly with both hands, and was thrown around like a pendant. Xi and Mao and Qi Ming, the shy young man from Tokyo Bianliang, were also thrown around. Liang Lu's hands and feet were entangled, and the red light in her eyes gradually dimmed. Just when it was about to go out completely, the young man who was thrown to the ground by her, and had blood on the side of his neck seized the opportunity, struggled to get up, and ran away from her. The red light in Liang Lu's eyes, after seeing the scene, was like a prairie fire, emitting a stronger light than before. She exerted force with her hands and feet, and heard 3 muffled bang, bang, bang sounds. Xiao Yuan and the other 2 were thrown far away like octopuses, knocking down several unlucky people who were watching the excitement nearby. The fighting power displayed by Liang Lu scared the new recruits, who wanted to help. Could this girl be born with supernatural power? She looked so delicate with thin arms and legs, but she threw 5 or 6 people away in a row. Who would dare to stop her? The new recruits, who had just joined the army, lacked the tactical qualities and courage of professional soldiers. After Xiao Yuan and his men were beaten back like sandbags, they didn't know what to do in the face of such a sudden situation. The young man heard the sound behind him, and turned his head to see Liang Lu with bloodshot eyes walking towards him step by step. He had already lost a lot of blood and his legs softened, and he fell to the ground, shouting desperately, Who are you? Liang Lu's fair and clear face was surrounded by a faint red light. She raised a beautiful arc at the corner of her mouth, and squeezed out 2 cold words from her teeth. Revenge. Just when the young man was in despair, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A girl with long hair stood in front of him. From the back, she was 170 centimeters tall and had charming curves. The slim-fitting silver wings uniform made her figure look even more perfectly proportioned. Her long black hair was slightly lifted in the wind, and it seemed there was also a faint mint scent coming from her. Xiaonuan. You get out of the way. Liang Lu's violent eyes flashed with a struggling emotion. Sun Wan's appearance made her feel anxious. Sun Wan shook her head and said softly, You are not awake now. Liang Lu stood there, seemingly struggling to make a decision. After a brief calm, the recruits around her breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Lu suddenly ran to the side. Her speed was even faster than before. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was just a moment. With the exclamations of the crowd, Liang Lu was blocked by Sun Wan when she was about to bypass Sun Wan. It is hard to imagine that her slender arms can withstand such a huge impact. The moment she blocked Liang Lu, Sun Wan moved. She dodged Liang Lu, who was attacking her, and got behind Liang Lu by taking advantage of her forward distance. Sun Wan raised her elbow and hesitated for a moment, but finally gave up the attack she had prepared and chose to hug Liang Lu from behind, locking her arms together. What the people around her didn't expect was that Liang Lu, who 5 or 6 guys couldn't subdue, was locked in Sun Wan's arms and couldn't break free. Liang Lu struggled for a long time, and perhaps she knew that she had no hope of breaking free, so she screamed "Ah!" The red light in her eyes gradually faded, and as the red light disappeared, Liang Lu's body softened, and she fainted in Sun Wan's arms. Xiao Yuan listened to the last sound she made, which was not Liang Lu's own voice, but rather like Xu Ya's voice in Tor Town. New Army Corps Infirmary. The infirmary of the new Army Corps is nominally an infirmary, but in reality, it is a 3-story building with all the necessary facilities, which is a small hospital designed to meet the needs of wartime. Liang Lu leaned on the bed with a pale face. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, and Xi and Mao stood beside the bed. Even Li Ming came here after hearing about this. Behind Li Ming was Qi Ming, who looked honest. This kid immediately asked Li Ming to deal with it. Liang Lu had a vague memory of what happened not long ago. After Li Ming repeated the whole story, Liang Lu frowned and thought for a long time, and then said with a firm tone, Does that young man have an uncle named Lu? He is the mayor of Tor Town. Sierra City. As Xiao Yuan and his group evacuated Sierra City, the fallen city completely became a dead city. There was no light at night, and only zombie-like demons wandered the streets during the day. Sierra City under the night sky seemed to have completely fallen into hell. The night demon gate waved its flesh wings, shuttled between the cities, and made a woo-woo sound. In an inconspicuous basement in Sierra City, several children aged 7 or 8 were crowded together. The oldest girl with twin ponytails wore a pink skirt and had a dirty face. Sister, why hasn't Uncle come back after being out for so long? The plump boy beside the little girl tightly grabbed the corner of her clothes. Sister, I'm so hungry. The little girl touched his little face and comforted him in a baby voice. Brother, it's okay, sister. Sister will go out to find Uncle and bring you delicious food when she comes back. After saying that, the little girl got up and climbed up the wooden stairs, looked outside through the gap, and then pushed the narrow wooden door open with great effort and climbed out. The little girl and her 2 younger brothers lost their parents early, and they were taken care of by their disabled uncle, who picked up garbage. The night demon attacked Sierra City too suddenly, and their family did not have time to evacuate. In addition, her uncle was disabled and had difficulty in moving, so the family had to live in this small basement and rely on her uncle to go out every day to find food to survive. However, the uncle had been out for a day and had not returned at night, so the little girl had to crawl out by herself and find her uncle to go home. She walked along the wall, tiptoeing towards the distance. Just as she passed an intersection, a dark cloud emitting a faint blue light slowly descended from the sky behind her, making a slight sound of airflow. The little girl heard a voice behind her, turned her head happily and whispered, Uncle, is that you? Her smile froze on her face. In her last consciousness, the little girl saw an incredible scene in her black pupils. The dark blue clouds seemed to have life, slowly dispersing in her eyes, and a strange figure emerged in the middle of the cloud, swooshing into the girl's eyes. Chapter 30. September 20th, 2078 Ace City. As night fell, a bright moon hung in the night sky. In the starry sky, winged creatures as big as cars flew by from time to time, followed by dozens of screaming night demons. Ace City, main road defense line. Xiao Yuan looked at the sandbag bunker in front of him with a face full of dust. Bang! A stream of red liquid shot from a very far distance and hit the sandbag in front of him, stirring up a piece of flying sand and blowing Xiao Yuan's face. He spat out the sand in his mouth and shouted to the people around him. The big mouth on the opposite side has finished attacking. It can only spray again after 5 minutes. Be careful. While Xiao Yuan was talking, a three-legged hook flew from nowhere, passed in front of Xiao Yuan, and accurately nailed on the wooden railing. Swoosh! A girl with a ponytail was pulled by the straightened metal wire at the back of the three-legged hook and flew quickly from the air to Xiao Yuan. The silver wing logo on the dark blue cloak behind her fluttered in the wind. Bang! Even with the special shock-absorbing military boots, there was still a heavy impact on the ground. Xiao Nuan! Xiao Yuan grabbed Sun Wan and pulled her into the trench. How is Lu Ziliang? Sun Wan pressed the metal device on her waist, and the three-legged metal claws slid back to her waist quickly with the special metal wire titanium wire. She took a breath and said, he suffered a lot of losses, but he can still hold on for the time being. Xiao Yuan pulled Sun Wan and sat back in the trench together and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the night demon's posture, it should be over tonight, right? Sun Wan's delicate face was also covered with dust. Hearing Xiao Yuan's words, she fumbled in the silver wings uniform on her chest and took out a folded white handkerchief. This is... Xiao Yuan was quite curious when he saw Sun Wan's cautious look. Sun Wan opened the handkerchief, and inside was half a 5-nut mooncake. She handed it to Xiao Yuan. Yesterday, each person only got one piece. You said you liked this, so I left it for you. Xiao Yuan's eyes turned red. Sun Wan's cute face had lost a lot of weight in the fierce battle for nearly a month and a half, and she had lost her childishness and became more heroic. He gently held Sun Wan's hand, wanting to bring her more warmth, and his voice was choked with a few deliberately suppressed sobs. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Xiao Nuan. In the distance, outside the trench, a shrill roar sounded, and a dark shadow rose from the southern sky, covering most of the full moon. On the Mid-Autumn Festival in Ace City, the atmosphere of iron and blood filled the entire city. On June 25, 2078 AD, in the southern suburbs of Ace City, the Silver Wing Legion was stationed. Captain Jia stood on the podium, and on the screen in the front, a schematic diagram of the entire defense deployment in the war zone of Country A was marked. Captain Jia, a cadre temporarily transferred from the Federal Command Center, is not only good at training soldiers, but also quite good at theoretical and cultural knowledge. He pointed to the three-dimensional diagram on the screen and looked at the audience with a smile. Who can take the initiative to talk about the current war zone system in our country? Following Captain Jia's voice, many people below immediately lowered their heads and glanced at him with the corner of their eyes, secretly saying in their hearts, "Don't call me, don't call me, don't call me." Seeing that no one around volunteered, Captain Jia repeated with a bad face, "Who can take the initiative to talk about it?" I can." In the corner, a small voice sounded, which was very obvious in the quiet classroom. Captain Jia heard someone talking and glanced. Who is talking? Report to the captain, it's me. Sitting on the far left side of the classroom against the wall, a girl with glasses and ordinary looks stood up shivering and raised her hand slightly. Is it her? Xiao Yuan was a little surprised. This girl's name is Wang Ruoling, and she is famous for being taciturn. If she hadn't been in the same dormitory with Sun Wan and Liang Lu, he would never have known that there was such a person in his company. Captain Jia stared at her for a long time before remembering her name. Ruoling, come to the front and talk. Don't be nervous. Speak slowly. Yes, yes. Wang Ruoling walked out of her seat and came to the front of the podium. She took a deep breath and said, the war zone of Country A is very wide. There are 4 war zones in Country A. One is the Southeast War Zone. She pointed to the southeast coastal area and the occupied area that had become red. There are 3 lines of defense in the Southeast War Zone, namely the Coastal 3 Cities Defense Line, the Ace Defense Line, and the Shanghai Defense Line. Among them, the 3 cities defense line, Shanghai, Sierre, and Ace lost 2 cities. The federal government urgently established the Ace Defense Line, which is the urban area where we are currently. Wang Ruoling enlarged the stereogram and continued, with A City as the center and Taizhou City and Ningbo City as the flanks, the A's defense line will become the main battlefield to stop the Night Demon in the future. Second, the Liaodong War Zone. The map on the screen turned from the southeast coast to the northeast of Country A. The first outbreak of the Night Demon in our country was in the southeast, and the other was on the northeastern border. Because the scale of the Night Demon was small at the beginning, the Liaodong War Zone did not lose much land, and responded quickly to establish the initial Northern I City defense line. In addition to this defense line, there are the three-city defense line composed of Changchun, Jilin, and Liaoyuan, and the heavily guarded Fengtian defense line. Wang Ruoling seemed to have changed her mind when she spoke of this. She turned the screen to the west. Third, the Western Theater. The Western Theater is the last line of defense consisting of the Western Four Cities defense line, the Pearl defense line, Yinlu, Lanzhou, and Zhongwei. Finally, it is the Central Theater, which is also the last bastion to protect the capital of Country A. She zoomed in on the map. In the south of the capital, there are the Chang'an defense line and the Bianliang defense line on both sides. In the north, there is the Yuzhou defense line with the Great Wall as the core. These four major theaters together constitute the overall defense in our country. After she finished speaking, the whole classroom was silent, and Captain Jia could not help but nod gently. Well, very well said. Xiao Yuan had never thought that this young girl could record the situation so clearly. He looked at Wang Ruoling's thin and small figure, and had a vague idea in his mind. Captain Jia patted Wang Ruoling's shoulder, and asked her to return to her seat. He was in a very good mood. He smiled and said, "Let me add one more thing. The northern defense line that Ruoling just mentioned also formed a legion, with the same number of our legion, called the Storm Legion. We may have the opportunity to cooperate and fight together in the future." Okay, this class ends here. Class dismissed. Xiao Yuan and Shimao walked very slowly and fell behind. When they left the classroom door, they saw a young man standing at the door with a red face, talking to Sun Wan and Liang Lu. Xiao Yuan and Shimao knew this young man. He was the guy who was beaten half to death by Liang Lu, who suddenly went crazy that day. His name was Lu Ziliang. Chapter 31. Why are you here again? Liang Lu glared with her almond eyes, and said in dissatisfaction, "Are you annoying?" After Liang Lu lost control and woke up, she was still full of hostility towards Lu Ziliang. According to Lord Yuga, after the alien spirit and Liang Lu completed the fusion, a new personality was formed. This new personality is based on Liang Lu, but still retains some of Xiuya's characteristics, such as hatred for Lu Hang, the mayor of Tor Town. After the alien spirit fusion is completed, one of the characteristics is the amazing sensitivity to blood. Liang Lu was able to find Lu Ziliang in the bustling crowd at that time, also based on this point. I want to thank Sun Wan again. Lu Ziliang's speech became unsmooth after Liang Lu interrupted him. Thank her for saving me last time. Sun Wan tilted her head slightly, and looked at Lu Ziliang, which made his heart beat faster unconsciously. Oh, I remember now. Sun Wan said, as if talking to herself, "You're welcome. After all, I just want to protect Lulu. Saving you is just a matter of convenience." Liang Lu was amused by Sun Wan's straightforward words. She took Sun Wan's hand and rolled her eyes at Lu Ziliang. "Did you hear that? Well, we are going to eat. Let's go, Nuan Nuan." Sun Wan, Liang Lu and Wang Ruolin, three little girls, walked out of the teaching building, leaving Lu Ziliang standing there awkwardly, neither leaving nor staying. Xiao Yuan knew Lu Ziliang a little bit. He was a good man, with a good family background. His father opened several restaurants, and had some wealth. The whole family was considered wealthy in A City. As for Lu Hang, the former mayor of Tol Town, he was Lu Ziliang's uncle. But Lu Ziliang's family was not close to Lu Hang. When Lu Hang was in charge of Tol Town in the early years, Lu Ziliang's family was also in Tol Town. Lu Hang's ruthless behavior made Lu Hang's father very disgusted. In the end, they had a complete fallout because of one thing, and Lu Hang's family came to live in A City. Liang Lu's dislike for Lu Ziliang is related to his blood. According to Liang Lu, there is a smell in my blood that makes me uncomfortable. Since Liang Lu woke up from her last madness, she seems to have not changed much, and is still training and living normally, but Xiao Yuan always feels that she has not let go of this matter in her heart. The crisis surging under her calm appearance is the most frightening. In a separate small garage at the Silver Wing Corps base, Xiao Yuan put the copper mail by Xingziyu into the task box at the rear of the RV, and the system notification sounded in his mind. Driver, Xiao Yuan. Authority level, level 1. Transformation progress, 2%. Current task, 1. Collect 5 kilograms of gold. 2. Collect 30 kilograms of copper, completed 3. Capture a wild peacock and successfully collect 5 tail feathers. 4. Collect 20 kilograms of rubber, completed. Task reward, unlock the first stage of the reinforcement device. Hidden reward, unlock 3 hidden forms of minging weapons. Master Yuga, do you have a way to remove the influence of the strange spirit on Liang Lu? Xiao Yuan asked casually after closing the lid of the storage box. Of course, Master, I can do it. Master Yuga took a sip of the tea in front of him. Isn't this a small matter? Really? Xiao Yuan heard it and hurried to Master Yuga's side, carefully massaging it with his hands. Then please help Liang Lu. I don't know her current situation. I'm afraid she will go crazy and do something stupid that day. Humph. Master Yuga cried out in comfort, tilted his body with his belly facing up and said, I can, but I need your driver level to be upgraded to level 5. Then I can have that ability. Xiao Yuan's hand that was massaging froze, and he waved his palm and slapped Master Yuga's fat belly. Slap. This slap made Master Yuga shudder. Xiao Yuan, you are getting cocky, right? Master Yuga shouted at Xiao Yuan, who walked out of the RV angrily. You dare to hit my belly. You wait. Bring a bag of cha-cha melon seeds tomorrow. This bag is almost finished. Xiao Yuan stopped walking a short distance and said unhappily, I know. Lord Yuga looked at Xiao Yuan's figure, shook his feathers, and lay down again, muttering, Do you think I'm not in a hurry? When can I recover my true form? Hey. In the early morning, the air exuded a fresh breath. The 100 people of the 9th Company, where Xiao Yuan was, came to the new training ground. Everyone was very excited today, because the new weapon that has been said to help the new recruits fight against the night demons is finally going to appear. Captain Jia stood in the middle of the new training ground. Behind him stood 5 pillars, each about 10 meters high. In the area covered by the pillars, the ground was covered with thick sponges. Boss, are you going to let us practice high jump? Xi and Mao looked up at the tall pillars and shuddered. I can't do it. I'm a little afraid of heights. Shh, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Yuan looked at the 3 people coming behind Captain Jia. 2 of them were holding a metal box in their hands. It seemed that the new equipment to be revealed today was inside. Captain Jia signaled everyone to come closer to him. The young man holding the metal box placed the square box on the platform in front of Captain Jia and pressed the button next to the metal box. Click! A crisp sound rang out, and the lid of the metal box opened from the middle to the surroundings, and finally the equipment inside was completely presented to everyone. A pleasant voice came from the metal box. The first generation of the anti-gravity maneuvering device of the recruits. Please wear and use it according to the instructions. Captain Jia said loudly to the recruits around him. It is well known that the night demon creatures are too resistant to modern weapons, especially thermal weapons, which makes our army very passive when facing the night demons. Through long-term research and actual combat experience, we have developed an anti-gravity maneuvering device to deal with the night demon war. Captain Jia waved his hand, and a young female soldier, who had been standing by for a long time, came forward in a set of Silver Wing Corps uniforms. This uniform was very different from the usual uniforms of the Silver Wing Corps. Although the color of the uniforms was similar, the material of the upper body uniform was obviously different. The overall luster was dark black, and the military boots were thicker. The most important thing was that she was wearing a dark blue cape behind her, which was very conspicuous in the entire training ground. This is your future combat instructor, Ying. Welcome everyone. Captain Jia finished speaking, and applause rang out all around. This girl, who looked delicate, tall, fair and charming, was better as an instructor than Captain Jia, a strict man. Ying was not very old, about 25 or 26 years old, not much older than Xiao Yuan. She smiled at everyone and said, Hello everyone, I will teach you how to use the anti-gravity stereo device and titanium silver weapons in combat. Her voice was just like her appearance. Even if she lowered her voice deliberately, she still exuded a sense of charm. After listening to her, Xiao Yuan frowned and asked, Instructor Ying, you just said titanium silver weapons? Are you referring to cold weapons? The preciousness of titanium metal is self-evident. If titanium metal is used as a hot weapon and cannot be recycled, the cost of the entire recruit corps will be an astronomical figure. Ying's fox eyes were full of charm. She glanced at Xiao Yuan and said, This student asked a very good question. Our new weapons are cold weapons, and the anti-gravity maneuvering device is designed to match the new weapons. Also, she opened her red lips slightly and smiled at Xiao Yuan. My last name is my name is Yang Ying. You can call me Instructor O from now on. Chapter 32. Oh, cough. Xiao Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. People all around laughed at what Ouyang said. Xiao Yuan secretly complained. How can people not misunderstand me if I call someone by such a name? Ouyang walked to the platform and took out the mysterious anti-gravity maneuvering device. Only then did Xiao Yuan and the others see the whole picture of the device. Ouyang held up the device and began to explain it to the recruits one by one. The entire anti-gravity maneuvering device consists of 3 parts. The first part is the basic belt. This belt, made of metal and leather, is surprisingly tough. The material is almost comparable to spider silk in the same thickness and size. The clever design can reduce the burden on the body when it is worn on the body and moved. There are 2 metal slots on both sides of the belt, which will be matched with the core of the entire anti-gravity maneuvering device, the titanium alloy tripod metal claw. This kind of machine with 3 claws on the head and movable metal joints on the top is exactly what is printed on the transliterated flag. It reminds Xiao Yuan of the kind of hooks used by the army to enter the city at midnight in movies and TV dramas. They throw the hooks from a low place to hook onto the city wall, and then pull the rope up the wall. The difference is that this new type of machine with metal joints is driven by the 2 side launch devices powered by fluorite. It has extremely strong penetration power, and can penetrate even reinforced concrete as long as it is within a suitable distance. Below the launch device on the left side is a long box similar to a scabbard, which is used to store weapons. The last core is the device at the back waist. This device is the most important part of the anti-gravity maneuvering device. Ouyang held up the gray device so that people around could see it clearly. This device can provide a short anti-gravity state under the drive of the anti-gravity device inside, so that when the user moves at high altitude, the initial gravity effect will disappear, which is more conducive to combat. How many times can this device be used? A small voice in the crowd asked. Ouyang looked over there and saw a thin girl with glasses. It was none other than Wang Ruoling, who explained the situation of each war zone in class. Ouyang placed the device on the platform and said, according to the measurement of the Federal Equipment Research Center, the energy provided by the fluorite in the anti-gravity device can enable the device to operate continuously for 20,000 times, and the fluorite energy of the alloy claw of the launch device can sustain 50,000 launches. When the energy is almost exhausted, the fluorite block must be replaced to continue to operate. After explaining the whole device, Ouyang smiled at the new recruits of the 9th Company. So, who would like to be the first to try the new device? Don't worry, just use it to fly up to the pillars more than 10 meters high. It's very simple. Seeing that the new recruits all quietly took a step back, she continued kindly. It's okay. Even if you fall, there are sponges underneath, so you won't get hurt. As soon as she finished speaking, the new recruits became even more scared. Who can guarantee that they will be completely fine after falling from such a high place? If they broke their arms and legs, they would not have to train anymore, and they could just lie down and wait for the night demon to come. Ouyang shook her head in disappointment. Since no one wants to come, why don't you, the boy who just spoke, be the first one? Xiao Yuan was stunned, looked around and pointed at his nose. Oh, Instructor Ouyang, are you talking about me? Captain Jia stood aside with a blank expression and shouted loudly. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Follow the order. Whether he was willing or not, Xiao Yuan put on the whole set of equipment with the help of Ouyang. The equipment was not as heavy as Xiao Yuan imagined, probably because of the material. After she finished dressing, Ouyang came to her, untied the dark blue cape behind her, and put it on Xiao Yuan. She was very close to Xiao Yuan, so close that he could clearly see her thick eyelashes and smell her fragrance. Xiao Yuan felt his throat tighten a little, and wanted to cough unconsciously. When he was daydreaming, he felt a sharp gaze from the crowd poking at him. He looked over and saw Sun Wan's expressionless face staring at him, with a cold look in her eyes. Gulp! Xiao Yuan swallowed his saliva and smiled at her quickly, not thinking about it anymore. After everything was ready, Ouyang opened another box and took out the weapons. For the recruits living in modern cities, the era of cold weapons was a term that only existed in history books. When Ouyang took out the weapon, many people took a breath of cold air. The weapon was 1.2 meters long, and the handle was similar to that of an ordinary sword. It was wrapped with non-slip cloth made of unknown material. The handguard was relatively small. Looking down, the weapon looked a bit like a utility knife. The blade was straight, and there was a slanted design at the tip. The blade reflected a chilling light in the sun. What surprised Xiao Yuan secretly was that the entire blade was coated with a layer of Ming silver. Although it was Ming silver that was diluted many times, Xiao Yuan was too familiar with this material that was always around him. Why did the government have Ming silver? Didn't Lord Yuga say that this material was not something that humans could understand? Why can't it be used on the blade now? Xiao Yuan's thoughts were interrupted by Ouyang Ying's voice. Ouyang Ying led Xiao Yuan to the front of the 5 pillars, asked the recruits to retreat 5 steps away from here, and repeated the method of using the 3-dimensional device. Xiao Yuan listened carefully to her and nodded. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and looked up. Hundreds of people behind him were also watching whether he could use the anti-gravity maneuvering device well. The dark blue cape behind him fluttered slowly in the wind. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and activated the device on his body. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 sharp whistles cut through the air, rising from both sides of Xiao Yuan and rushing towards the wooden pillar in the middle. The speed was so fast that the surrounding recruits exclaimed. Bang! Bang! The metal claws were firmly nailed into it. Xiao Yuan quickly activated the anti-gravity device and felt his body lighten, as if the weight on his body was removed in an instant. Then Xiao Yuan's body was pulled into the air by the launch device. Whoosh whoosh! The fierce wind whistled in Xiao Yuan's ears. The wooden pillar that was originally unreachable in his eyes was getting closer and closer. He looked up and felt that he was flying in the sky. He couldn't help but let out a long whistle. Oh! Seeing Xiao Yuan's figure flying into the air in an instant, the people around him couldn't help but shout out. Xi and Mao scratched his head and regretted that he would have been so good if he had just gone up. He shouted excitedly, "Boss, you are so handsome." During the flight, Xiao Yuan pulled out the silver sword under him. The silver sword in his right hand passed through the air, leaving a silver glow, which complemented the logo of the Silver Wing Legion on the dark blue cloak behind him. Under the blue sky, the silver blade rose up with the wind. Chapter 33. Bang! The military boots landed on the side of the wooden pillar. Under the balance of the titanium alloy wire, Xiao Yuan stood sideways, feeling the strong wind coming from the height. He suddenly felt that he had made the right choice to join the recruit corps, but Xiao Yuan now faced a problem. How should he get down? Ouyang Ying, who was smiling brightly below, pointed at the mobile device on Xiao Yuan's body. First take out one side of the alloy claw and shoot it to a low place, then take out the other one and accurately launch the latter one to the correct position at the moment when the body lands. Xiao Yuan, He looked down, looking embarrassed. Oh, Instructor Ouyang, the operation you are talking about is too complicated. I can't do it. Ouyang Ying's face sank. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Xiao Yuan hugged the pillar with both hands, looking tired. This is really too difficult. I still want to keep my body useful to stop the night demon. Seeing him like this, Ouyang Ying couldn't hold back her face and stopped teasing him. She waved to the outside of the training ground. 2 people who had been waiting there brought in a ladder. Xiao Yuan, the first person in the 9th company to use the anti-gravity maneuvering device to fly into the sky, climbed down the ladder in a not-so-cool way. The moment he landed, Xiao Yuan couldn't help rubbing the maneuvering device on his body. This set of equipment that can help ordinary soldiers fly into the sky is really irresistible. Ouyang Ying walked out and raised her head slightly to look at Xiao Yuan, patting his shoulder in appreciation. It's great that you can use the maneuvering device to this extent for the first time. She changed her tone and continued, also, call me Instructor O, not Instructor Ouyang. Xiao Yuan's face became serious. Okay, Instructor Ouyang. After Xiao Yuan's attempt, the new recruit's interest in the maneuvering device increased greatly, but Ouyang Ying did not let more people try it, but explained the secrets of the Night Demon to everyone. As we all know, the Night Devil is extremely resistant to hot weapons. Even excellent soldiers often kill Night Devil with a 5-to-1 death ratio in battle. The reason for this is not only that Night Devil itself restrains hot weapons, but also the Night Devil's cry. When Sierra City fell, Xiao Yuan had heard the Night Devil's cry, which was harsh and sharp, and he would have a headache after hearing it. The Night Devil's cry is extremely destructive to ordinary soldiers. The mildest ones will have an unbearable headache, and the severe ones will fall into a coma or even brain death. This situation is very common among trained professional soldiers, and most soldiers will face this situation. After a long period of testing and research, the think tank of Country A and the official scientific research institutions found that many people in the general public would have a very good resistance to this kind of sound, such as Xiao Yuan. Therefore, using civilians to form a new army became an inevitable choice, which was also the starting point for the think tank of Country A to propose the formation of a new army. The resistance of the Night Demon to hot weapons made the federal government turn its attention to cold weapons. At this time, a new type of metal appeared, titanium silver. The origin of this magical metal is unknown, the source has not been announced, and it is a top secret, but it can have a fatal blow to the Night Demon, and the public was excited for a while. Someone once suggested that wrapping this metal on bullets and using it in current hot weapons would produce great power, but unfortunately this suggestion was rejected. First, this metal is very expensive. There are only 2 units in the Southeast War Zone and Liaodong War Zone in Country A, and it cannot be mass-produced. Second, after testing the physical test of capturing the Night Demon in the Nightingale Project, the titanium silver metal will gradually dissipate after staying in the Night Demon's body for more than a few minutes, and it cannot be used in hot weapons. Ouyang Ying's words finally made the recruits understand the reason for the formation of the new recruit corps, including Xiao Yuan, who was still confused before joining the army. Why should recruits be selected from the general public when there are more professional armies? Now it seems that this decision is indeed the most rational. After finishing this course, the recruits of the 9th Company walked out of the venue in 2s and 3s. Xiao Yuan walked quickly to Sun Wan and said to her with a smile, "Xiao Wan, let's go to the cafeteria to eat together later. I heard that there is a new cook there." Sun Wan seemed to have not heard him, and walked away with Liang Lu and Wang Ruoling, ignoring him. Liang Lu covered her mouth and chuckled maliciously. "Hey, isn't this our little hero, who can fly all the way to the world? If you didn't have the wind and fire wheels under your feet, we would have made a mistake. How about it? Does Instructor O look good?" Xiao Yuan saw Liang Lu exposing his shortcomings without giving him face, and his old face turned red. "Hey, I just took a look, I didn't mean it." Sun Wan turned her brown eyes to look at Xiao Yuan. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a clear voice coming from the front. "Lulu, I finally found you." Sun Wan and Xiao Yuan were attracted by the voice. Zhou Yi, who was wearing a neat suit and black framed glasses with thin metal rims, was looking at Liang Lu with surprise. He walked quickly to Liang Lu and reached out to hug her. Liang Lu took a step back without leaving a trace. "Zhou Yi, we meet again." She put on a distant and polite smile on her face and greeted Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi froze, but he quickly controlled his emotions. The surprise and anger on his face disappeared in just a moment. "Yes, my uncle, and I came to the new army base to do some work. I knew you were here, so I wanted to come and talk to you. I know you don't have training courses in the afternoon, so you must have time." Liang Lu's mouth moved, and finally nodded. "Well, I have time, but I have to go back to the dormitory with my roommate first. Then I go with you. I wait for you downstairs," Zhou Yi said hurriedly and attentively. After confirming Liang Lu's agreement, Zhou Yi seemed to have just discovered Xiao Yuan and greeted him exaggeratedly. Xiao Yuan and Xi and Mao saw Zhou Yi running around, and they couldn't say anything. They greeted the 3 women and walked towards the male soldiers' dormitory area. The facilities at the station of the new recruits corps were indeed first class. Xiao Yuan's dormitory standard was 4 people living in one room, but their dormitory was not full, and there was only a young man named Zhu Kaiyuan living here, a total of 3 people. "Boy, I think you are looking for death." "Beat me. Mind your own business? You want to mind your own business? How dare you mind our civilian affairs?" When Xiao Yuan and his companions passed by the empty space between 2 dormitory buildings, they heard a burst of scolding and a young man's cry of pain. You can just bully people casually, but it's not okay." "Ah!" Another cry of pain came, but the man who was beaten was tough, and he still refused to give in even in this state. "Wang Ruofei, you kid really won't cry until you see the coffin." "Wang Ruofei? This name is familiar." Xiao Yuan followed the voice and walked inside. At the end, a young man was beaten and lying on the ground. His fists were clenched tightly. Although his face was bruised, he could still tell who he was. Xiao Yuan was happy when he saw him. Isn't this the troubled young man Wang Ruofei, who dared to stand up and complain when facing the private charging stamps set by federal security soldiers? It seems that his temper has not changed. Xiao Yuan coughed and said, "Brothers in front, please stop." Xiao Yuan's voice made the 4 people who were punching and kicking stop and look at Xiao Yuan at the same time. The red-faced young man in the lead spit on the ground. "Who are you? Stop meddling in other people's business." Xiao Yuan gently moved his wrist and said with a smile, "The one on the ground is my friend." The young man looked behind Xiao Yuan and saw only a skinny boy. He grinned. "You are the friend of this rubbish? Brothers, get rid of him together." As soon as the young man finished speaking, the 4 people shouted and rushed towards Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan laughed loudly and rushed towards the 4 people with a gust of wind. There was a crisp click sound, followed by a pig-killing cry. "Ah!" Chapter 34. The young man in the front covered his hand and fell down. Xiao Yuan dodged the kick of the man behind him flexibly and attacked him from the back with his elbow bent. The man was also smart and dodged the attack before Xiao Yuan's attack. Before he could be happy, he was kicked in the face by Shimao, who came from behind. After Shimao left the orphanage and wandered around, he was bullied by these thugs. Seeing that these people were not good people, he was also angry and kicked the young man, causing blood to flow from his nose and mouth. The red-faced young man who was leading the group rushed over aggressively, but he didn't expect to be knocked down by two people before he did anything. He rushed toward Xiao Yuan with his fists waving vigorously, shouting to encourage himself. Bang! Xiao Yuan didn't dodge this time, but took his punch head-on. The red-faced young man felt a burning pain on his fist after the first fight. Xiao Yuan didn't give him much time to react, and rushed forward and punched the young man one by one. Bang! 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 After continuous fighting, the young man finally couldn't resist Xiao Yuan's continuous attack, and was hit on the chin by Xiao Yuan's fist. The young man felt a buzzing sound in his head, and he fell backwards with his eyes rolled up. The remaining thin young man saw that his boss was beaten without any ability to fight back, swallowed his saliva, looked around, and was hesitating about what to do. Seeing Xiao Yuan's eyes looking at him, his body trembled. You don't mess around, this is a military camp, be careful. You carry these people on the ground away, Xiao Yuan said, ignoring him and walked inside. Wang Ruofei, who was lying on the ground, tried hard to get up, but felt a sharp pain in his arm, and fell back to the ground with a thump. Wang Ruofei gritted his teeth and raised his head and struggled to get up, and saw a hand stretched out in front of him, Xiao Yuan's hand. Xiao Yuan smiled brightly and said to him with a smile, Do you need help? The alley was a little dark, and Wang Ruofei could not see Xiao Yuan's appearance. He could only see the light coming through behind him. Wang Ruofei reached out and held Xiao Yuan's hand, and stood up with Xiao Yuan's help. It seems like every time I see you, you're in trouble. Xiao Yuan helped Wang Ruofei out of the alley, and walked towards the infirmary. You are? Wang Ruofei looked at Xiao Yuan's face, and recalled carefully for a long time, but couldn't remember where he had seen this agile young man. On the highway from Sheer City to A City, you had an argument with the guys who set up private checkpoints in the garrison. I was behind you at the time. Seeing Wang Ruofei's confusion, Xiao Yuan explained to him. Later, everyone was on the road, so it was normal that you didn't see me. Oh, it was that time. Wang Ruofei declined Xiao Yuan's offer to help him, and walked forward with gritted teeth. They set up a private checkpoint, which is wrong in the first place. I can't just ignore it when I see it. What about this time? Xiao Yuan looked at Wang Ruofei, whose face was bruised and covered with scars. Is it because of injustice this time? Wang Ruofei looked at Xiao Yuan and Shimao beside him, hesitated, and said, I guess so, they are from the Civilian Association. Civilian Association? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows. Why have I never heard of this organization? They. Cough cough. Wang Ruofei coughed twice, and covered his chest. They are a group of guys who claim to represent civilians. I only learned about them recently through the four of them. Wang Ruofei's statement was intermittent, but he finally made the whole story clear. According to the red-faced young man Duan Fei, the Civilian Association is an organization formed by ordinary people from the bottom of society. Its purpose is to unite and pursue social fairness and justice, and to find a way out for the bottom of the people. The four people had just joined the Civilian Association not long ago, and they were recruiting people everywhere. Wang Ruofei's sister was harassed by them to join the group. In addition, they have formed a large group and often bully the weak and timid recruits in the entire group of recruits to hunt for money. Once Wang Ruofei saw them, and they had a conflict. Later, Wang Ruofei hindered them from recruiting new members several times, which led to what happened today. Thank you so much today, but I'm afraid they get hurt and cause you trouble. Wang Ruofei came to the door of the infirmary, and said apologetically. It's okay, it's okay. Xiao Yuan waved his hand. They are not right in this matter, and they dare not go to the company to say it, don't worry. The reason why Xiao Yuan acted ruthlessly was also considering this point. As for their private revenge, with the mediocre skills of those few people, what can they achieve? If something like this happens again, don't rush forward with your head down, Xiao Yuan said to Wang Ruofei before leaving. Wang Ruofei turned around and looked at Xiao Yuan firmly. I can't pretend not to see anything unfair. Seeing him say this, Xiao Yuan just smiled and didn't refute him. This person is so upright and dares to stand up for others. It is very rare. Xiao Yuan admired him since the first meeting, but he didn't agree with his way of handling it. Many things can be solved in a more peaceful way. If you just fight and fight without considering the strength between the enemy and you, it's like facing 3 soldiers with live ammunition and still sticking your neck out to argue. It is undoubtedly risking your life. Xiao Yuan and Wang Ruofei's differences in their attitudes towards handling problems can be seen from this. This is also the root cause of the gradual estrangement between the two legendary generals of the Silver Wing Corps. Of course, this is a later story. The Civilian Association, an organization that Xiao Yuan had heard of, but did not take seriously, also had an unbreakable connection with Xiao Yuan. It was fate that made people like this. The female soldiers' dormitory area at the new Army Corps station. Lulu, do you really want to stay in this barracks? Zhou Yi advised earnestly. Do you know that Uncle Liang and the others are very worried about you? Liang Lu looked at Zhou Yi, who was dressed in a bright and handsome outfit in front of her, and shook her head. Zhou Yi, I know you like me, but... She took off her military cap and raised her chin to show her seriousness. If you don't like me, then you don't like me. There is no possibility between us. Lulu. Zhou Yi's drooping fists gradually clenched. Do you know how much effort I put in to come to see you? Uncle came to the new army station to discuss the future Zhou group's participation in the logistics supply of the new army. I begged him for a long time to come here. I miss you. Zhou Yi. Liang Lu interrupted Zhou Yi. You can't force feelings. I've told you many times. This is the last time I'm going to tell you. You go back. Sorry. Liang Lu turned and walked away towards the dormitory building. Zhou Yi's clenched fists made a slight sound until they turned white. He stood downstairs for a while before turning and walking out. There was a violent and ruthless dangerous light in his eyes. Liang Lu stood in front of the glass window on the 4th floor, watching Zhou Yi's figure disappear from her sight, and sighed softly. There was no possibility between her and Zhou Yi. Although it was cruel to make this relationship clear early, it was the best choice for her and Zhou Yi. Chapter 35. Lord Yuga pecked at the standard silver knife of the Silver Wing Corps, and then tapped it with his claws. This is a weapon made of silver body diluted thousands of times, and fused with titanium metal. But sir, didn't you say that this metal? Seeing Lord Yuga pacing back and forth on the table with his wings flapping, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but ask, isn't it something that humans can touch? Haha, this is interesting. Lord Yuga stared at the silver weapon with his green bean eyes and said, someone, like you, has a piece or even more silver body material, and then uses the silver diluted from the body to make weapons. I have to think about it. Lord Yuga, this naughty duck, is full of secrets. Xiao Yuan knows that when he doesn't want to talk, it's useless to ask, so he simply leaves the garage and rushes to the training ground. Anti-gravity maneuvering device training ground. Swoosh. Xiao Yuan's body passed through the air and flew towards the top of the wooden pillar. The whistling sound of the wind in his ears made his heart beat faster. Although he has been in contact with the maneuvering device for more than a week, he always has this feeling every time he takes off. Standing steadily on the side of the wooden pillar, Xiao Yuan looked down and saw a slender figure flying towards the wall on his side, like a bird, much faster than himself. After the initial training, the terrain of the training ground added a variety of elements, not only wooden pillars, concrete walls, concrete pillars, but also large trees transported from outside, all became their training tools. Xi and Mao, and more than a dozen other recruits were training their balance on the balance device. They were full of envy when they saw those flying in the air, but there was nothing they could do. He was born afraid of heights, and had a poor grasp of balance. He had to pass the balance training before he could use the maneuvering device. Captain Jia and Ouyang Ying were watching the busy training ground at the edge of the training ground, communicating with the two data recorders around them at any time. The performance is better than I expected, Ouyang Ying said to Captain Jia with a look of satisfaction. In just 1 week, 36 new recruits have basically mastered the use of mobile devices. The progress is very fast. Yes, it is really fast. Captain Jia took the data from the data recorder. At this rate, in more than a week, nearly 70% of the new recruits can master the basic use of mobile devices. Ouyang Ying pointed to a person in the field, with a tone of surprise and admiration. This little girl's talent is the best I have ever seen. Captain Jia looked in the direction of her finger, and saw Sun Wan standing on a high place with a neat ponytail. She retracted her 2 titanium claws at the same time and fell downwards. Ah! Captain Jia couldn't help but exclaim. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 golden lights shot out from Sun Wan's ribs while she was still falling. The alloy claws were accurately nailed to a wall. Then her body slowed down, and she flew in another direction along the silk thread. The whole process was just a slight pause when she turned around, and the rest of the time was smooth. Even the elite troops, who have trained hard for several months, can only be as good as her when using mobile devices. Ouyang Ying sighed. This girl will become one of the top ones in the entire Silver Wing Corps in the future. The training time passed very quickly during the hard training of the recruits. The training ended at noon and Ouyang gathered everyone together. She looked at the familiar faces on the field, smiled slightly, and said, I am very happy to see that everyone can train with all their strength. Now I have a good news to announce to everyone. What good news, Instructor O? Are you going to give us a holiday? A new recruit standing at the front of the team was full of longing. The days in the barracks were just training and training, which was too boring for them. What a holiday. Ouyang glanced at him. In 8 days, the first outdoor survival competition of the Silver Wing Corps will officially begin. All of you will participate. After the competition, everyone's performance will be comprehensively evaluated. Those who fail. Ouyang looked at the new recruit, who had just spoken meaningfully. You can go home for a holiday forever. Wow! Ouyang's words stirred up 1,000 waves. The new recruits couldn't help but murmur. They had just joined the army for more than 20 days, and were directly assessed. Isn't this too fast? Xiao Yuan was not too surprised when he heard the news. The new recruits were mixed. Although there were initial and re-examinations to eliminate many people, it didn't mean that there were no dregs in the current army. It was just that holding a wilderness survival competition was beyond Xiao Yuan's expectation. He thought the army would evaluate based on daily performance. Oh, Instructor O, isn't this too fast? The young recruit who spoke first had a bitter face. We are all still recruits. The smile on Ouyang's charming face gradually faded, and her voice became serious and cold. I know that many of you still think you are recruits and have just joined the Silver Wings Corps, but I tell you, there is not much time left for all of us. As she spoke, Ouyang waved her hand to the south. There are night demons ready to move in Sierra City. According to calculations, the Night Demon Corps will start attacking in early August. Can you calculate how long it will take? This jungle competition will be more cruel than you think. Don't think of yourself as a new recruit. Since you have joined the Silver Wing Corps, you must train hard and become stronger. Otherwise, submit a report and go home to sleep. Do you understand? I understand. A loud shout came from the crowd. Xiao Yuan didn't know how many people took Ouyang's words to heart, but from that day on, everyone trained harder and harder. The new military boxing evolved from Bagwazang. The physique of the new recruits was not as good as that of professional soldiers, so when learning close combat, they chose the new military boxing that was more suitable for ordinary people to learn. Anti-gravity maneuvering devices, night devil habits and combat skills, etc. were all absorbed by the new recruits with all their strength. Xiao Yuan also began to think about forming a team. According to the latest competition rules, recruits can form a team according to their own wishes, with a maximum of 8 people. These 10 people will become comrades in arms, who will fight together in the future against the Night Demon War. Xiao Yuan roughly counted Sun Wan, Lian Lu, Xian Mao, and Qi Ming, the silly boy, a total of 5 people, and he should go meet the other 2 people. Under the dim street lights, Wang Ruoling walked on the path back to the dormitory with a thick book in her arms. The big glasses frame covered most of her small face, which made her look a little funny. She lowered her head slightly, and when she saw a figure in front of her, she subconsciously walked to the side, but the figure also moved a step with her. Wang Ruoling raised her head in frustration, and saw a tall young man smiling at her under the streetlight. He had a handsome face, his slightly long hair covered his eyebrows, and his eyes were full of teasing. Xiao Yuan? Wang Ruoling opened her mouth slightly. Why are you here so late? Chapter 36. It's so late, of course I'm waiting for you. Xiao Yuan looked around. Or else can I still enjoy the scenery? Wait for me. Wang Ruoling pushed the glasses on her nose. She had a good impression of Xiao Yuan. He was kind and friendly, although he liked to stare at Sun Wan and looked a bit like a pervert. Well, let's talk while walking. Xiao Yuan deliberately slowed down his pace, so that Wang Ruoling would not be able to keep up with him. The surroundings were silent, with only the rustling sound of the wind blowing the leaves. Shan Wan said that you haven't joined the combat team yet, right? Yes. Wang Ruoling lowered her head when she heard Xiao Yuan say this. My grades are average, so I want to invite you to join our team. Xiao Yuan turned around and looked into Wang Ruoling's eyes in a serious tone. Join us and participate in this jungle competition. Really? Wang Ruoling showed a look of surprise on her face, but then hesitated and said, but I'm afraid I hold you back. Xiao Yuan gently patted her thin shoulders. Your ability and talent are not inferior to others. Don't underestimate yourself. Xiao Yuan pointed to the pattern on the silver-winged military flag hanging in the distance, and said, Just like the various parts of the mobile device, they work together and cooperate with each other to allow people to fly in the sky. Your mind and meticulous thinking are absolutely first class. As he said, Xiao Yuan bent his arms and made a muscle-showing gesture. Unlike me, I have a simple mind and strong limbs. Hee. Xiao Yuan's appearance made Wang Ruoling, who had been hesitating, laugh out loud with her hands covering her mouth. She felt much more relaxed. If you don't mind, I'm willing to join. Xiao Yuan also laughed when he heard it. Wang Ruoling looked at his pair of bright black eyes, which were as dazzling and beautiful as black gemstones. Even many years later, she still remembered Xiao Yuan's eyes that night. The next day, the 18th company of new recruits was training at the mobile device training ground. At dusk, the setting sun was like blood. A figure was hanging on the balance device, trying hard to maintain balance. With the rotation of the balance device, there was a bang sound, and the figure fell on the device platform, and the metal wires on the side of the body made a harsh sound. He fell on the device, his black and white uniform soaked with sweat, but he struggled to stand up again and continued training. Take a break, your muscles are too tense now, and you will get half the result with twice the effort. Xiao Yuan walked slowly to the front of the balance device from outside the training ground and made a suggestion. Wang Ruofei stabilized his body and wiped the sweat off his face. Let your body get familiar with the balance device. Today's training is not enough. Xiao Yuan opened his mouth. After the training of the 18th company was over, he waited outside with his eyes wide open for almost an hour. But this guy was training tirelessly inside and had no intention of stopping. He was really a stubborn bull. Your spirit is commendable. Xiao Yuan praised, and sat on a wooden bench to relax his slightly sore legs. I heard that you don't have a team yet. Xiaoling told you. Wang Ruofei reached out and pressed a button on the side, starting the balance device again. Yeah. Xiao Yuan nodded. It was only when he talked about the candidates with the team members that he knew that Wang Ruoling was Wang Ruofei's biological sister. He had always thought it was a coincidence, and never thought about it in this way. Thank you. Wang Ruofei said, Xiaoling is kind by nature, but too weak. I feel at ease to be in your team. Xiao Yuan waved his hand. Don't be so polite, I can see Ruoling's talent. Seeing Wang Ruofei fall on the machine again, Xiao Yuan grinned secretly. Actually, I came here today to invite you to join our combat team. Me? Wang Ruofei got up and said self-deprecatingly, Do you think someone of my level is suitable? Xiao Yuan looked at his legs that were shaking from training and said, There are many geniuses in this world, but there are very few people who can persist and are willing to do one thing hundreds or thousands of times. Xiao Yuan took a few steps forward and looked at Wang Ruofei seriously. Such a person is willing to stand up for the injustice of others. I can't think of any reason to reject you. Hoo. Wang Ruofei took a few breaths and tried to force an ugly smile on his stern face. The joy in his tone was hard to hide. Please take care of me in the future. Xiao Yuan patted Wang Ruofei's arm hard and let out a hearty laugh that echoed throughout the training ground. As the day of the competition approached, the atmosphere in the entire military camp became more tense. The new recruits who could join the new army were training hard. After a lot of twists and turns, Xiao Yuan's combat team finally gathered 8 people. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Liang Lu, Xian Mao, and Wang Ruofei and Wang Ruoling, plus the honest young man Qi Ming and Qi Ming's fellow villager Lin Lang, a new soldier known for his flexibility and high speed in using a three-dimensional device. Xiao Yuan and his group discussed for a long time, and after rejecting Qi Ming's Fumanduo team, Liang Lu's Doraemon team, and Xian Mao's scavenger team, they chose the Silver Moon team suggested by Wang Ruoling, which was the only normal name among the names proposed by everyone. In the following time, Sun Wan, as the technical backbone of the Silver Moon team, conducted special training for Wang Ruofei and Xian Mao, 2 guys with very poor talent in using three-dimensional mobile devices, and finally made them barely able to use the mobile devices before the big competition. July 6, 2078. Vehicles full of new recruits slowly drove out of the new army's base. This assessment will be divided into 4 areas, that is, 2,000 people per assessment area. Xiao Yuan's first echelon of 2,000 people will go to the vast mountainous area 50 kilometers away from the new army's base for assessment. On the way, Ouyang, who was in the car, explained the details of this assessment to everyone. Ouyang's soft voice added a lot of color to the long and boring journey. 1. The entire assessment is based on satellite positioning, and the data of the recruits' bracelets is transmitted in real time, which will maximize the fairness and justice of the assessment. 2. During the assessment, Competition will be controlled within a reasonable range as much as possible, and accidental casualties will be within the permitted range. There will be 100 instructors distributed throughout the area to judge the causes of casualties. 3. This assessment adopts a point system. After completing each task and obtaining the task mark, you will get points. The 4 teams with the highest points in each division will receive generous rewards for this assessment. Casualties. Does this mean that there will be life-threatening situations in this assessment? The female soldier sitting not far from Ouyang exclaimed in a low voice. That's right. Ouyang smiled and said to the recruits in the car, you have to face not only the various dangers in the mountains and forests, but also other recruit teams competing with you. For this attractive reward, many people can do anything. Ouyang's words made the recruits in the car murmur in their hearts. They originally thought that this competition was friendship first, competition second, and even if there was no friendship, it would not be too intense. Now it seems that it is not the case at all. There must be brave men under a big reward, not to mention the reward of a grand competition. In order to make these recruits grow up quickly, the Silver Wing Corps has also taken great pains. Only recruits who have truly experienced the test of life and death will transform quickly. Otherwise, sending them to the battlefield when the Night Demon comes is to send them to death. Legion understands this principle, and the senior leaders of the entire recruit corps also understand it. If you want to form a new army in the shortest time, this is the best way, although it will be cruel and ruthless. Chapter 37. The entire recruit competition assessment will be ranked based on the final points. There are 5 ways to get points. 1. The team that starts from the initial location will move forward to the destination. The first team to arrive will get 10 points, second 10th place will get 6 points, 11th 20th place will get 4 points, 21st 30th place will get 2 points, and the teams that arrive later will not get extra points. On the contrary, when the game is over, if there are still players who survive but do not reach the destination, the team will be deducted 5 points multiplied by the score of the remaining number of people. 2. Collect beacons hidden in the jungle. There are 500 beacons hidden in the vast assessment area. Each beacon collected will earn 2 points. 3. Smash the life cards of other team members. Each life card smashed will earn 3 points. The member whose life card is smashed will be eliminated and exit the assessment. 4. Smash the life card of the team leader, and you will get 5 points. 5. If the whole team is wiped out, you will get an additional 5 points, and you will inherit half of the points collected by the team. After a long car journey, 2,000 recruits arrived in front of this endless forest. In this vast forest, humans are no longer the masters. Without the support and sense of security brought by steel and concrete, and without the bustling comings and goings of people, the recruits standing on the outskirts of the forest suddenly felt that they had become insignificant. The 8 members of the Silver Moon team, along with more than a dozen teams, followed Ouyang to their base. The entire 2,000-man recruit team, led by instructors, was stationed far away at the edge of the forest, waiting for the start of the assessment time. Huh? Xiao Yuan opened the curtain of the tent, looked at the endless forest in the distance, and took a deep breath. This assessment was more complicated than he expected. The regulations issued encouraged the teams to fight each other to a certain extent. In the deserted forest, anything could happen. He turned around and sat in the middle of the tent. Wang Ruoling put the Huangjian Mountain topographic map on the table, pushed the glasses on his nose and analyzed. This time we will start from the south side of Huangjian Mountain, which is this location. The final destination is in the center of the Huangjian Mountain forest area. Wang Ruoling took out a pen and continued to mark on the map. The assessment time is 72 hours. According to the normal speed of traveling in the forest, we will travel for about 30 hours. Including the travel and rest time delayed by special road conditions, it will be a total of 40 hours, which means that we can have 32 hours to concentrate on increasing points. Last night, the captain and I made a plan overnight. Captain, you tell us about it. Xiao Yuan was not pretentious. He took the signal pen and marked several circles on the side of the main road leading to the destination. There are a total of 500 beacons, distributed in various areas on our way forward. We will advance along the area near the main road. While ensuring the speed, we will try to capture more beacons and gain points. After that, we will return to the main road and speed up. We can enter the second half of the assessment area ahead of many people. But won't our points fall behind? Qi Ming scratched his head. If we move fast, we will have less time to collect beacons. Xiao Yuan raised his hand and tapped Qi Ming on the head. You silly boy, do you really think that points depend on beacons? The second half of the assessment area is where you can really get points. As for beacons, we can take them if we can. Woo! 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 A deep whistle sounded outside the tent, and Yang stood in front of the tent and fired a flare into the sky. Bang! The flare emitted a dazzling yellow light in the air. The last explosion opened the prelude of the entire competition. Flares rose one after another on the left and right sides of Yang and other distant places, extending far and far away. Voila! The sound of military boots stepping on the fallen leaves was extremely clear in the forest. Xiao Yuan and his group set out at noon. The light in the forest was slightly dim even at noon. According to the original plan, the Silver Moon team went forward to search for the beacon 2 kilometers away from the main road. The so-called beacon is actually a square milky white box with satellite positioning inside. Lin Lang was agile and was responsible for exploring and guarding the way about 1,000 meters ahead, while the others carefully searched for the beacon behind. But an hour had passed, and they still found nothing. Xi and Mao followed Xiao Yuan, with a cute little squirrel lying on his shoulder, blinking his black eyes, and looking left and right. Boss, we have been looking for so long and still haven't found it. Xi and Mao's hesitant look made Xiao Yuan laugh. Xiao Yuan bent down and pulled away a raised leaf, but he didn't care when he saw that there was nothing. What, are you anxious? Ahem. Xi and Mao coughed twice in embarrassment. I'm just a little anxious. Xiao Yuan patted his shoulder. Be patient. If it's so easy to be found, how can it be called hiding? Just as the two were talking, Sun Wan's voice came from the side. Found it. Found it? Sun Wan's words cheered up the team members, who had been searching for a long time, and they gathered in her direction. Xiao Yuan looked up and saw a square milky white box hanging on a branch more than 10 meters high. Due to the obstruction of the leaves in front, it was really impossible to find it if you didn't stand at the right angle. Qi Ming smiled and ran towards the tree. Just as he was about to get close to the tree, a silver light came from the side and hit Qi Ming's chest. Ah! Qi Ming exclaimed and barely avoided the attack. Because this was an assessment, the titanium alloy claws used in the anti-gravity maneuvering devices of all new recruits were replaced with ordinary fine steel metal. If Qi Ming was hit in the chest, his life would be safe in his Silver Wings army uniform, but his life card would definitely be shattered. Hua la. 6 young men and 2 girls walked out from behind an old tree. The young man in the lead was ordinary, with a small scar on his face, which made him look a bit fierce. He smiled innocently and said to Xiao Yuan, just now I thought it was a beast, but it turned out to be our new recruits. Sorry for the swearing. Xiao Yuan walked to Qi Ming, patted the dust, pulled him behind him and said with a smile, I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Captain Ling Hu of the first company. Your eyesight is not good, you didn't even see that, did you? As he said that, Xiao Yuan raised his arm and pointed at the beacon in the sky. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously looked at the beacon above. Go! Xiao Yuan rushed out like a cheetah, and before he finished speaking, 2 silver lights under his ribs whoosh, whoosh, attacked Ling Hu's chest. After Xiao Yuan moved, everyone behind him also rushed up with his footsteps. Ling Hu didn't expect Xiao Yuan to start fighting as soon as he said, and cursed, Xiao Yuan, I'm your uncle, how dare you trick me? Before the 2 metal hooks arrived, Ling Hu pulled out his weapon to block the 2 attacks. Ding! Ding! 2 crisp sounds rang out, bursting with tiny sparks, kicking off what might be the first head-on confrontation of this recruit corps assessment. Chapter 38. As Xiao Yuan rushed towards Ling Hu, he drew out the weapon from the scabbard under his ribs. After preliminary training and under the guidance of Yang, Xiao Yuan used the knife in a methodical way and was particularly skilled in chopping and slashing. He attacked Ling Hu's chest with the knife in his hand. The knife took advantage of the momentum of the opponent and made 7 or 8 consecutive slashes with great force. The sound of ding-dong could be heard on the field. Ling Hu was also strong. He relied on his own strength to take Xiao Yuan's attack. While Xiao Yuan and Ling Hu were fighting, a person rose from behind Ling Hu's team. The figure should be one of the girls we saw just now. She was very conspicuous with her fiery red short hair. She flew straight towards the beacon in the air. Just when she was about to approach the beacon, a figure fell from above and slashed at her with a sharp blade in his hand. This unexpected blow made the girl scream awe. She adjusted the motorized device, retracted one of the steel claws, and followed the traction of a titanium alloy wire to dodge the knife. Although the girl, who was only pulled by one wire, avoided the fatal blow, she lost her balance and hit the tree heavily. There was a muffled bang sound, and the girl cried out in pain and stuck to the tree trunk. The red-haired girl reacted quickly, retracted the other steel claw at the moment of hitting the tree trunk, and fell to the tree trunk below. At the moment she fell, The figure above followed her and chopped the tree trunk, causing wood chips to fly. She couldn't help but secretly say that it was a close call. If this had landed on her, she would have been carried out by the rescue team. She raised her hand and looked up, and saw a girl with a ponytail looking at her. Her cute face was expressionless, and her brown eyes were as bright as stars. She was carrying a bow and arrow on her back, and her heroic look was fascinating. Of course, the enemy would not think so. Su Nuan. She looked at Su Nuan's figure and smiled brightly. I've heard that there is a very powerful girl in the 9th Company. How come she has grown up? Do you want your sister Qiao Nianyu to take you to play? While talking about this and that, Qiao Nianyu's body was secretly tense, relieving the pain from the collision just now. Seeing that Su Nuan was not moved by her, Qiao Nianyu thought to herself that she was really a difficult girl. The steel claws under her ribs shot out to the side, and the whole person flew into the air with a whoosh. Her speed was already outstanding in the entire company, but it was still a step behind Su Nuan. Hearing the sound of Su Nuan breaking through the wind behind her, she gritted her teeth and used the trees in front to make a turn to face Su Nuan, waving the weapon in her hand and flew up. Dang! Qiao Nianyu felt the hand holding the knife almost slip out of her hand after the two missed each other with one blow. Although she had heard about Su Nuan before, she didn't take it seriously, thinking it was more of a boast than reality. Now it was not the case at all. Su Nuan's use of the anti-gravity maneuvering device, his control of his personal fighter, and his combat power were all amazing. Thinking of this, Qiao Nianyu dodged Su Nuan's steel claws and flew towards the fierce battle area between the two sides. 14 people were fighting in a group on the battlefield. Xiao Yuan and Ling Hu were fighting each other in the center of the battlefield. Wang Ruofei protected Wang Ruoling, who was not very strong in combat, and they fought back and forth. Bang! Qiao Nianyu, with red hair, fell on the edge of the battlefield. She staggered and almost lost her balance. The military uniform on her left arm was torn and blood was faintly visible. Nianyu? Are you okay? The young man who was besieging Wang Ruofei ran over to support Qiao Nianyu. Before Qiao Nian could catch his breath, Su Nuan's attack came again. Although the replaced steel claws were not as sharp as the titanium alloy metal tripod claws used in the previous actual combat, the conical design of the front section was still quite lethal. The young man pushed Qiao Nianyu to the side and waved his hand to block the two steel claws with his weapon. The strong impact made the young man take 2 steps back. Before he could come to his senses, he heard a sharp whistle in front of him. What he thought in his heart was, who has a third steel claw? Puff! A feather arrow hit his chest, making his already unstable body fall to the ground. Crack! After the crisp sound, the young man came from the electronic sound that could be heard throughout the battlefield. Ling Hu team, Zhou Wei, suffered fatal injuries and was judged out. Please wait patiently. There will be inspectors coming to the site. 2 beautiful and swift attacks, connected just right. Su Nuan put the bow and arrow back on his back and jumped to the edge of the battlefield. Ling Hu was fighting with Xiao Yuan. He was originally inferior to Xiao Yuan in strength. He was shocked when he heard this voice. Xiao Yuan took the opportunity to kick him in the stomach, and he screamed in pain and flew backwards. He rolled on the ground several times with this force and shouted to others, "Brothers, retreat!" Ling Hu was decisive. Seeing that one person in his team was lost and one person was injured, he was afraid that he would lose more if he stayed, so he led everyone back together. He smiled bitterly at Su Nuan and shook his head. Originally, according to his idea, Qiao Nianyu, who was the fastest and in the top 3 in combat power, took advantage of the chaos to seize the beacon, and his side would fight or retreat depending on the situation. He didn't expect that this seemingly soft and tender girl was so powerful. It was really impossible to be defeated by God. Tiger, why are you doing this? Xiao Yuan walked quickly to Su Nuan, without any desperate attitude just now. I didn't get to eat the mutton, but I got into trouble. Ling Hu and Xiao Yuan's companies were not far apart, and the two had some friendship before. They were both new recruits, and after the fight, they talked more casually. Ling Hu looked at Xiao Yuan, who was smug, and said with a grim face, "Don't be so proud, kid. If it weren't for Su Mei's strength, it's still uncertain who will win or lose." "You said as if you can beat me?" Xiao Yuan said maliciously. "Okay, quickly bandage Qiao Nianyu, we will take this beacon." Ling Hu rolled his eyes, comforted Zhou Wei a few words, and led the team to walk away. After thinking for a while, he said to Xiao Yuan, "Be careful, I heard that someone wants to deal with you." Xiao Yuan looked at Ling Hu in surprise, clasped his fists and laughed. "Thank you, Tiger. I treat you to hot pot when we're done." Xin Mao went to take down the beacon from the tree. Xiao Yuan counted the number of people, and felt relieved when he saw that no one was injured. Wang Ruoling and others gathered around the beacon to study how to put the data on their team. Xiao Yuan looked at Sun Wan, who was sorting out the bow and arrows a little further away, and ran up in small steps. Xiao Yuan looked at Sun Wan, who was trying hard to put the feather arrow back into the portable quiver behind her, pursed his lips, took the feather arrow from her back and said casually, "I thought my little Wan could do everything well, but it seems not, like now." Sun Wan turned her back to him and whispered, "You weren't hurt just now, were you?" "Nothing." Xiao Yuan put the feather arrow back into the quiver, fastened the buckle, and said with a smile, "Two tigers are not as good as me." "That?" Xiao Yuan leaned forward, sniffing the mint scent on Sun Wan's body, looking behind him with a sly look, seeing that no one noticed him, and whispered, "My little Wan is awesome." "You?" Sun Wan whispered coquettishly, "Who is yours? Do you have no shame?" Seeing Sun Wan's ears blushing, Xiao Yuan chuckled and stopped teasing her, pulling Sun Wan towards the place where everyone was gathered. A figure in black was watching Xiao Yuan and his group from a distance, his eyes coldly following Xiao Yuan's movements for a long time. He seemed to be making a decision, thinking for a long time before touching his left wrist and quietly disappearing into the forest. Chapter 39. Silver Moon Squad, 1 beacon, 1 kill, total score, 5 points. The beacon data transmission was completed, and the system prompt carried by the Silver Moon Squad sent a score change notification. The victory in the first battle gave the members more confidence, and they continued to move forward along the planned route according to the plan. Considering that the physical strength was consumed just now, Lin Lang also returned to the main team and explored slowly with everyone. In the lush forest, the sky darkened at a very fast speed, which made the search more difficult. The little squirrel on Xinmao's shoulder was very active after getting familiar with the people around him. It jumped around on the tree and jumped to Xinmao's head to show off its power. It was very cute. "Xinmao, where did you learn this skill?" Liang Lu was a little girl. Seeing the little squirrel was lively, she couldn't help but stretch out her hand to tease it. Xinmao leaned over a tree and looked at it carefully. He replied casually, "I have been very close to animals since I was a child. This situation has become more obvious in the past 1 or 2 years. There was no animal in the circus where I worked before joining the army that didn't like me." Squeak! The little squirrel seemed to understand Xianmao's words, jumping up and down non-stop, making Liang Lu laugh softly. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of leaves and branches was dense, and a team of people walked through the forest. The leader was nearly 2 meters tall, and his tall and strong body was very intimidating. Looking at his face, his lion nose, wide mouth and bronze skin made him look more fierce. "Captain, look over there." Next to the tall young man, a slightly fat team member with a flat head pointed to the milky white beacon hanging on a tree in the distance and shouted in surprise. "Hush! Don't be so loud." The slightly fat team member was slapped on the head. The girl with long black hair and a hot body walked forward and said to the tall young man in a low voice, "Captain, this should be the beacon that the instructor mentioned." "Yeah." The tall young man nodded, waved to the people behind him, and walked towards the old tree where the beacon was. He squinted his eyes and looked around carefully. He didn't find anything strange, so he was alert. Walking in front was the slightly fat young man and a girl with twin ponytails. She looked cute and had a little baby fat on her face. The two of them walked briskly towards the beacon. The slightly fat young man muttered that this was the first beacon or something. At the end of the team, a young man walked quickly to the captain and whispered, "Captain Chu Xian, something seems to be wrong." Ziliang, what did you find?" The young man who was talking to the captain of the team would definitely give him a cold look if Liang Lu was present. It was none other than Lu Ziliang, who was beaten up by Liang Lu. "Height." Lu Ziliang hesitated and continued, "The instructor said that the beacon is hidden in a very concealed position. The height of this beacon is so low that it can be easily seen." Chu Xian stretched out his big hand and patted Lu Ziliang on the back. "Maybe they missed it when they set up the beacon. I just looked around and didn't see it." "Ah!" Before Chu Xian finished speaking, a scream came from the front. He walked forward quickly. The girl with twin ponytails was reaching out to pull out her companion, who was trapped in the pit. Chu Xian shouted, "Be alert," and flew towards the girl squatting by the pit. Swoosh! A steel claw shot out from the dense leaves on the tree and nailed directly to the place where the girl was just now. If Chu Xian hadn't rushed her away, she would have been eliminated directly. The steel claws dug deep into the ground and made a muffled sound, which marked the beginning of the melee. Chu Xian rushed forward, stretched out his hand and shouted, "Fatty, come up quickly." "Okay." A silver light suddenly flashed in the dark pit and attacked Chu Xian's chest. "Ah!" Chu Xian was caught off guard and cried out in pain, and blood bloomed in front of him. "Boss, let's take a break." Lin Lang and his fellow cultivator walked side by side in the front, cutting off the branches that were blocking their way and throwing them aside. "We are fine, but the girls in the team can't stand it." Xiao Yuan estimated the time and said, "We will find a suitable place to stay in half an hour. Just hold on." Lin Lang was first introduced by Qi Ming. He was from a rural area in Bianliang, Tokyo, and was a childhood friend of Qi Ming. He had a straight nose and a square mouth. Except for his small eyes, he was cheerful and lively. He was also very good at using the anti-gravity maneuvering device. He was flexible and changeable. It is easy to lose your sense of direction when moving forward in the forest, and even the perception of time becomes blurred. After moving forward for about 10 minutes, when Xiao Yuan pushed aside the branches in front of him, the space became wider. The trees in front were not as dense as the previous road. More importantly, there was a milky white object hanging on the branches behind several old trees. "Beacon!" Lin Lang was sharp-eyed, and could not help but rush over there. Before he could rush out a few steps, Xiao Yuan grabbed him by the back of his clothes and pulled him back. "What's wrong, boss?" Lin Lang looked at Xiao Yuan in confusion. "This is the second beacon we have seen. Why are you pulling me?" Xiao Yuan let go of Lin Lang's clothes and leaned down to take a closer look at the marks on the ground. He then used his hands to push away the covering leaves and frowned slightly. "There may be something wrong with this place." "You mean the marks below?" Liang Lu walked forward and looked at the slight trampling marks under the fallen leaves. "But this could also be left by some wild beast. Are you too careful?" "Not only that." Xiao Yuan pointed to the beacon hanging on the tree in front of him. "Do you remember the beacon we saw before?" Xiao Yuan accidentally walked to a specific location and found it, and the height and geographical location of this beacon are like waiting for someone to see it, which is abnormal. After listening to his words, Lin Lang thought for a while and nodded. "What the boss said makes sense, so what should we do?" "Just ignore it." "What are you talking about, silly boy?" Xiao Yuan couldn't help but laugh and scold. "We go around from the side and try to find a place with more trees and cover. Use the grappling claw to directly hook the beacon and see how it can just pass by like this." For the new recruits participating in the competition, every point means that they can beat many teams. Even if the teams that get the top rankings cannot enter the top few, they still have generous material rewards. No one can resist this temptation. The beacon hanging high may be a trap that shows an open conspiracy, but almost no one can resist its temptation. The Silver Moon team missed the flat and open road and turned around to choose the side with lush trees to move forward slowly. The special military boots of the Silver Wing Legion stepped on the land covered with fallen leaves, and the sound echoed clearly in the quiet woods. When Xiao Yuan was 200 meters away from the old tree, he waved his hand, and the 8 people slowly drew out their weapons from their ribs. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The sound of the blade rubbing against the scabbard came one after another, and Xiao Yuan muttered in his heart, "Am I really too suspicious?" Bang! A bowstring sounded in the middle of the Silver Moon team, and Xiao Yuan heard a swoosh above his head, and the feather arrow that Sun Wan often used passed through the leaves and shot into the high position of the tree. "Ah!" A man screamed from behind the branches and leaves. As this arrow started, an angry businessman on a tree not far away shouted, "Brothers, do it! Wang Lauer, you are a waste! What are you yelling about when you didn't hit me? Defense and move!" Xiao Yuan shouted, holding the knife horizontally in front of him and moving forward. On the ground to his left, a man covered with leaves suddenly jumped out, and a silver light flashed, and the silver knife in his hand stabbed toward Xiao Yuan's vitals. Chapter 40. Buzz! The blade whizzed through the air, and Xiao Yuan only had time to step back a little. Hiss! Xiao Yuan's shirt was cut by the sharp blade. If he was a second late, his life card would have been shattered, and he was out of the game. Xiao Yuan secretly said that it was a close call, looking at the attackers flying towards him. If he was ambushed in the open space under the beacon tree, he would not be so lucky. The person who ambushed Xiao Yuan saw that he missed the attack, took 2 steps back and sneered, "Good boy, you can dodge this." Xiao Yuan secretly guarded against this new recruit with a sharp knife, and said, "With your knife-drawing speed, the girls in the team are faster than you. How can I not dodge it?" The man patted the leaves on his body and grinned, "Oh, I hope your skills can be as sharp as your mouth." After he said that, he raised the Minging knife in his hand, and launched another attack with the teammates who came over. The young recruit used a left-handed knife, and his moves were tricky and fast. Xiao Yuan has always been confident in his knife-drawing speed, but he is still inferior to him. Clang! 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 The two fought, one sword faster than the other, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Wang Ruofei and Wang Ruoling were at the end of the team, facing two new recruits. Wang Ruofei was a tough guy, and he had trained much longer than ordinary recruits. His opponent was a young man in his early 20s with short hair, who slashed at Wang Ruofei's chest with a horizontal sword. Wang Ruofei snorted coldly, raised the Mingyin sword in his hand horizontally, and took his attack with one hand. Buzz! The young man retreated, the blade in his hand humming and shaking uncontrollably, and then he saw Wang Ruofei's sword making a flower, rushing forward and shouting, "Take my sword too!" Before he finished speaking, the steel claws shot out from his ribs and shot at the young man first. In close combat, because the steel claws are too far away to cause accidental injuries, they are generally rarely used. Wang Ruofei's move was beyond the young man's expectation. He reacted half a beat slower, and barely dodged the steel claws by leaning sideways. When Wang Ruofei's silver knife attacked him, he only had time to raise the knife and try to block it. There was a crisp sound of clang in his ears, and a flash of silver light flew up. The silver knife in the young man's hand was shaken into the air by Wang Ruofei. Just when Wang Ruofei was about to end the fight with a single blow, Wang Ruoling's voice came from his side. He saw from the side that Wang Ruoling was hit hard by another young man and flew backwards. Seeing this scene, Wang Ruofei rushed towards the two people fighting like crazy. The young man was about to take advantage of the situation in the air to chase and kill the man, but he heard a roar from the side, and a man rushed towards him like a mad bull. The young man could only temporarily adjust his posture in the air and prepare to take the young man's charge. Swoosh! A familiar sound of breaking wind came from behind Wang Ruofei. He gritted his teeth and adjusted his position, still rushing towards the young man in front of Wang Ruoling. Puff! At the moment the two collided, the sharp spike at the front of the steel claw pierced through the military uniform, leaving a deep bloody mark on Wang Ruofei's left arm. Ah! Wang Ruofei cried out in pain, and the pain further stimulated his fierce nature. After he and the man in front of him fell to the ground, he raised his body to hold the young man's hand holding the weapon, and raised his fist to greet him in the face. Bang! 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 The young man who was struggling at first gradually lost his focus after being hit by several heavy punches from Wang Ruofei, and finally his life card was smashed by Wang Ruofei's knife, and he was eliminated. The young man with a flat head, who was knocked down by Wang Ruofei at first saw his teammates being killed and Wang Ruofei was injured, so he gritted his teeth and rushed towards Wang Ruofei. Sun Wan shuttled through the woods like an elf in the forest. The two young men who fought against him were confused and exhausted. Facing an opponent like Sun Wan, the two men just managed to maintain the situation. The battle between Xiao Yuan and the captain of the opposing team continued. After fighting for dozens of moves, Xiao Yuan sensitively realized that he could not win by relying on speed. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan began to attack quickly to force the opponent to collide with him. The captain, who was very fast in swordplay, was secretly happy. "You are finally impatient? Then my chance has come." Sure enough, seeing Xiao Yuan's missed moves gradually becoming messy, he was finally forced to retreat unsteadily by his attack and sat on the ground. He was delighted and stabbed Xiao Yuan like a tiger. The silver light in his hand flashed coldly. Sun Wan, who was in the sky, couldn't help but screamed, "Be careful! Be careful!" Too late. The young man stabbed Xiao Yuan's chest with the Mingyin knife in an instant. A smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but the sound of the Mingyin knife piercing the cloth did not come, but it sounded like it hit a hard object. What happened? A shield appeared in Xiao Yuan's hand. The shield flashed with a dark black light, and the symbol of the silver wing core was on it, which firmly held his weapon. Just as the young man was stunned, Xiao Yuan waved his hand, raised the dark blue cloak behind him, and the Mingyin knife passed from the side, cutting the special silver wing core uniform on his chest, and the life card shattered. The young man listened stupidly to the system voice coming from his ear. Tangshur team, Captain Fong Fan, suffered fatal injuries and was judged out. Please wait patiently. When did he get a shield? He was still thinking about this question until he was taken away by the reviewer. After fighting with the Tangshur team, Xiao Yuan and his group walked for more than an hour and finally found a good place to stay. It was completely dark, and the whole forest was even darker and difficult to see. The place chosen by the Yinhua team was a small hill. The vines growing between several big trees formed a natural curtain. The vines surrounding it were dense, making it like a small tent. After entering, the group tidied up the room and spread the camping plastic, a plastic film that can be folded to take up very little space, with high adhesion and ductility, on their heads and feet. Liang Lu set up the small lamp she carried with her, and lit up the space inside the vine house. Xi and Mao took Qi Ming to patrol around, and cut some branches to reinforce the vine house to prevent the light from the small lamp from leaking out. The Silver Moon team had been bumpy since noon until night. The more than 7-hour journey made all 8 people feel tired. Fortunately, the points of the Silver Moon team are rising steadily. Xiao Yuan killed a captain, and Wang Ruofei killed a team member. The overall points reached 13 points, and the team suffered almost no losses. However, Wang Ruofei's arms and hands were injured in the previous battle, so it was difficult for him to use the motorized devices flexibly in the next assessment. Sun Wan and Liang Lu, 2 girls, set up the temporary dining pot carried by Qi Ming, and heated it with the heat stone equipped by the Silver Wing Core. The water in the dining pot was gradually rising, adding a bit of warmth to this small team at night. "Boss, everything is ready outside." Xi and Mao opened the curtain and walked into the vine hut with Qi Ming, saying, "It will be completely dark in a while, and it will be difficult for us to march at night." "Yeah." Xiao Yuan nodded, and walked towards Wang Ruoling. Wang Ruoling was sitting in the corner, and had just finished bandaging Wang Ruofei. She looked absent-minded. Wang Ruofei thought she was scared and comforted her for a long time. "Ruoling, do you have time?" Xiao Yuan whispered to her, "If possible, let's go outside to get some fresh air." "Ah. Yes," Wang Ruoling said in a low voice, and followed Xiao Yuan out of the vine hut with some trepidation. Chapter 41. Outside the vine hut, the temperature dropped rapidly at night, and there was a chill. Wang Ruoling lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Xiao Yuan stroked Tunin in his hand, and a warm breath came from it. He looked into the distance and said, "Ruoling, are you worried? You looked depressed just now." Wang Ruoling raised her head, and looked at Xiao Yuan's back. She hesitated for a while and whispered, "Captain, I'm sorry." Xiao Yuan turned around and looked at Wang Ruoling in the dim light. "Why do you want to apologize?" Her eyes were slightly red behind the lenses, but she felt relieved because it was dark and she couldn't see clearly. "I was useless today. I held everyone back and caused my brother to get hurt. I'm sorry." Wang Ruoling continued with a crying voice. "I'm not as good as Shan Wan, nor as careful and smart as the captain. So it's because of this." Xiao Yuan raised his right hand, and the dark Tu Nan turned bright yellow in an instant, emitting a warm yellow light, illuminating this small area, and also illuminating Wang Ruoling's red eyes from crying. Seeing Wang Ruoling crying like a cat, Xiao Yuan took her hand and put Tunin in her hand. "Warm your hands, it's a bit cold outside. You know, Ruoling, I envy people like you," Xiao Yuan said gently, looking at her like a sister. "Envy me?" Wang Ruoling sniffed in surprise, with a strong nasal tone. "Yeah, I envy you." Xiao Yuan sighed softly, with a look of nostalgia in his eyes. "When I was in high school, I studied very hard and spent more time than others, but I could never compare with some smart classmates. Complex mathematics, physics, and chemistry are always understood by them at once, but I..." Xiao Yuan shrugged. "At that time, I felt that I was really useless. I was sorry for my aunt, and I was sorry for the girl who had always helped me. The girl in the blue and white school uniform, smiling and occasionally appearing in my dreams. Maybe your talent is not in this. Yeah, you understand, right?" Xiao Yuan smiled and reached out to wipe Wang Ruoling's tears. "Shan Wan's talent lies in fighting, and I am at most sensitive to situations and circumstances. Xiao Xian is a natural animal trainer, and you..." Xiao Yuan patted Wang Ruoling's face. "You have an amazing memory. No one can compare to you in data analysis and pre-planning. Our team needs everyone's efforts to survive. You are so smart. You were too stubborn before, but now you understand it." After listening to Xiao Yuan's words, Wang Ruoling's pent-up anxiety and guilt gradually dissipated. She blushed with embarrassment. "Well, I understand. Thank you. Thank you, Xiao Yuan." Xiao Yuan was stunned when he heard her address him, and smiled. "Okay, stop crying. You cried yourself into a cat-faced cat, haha. Ruoling, Captain, Liang Lu asked me to call everyone to eat." Wang Ruofei pushed aside the vines and walked out of the hut and shouted, "Oh!" Wang Ruoling came to her senses, returned the warm tuan in her hand to Xiao Yuan, and ran back to the vine house. Wang Ruofei walked to Xiao Yuan and whispered, "Thank you. Don't be polite, it's my duty." The tuan in Xiao Yuan's hand gradually turned black, and the light slowly disappeared. "You came a long time ago, and standing there is not also concerned about her?" Wang Ruofei's old face turned red, And he cleared his throat unnaturally. I am not very good at speaking, and many times, I don't really understand what she is thinking. Anyway, thank you. In the vine house, a small pot was steaming, and vegetables and mushrooms were bubbling in it. The hot soup with seasonings made the tired bodies and minds of the Silver Moon team relax. Sunwon brought a bowl of hot soup to Xiao Yuan, who was marking in front of the map, and said in a soft voice, "Don't look at it yet, drink a bowl of soup." Xiao Yuan took the soup bowl, and a stream of heat flowed from his fingertips. He frowned and put down the bowl. So hot! He took Sunwon's hands and put them on his earlobes. Sunwon blushed and whispered awkwardly, "What are you doing?" "Cool down your fingers. When I burned my fingers when I was a child, my mother would cool them down like this," Xiao Yuan said seriously. "Ahem, that, Captain." Xin Mao ran over with a sly look and interrupted the conversation between the two. "Here are the compressed biscuits and dried meat for you. Let's eat." Xiao Yuan took the food with a fake smile. "You are a good judge of taste, boy. You and I will be on the first shift tonight." Xin Mao agreed with a smile and ran towards the soup pot. The members of the Silver Moon team gathered around the steaming soup pot, talking and laughing while eating the meal. The relationship between them became closer. In half a day, fighting side by side twice made the newly formed group run in at a very fast speed. Xiao Yuan and Xin Mao sat side by side behind the vines at the door, and from time to time, they pushed aside the gap to look outside. The sound of everyone's even and subtle breathing came from the vine house. "Boss, will we continue to look for the beacon tomorrow?" Xi and Mao gently stroked the head of the little squirrel in front of him. The little squirrel curled up with its furry tail around it, looking very cute. "We need to adjust the route tomorrow. We are too far away from Sanfu Canyon." Xiao Yuan closed his eyes and sat like an old monk in meditation. "We will speed up tomorrow. One morning is enough to reach Sanfu Canyon. After passing there, we can officially enter the second half of the assessment area. But the beacon, we can find it on the road tomorrow, let it go. 2,000 people and more than 200 teams are looking for beacons together. We are lucky to find one at least." Xiao Yuan stopped talking before he finished speaking. He and Xi and Mao looked at each other and listened for a while. "Did you hear it too?" Xiao Yuan asked in a low voice. "Yeah." Xi and Mao nodded. "It sounds like some kind of beast. It should be not far from here." Xiao Yuan thought for a while and said to Xi and Mao, "Wake up Lao Wang and let him take our place to keep watch. Let's go and see what's going on quietly." "Okay." Xi and Mao agreed and stood up and ran inside. About 1 kilometer away from the vine hut, where the Silver Moon team was, a little tiger about 1 meter in size was running in the forest, followed closely by several figures, shuttling through the forest. Swoosh! A strong wind blew, and the silver claw steel spike was nailed right on the tiger's buttocks, and blood spurted everywhere. The little tiger howled a woo, struggled hard to break free from the steel spike, and ran away with a shaky body. "Ha ha ha! Brothers, catch this beast for me, let's have some meat tonight." The red-faced young man who rushed to the front shouted loudly. Bang! Another flare hit the front, revealing the little tiger's tracks. "Okay. Brother Duan has spoken, brothers, go." There were more than 20 people in this group, and it was obvious that several teams were working together. No wonder they were so bold and dared to make a big noise in the night. Xiao Yuan hid behind a bush and looked at the extremely arrogant red-faced young man, muttering, "Is it him?" Chapter 42. In the military camp, Duan Fei, a red-faced young man who bullied others under the banner of the Civilian Association, was surrounded by people and pointed fingers. It was hard for Xiao Yuan not to notice him. Xin Mao looked into the distance with the light of the flare. The little tiger struggled to avoid the attack. The whole body was too strong. It hit a tree and rolled several times. The wailing sound was pitiful. Xin Mao clenched his fists and looked at Xiao Yuan. "Boss, we can't bear it?" Xiao Yuan knew what Xin Mao wanted to say when he saw his expression. Xin Mao was just 16 years old. No matter how smart and capable he was, he still retained the heart of a teenager. It was human nature to feel sympathy when seeing the miserable situation of the little tiger. But the other side had too many people. Once the two were entangled, the entire Silver Moon team would be in danger of destruction. Xi and Mao looked at Xiao Yuan with bright eyes and full of expectation. Seeing that he was silent for a long time, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Only this time, Xiao Yuan stood up and whispered, "Follow me. Do as I say later." "Ah? Ah!" Xi and Mao reacted, his face showed ecstasy, and he whispered, "Don't worry, boss. I will be obedient." The team of more than 20 people teased the little tiger like a cat playing with a mouse. Duan Feifei climbed up the tree trunk and shouted, "Okay, stop playing, kill it quickly, and carry it back to report." Duan Fei's voice was heard far away, and the team members chasing the little tiger responded and suddenly accelerated to fly forward. Bang! The young man's body hit a hard object during the flight, and fell to the ground with a cry. He stood up and looked up. There was clearly no tree trunk. What happened? Before he could stand up, a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from behind him, strangled his mouth, nose and neck from behind, and dragged him behind the tree in an instant. He struggled a few times, and then stopped moving. In order not to be exposed, Xiao Yuan and Shimao did not smash his life card to prevent the system notification from being exposed. As a young man not far away flew over following the sound and landed on the ground nearby. What are you yelling about? In the forest, only the sound of the wind blowing the leaves was heard. 4 or 5 pursuers behind came one after another. They shouted a few times, but when his did not respond, they became anxious and turned on the lights they carried with them to look for him. Xiao Yuan patted Shimmao's shoulder, and the two of them carefully bypassed the group from the side and walked towards Duan Fei. Duan Fei was talking to a charming and plump woman. The woman was only 30 years old and had a charming look between her eyebrows. Duan Fei was beside her with a smile on his face, without the arrogance just now, but full of flattery. "Sister Bai, don't worry. We catch that beast and let brother and Yin have a taste of it." The woman laughed softly, her voice charming. "Xiao Duan, you did a good job this time. I talk to brother and when I get back. You be promoted at the end of this year." "Oh, thank you, Sister Bai, thank you, Sister Bai." Duan Fei swallowed his saliva as he looked at the trembling Sister Bai, and kept thanking her. "Brother Duan. It's bad, something happened." Duan Fei's smile hadn't faded yet, and a young man in front of him fell from midair and ran to the two of them in a hurry, as was knocked unconscious. "What?" Duan Fei glared with his triangular eyes. "Who knocked him out? Did you catch him?" No. The young man looked embarrassed, as was too fast and lost touch with us, so. "You?" Duan Fei glanced at Sister Bai beside him. "Go and catch him back for me. Go." The young man turned around and was about to run out after hearing the order. Sister Bai's delicate voice came from behind him. "Wait. Such a big forest, where can you find him if he runs into it?" Sister Bai smiled and said, "The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. I don't know how many people there are. It's just a beast. Don't delay the next big thing for brethren." Yes. Duan Fei lowered his head slightly and flattered. Sister Bai is still thoughtful. "Why don't you go and tell the brothers to pack up? What are you standing there for?" The young men heard the words and ran away, disappearing into the forest in a moment. Xiao Yuan and Xian Mao lay on the ground more than 50 meters away from Duan Fei and his group. Their dark blue cloaks almost blended into the forest at night. They breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the woman's order to retreat. Not long after, the group returned with the knocked out and evacuated in a mighty manner in the opposite direction of the little tiger. Xian Mao's suppressed breath finally stopped. He wanted to raise his head to look at them, but Xiao Yuan raised his hand to hold his head down, and he fell back to the ground. At the same time, 2 flares shot up into the sky not far away. 3 figures rushed into the sky as the flares lit up. They looked around with strange goggles on their heads. After confirming that no one was found, they stopped. "What a powerful woman," Xiao Yuan muttered softly. He and Xian Mao held up a thin black shield to cover the 2 people. The shield that Tu Nan turned into could change its size at will. Otherwise, the 2 people would be discovered directly by the close observation of those people just now, and the consequences would be disastrous. Hoo. Xian Mao patted his chest and exhaled. He looked frightened. In the forest, Xiao Yuan followed Xian Mao forward. Xian Mao stopped from time to time to check the tiger's footprints. "Boss, was I too willful just now?" Xian Mao sniffed on the ground, confirmed the direction and walked quickly. "I knew there might be danger, but still." The light in the south of the sky became brighter. Xiao Yuan looked ahead and said, "Yeah, I was really willful." Ahem. Xian Mao didn't expect Xiao Yuan to be so straightforward, and he coughed because of choking. If the other party hadn't been cautious, and didn't know how many of us were searching, we too might be out now. But, Xiao Yuan patted Xian Mao's head. "I go with you to save the little tiger, do you know why?" Xian Mao's face flushed, and he whispered, "Because the boss treats me as his own." "Smart." Xiao Yuan praised, "But it's not just that, you can lend a helping hand to the weak, even if it's just a small animal. I hope you can keep such a pure heart, instead of letting me destroy it." Then, if it were you, would you go and save the little tiger? Xiao Yuan shrugged and answered straightforwardly, no. Xin Mao. After walking for more than 20 minutes, the two finally found the injured little tiger. The little tiger lay on the ground weakly. When it saw the two people coming, it still stood up and showed its fangs to them. Xin Mao slowly approached the little tiger, lying on the ground like a wild beast, making a wild beast-like cry, and lingered with the little tiger. Xiao Yuan yawned and watched the communication between the man and the tiger. What he was thinking at this moment was the personling who said was against him related to the Common People Association? From the actions of the other party this time, their number might be more than he thought. Not to mention Brethren, whom he had never met, the charming sister Bai was not easy to deal with. She was thoughtful and able to judge the situation. He had to be careful in his future actions. Chapter 43. Captain, you are so impulsive. Liang Lu pouted and began to scold and protest for the umpteenth time. If you and Xiao Xian are eliminated by mistake, what should we do? The other team members, who woke up in the morning, were surprised to find that there was a little tiger in the vine hut, lying next to Xian Mao, and sleeping soundly. After learning about Xiao Yuan and Xian Mao's actions last night, Qi Ming shouted loudly, Captain is not nice enough. If there is such a thing, you must bring me, Lao Qi. Liang Lu expressed dissatisfaction with Xiao Yuan's actions, thinking that Xiao Yuan was risking the safety of herself, Xian Mao, and even the entire Yinhui team. As the deputy captain, Sun Wan rarely spoke, so the work of correcting Xiao Yuan's behavior has always been done by Liang Lu. Xiao Yuan was overwhelmed by this girl's words. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he finally seriously reviewed his behavior and promised that he would never take risks next time. Please supervise and correct him. Only then did Liang Lu stop muttering and join the tiger-rubbing army. The wound of the little tiger tamed by Xin Mao has stopped bleeding after treatment. Although he was a little impatient when the three girls touched him, he was still able to restrain his wildness and not get angry, which made everyone look at Xin Mao's animal training skills with new eyes. The little squirrel jumped and ran to the mouse's head, looking here and rubbing there. The two little guys got along very well. After breakfast, Xiao Yuan and his group packed up the vine house, bid farewell to the temporary warm harbor, and set off again. The rising sun dispelled the cold and darkness of the night, and the whole forest became lively and vivid. From time to time, little animals ran by, causing the little tiger and squirrel to run back and forth non-stop. Qi Ming and Lin Lang explored the way ahead, and the others carefully searched for the whereabouts of the beacon in the back. At present, the Silver Moon team has been heading towards the Sanfu Canyon, which is located in the front and middle of the entire assessment area and is also a must-go for all teams. After resting, everyone is full of energy, and the speed of advancement has also increased a lot. The entire formation is vaguely maintained in a fixed form, which can attack or defend. Awoo! The cry of the little tiger came from the front. Xiao Yuan and his group followed the sound, and saw Xin flying down from the tree with something in his hand. It was not a beacon or something else. Boss, look! Xin Mao held the beacon high, thanks to the cleverness of these two little guys. The little tiger seemed to understand Xin Mao's words, stretched out its head, and rubbed it on Xin Mao's legs, looking flattering. What did I say? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows at Liang Lu. Your efforts last night have finally paid off, right? Liang Lu listened to Xiao Yuan's childish words, resisted the urge to roll her eyes, and curled her lips. Yes, yes, the captain is wise. Okay, childish. Xiao Yuan didn't care about her sarcasm, laughed, and asked Xin Mao to complete the data transmission and take the useless beacon with him on the road. The points of the Silver Moon team rose to 15 points as the data transmission of this beacon was successful. According to Wang Ruoling's data analysis, the score of 15 points was in the middle of the competition at this stage. Considering that the members of the Silver Moon team were intact, they were in a good situation in the next competition. According to the map instructions, the 8 people and 2 animals of the team gradually approached the Sanfu Canyon area after another 2 hours of trekking. According to legend, Sanfu Canyon was once an ancient battlefield in ancient times. Sanfu refers to the 3 generals who died in the battle. As time passed, the place where there was a brutal battle was gradually covered by dense vegetation, leaving only the mountain anecdotes that were passed down by word of mouth as a topic of conversation. At our current speed, we can pass through Sanfu Canyon in another hour. Xiao Yuan took the map handed over by Wang Ruoling. Ruoling, what do you think about the next action? Wang Ruoling pointed to the second half of the map and analyzed. In the second half of the area, the number of beacons is very small, not enough to meet the scoring needs. It will be a stage of fierce competition between teams. We'd better choose to form an alliance. Alliance? Xiao Yuan habitually rubbed his thumb and index finger. I have considered the alliance, but safety and trust are issues. I need to think about it carefully. Wang Ruoling nodded in agreement. An unfaithful partner is often 10 times more terrifying than an enemy. She was responsible for proposing opinions and policies. As for how to make decisions and choices, the captain should consider all of them. Huala, huala. As the two were talking, the branches above their heads suddenly shook, making a huala sound. Everyone subconsciously drew their weapons when they heard the sound. Captain! Captain, don't draw your sword, it's me. Qi Ming fell from the air, a little out of breath, and it seemed that he was in a hurry to get back. Qi Ming? What happened? Did something happen to you and Lin Lang? Seeing his expression, Liang Lu thought something had happened and hurried forward to support him. No, no. Qi Ming took a few deep breaths and said, Xiao Lin and I found the situation in front. A group of people are being besieged by another group of people. It seems that they can't hold on for long. Qi Ming's unstable breath is also related to his lack of proficiency in using the anti-gravity maneuvering device. In the process of the body rising and falling, learning to skillfully adjust the breath is also a professional knowledge. When Xiao Yuan and his group followed Qi Ming and rushed over, they heard a fierce fight, the collision of dark silver swords, the launch of steel claws from the mobile device, and the roars of people. It is not difficult to imagine the fierceness of the battle. Xiao Yuan and his group were lying in a dense bush on a high place, looking towards the middle of the battlefield, and saw 6 people being besieged by 2 other pairs of 16 young men. The team, which was already at a disadvantage in numbers, was in a more critical situation after losing 2 people. With a bravery, they could still hold on, but it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. While Xiao Yuan was frowning and thinking about what to do, Liang Lu beside him suddenly stood up and looked at the trapped young man in the middle with disbelief. Lulu, get down. What are you doing? Wang Ruoling pulled Liang Lu's clothes and pulled her down hard. Sun Wan noticed something was wrong with Liang Lu the moment she stood up. She looked at Liang Lu when she heard the sound. Liang Lu's beautiful almond eyes were already filled with tears. The expression on her face was mixed, shock, nostalgia, pain, and a little resentment. A deep and gentle voice kept echoing in Liang Lu's mind, lingering. Hello, my name is Tang Qifeng. You are not feeling well. I am going to the information room to take it to you. Xiao Ya, I have always liked you. Can you be my girlfriend? Xiao Ya, this is the soup I made myself. Try it. Don't worry, I will go home and talk to my family. They will definitely agree. Xiao Ya. Xiao Ya. Liang Lu looked at him, and he gradually became blurry in her eyes. How long had it been since she last saw him? A month? 2 months? Or a lifetime? The red light in Liang Lu's eyes turned from dim to bright, and just when it reached its peak, Sun Wan's cold and delicate hand gently held Liang Lu's palm, and the red light in her eyes gradually faded. Liang Lu opened her red lips slightly, and uttered a few words with difficulty. Tang Qifeng. Who is he? Why am I so heartbroken? This feeling of déjà vu burst out from the depths of my soul, and I couldn't help it. When did we become the most familiar strangers? Chapter 44. Tang Qifeng? Xiao Yuan was shocked when he heard these 3 words. They later learned about Xiao Ya's situation from the archives in the Tor Town information room. This Tang Qifeng was Xiao Ya's lover. He didn't know what role he played in Xiao Ya's murder. Was he an unwitting victim? Or an accomplice who helped the evil? No matter what his role was, Liang Lu couldn't easily get over it in her current mental state. Alas, it's true that when you are in the arena, you can't help yourself. Xiao Yuan sighed secretly, stood up and stood side by side with Liang Lu. Lulu, do you want to save him? Liang Lu struggled for a long time before she said softly, I want to ask him in person what happened back then. Seeing that Liang Lu didn't answer his question directly, Xiao Yuan probably understood what she meant, and secretly said, Women, you are magical creatures who say one thing and mean another. Xiao Wan, Xiao Lin, attack the flanks. Xiao Yuan drew out the silver knife from his ribs, and the cold light shone. Qi Ming, Lao Wang and I will attack from the front. Xiao Xian protect Ruo Ling. Kill. Swoosh. 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 As soon as Xiao Yuan finished speaking, the members of the Silver Moon team acted instantly. Sun Wan and Lin Lang were the fastest, and they flew into the air and rushed to both sides. Xiao Yuan and his 2 companions rushed into the battlefield. Xiao Yuan shouted, Brother Qifeng, we are one of our own. We are here to help you. This sentence boosted the spirits of the 6 trapped people. The 6 people who had been desperate, after seeing Yu rush out, all rushed out with all their might. Where did you come from, kid? How dare you go against us civilians? Seeing Xiao Yuan and his group rushing over, 6 people from the crowd rushed over here. On the left wing, a man dodged an attack in the air using the traction of the motorized device under his waist, and then chopped down with a knife, shocking a young man back 2 steps. When the young man wanted to attack again, he found that Lin Lang's body had flown into the air and ran to the other side again, which made him scream in anger. On the right wing, the people who surrounded Tang Qifeng and the other 6 were not so comfortable. Sun Wan's flying speed was the fastest they had ever seen. Before they could react, Sun Wan attacked them with her sword. The 5 young men saw that Sun Wan was really difficult to deal with, so they all aimed their steel claws at her and fired at her. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of steel claws firing and mechanical hooks was heard in the air, and 10 cold lights shot towards Sun Wan's body in the air. Xiao Yuan, who had been watching this side carefully, couldn't help but take a breath and shouted, "Xiao Wan, be careful." Sun Wan suddenly flipped sideways in the air, facing the ground. The anti-gravity device behind her waist was activated, causing her to sink a long distance to the ground in an instant. She narrowly avoided most of the steel claws, and the other 2 were knocked away by the silver knife in her hand. Sun Wan, who fell to the ground, supported her body with one hand, kicked the ground hard, and rushed towards the 5 people like an arrow from a string. Her reaction speed was extremely fast. Before the 5 people could make a move, she swept a sharp knife across the chests of the 2 people in front of her, and turned around and kicked the other young man in the face. "Ah!" The young man cried out in pain, his body flew up into the air, and then fell back to the ground, rolling over and falling into a coma. The life card of the first person whose chest was slashed by Sun Wanming's silver knife shattered, and the second person took a small step back and luckily escaped. He took several steps back as if he had seen a ghost, looking at Sun Wan, who looked innocent but fierce. Xiao Yuan saw that Tang Qifeng and the other 6 had finally broken out of the encirclement, and shouted to retreat, rushing towards Sun Wan to help her withdraw from the battlefield together. The dozen guys who claimed to be the civilian association did not dare to chase them anymore. When they saw the little tiger with a wound on its butt following Xiao Yuan and the others, they stretched their necks and shouted, "So it was you who attacked Ajla last night. We have a grudge. You are dead, kid." Xiao Yuan curled his lips, ignoring the guy behind him, who only dared to shout but not catch up, and led everyone to rush for another half an hour before stopping to rest. "Is everyone okay?" Xiao Yuan looked back and saw that the members of the Silver Moon team had calmed down. He was scared enough by Sun Wan's scene just now. Those people knew that this was a play, but they were so cruel. If all 10 steel spikes hit a person, he would lose half his life if he didn't die. He gritted his teeth secretly, kept this grudge in his heart, and found an opportunity to double the reward. "Brother, thank you for what you did just now." Tang Qifeng came forward to talk to Xiao Yuan. 3 members of his team had lost in the breakout just now, and only a well-behaved girl and another young man came out together. "Have we met before?" Tang Qifeng looked at Xiao Yuan carefully for a long time, wondering, "Why do you know my name?" "This?" Xiao Yuan glanced at Liang Lu, who had a blank expression on his face, and didn't know what he was thinking. "Well, let's find a suitable place to stay first and talk slowly." Tang Qifeng looked at his 2 companions who were looking back and looking dirty, and said, "Okay, that's right." The mountain breeze blew on his body, feeling cool and comfortable. Xiao Yuan held a grass stem in his mouth, and looked at Tang Qifeng and Liang Lu who were talking in the distance. Xi Mao followed his example, and sat aside. He looked around and whispered, "Boss, what's going on between Sister Lulu and that handsome guy?" "Handsome guy?" Xiao Yuan subconsciously touched his face, and said disdainfully, "Isn't it just that he's a little taller, his eyes are a little bigger, and his nose is a little straighter? What's so great?" "No, I'm not as handsome as you, boss." Xi Mao lied with a smile, and didn't blush. "I'm just curious. Sister Lulu has never been like this before. Look at her just now. She's completely changed." "All right." Xiao Yuan patted him on the head. "Stop gossiping, kid. How is the situation when I asked you to go over there just now?" Xi Mao's face froze, and he said bitterly, "Boss, we may be trapped." "Trapped? Tell me in detail what happened." "There are many spies and sentries on the road near Sanfu Gorge. They should all be from the group." Xi Mao stretched out his hand and waved. "According to the 2 people around Tang Qifeng, there are about 50 civilians around here. These people are guarding the entrance of the gorge, and we are afraid that if we go there, we will be sent away." So many? Xiao Yuan was secretly surprised. The opponent's power was indeed extraordinary. If nothing unexpected happened, the calculating sister Bai was also in the canyon. The situation was getting more and more unfavorable to their side. Xiao Yuan was calculating in his heart, still smiling on his face, and saw Xinmao with a bitter face. Look at your kid's prospects. Are you scared by just these few people? Don't worry, I'm the boss. Xinmao looked at Xiao Yuan's confident look, and felt relieved, and walked towards his little tiger. Xiao Yuan turned his head, and looked at Liang Lu and the others in the distance, scratched his head, and murmured with a bitter face, "This is not good." "Hey, have we met before?" Tang Qifeng stood in front of Liang Lu awkwardly. This girl gave him a strange feeling. He had never seen someone in his memory, but he felt familiar. "No, I haven't seen her before." Liang Lu avoided Tang Qifeng's bright eyes, turned her head for a while, and asked, "Do you still remember Xiaoya?" "Luo Xiaoya. Xiaoya. Have you seen Xiaoya?" Tang Qifeng looked at Liang Lu in surprise and asked, "Where is Xiaoya now? Please tell me." "You really don't know anything?" Liang Lu's voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were covered by her long hair, making it difficult to see the look in her eyes. "I don't know where she went. I don't know what happened the night before the evacuation of Tor Town." Chapter 45. Know what? Tang Qifeng frowned slightly. "That night, I was having dinner with my parents and brothers at home and talked about Xiaoya. Finally, I convinced them to accept Xiaoya. I drank too much and got drunk all night. The next day I couldn't contact Xiaoya." Liang Lu heard him say this and turned to look into Tang Qifeng's eyes. "Really?" "Of course it's true." Tang Qifeng answered straightforwardly. "After coming to a city, I tried to find out from many sources, but couldn't find any news about her. I even went to the police station to file a case." "No need." Liang Lu took a deep breath. Tang Qifeng's eyes were sincere. His eagerness to know Luo Xiaoya's news was not fake, which made her feel less painful. "What did you say?" "No need. Let's talk about it after the assessment." Liang Lu said this and turned away. Now that Tang Qifeng knew that Luo Xiaoya had passed away, it was too much of a blow to him. Liang Lu weighed the pros and cons, and decided to tell him the details of the incident after the assessment. Liang Lu's personality changed a lot after experiencing the fusion of alien spirits. On the one hand, she became cheerful and lively. On the other hand, the fusion of alien spirits magnified some of her original characteristics, such as rationality. New Army Corps, Assessment Control Room. Li Jin pointed to the beacon that was gradually disappearing in the assessment area where Xiao Yuan and the 2,000 people were located, and said, "Each team is faster than we expected, especially near Sanfu Canyon, where so many people gathered." Li Ming zoomed in on the map, called up the team data, and said in a dissatisfied tone, "Captain, these 6 teams gathered together to form an alliance and control the main road, which is already a violation. Are there any assessment rules that prohibit alliances?" Li Jin showed a playful smile. "I am more concerned about how Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan's team will deal with the next situation. 1 day has passed since the assessment. Xiao Yuan's Silver Moon team performed well, with a score in the middle, but great potential. Currently, the Yinhua team is located in a place half an hour away from Sanfu Canyon, and the Tang Qifeng team is also traveling with them." Li Ming subconsciously continued to check. There are only 3 people left in the Tang Qifeng team. Behind Li Jun and Li Ming, technician Xiao Fang, who had participated in recruiting new soldiers with the 2, left the room and went to the bathroom outside. "Yes, it's me." Xiao Fang lowered his voice and said to the other end of the phone, "Their current coordinates are. The current situation is like this. Our original 15 points, plus Xiaowan's points for killing 1 person are 18 points. Xiao Yuan rubbed his fingers and said thoughtfully, "If we can't pass through the canyon quickly, the next time will not be enough to support us to get more points. What about bypassing Sanfu Canyon?" Lin Lang scratched his head. "There are more than 40 people in Sanfu Canyon, and they can't get through it all. Before, I discussed this method with the captain. Wang Ruoling used a branch to draw a zigzag line on the map. Sanfu Canyon is the fastest way to cross this mountain range. If we choose another path, it will take about 8 hours, or even more. Even if we can pass safely, we will not be able to achieve much in the subsequent assessments, and the advantages accumulated before will also vanish. Captain, what can you do now?" He stared at the Sanfu Gorge on the map with a frown, thinking about possible solutions. Xiao Yuan glanced at the sky and murmured, "It's getting dark soon." "Ah?" Xinmao also imitated him, and looked at the palm-sized sky above his head. "It will be completely dark in about 3 or 4 hours." "You mean?" We have to take advantage of the night to force our way into the Sanfu Gorge? Liang Lu's eyes widened, looking at Xiao Yuan in disbelief. No, this is too dangerous. Although the others didn't say it directly, they thought the plan was too risky, as Liang Lu did. Captain, how about we try another method? Lin Lang advised tactfully. Is there a better way? Xiao Yuan looked around and smiled. Everyone knows that this method is the only one now, but how to use it can still be a fuss. Hearing Xiao Yuan's words, everyone was excited and stretched their necks to see Xiao Yuan's method. Sanfu Gorge is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. The Civilian Association has 6 teams stationed there. In addition to the people who were killed by Sun Quan, and those who were sent out for patrol, there are still 40 people. If these 40 people stay in hiding, Xiao Yuan and his men don't have to fight. Just give up. First, clear the patrol sentries around, then lead them out, disperse the troops, and attack under the cover of night. The purpose of the attack is to disrupt the situation, not to kill the enemy. The difficulty is much smaller. Take the opportunity to break through the defense line of Sanfu Gorge, and finally everyone will meet at the designated location. The key to the whole plan is how to lead those people out of the gorge. Xiao Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, bait to lure the snake out of the hole. He looked around and said with a smile, "Let me do it, Xiao Xian and I will go together." Xian Mao was immediately happy when he heard this, and replied simply, "Okay." "No." Sun Quan couldn't help but speak out, and Liang Lu and Wang Ruoling also shouted out. Sun Quan glanced at them, and said firmly, "Xiao Xian stays in the team, I will go with you." Poof! Liang Lu had the urge to spit out blood. She thought Sun Quan wanted to persuade Xiao Yuan not to take risks, but she ended up putting herself in danger. Wang Ruoling blushed slightly, lowered her head and stopped talking. The captain and deputy captain cannot take risks together. Liang Lu held Sun Wan's hand and whispered, "Xiao Yuan, you don't be impulsive. Once Xiao Yuan is involved, Sun Wan will lose her mind and be as stubborn as a cow." Although she knows that she can't change her mind, Liang Lu still tries her best to try. Xiao Yuan looked at Sun Wan. His eyes met her bright brown eyes. After a moment, he smiled at Sun Wan and said, "Okay, Xiao Yuan will go with me tonight. Xiao Xian will stay with the team." There are many things between him and Sun Wan that can be understood without explanation. No matter where she goes, Sun Wan will stay by his side without hesitation. Under Xiao Yuan's strong opposition, the Silver Moon team was commanded by Liang Lu. He and Sun Wan were responsible for the plan to lure the enemy at night. Gu Shun, a simple and honest young man who looked a little dull, was also with them from Tang Qingfeng's team. Tang Qingfeng was going to come with him, but Fang Ruru, the only female team member beside him, cried and clamored for a long time, and finally Tang Qingfeng had no choice but to stay in the main group. In this way, everyone kept their energy and waited until it was dark. Xiao Yuan and the other two said goodbye to everyone, agreed on the signal, and headed to the left side of Sanfu Canyon. The 3 of them walked in a big circle for almost an hour before gradually approaching the canyon. "Wait!" Xiao Yuan's body suddenly stopped moving forward, and whispered to the back, "There's something going on ahead." Following Xiao Yuan's line of sight, there was a white shadow floating in the wind on the tree in the distance. The light in the woods was dim, and it was hard to see clearly. Some looked like a person hanging on the tree. Chapter 46. What is that? Gu Shun pointed at the white shadow floating in front of him, and said hesitantly, "Shua." Xiao Yuan drew out the silver knife from his ribs and turned his wrist to make a knife flower. "Go up and take a look." Gu Shun followed Xiao Yuan and whispered, "Captain Xiao, my grandmother once told me that if you get lost in the forest at night and see a white shadow, don't look at it. It's a mountain monster, or the soul of a wrong dead person." "What?" Xiao Yuan asked without turning his head. "Looking for a scapegoat." Xiao Yuan almost burst out laughing. How could Gu Shun, who looked like a big and strong young man, be even more timid than a little girl? Huala, huala, huala. The footsteps of the 3 people gradually approached the white shadow, and finally saw the original appearance of the white shadow. A white long skirt was hung on the tree branch, with strange symbols painted on it with red unknown paint. In the silent and dark forest, from a distance it looked like a person hanging on a tree. No wonder Gu Shun looked scared. Xiao Yuan looked carefully, but could not see anything special, so he wanted to continue walking forward. Seeing Gu Shun standing there, Xiao Yuan went up to him, patted his back, and whispered, "Old Gu, what are you doing? Are you scared by a piece of clothing? Keep going. Xiao. Captain Xiao, look over there, so many." Gu Shun opened his mouth wide, with a look of horror on his face. What? Xiao Yuan walked around Gu Shun and looked into the distance. At the end of where Gu Shun pointed, there were at least hundreds of white dresses hanging on the branches. The white dresses floated slowly in the wind, as if they had life, quietly watching the lost people who broke into the forest. Xiao Yuan frowned and looked at the floating white dresses, and he secretly wondered in his heart, who would hang so many white dresses in the deep mountains and old forests for no reason, and draw ghost-like symbols on each of them. For many things, it is better to believe it than not to believe it. Xiao Yuan thought about it, and led the two to the side to bypass this erratic white dress forest. Hey Sister Bai, why are you doing this? Sending us out for patrol in the middle of the night is a waste of time. A sharp voice, like a drake, came from not far away. Who said it wasn't? She just moved her mouth, and we had to run around. This civilian society is not so easy to treat. Another deep voice said. Who let me follow brother in? Sister Bai has such a figure and looks. If I could have a taste of her, hee hee hee. You kid, dream on. Sister Bai would like you. Bah! The moment Xiao Yuan and the other two heard the voice, they hurriedly hid behind a thick old tree and quietly looked at the two people coming here. The young man with a duck voice was thin, and the young man with a deep voice was strong. The two talked and walked along the way. Obviously, they didn't expect that someone would dare to take the initiative to provoke their civilian society near the canyon. Through their conversation, Xiao Yuan finally confirmed that the shrewd and charming Sister Bai and the unknown brother were in Sanfu Canyon. Xiao Yuan gestured to Sun Wan, and the two of them took light steps and quietly moved behind the members of the civilian association. Did you hear any sound? The duck-voiced man pricked up his ears and asked. Huh? The other person was stunned for a moment and said casually, Don't scare people, kid. There are other people in this old forest besides the two of us? Could those white skirts in front have become spirits? Hey, don't you still not believe it? The duck-voiced man narrowed his eyes. Do you know what the red things on those clothes are? That's cinnabar, the cinnabar used to ward off evil spirits and draw talismans, specifically. All right. The strong young man waved his hands. It's late at night. You're talking about these weird things. Stop it. Hee, look at your little courage. How arrogant you usually brag. The duck-voiced man hadn't finished speaking, and pointed at the back of the strong young man, with his mouth wide open, shouting, Little. Swoosh. There was a strong wind behind the strong young man. He saw the duck-voiced man's expression, and knew that something was wrong, so he quickly lowered his body and ran to the side. Sun Wan was as flexible as a swift in the air. With the help of the motorized device on her waist, she turned around and landed accurately behind the sturdy young man. She kicked the young man on the back and knocked him down. The duck-voiced man was a little slow to react and was hit by Xiao Yuan from behind, knocking him unconscious. He smashed his life card and voice broadcast system. The sturdy young man had thick skin and flesh. After being hit, he rolled over and stood up. Before he could draw his weapon, Sun Wan attacked again. She had amazing strength, and after systematically learning the close combat taught by the recruits, she became even more powerful. The whole person jumped up, and his knee hit the young man's chest. After a crisp sound, the young man took a big step back, and the arm that protected his chest was burning with pain. Sun Wan attacked continuously, and the young man was in a panic under the fierce attack. Just when he was exhausted before punching back, Sun Wan turned his feet flexibly to the side of the young man, swept out with his right foot, and pressed his palm on the young man's neck. The strong young man weighing more than 100 pounds was knocked to the ground by Sun Wan, and he waved his hand to knock him unconscious, and the life card was shattered in the process. The whole process was complicated, but it took less than 3 minutes. Gu Shun was stunned, and was impressed by the two people's skills and the tacit cooperation. Sanfu Canyon right side. Liang Lu and the others hid about 2,000 meters near the entrance of Sanfu Canyon, quietly waiting for the signal from Xiao Yuan. They met 3 patrol teams along the way, and they escaped without danger thanks to the warning of Xian Mao, the little tiger, and avoided alerting the enemy. Time passed by minute. Liang Lu looked at the timer in her hand from time to time, calculating the time and secretly worried. Did something happen over there? The little tiger lying on the ground beside her also felt Liang Lu's uneasiness, shook its head, and let out a faint roar. Xian Mao reached out and gently patted the little tiger's head to calm its restless mood. Just when Liang Lu and the others were waiting and were about to lose their patience, 2 gorgeous flares rose from the left side of the canyon in the distance, which were extremely conspicuous in the sky. After emitting 2 sharp and piercing sounds, they disappeared. Action! Liang Lu shouted, pulled out the silver knife from her ribs, and rushed toward Sanfu Canyon. According to the previously agreed action code, 2 signal flares represent that the number of people going to pursue the other side is at least 20. So now there are about 20 people guarding the entrance of the canyon, and this action is very likely to succeed. Bang! 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 Swoosh! 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 The people who rushed to the canyon moved almost synchronously, and the sound of the anti-gravity maneuvering device mechanism starting, and the sound of the steel claws breaking the wind merged into one. Everyone soared into the air with the traction of the silk thread. When they flew to the highest point, they saw the fireworks of the signal flares rising from the left side of the canyon. It should be the signal for the civilian meeting to be called. In the clear and cloudless sky, there was a rising full moon, emitting a strange blood-red glow. Chapter 47. Sister Bai, look over there. Duan Fei pointed to the direction where 2 flares were raised. Brother and will be okay, right? Humph. Sister Bai hugged her shoulders with both hands and snorted. Don't you know his methods? Worrying about nothing. If he didn't want to meet the extremely powerful girl in your mouth, he wouldn't bother to do it. And Yin is very powerful, generous and charismatic, but too competitive. When he heard from his subordinates that there was a little girl in the group who was extraordinary, he wanted to compete. Sister Bai understood his temper and knew that persuasion was useless, so she sent 2 elite teams to accompany him. Sister Bai looked at the blood-red full moon in the distance. Her charming face was stained with a layer of enchanting red. She yawned and told Duan Fei beside her, I'm a little tired, you stay here and take care of it, if there's anything. Whoosh! 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 In the darkness, there was a sound of breaking wind at the same time. Sister Bai turned her head in surprise and looked at the canyon below. The whole canyon was boiling instantly with a shout of killing, breaking the silence of the night. Bang! 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 Most of the lighting fixtures were shattered by Liang Lu and his group, who suddenly arrived, and the light in the canyon passage dimmed. Lin Lang was the fastest, striding forward, his military boots making crisp sounds on the broken glass, waving the Minging knife in his hand, and charging at the front with Qi Ming. The Silver Moon team, which lost Sun Wan and Xiao Yuan, changed its strategy, with Lin and Qi leading the charge, Tang Chi Feng and Liang Lu on the flanks, and the rest behind. The Silver Moon team advanced very quickly, unexpectedly rushing out of the darkness, causing the entire civilian area to fall into a brief chaos. Just as they were fighting on their own, Bai Jia and Duan Fei at the upper end of the canyon fell into the battle area. Sister Bai shouted loudly, Team 3, defend, Team 4, form a good formation, Duan Fei. Go to the back and watch. If anyone dares to shrink back, I will break his legs. Sister Bai's arrival calmed down the civilians, who were already in a state of panic. The advance of Liang Lu and his team was restricted, and the speed of the breakout gradually slowed down. The situation was tilted in a direction that was unfavorable to them. Clang! Xiao Yuan waved his hand to block a steel claw shot from behind, and his body, pulled by the motorized device, flew very fast and landed on a thick tree trunk. Sun Wan reached out and grabbed Xiao Yuan's arm, whispering in his ear, It's done. Xiao Yuan nodded, put his arm around Sun Wan's waist, and leaned against the tree. The 2 nan in his hand changed like flowing water, and finally formed a curved shield with the same height as the 2 of them, and the uneven surface was very similar to the bark, protecting him in front of him. Dong! Dong! 2 crisp sounds fell on the tree more than 10 meters away from the 2 of them, and a nimble figure suddenly came. Brethren, the person is gone! And Yen was about 27 or 28 years old, with a strong face and a pair of big eyes. Born into a martial arts family, he was extraordinary, and had extraordinary 6 senses. With his skills and generous and cheerful personality, he gathered a large number of brothers, who followed him, and wanted to win the first place in this competition. The young man next to Yin was in his early 20s, with a handsome appearance. The most peculiar thing was that there was a strand of white hair in the middle of his forehead, which made him stand out. The young man's name was Bai Lan, and he was the younger brother of the Bai sister guarding the canyon. His sister's name was Bai Lu. Bai Lan looked around and frowned. It shouldn't be. According to our speed, how could that guy suddenly disappear? And Yen looked forward with deep eyes, and said to Bai Lan, Send 6 brothers to the front, and we will look for him nearby. Nearby? Brethren means. They are hiding nearby? Bai Lan was surprised. How is it possible? There are more than 20 of us chasing them, but they don't run away but hide here. Unless they are crazy. You also said that only a madman would do that. It is not impossible that they do the opposite. And Yen took out a pill wrapped in oil paper from his pocket, and put it in his mouth to chew it carefully. Ah! There were bursts of exclamations from the front. Bai Lan looked up and saw that the 6 people who had just been sent out almost fell in midair and fell to the ground one after another. Bang! 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 As if he was dropping dumplings into a pot, and Yin ordered the people behind him to surround the surrounding area and flew towards the place where the 6 people landed. Above the place where the 6 people landed, there was a transparent film connecting the 2 trees, which reflected light under the light. Bai Lan murmured, "Is this a camping film? They actually thought of using it here, amazing." And Yin laughed when he heard him praise his opponent. "Yes, it is indeed interesting, look at the back." And Yin raised the high-intensity flashlight in his hand and shone it into the distance. "There are several similar camping films behind us, all to hinder our pursuit. Brother and Yin has good eyesight." Bai Lan praised him. "Then let's chase them quickly. It's too late and they might run away." And Yin shook his head, looked around and shouted, "Very smart. I was fooled by you just now, and almost caught up with you. I know you are nearby." And Yin took a deep breath. "Mint. The mint smell here is always strong, so you should not have left yet? Brothers, search for me." And Yin gave an order, and everyone agreed to search around. Xiao Yuan and the other person who were hiding in the tree looked at each other, and Xiao Yuan whispered, "Does this guy have a dog nose? Can he smell your breath from such a distance?" The 2 of them were almost pressed together, and Xiao Yuan's hot breath made Sun Wan's face itchy. She turned her cheek slightly and asked, "What should we do? Go to Sanfu Canyon?" "No." Xiao Yuan estimated the time. "If we go back now, they will be attacked from both sides. Let's keep running forward." The pill that Yin was chewing finally melted completely. He took a deep breath and thought to himself that it was a pity. If the drug could last a little longer, he would be able to find their exact location. And Yin had extraordinary 6 senses since he was a child, especially his sense of smell. There were many magical drug formulas at home. The pill he just held in his mouth was a drug that could greatly enhance his sense of smell. Unfortunately, the time was short and the production process was complicated. "Over here!" A shout came from not far away. A young man was kicked down the tree trunk by someone, and then 2 figures flew away like arrows. When the people in Yin saw Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan, they all activated their maneuvers and followed them like monkeys. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind whistled in their ears, and Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan ran in the forest with all their might. Just as Xiao Yuan continued to fly, the position where the maneuvering device was nailed could not withstand the huge pulling force, and broke under the pulling. Xiao Yuan's body lost balance, and rushed diagonally from the air to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and retracted his steel claws to hook another tree to cushion the impact. When he fell to the ground, he rolled several times, and was covered with leaves and dust, but fortunately, he was not injured. There was a sudden sound of breaking wind behind him, and Sun Wan fell beside him. Xiao Yuan saw something wrong in his peripheral vision, and when he looked up, he actually fell into the forest area where hundreds of white dresses were hanging. And Yin and the others followed their footsteps, and fell into the forest. And Yin walked forward a few steps and looked at the 2 and laughed. "You 2 really made us chase you for a long time." Xiao Yuan smiled and protected Sun Wan behind him, saying, "You have more people, so whatever you say is reasonable. If you have the ability, let's compete one-on-one." And Yin was stunned by what Xiao Yuan said, and then he shouted, "Okay. Let's have a one-on-one competition." Bai Lan behind Yin was scratching his head anxiously. Why should he go one-on-one when he obviously had a big advantage? What if there was an unexpected mistake? Xiao Yuan didn't expect Yin to agree. He had a good impression of this young man. He was about to speak when he suddenly heard a desolate and deep horn sound in his ears. Woo! 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 Kill! 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 The horn sounded, accompanied by neat and loud shouts of killing. It was not an effect that could be formed by just a few dozen or a few hundred people, but the momentum formed by thousands of people shouting together. What's going on? Xiao Yuan looked around. Is there someone conducting a drill nearby? And brethren, look over there. Bai Lan shouted in a distorted voice, pointing to a place not far from the crowd. Xiao Yuan looked in the direction of Bai Lan's finger, and his pupils suddenly shrank. In the dark night, in the deserted forest, thousands of ancient soldiers with helmets and armor appeared at some point, full of murderous intent. Chapter 48. Xiao Yuan and Yin and others were frozen in place, staring at the square formation of soldiers about 700 to 800 meters away, not daring to breathe. Kill! A command came from the square formation, and the entire square formation slowly advanced toward Xiao Yuan, with footsteps stomping on the ground, making a boom sound. Before Xiao Yuan and his men joined the army, they were just a group of civilians. Facing the momentum of the attack of thousands of troops, many of them had cramps in their calves. "Brother and I. Let's run." Bai Lan came back to his senses and shouted urgently. "What on earth is going on?" And Yen looked at the approaching soldiers and slowly retreated. "Retreat. Tell the brothers to retreat quickly. Fire flares to see what the hell is going on over there." Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan also slowly retreated to the back. The two groups of people who had originally fought each other were now retreating silently, which was quite interesting. Bang! And Yen had excellent eyesight, and saw the other side clearly with the light of the flare. After seeing it clearly, he took a breath and walked a little faster. Everywhere he looked, the sword and shield soldiers, spearmen, and archers were all armed and murderous, and there were countless strong men. This group of people was simply a living elite army of ancient times. Buzz! Buzz! Two sharp sounds cut through the night sky, flew out from behind the crowd, and passed by Bai Lan's face. Bai Lan felt a chill on his face, and warm liquid slowly flowed down his cheek. Bai Lan subconsciously touched it and raised it to look, and he screamed in shock. His hands were covered with bright red blood. The retreating bodies of the crowd suddenly stopped, watching the two spears' tips penetrate deeply into the ground, the tails still trembling. Xiao Yuan turned around and looked behind him. Behind them, there was also an ancient army of the same size, but the armor style was different from the previous army. There was a flame mark in the center of the armor. There seemed to be something in the middle of the flame, which flashed by before Xiao Yuan had time to take a closer look. "Run!" After An Yin shouted, everyone activated the anti-gravity maneuvering device and flew upwards. Buzz! 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 A buzzing sound resounded in the night sky, and arrows, like raindrops, flew in the air. The 20 or so of them were like a small boat in the sea on the battlefield with thousands of troops, and they were in danger of capsizing at any time. Puff! While flying over the army behind, a young man not far from An Yin was hit by an arrow in the ribs. He cried out in pain and lost his balance and fell down. Before he fell to the ground, he was pulled back by his companions. These arrows shot into the air were extremely powerful. Except for the special material of the upper chest of the Silver Wing Legion that could defend the vital points, if they were hit by an arrow in other parts, they would definitely be pierced with a hole. Ding! Ding! Xiao Yuan raised the tunin in his hand to block several arrows. The powerful force made Xiao Yuan's flying body sluggish slightly. Sun Wan followed Xiao Yuan to the canyon behind him. The two of them were very fast. In less than half an hour, they had already traveled half of the distance. Xiao Yuan looked down and shuddered subconsciously. He often heard the old people talk about the ghost soldiers passing through the corridor. The general meaning was that the things in ancient times were accidentally recorded through the magnetic field, and then played back at a specific time for people today to see. The situation now is very different from what is often said. Real weapons and arrows are flying everywhere. If you are not careful, you will lose your life here. Gu Shun and his friends were scattered by arrows during the rapid passage, and they didn't know where they ran to. The shouts and screams in front of them shook the sky, and the sound of metal and iron clashing continued. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan fell from the air, and they felt their blood flowing backwards when they saw the scene in front of them. The front was originally a continuous forest, but it became a plain in a moment. On the plain, the soldiers of the two sides fought desperately, and the battlefield that stretched for several miles appeared vividly in front of him. Xiao Yuan listened to the shouts and screams coming closer and closer behind him, gritted his teeth, and rushed into the chaotic battlefield with Sun Wan. Not long after the two of them disappeared from the battlefield, and Yin and his group rushed out of the forest in a panic. Several of them were covered in wounds and looked very embarrassed. It seemed that there were 3 or 4 fewer people. Sanfu Canyon. Bai Lu looked at Liang Lu and his group, who were gradually breaking through the defense line, and gritted her teeth. And Yin took away most of the elite troops, and was set up by the other side to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. The remaining 2 teams were so useless. She frowned for a long time and waved to Duan Fei. Let the brothers do this. Liang Lu kept swinging the silver knife in her hand. After a flash of red light in her eyes, her body, which should have been exhausted, surged with huge strength and repelled the 2 men who blocked her in front of her. There was a commotion on the side, and Tang Qifeng, Fang Ruru, and Qi Ming broke through the enemy formation and ran towards the back of the canyon. Liang Lu was delighted when she saw this, and led the rest of the people to rush over there, but the other party reacted very quickly. The moment the 3 ran out, they blocked the gap again, and trapped the rest of the people inside. Bai Lu's strategy was simple, releasing some people to weaken the force, and steadily encircling and annihilating the rest of the people at the lowest cost. Of course, the key to this strategy is that the one who runs out first will never come back for his own sake, and human nature is precisely the most vulnerable to the test. Seeing that the 5 people who lost 3 people were gradually exhausted, Bai Lu smiled triumphantly in her charming eyes. Hoo. Qi Ming and the other 2 ran far away and saw that no one was chasing them, so they stopped and gasped. Finally out. Qi Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He looked back at the canyon entrance and slapped his thigh. It's bad. Liang Lu and the others are trapped inside. Tang Qifeng clenched the Minging knife in his hand, stood up, and was about to walk towards the canyon entrance. Fang Ruiz stretched out her slender hand to hold Tang Qifeng's sleeve, and said softly, Brother Tang, it's too dangerous to go back now. I'm afraid. Fang Ruiz was born well-behaved, and her pitiful appearance made people feel pity for her. Brother Tang, if something happens to you when you go back, I won't be able to go on by myself. Sister Liang and the others are very capable. They will definitely be able to turn danger into safety. Tang Qifeng was ready to go back to save people, but Fang Ruiz's words shook him. Ruru is so weak. If I'm out, she might have to face the future alone. For a moment, Tang Qifeng was in a struggle. Qi Ming, a naturally upright man, turned a blind eye to Fang Ruiz's tenderness. He was tongue-tied and couldn't say anything profound, so he could only point at the 2 of them and say, We kindly saved you and teamed up with you. The Ba Shanwan took the initiative to act as bait to cover the breakout, but you actually. Fang Ruiz's mouth curled down when she heard that, and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. Brother Qi, I don't mean that. Sister Liang and the others have sacrificed so much for us. Wouldn't it be a shame to go back now? Oh my God! Qi Ming was speechless after hearing her words. He stammered and didn't know how to refute. His old face turned red. Finally, he pointed at them angrily and muttered, White-eyed wolves, and turned to run towards the canyon. Wang Ruofei roared, blocked the knife attack from the side, and chopped at the man with his backhand, but his powerful attack missed. Looking at the 5 people who were already at the end of their strength, Bai Lu smiled and fell from the canyon. Brothers, I'm back! From the back of the canyon, there was a burst of shouting and the sound of weapons colliding. Bai Lu laughed dumbly, and after a while, he smiled faintly. Is there really such a fool? Liang Lu and the others listened to the sound of Qi Ming, and they couldn't help but feel warm in their hearts. They escaped from danger and returned to rescue their companions. This friendship was touching. Swoosh! Bang! Bang! Bai Lu frowned slightly and looked back at a signal flare rising outside the canyon. It was a red signal, a double sound. This was An Yan's special warning signal. Something happened. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sounds of breaking wind came from a distance, and Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan flew out of the forest and fell to the ground, rolling several times, followed by An Yan and his group, who were covered in dust. No one spoke to each other, and they ran towards the canyon with their heads down. Bai Lu saw Xiao Yuan and his group running towards this side, and laughed angrily. Bai Lu! Let the brothers retreat. Quickly! An Yan shouted hoarsely, Hurry up! What? While Bai Lu was stunned, Xiao Yuan and his group were almost approaching the canyon. Bai Lu heard a rumbling sound, and behind Xiao Yuan and his group, a murderous army chased them and killed them. Only the sound of bowstrings sounded, and arrows fell towards the canyon like rain. Bai Lu flew down the canyon with a pale face, shouting, Retreat! Don't worry about these people. Retreat quickly. Chapter 49. Dang! Xiao Yuan's silver knife fell, hitting the stone at his feet with a crisp sound. He panted and looked at his companions around him, saying, It should be safe here, let's take a rest. Hoo. After breaking through the canyon, Xiao Yuan led everyone to rush for another half an hour. After confirming that they were far away from the threat of the strange soldiers, he stopped to rest. After fighting continuously all night, his physical strength was almost at its limit. Boss, have a drink of water. General Shimao handed Xiao Yuan a water bottle. His face was white and black, pitiful and funny. Xiao Yuan took the water bottle and drank a few mouthfuls, and let out a long breath. He patted Shimao on the shoulder and asked with concern, You were not injured when you crossed the canyon just now? It's okay, I'm very agile, but Brother Wang. Shimao pointed to Wang Ruofei, who was sitting under a tree with a pale face. Brother Wang was already injured, and he used too much force to break through this time, and it's more serious. Oh! Xiao Yuan walked quickly to Wang Ruofei, and Wang Ruoling squatted down and looked at Wang Ruofei, who was being bandaged, and smiled bitterly. Old Wang, why do you fight so hard when you are injured? Wang Ruofei's pale face flushed, and he struggled to sit up and said loudly, when breaking out, everyone was fighting hard. Do you want me, a grown man, to hide behind? Okay. Xiao Yuan hurriedly held him down and comforted him kindly. Don't get excited. I'm afraid that if something happens to you, Sister Ruoling will cry to me, and I can't stand it. Wang Ruoling blushed when she heard this and whispered in defense, I won't cry. I'm not a child. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuan and Wang Ruofei couldn't help laughing when they heard her words. After chatting for a while, they heard a noise in the bushes ahead. Lin Lang jumped out from behind the dense leaves with a smile on his face. Captain, I found a good place on patrol ahead, suitable for us to rest. Lin Lang, a young man who was born in the countryside of Tokyo Bianliang like Qi Ming, not only used the anti-gravity maneuvering device at an extremely fast speed, but also had outstanding physical strength. After breaking through the canyon and rushing for half an hour, he was still energetic. The place Lin Lang was looking for was at the foot of a small hill. There was a recessed stone wall at the foot of the hill. There was enough space inside to accommodate the 10 of them. For a group of people who were exhausted and in a mess, this was a perfect place to stay. Xiao Xian, you and Lin Lang go collect some dry firewood. Lao Qi and I will go around to see if there are any wild fruits. Lulu, you can come with us. Xiao Yuan looked at the people who were tidying up in the cave, and said in a very organized manner. Okay, then, boss, we go first. Xian Mao pulled Lin Lang and the other two and walked outside while chatting. Liang Lu was stunned for a moment when she heard Xiao Yuan calling her. Seeing Xiao Yuan looking at her with bright eyes, she knew that he had something to say, so she nodded and followed him out of the cave. The three of them walked a distance in the woods under the moonlight. Xiao Yuan exhaled and stretched his body and said, Tell me, Lao Qi, I saw you look depressed since I came back. Are you holding something in your heart? On the way, they were busy rushing and had little time to talk, but from the different expressions of everyone, and the way Tang Qifeng and Fang Rura ran far ahead when they met, Xiao Yuan also guessed some clues. Boss, Qi Ming scratched his head in annoyance. I don't know how to tell you, I am really pissed off today. Oh, you are so angry. Xiao Yuan was amused by Qi Ming's appearance and said softly, We are all family, just tell me if you have anything to say. Qi Ming calmed down after hearing this, and began to tell Xiao Yuan and Liang Lu in detail about how he, Tang, and Fang were the first to escape from the canyon. Rustle. In the forest, even with the full moon shining, it was still dark, and footsteps could be heard from far away on the ground covered with fallen leaves, making a rustling sound. Brother Ziliang, is this area really safe? A clear and pleasant voice sounded, with a bit of timidity and uneasiness. Lu Ziliang pushed aside the branches in front of him to let the girl behind him pass, and said, Don't worry, Yao Yao, the direction we chose is different from Duan Fei's dozens of people. The girl was wearing the combat uniform of the Silver Wing Corps, a cape, and twin ponytails. Her face was white and cute, with a little baby fat. Ziliang is right. Behind the girl, a slender and hot woman slowly walked over. She had long black hair, and was mature and sexy. These three people are the Chu Qin team that was ambushed before. In addition to Lu Ziliang, the little girl with twin ponytails named Lu Mingyao, and the mature lady named Feng Yueyin are the deputy captains of the team. After the ambush, their team was displaced, and now only 3 people are left to barely survive. Originally, facing the occupation of Sanfu Gorge by civilians, they had no hope of passing through the gorge. Who knew that tonight there were waves of deafening shouts and riots from the direction of the gorge? When the 3 arrived at the gorge, they were surprised to find that all the people who had been stationed here had disappeared. I clearly heard loud shouts and screams from the canyon, but when I got close, there was no one there, and even the sound disappeared instantly. It was really like seeing a ghost. Lu Ziliang muttered. Don't mention ghosts and gods all the time in the middle of the night. Feng Yueyin rolled her eyes at him and said, This matter is strange in every way. You must be careful on the road ahead. Lu Ziliang nodded, suddenly stopped, and stared at the 2 black shadows that appeared in front of him. His hand quietly pressed on the hilt of the knife at his waist. Lu Ziliang said loudly, Brother in front, we are just passing by, and we don't mean to disturb you. Ha ha ha. One of the figures walked out slowly and laughed twice. Big face Lu, when did you get beaten so badly? The moment Lu Ziliang saw the man clearly, his tense body relaxed, and he said with a wry smile, We are both people who have fallen on hard times, Xinmao. Can't you stop making fun of others? Xinmao looked at himself, who was also covered in dirt, and the 2 of them looked at each other, and couldn't help laughing out loud. At that time, I was so angry that I wanted to Qi Ming panted angrily. Boss, how can there be such an ungrateful person? Xiao Yuan listened to Qi Ming's story from beginning to end, nodded gently, and asked, Lulu, do you think we should keep them now? Ah? Liang Lu's mind was churning after hearing Qi Ming's words, and she didn't know how to answer for a while. Hey. Xiao Yuan patted Qi Ming's shoulder and said, Tang Qifeng is not a bad person, but he is easily bewitched. These two people staying with us is a time bomb. According to my style of doing things, I must not keep them in the team, but... Xiao Yuan looked at Liang Lu's exhausted face after a night of fighting and continued, I know that Tang Qifeng means something special to you, and you can't let him go emotionally, so Lulu, I want to hear your true thoughts. Liang Lu bit her lips tightly, frowned for a while, and didn't speak. If you want to keep them, don't feel any psychological burden. Xiao Yuan looked down at her slightly. I will let Xiao Xian and Lin Lang keep an eye on them, and won't let that delicate Miss Fang make trouble again. Thank you. Liang Lu lowered her head and whispered. Xiao Yuan's thoughtfulness and attentiveness made her heart warm and touched. I really can't let him go now. I've said it before, we are a team. Why are you so polite? Xiao Yuan hugged Qi Ming's shoulders and said with a smile, Let's go back. If you really want to thank us, let's cook a pot of vegetable soup. Boss, add some minced meat this time. Qi Ming's eyes lit up when he heard the soup, and he suggested with a silly smile. Good suggestion. Add a few more spoonfuls of chicken essence. Oh boss, you've made me hungry, hee hee. Liang Lu looked at the two young men walking in front of her, with their shoulders hugged, and a warm and pure smile appeared on her face. She took a step and chased after them with a smile. Chapter 50. The warm lights in the cave dispel the darkness, and the slowly rising water vapor makes everyone around feel the long-lost warmth. Xiao Yuan holds a bowl of hot soup in his hand, and looks at the topographic map for a long time without saying a word. At present, our Silver Moon team's score is 24. There are still more than 30 hours before the end of the assessment, and time is running out. Wang Ruoling hugged her knees with her hands, and her big glasses hung weakly on her nose. She looked at the map and whispered, Our current score is not enough. If we want to get a better ranking, we must reach at least 50 points to have a chance. Also, there should be strong teams stationed near the finish line. Wang Ruoling stretched out her hand and drew a circle at the finish line on the map. Around the entire finish line area, there are many teams waiting like the civilians, and we are still under great pressure. In that case, tomorrow we will first look for opportunities in areas far away from the core, and then move towards the central area in the last 20 hours to seize the finish line. Xiao Yuan rubbed his fingers and said thoughtfully, Is the beacon we brought before still there? Yes. Xian Mao, who was sitting nearby chewing dried meat, waved his hand. I've been carrying it with me. That's good. Xiao Yuan drank a mouthful of hot soup and breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow, it will come in handy. Oh, if we had been more careful at that time. Lu Ziliang shook his head in annoyance. Brother Chu Xian is so capable, but they secretly tricked him out. It's really. Lu Ziliang and Xian Mao, who met Lin Lang, came to the cave together. Although Lu Ziliang was thick-skinned and always liked to run to the 9th Company, he was actually a good fighter, and the situation of the Silver Wing Squad also needed their help. After the two sides discussed it, Lu Ziliang and the other two joined the Silver Moon team and followed Xiao Yuan's command to ensure that they successfully completed the assessment. After all, if a team is completely wiped out, the points will be halved, and the other half of the points will be obtained by the final kill team. The design of the ambush is indeed ingenious. It is normal for you to fail when you were caught off guard. Xiao Yuan comforted, Don't blame yourself, every failure makes you wiser. Captain Xiao is right, every failure makes you wiser. Lu Mingyao looked at Xiao Yuan with big eyes and asked, Before, we were always in the distance of Sanfu Canyon and heard a lot of shouting and killing. It turns out that it was you who made it. It's amazing. Xiao Yuan glanced at the little girl with twin ponytails and said with a smile, How can we have that strength? If we hadn't encountered the ghost soldiers passing through the corridor, this time, we would have suffered heavy losses. In fact, we were just lucky. The ghost soldiers passing through the corridor? Feng Yuyan opened her diamond-shaped mouth wide, with a look of surprise. You mean the shouting and killing at that time? No way, boss. Did you really encounter a ghost? Xian Mao got excited when he heard this, and even Qi Ming and Lin Lang stretched their necks to look at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan explained how to lure An Yin, how to escape and hide, how An Yin smelled the fragrance on Sun Wan's body with secret medicine, revealing his whereabouts, and then mistakenly entered the white clothes forest, saw the ghost soldiers passing through the corridor, and was chased around by arrows from both sides. The dangers were explained one by one, and everyone was shocked and gasped. Hiss. Lin Lang sighed after listening. The world is so big that there are so many wonders. I regret not going with the boss to see it. Before, I heard the old people say that the ghost soldiers passing through the corridor were just illusions, but after hearing this situation, Qi Ming murmured, it's completely different from what happened in our old city of Yanliang. Xiao Yuan glanced at Liang Lu without leaving a trace, and said, it may be because of the outbreak of the night demon. I talked to a very knowledgeable person before. He said that with the outbreak of the night demon, and the influence of its source, the magnetic field and energy fluctuations of the entire blue star have changed. This kind of things that transcend common sense will become more and more. Awuh! Awuh! The little tiger lying quietly beside Shinma flapped its ears, and stood up to pounce on the innermost stone wall. After the little tiger pounced on the stone wall, it took a few steps back and arched its body, barking at the stone wall non-stop, as if it was extremely disgusted. Xiao Yuan also stood up with the little tiger, touched its head, and looked at the stone wall in front with interest. Since the little tiger followed Xinmao, he got along very well with the members of the Silver Moon team. He was also good at acting cute, and had a tendency to surpass the little squirrel to become the group's favorite. He never barked for no reason. Xi and Mao calmed the little tiger that was roaring faintly, and pulled out the silver knife from his ribs to chop the stone wall. Dang! A crisp sound rang out, and there was nothing unusual. He held the knife horizontally, and used the blade to knock on the stone wall everywhere. Boss, the sound is a bit wrong. Xi and Mao pointed at the stone wall where the little tiger pounced and said, the stone wall here seems to be much thinner than other places. Xiao Yuan came over after hearing the sound. He stepped back a few steps to increase the safety distance. The motorized devices on both sides of his body started, and the sound of springs rang out. 2 steel claws shot out rapidly. The powerful impact force combined with the steel cone at the front of the steel claws penetrated deeply into the stone wall. With a clanging sound, the steel claws were retracted with a puff of dust, accompanied by the sound of the stone wall breaking. When the dust fell, Xiao Yuan took a quick look and saw a rectangular passage with a height of 1 meter at the original location of the stone wall. There is actually a secret passage here? Xi and Mao shouted, leaning forward to rush into it. Don't worry, let's see what's going on inside first. Xiao Yuan reached out and grabbed Xi and Mao's arm, and took a bent fluorescent stick handed by Sun Wan, and threw it into the dark cave. The moment the fluorescent stick flew in, Xiao Yuan saw a small black shadow flashing by. Judging from its size, it should be some small wild animal. The tiger beside Xinmao was sharp-eyed. When he saw the small animal, he immediately bent his body, and was eager to try. If Xinmao hadn't caught it, he would have pounced on it immediately. Xiao Yuan lowered his head to observe. He didn't see anything unusual, so he grabbed Tunan and went into the cave first. When he lowered his head, Xiao Yuan saw that the color of the stone wall here was slightly different from other places. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice it at all. I think someone used a special method to disguise other materials as stone walls to block the entrance, so that people couldn't find it. Everyone filed in. Tunan emitted a bright yellow glow, illuminating the small stone cave. Some long-decayed objects were scattered in the cave, and the original appearance could not be seen. On one of the stone walls, there were strange stone paintings and symbols. There were 6 stone paintings in total, but due to the long time, the last 2 fell off. Above the 6 paintings, there was a painting, or a badge. The moment Xiao Yuan saw this badge, his heart jumped. The whole badge was simple and vivid. The outer layer was a burning flame, and in the inner layer of the flame, there was an animal totem with a slender body, a head like a cow's horn, a fish tail behind, and claws under the body. The reason why Xiao Yuan was secretly surprised was not how strange the shape of the totem was, but when Bai Yilan was escaping, Xiao Yuan looked down in the air, and with the help of the blood-red moonlight, the totem in front of him was carved in the armor worn by the soldiers fighting on both sides. Wasn't it the totem in front of him at this moment? Chapter 51. Wang Ruoling carefully studied the murals and texts on the stone wall under the light. Xiao Yuan saw that she was studying seriously and asked, Ruoling, do you recognize the texts on it? I only recognize a little bit. Wang Ruoling pointed to the symbols on the edge of the mural and explained, I have seen this kind of text in a book in the city library. This strange text is neither like small seal script nor cursive script. It looks like a ghost painting. Who can use this kind of text to record it? Xi and Mao glanced at the symbols on the stone wall, and complained in a low voice. Indeed, few people know this kind of writing. Wang Ruoling said with regret, the writing carved on the stone wall is called a hun, And the country that created this kind of writing was called Lihua country by our ancestors of country A. Legend has it that Lihua country once created a brilliant civilization and technology, and flourished on this land for a time, but somehow, during the heyday of Lihua country, it quickly declined and disappeared, leaving only very few written records. Lihua country? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, and looked at the flame totem on the stone wall. This country worships fire? Not only that, it is said that they can control a magical flame, called Lihua. Wang Ruoling pointed to the content on the first mural and said, "Look, the pattern carved on it." On the first mural, a few lines simply and vividly outlined a magical picture. A ball of fire fell from the sky, and a group of small stick figures knelt around the fire on the ground. In front of the stick figures, there was a leader-like, much taller stick figure standing, with his hands clasped together as if praying. Wang Ruoling looked at the symbols on the side, thought for a while, pointed to one of the characters and said, "This word should mean heaven." Sister Ruoling is amazing. Xian Mao praised. What about the others? Wang Ruoling looked embarrassed. I only know this word. Xian Mao, Sacrifice, the sacred fire descends from the sky. Sun Wan's voice sounded from behind. She looked at the mural with a dazed look, and said, Jia, lead the people to pray. Xiao Wan. Do you know him? Xiao Yuan looked at Sun Wan, who was walking beside him in surprise. I don't know what's going on either. Sun Wan frowned slightly. When I see these symbols, I naturally understand their meaning in my mind. This feeling is very strange. Xiao Wan, do you know the words on the second mural? Wang Ruoling said anxiously. Facing a country that had been lost for thousands of years, her curiosity was unprecedentedly high after Sun Wan translated the words. In the second mural, a creature flew out of the flames on an altar. It was the same as the creature in the totem, but it was much simpler and danced around the flames. Around the altar, pillars were erected, and small stick men were tied on top, as if waiting for execution. The text on the side of this mural means, "The divine fire breathes dragons, and the Duke ordered a living sacrifice." Dragon? Xiao Yuan looked at the creatures depicted in the mural and murmured, Are there really dragons in this world? A dragon was born from fire? Wang Ruoling's eyes sparkled. The information recorded on this mural is too incredible. However, thousands of years ago, human cognition and scientific level were backward, and there would be deviations in the understanding of many things. Liang Lu was not as excited as Wang Ruoling. She analyzed calmly, when recording historical events, it is inevitable to add subjective colors and mythological descriptions. What Lulu said makes sense. Xiao Wan, what does the third mural mean? Xiao Yuan stopped Liang Lu from talking and let Sun Wan continue. Sun Wan touched the stone wall with her fingers and said, in this mural, dark clouds rolled up in the sky, the gods were enraged by the cessation of the sacrifice, and 3 bottomless abysses appeared in the entire Lihua kingdom. In the fourth mural, the Lihua kingdom used the divine fire from the sky to forge divine weapons, and annexed the surrounding small countries, and changes occurred in the 3 abysses at the same time. On the fourth mural, 3 dark abysses emit black gas. At the edge of the abyss, there is a half-exposed black figure, with a pair of wings behind him. I don't know if it's because the modeled stone wall can't see clearly, or if there is a pair of wings painted on it. The whole story ends here. The next 2 murals are blurry, which makes Wang Ruoling very depressed. Xiao Yuan and the others saw that there was nothing special here, so they bent down and walked out. Xiao Yuan was at the end, and suddenly felt that the map in his hand was shaking and shifted towards a pile of remains. Xiao Yuan was surprised by Tunin's performance. As he walked towards the remains, Tunin shook more violently when he approached the remains. A faint silver light flashed under the remains. Recruit Assessment Data Control Center. Li Jin looked at the boy standing in front of him with a wry smile and said, Mu Xian, why are you here instead of doing research with Mr. Li in the capital? The boy was about 16 or 17 years old, wearing a beige baseball cap, beige short-sleeved shirt, and shorts of the same color. He was only 165 centimeters tall, but he was thin and weak, with thin arms and legs, and looked as delicate as a little girl. Brother, you say this because you think I'm annoying? So heartless. Mu Xian curled her lips. I'm not here to bother you this time. Teacher Li asked me to collect data on the anti-gravity maneuvering device, and to see how his beloved disciple is progressing in forming a new army. Li Jin had no idea what to do with this clever and eccentric little junior brother. He was very talented at a young age, and was taken in as a close disciple by his teacher, and loved very much. But this kid always liked to play pranks, and Li Jin had suffered a lot from him before. Is the old teacher in good health? Li Jin asked with concern. Oh, I'm fine. Mu Xian laughed. When you chased me and beat me, you were really strong and healthy. I really can't do anything to you. Li Jin couldn't help laughing with him when he saw Mu Xian's look. This is all the data of the anti-gravity maneuvering device at present. Come and take a look. Mu Xian was interested when he heard it, and jumped to Li Jin's side, and asked casually while looking at it. I heard that Wu Mai, that bastard, came to your place some time ago. Yeah. Li Jin leaned back on the chair and let out a long breath. Come and test my background, and show off your power by the way. Huh? Mu Xian looked at Li Jin with a teasing look on his face. Brother, if I ask you, why don't you just marry his sister? You will become his brother-in-law in the future, and see if that little bastard dares to trouble you again. Li Jin raised his hand and patted Mu Xian on the head. Stop talking nonsense. Look at your data. He closed his eyes, and a delicate and elegant figure of a girl appeared in his mind. She was in a gorgeous sea of flowers. She turned around, and a surprised light suddenly appeared in her eyes. She smiled and said to him, Brother Li Jin, why are you here? Hee. Mu Xian touched the top of his head and muttered softly, What era is it now? Do you still care about the opinions of those antiques? If you like her, go after her. What kind of person is it to hide in this deep mountain forest in fear? Chapter 52. Captain! Look over there. A team of 4 people walked in the forest. The black-faced team member, who was walking in front of them, had sharp eyes, and shouted in surprise, There is a beacon over there. The people behind the team members were shocked when they heard it. The young captain smiled and said, You have good eyesight. You can see such a hidden place. After saying that, he ran forward first. The 6 people in the team were very fast, and arrived under the tree in a moment. The black-faced team member moved quickly. 2 whoosh. Whoosh. Sounds were heard under his ribs, and the steel claws flew upwards. When he shot out his steel claws, everyone looked up at the moment when something strange happened. Swish. Swish. Under the thick layer of leaves under the tree, 2 people jumped out with silver knives in their hands and stabbed directly at the black-faced young man and the team leader. At the same time, a sound of breaking wind sounded behind them, and several people flew down from the tree and flew towards this side. Seeing this, the black-faced young man flew towards the tree in a hurry. He couldn't help but exclaim while he was still in the air. A pure and unworldly girl appeared on the tree at some point, with a bow and arrow in her hand fully drawn, and the arrow was pointing directly in front of him. Bang! The bowstring was released, and as the air entered the young man's ears, there was a crisp sound of pop, and the life card on his chest shattered. The whole person seemed to have lost his soul, and his body was suspended in the air and swayed. Clang! The team leader dodged the frontal attack, and swung the minging knife in his hand to fight back. After a string of sparks, he screamed in pain and fell forward. Xiao Yuan retracted his big feet behind him, rushed forward and smashed his life card together with Qiming. The whole battle process was very fast, only about 6 minutes. With the unexpected attack and the advantage of numbers, Xiao Yuan and others gained another precious 9 points. One of them was defeated by Tang Qifeng and eliminated, and Tang Qingfeng's team got 3 points. In addition to the 5 points for the team's annihilation, and half of the points inherited from the team, the current total score of the Silver Moon team is 46 points. Huh? Xiao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 hours of waiting and setting up an ambush were finally not in vain. He gained a lot. As it was getting close to noon, the temperature in the forest rose. There were still 24 hours before the end of the assessment. Everyone packed up and headed towards the final destination. A figure appeared behind them. He touched his right wrist, looked at everyone with a sly look, and quietly followed. New recruit assessment area, central area. Xiao Cheng, you go first. A hoarse voice shouted, accompanied by the sound of weapons clashing. Bang! A young man in a silver-winged military uniform fell to the ground with wounds all over his body, his cape torn behind him, and his face was covered with black and white streaks, looking extremely pitiful. Pa! He groaned, and his chest was stepped on hard by a military boot, crushing it hard. Boy! Run again! The young man opened his eyes with difficulty, revealing a thin and pale face above him, with a fresh scratch on his face, oozing blood, making his originally unhandsome face even more hideous. That little girl scratched my face, and you want to let it go? Tell me! Where did she run to? Cough, cough, cough. The young man was struggling to breathe because of his foot. He struggled and said, You formed gangs to seal. Block the core area. This is cheating. Hee. The skinny young man grinned and laughed strangely. I'm telling you, little bastard, this is the rule here. When Win the first few places in the assessment, there will be rewards for me. You just follow those shitty rules and continue to be poor. As he said that, Lu Hao stepped hard on the life card on the young man on the ground, and the man fainted with the powerful kick. Pa! Lu Hao spat out a mouthful of saliva. The scratches on his face were burning with pain. He cursed softly and walked towards the camp. After rushing for a long time and approaching the core area, the people chose a hidden place to settle down. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan sat on a tall tree trunk and kept watch in the shade. He took a deep breath of fresh air and murmured, "Why do you know the words of Lihua country?" He half squinted his eyes and looked at Sun Wan beside him. "You, how many secrets do you have?" Sun Wan was speechless for a moment and said anxiously, "I don't know why I know Lihuan." "I know." Xiao Yuan reached out and touched her head and said softly, "I'm just a little worried about you." "Worried about me?" Sun Wan turned her head, and her brown eyes were as clear as glass under the sunlight shining through the gaps between the leaves. "Why?" Xiao Yuan sniffed her mint scent in the air and said, "I'm worried that you will suddenly disappear from my life one day if—" Xiao Yuan looked into Sun Wan's eyes seriously. "If something happens one day, no matter what, I am willing to face it with you, just like you are willing to accompany me here, not to bear it alone, okay?" Sun Wan stared blankly at the young man in front of her. His hair was blown by the wind, and under his thick eyebrows were a pair of eyes as bright as the Milky Way. The uneasiness in her heart caused by the secret of Lihua seemed to gradually dissipate with Xiao Yuan's eyes. "Okay, I promise you." Sun Wan opened her red lips and said softly. Seeing her agree, Xiao Yuan gently held Sun Wan's hand and smiled with relief. In the palm of Xiao Yuan's right hand, there was a silver badge, shining in the sunlight. For a moment, the dragon and the flame totem on the badge seemed to have life. "Boss! Boss! Come down quickly, something happened." Xi and Mao's voice came from under the tree, accompanied by the little tigers howling. Swoosh! Under the traction of the motorized device, Xiao Yuan landed steadily on the ground. "What's wrong, Xiao Xian?" Xi and Mao pointed at the unconscious girl on Lin Lang's back and said, "Brother Lin and I found her when we were out on patrol." Xiao Yuan scratched his head and joked, "Why don't you two change your name to the two-man rescue team? You can bring me people every time you go out on patrol, right?" "Boss, look at what you said. We can't just abandon this girl if she's unconscious in the woods, right?" Xi and Mao said with a smile. "Okay, stop joking." Xiao Yuan shook his head and asked Lin Lang to carry the girl over so that Lu Mingyao could see her. Lu Mingyao has twin ponytails and looks like a cute little girl, but she is actually an expert in medicine, and her bandaging skills are much better than those of them who have only learned first aid knowledge for a few days. "It's okay, she's just too tired," Lu Mingyao said to Xiao Yuan after the examination. "Give her an energy injection, and then replenish her food and she will be fine." Xiao Yuan nodded, and spread out the map with everyone to discuss the final battle plan. The girl behind him whispered, You are also going to the core safety zone from this road?" Xiao Yuan was startled by the girl who suddenly spoke, and turned back to look at the weak girl in surprise. "Are you awake?" The girl nodded with difficulty, and said hoarsely, "There is danger ahead, no, can't go through." Seeing that she had difficulty speaking, Lu Mingyao quickly poured a glass of water to her mouth, and helped the girl drink the water with difficulty. After drinking a glass of water, the girl's face looked better, and she began to tell what she had experienced. The girl's name is Xiao Chengcheng. The 8 people in her team had a very smooth journey. By the end of the assessment area, they had accumulated 38 points. This result was already very good. They thought that while the points were still there, they would go directly to the safe area for safety. Unexpectedly, she encountered an ambush on the way to the core area. The 3 teams of 24 people attacked fiercely. Not long after, everyone in the team was eliminated, and only she escaped by luck. Not only that, there are 5 or 6 teams of more than 20 people like this outside the entire core safety zone, and they have demarcated areas within their own range to capture the teams that come, and they are ruthless and merciless. After listening to Xiao Qingqing's words, Xiao Yuan secretly took a breath. The situation is worse than he imagined. If these teams had a fight with each other, it would be fine. Now that they are so clearly divided and do not interfere with each other, it is probably difficult for them to fish in troubled waters. Chapter 53. Boss, will this method work? Xi and Mao lay on the ground, looking at the civilians sitting around the campfire in the distance. If we are not careful, we will. What? The whole army will be wiped out. Xiao Yuan said with a piece of grass in his mouth, and said in a relaxed tone, No plan is foolproof. How can you get rich without taking risks? Besides, you have seen the strength of the group of people outside the safe zone. Xian Mao shuddered when he thought of the dangerous situation when the Silver Moon team tried to attack in the afternoon. The many teams that were defending the surrounding area actually cooperated with each other, and many of them were strong. If they had not retreated quickly, they would have suffered a great loss. It's time, Sun Quan said softly. Lulu should start to act. Action. Xiao Yuan spit out the grass in his mouth, stood up and walked towards the campfire. Duan Fei was in a very depressed mood. He thought he was quite capable and smooth, and wanted to take advantage of this assessment to show off in front of An Yin and Bai Lu. However, when he met Xiao Yuan and his group, he was repeatedly ruined by that guy. He bit the dried meat in his hand angrily, picked up the kettle at hand and drank it. Hey, isn't this Duan Datu? Xiao Yuan walked out from behind an old tree in a square step. What? You ran so fast in Sanfu Canyon, I thought you had reached the end? Puff. Duan Fei spit out a mouthful of water, and opened his eyes wide as if he saw a ghost. Xiao Yuan? You dare to take the initiative to die? Why wouldn't I dare? Even your boss was defeated by me, let alone you. Bang! Duan Fei felt that a string in his head was broken instantly. He stood up panting and shouted to the stunned people on the side, Are you all dead? Come on! Duan Fei's shouting kicked off the chase. More than 20 people, led by Duan Fei, activated their motors and flew towards Xiao Yuan and the other two. Old Duan! Old Duan! Bai Lan, who was beside Duan Fei, shouted loudly, Be careful! Come back first. Duan Fei hated Xiao Yuan so much that he only wanted to catch him and beat him to avenge his previous shame. His movements were so fast that Bai Lan didn't even react. Duan Fei disappeared in the forest. The sound of the wind was all around him. How could he hear Bai Lan shouting? Even if he heard the shouting, Bai Lan relied on his identity as Bai Lu's younger brother, and Duan Fei didn't take him seriously. It's bad. Bai Lan cursed Duan Feizu inwardly. Xiao Yuan must have a problem if he didn't come out rashly. He thought of this and ran in the opposite direction to find An Yin and Bai Lu. Lu Hao leaned against a big tree, his eyes emitting excitement. With the moonlight, he could see a group of 7 or 8 people walking towards this side cautiously. Another group of self-righteous idiots. Lu Hao stretched out his scarlet tongue to lick his lips, shook his head at the people on the trees around him, and when the group was about to approach, he flew down and killed them, making a harsh cry. They were fast, but the other team's reaction speed was not slow either. The moment LV Hao flew down, the other team turned back like a rabbit. Seeing this, LV Hao frowned and shouted, Tiger, send a signal to Brother Nian and the others, don't let these fat sheep run away. This team was part of the Silver Moon team led by Liang Lu. Liang Lu looked up at the blue flare rising in the sky and said to Lin Lang beside him, Are you sure that other teams will support you immediately? Lin Lang waved his hand and cut off the branches in front of him, and his body did not stop. Don't worry, I saw them surrounding a team like this afternoon, I am absolutely right. Liang Lu smiled bitterly. I must be crazy to agree to the captain's plan. Ha ha ha. Lin Lang laughed when she said that. I think the captain's plan is good, exciting and bold enough. The 7 people kept moving in the jungle, with Lu Hao and a dozen people chasing them. After a while, another group of people flew from the side. Several flares sounded in the air, illuminating their tracks. They were the 20 people who came from another defense zone. The two groups ran and chased each other through the forest for more than 10 minutes. Seeing that the other party was slowing down, Lu Hao shouted, Brothers, they are almost exhausted. Come on! The motorized devices on both sides of Lu Hao's ribs suddenly exerted force, and as the alloy wire pulled Lu Hao's whole body speeded up a bit, just when they were about to get close to the other party's buttocks, something strange happened. Between the 3 ancient trees, there was originally nothing, but suddenly 2 fences made of trees fell down, covered with plastic-like things. Ah! LV Hao screamed, unable to control his strength, and crashed straight into it. For a moment, there was a continuous sound of bang, bang, bang. LV Hao and the dozen people who were at the front were not spared. The plastic on top was the plastic film used by Xiao Yuan and his group for camping before, which had high adhesion. LV Hao and his group had to work hard to break free. After they got out with the help of their companions, they looked ahead and saw no other figures. They only heard a faint noise in front. Everyone was delighted and rushed up following the sound. The forest was deep and dense. As soon as LV Hao showed his head, he heard someone in front shouting, Xiao Yuan, I wonder where you can run today. As he said that, a red-faced young man led the people behind him to kill him. Lu Hao was stunned when he saw the young man, with a ferocious face and dusty face. He didn't see so many people just now? Could they be ambushing here? Thinking of this, he raised his mouth. You want to die? Grandpa, I will kill you today. The two parties started a life-and-death fight in the dim forest. The red-faced young man was none other than Duan Fei, who was chasing Xiao Yuan, and the other two, who knew that when they were about to catch up, a huge wooden fence was flipped down from the tree, covered with sticky plastic. Duan Fei had never been teased by others in his life. At this time, he was thinking about revenge with fire in his eyes. When he broke free from the fence with dusty face, his rationality had already run away. When he saw someone coming out from the front, he shouted and rushed up. Xiao Yuan's plan was very risky. He, Sun Wan, and Xian Mao would attract Duan Fei's group. Liang Lu would lead people to attract Lu Hao's group, and take the opportunity to mobilize people from the side defense zone. The remaining three would guard the pre-made fence trap on the pursuit road, and activate the mechanism when the pursuers arrived to make the fence fall. There were three key points in the whole plan. The first was that Xiao Yuan was betting that Duan Fei hated him enough, and that Duan Fei, a vindictive villain, would definitely chase him at all costs. The second was that Lu Hao could mobilize the side defense to create an opportunity for everyone to bypass the side defense zone and enter the safe zone. Finally, it is the tacit cooperation of the team. If the whole plan is off in time, it will lead to the failure of the plan, and then the whole team will be completely destroyed. The reason why Liang Lu initially opposed the implementation of the plan was because the plan was too risky. Facts have proved that Xiao Yuan made the right bet. After experiencing many hardships, the Silver Moon Squad, a newly born combat team, completed its self-salvation and lived up to Xiao Yuan's trust. Chapter 54. Hoo. Xian Mao lay on the ground panting, looking at the people fighting in the distance. It was a close call. I thought I was going to be caught. Haha, look at you. Qi Ming teased. When has the captain's plan ever failed? Xiao Yuan gestured to everyone and whispered. Everyone, set off immediately and head towards the vacant defense zone. The previous strategy produced unexpectedly good results. Inu did not encounter any obstacles along the way, and headed towards the designated safe area. We will be in the safe zone in a little while, hurry up. Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang were running at the front, with the sound of wind in their ears. Finally, after more than 10 minutes of continuous forced march, Xiao Yuan saw several flags of the Silver Wings army planted on a small hill not far away. Below the flags, a line extending backwards was drawn with bright paint, and several monitoring devices were fixed on the top of the flags. That area was the safe zone. The recruits who entered the safe zone would officially end this assessment, and would not be able to participate in the fight, nor would they be harmed. Everyone couldn't help but cheer when they saw it. After several days of continuous raids and fights, everyone was in a tense state. Finally, this kind of life was coming to an end. Needless to say, they were happy. Xiao Yuan lowered his footsteps, and walked to Sun Wan's side, and walked with her. Everyone entered the safe zone in a line. Only they knew how difficult it was for everyone to enter the safe zone. Pa! 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 When everyone entered the safe zone and only Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan were left, there was a sudden applause behind them. Xiao Yuan turned around and walked behind him, and saw An Yin leading more than 20 people out of the shadows. They looked exhausted and obviously had just arrived here. What a great escape! An Yin praised sincerely. You are brave enough to think of using us to deal with Lu Hao's group. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and stopped his steps to enter the safe zone. It's just good luck, isn't it the same for you, An Yin? So decisively gave up Duan Fei's group and ran towards this side. Your speed is quite fast. An Yin smiled brightly, slowly drew out the silver knife in his hand, and pointed it at Xiao Yuan. There is still an unfinished duel between us. One-on-one. Xiao Yuan's face was smiling, and people didn't know what he was thinking. Liang Lu and others beside him saw his appearance and couldn't help but whispered, Captain, be careful of fraud. Xiao Yuan looked at An Yan's actions, and a golden light appeared in his eyes. The fake smile on his face faded, revealing a flamboyant and excited expression. He also slowly drew out the silver knife from his ribs and walked forward. An Yan also walked out of the camp alone and walked toward Xiao Yuan. His pace became faster and faster until he almost ran. The silver knife in his hand flashed a silver light and slashed toward Xiao Yuan's chest. An Yan had practiced martial arts since he was young, and his physical strength and reaction were different from ordinary people. Xiao Yuan dodged the knife and rushed to his arms. Xiao Yuan had used this close combat move many times, but it was the first time he failed against An Yan. An Yan reacted very quickly. When Xiao Yuan stood up and rushed towards him, he put away the knife and chopped at Xiao Yuan with the back of the knife. And Yen was afraid that the blade would hurt Xiao Yuan's life, so he used the back of the knife. He obviously underestimated Xiao Yuan's skills. Xiao Yuan turned his wrist and raised the blade diagonally to block the blow, taking away most of Yan's strength. He lowered his body and kicked him in the lower body. And Yan's mechanical device under his ribs was activated, and he flew directly into the sky to avoid the attack. Xiao Yuan saw this and also activated the mechanical device, drawing a gust of wind to chase after Yan. And Yan's speed in the air was extremely fast, and his body coordination was beyond Xiao Yuan's expectation. He turned around even when he was moving quickly, and his body turned a circle in the air, and then a silver light flashed. Clang! Xiao Yuan barely caught the knife, his body shook, and the silver knife in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. And Yan was the strongest person he had ever met. Xiao Yuan's body suddenly stopped, and he fell down with a blow. Seeing this, Yan laughed and fell towards Xiao Yuan, stabbing the silver knife in his hand straight towards Xiao Yuan's left heart. Dang! There was a sound of urging, and Yan looked at the shield that suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yuan in surprise, and jumped up and hit again. After Xiao Yuan dodged his attack, he stopped falling. The friction sound of metal wires under his ribs was heard rapidly. With this sound, Xiao Yuan stood up and landed on a tree trunk, panting. What the hell is that thing? And Yan frowned and looked at Xiao Yuan's shield suspiciously. You will know if you try it. Xiao Yuan grinned, and flew towards Yan with force on his legs. All his strength was concentrated on the minging knife in his hand. He held the knife in his right hand, and the shield in his left hand, and flew towards Yan aggressively. And Yan's knife danced very fast, blocking Xiao Yuan's silver knife. In his eyes, Xiao Yuan's movements were too flawed, and defeat was just a matter of a moment. No! And Yan's pupils shrank. The shield in Xiao Yuan's hand disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was replaced by a black military bayonet with a faint glow, and the front part emitted a sharp light. Puff! Xiao Yuan's military bayonet pierced Yan's military jacket, and almost approached the core area of the life card. At this moment, Yan felt a chill in his heart. Xiao Yuan's left hand stopped, and he smiled at Yan's expression, and took back the bayonet in his hand. You lost. Hoo. And Yan came back to his senses after a while, looked at the smile on Xiao Yuan's face, lowered his head, and said generously, I am not as skilled as you, I admit defeat. Xiao Yuan looked at Yan's appearance and said, I thought you would be so ashamed and angry that you would cry like a little girl. And Yan's old face blushed and said, I, Yan, am not someone who can't afford to lose, but why don't you eliminate me? To put it bluntly, the reason why Xiao Yuan accepted Yan's challenge was that he was just a young man. No matter how he planned, he was just an ordinary young man. Seeing Yan's sincere face to duel with him, he also had a good impression of this generous young man. Xiao Yuan thought for a while and said, the most direct reason is that we have enough points, and then, you are a bit interesting, that's all. And Yan was stunned for a moment after hearing Xiao Yuan's words, then smiled and stretched out his hand and said, Xiao Yuan, I will remember you. Xiao Yuan shook hands with him, and with a smile on his face, he made a scissor sign to the people not far away, and turned around to retract the scattered steel claws. Bang! A roar sounded, and Xiao Yuan's body shook violently. The members of the Silver Moon team who were in high spirits not far away looked at this side in disbelief, and Yan was also stunned. Xiao Yuan looked at his chest after realizing it. A fatal shot. It hit Xiao Yuan's heart accurately. He only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his body softened and fell towards the tree. The falling Xiao Yuan seemed to see a figure in the distance putting away the gun and turning away. On his right wrist, it seemed that something was flashing blue light. Chapter 55. Bang! Xiao Yuan's body hit a thick branch below him. The pain made him regain consciousness. Why would someone use firearms in the assessment? Xiao Yuan's injury caught everyone by surprise. After Yan reacted, he fell down to catch Xiao Yuan. A figure, who was a few points faster than him, caught Xiao Yuan's falling body. Shua! Sun Wan drew the silver knife in his hand, and his pair of almond eyes were cold as ice, staring at Yan. And Yan's face flushed with anxiety, and he explained, Don't get me wrong, I really just want to compete with Brother Xiao. Don't come at me. Everyone in the Silver Moon team ran out of the safe zone, and surrounded this side. Liang Lu pointed at Yan's nose. Treacherous and cunning. A villain who stabbed people in the back. Huh? And Yan's face turned red and white after being rebuked by Liang Lu, and he defended himself. I, and Yan, have always been upright. How could I do such a thing? There must be a misunderstanding. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yuan coughed a few times in Sun Wan's arms, and finally managed to speak. This matter should have nothing to do with An Yin, everyone. Let's go to the safe zone first. Xiao Yuan rested his head on Sun Wan's legs, lying under a tree, with An Yin and his group sitting next to him, including Bai Lu and Bai Lan. There was a shocking hole on his military uniform on his chest. Xiao Yuan held a round badge in his hand, with a flaming dragon on it shining. He closed his eyes tiredly and smiled bitterly. Really, thanks to it. Otherwise I would have died here today. Firearms appeared during the recruit assessment. This is very strange. Bai Lu analyzed. No action was taken during the entire assessment. Why did they take action in the final stage? And they used eye-catching firearms? Actually, I was attacked several times in the previous assessments. Xiao Yuan said softly. Each time it was when the battle with other teams was the most dangerous. The weapons were the same as those of the recruits, but the attacks were fierce and hit the vital points. I felt something was wrong at the time. I recalled that there was a killer targeting me since then. Captain, do you mean that someone has been planning to murder you? Liang Lu opened her eyes wide in surprise. After repeatedly failing, they chose to take the risk of using firearms. Liang Lu's words made everyone fall into silence. Qi Ming murmured, but why? The boss is just an ordinary recruit. The pain in his chest made Xiao Yuan frown slightly. He endured it, and didn't cry out. The drug injected by Lu Mingyao began to take effect gradually. Xiao Yuan's mind gradually became confused. He smiled bitterly and said, who knows? Maybe he is jealous that I am more handsome than him. After saying that, Xiao Yuan's consciousness gradually fell into darkness. In the depths of the dense forest, Xiao Yi stood straight and black. In front of him stood a gloomy man, with a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle. He stroked his right wrist and whispered, the mission has been completed. Are you sure he is dead? Zhou Yi's voice was still clear. Didn't you say you only fired one shot? The gloomy man heard this, and his expression on his face became even gloomier. That shot hit the heart. No matter who it was, he would die. After this mission, Legion will definitely follow the source of the firearms. You should go abroad to avoid the limelight first. Zhou Yi finally felt relieved after hearing the man's confirming tone. The man nodded and turned away. For a moment, the blue light emanating from his right wrist made Zhou Yi feel like his soul was leaving his body. Zhou Yi looked at the flares rising in the distance, and a paranoid and ferocious look appeared on his handsome face. No one can stop me from the road I want to take. Liang Lu, you can't escape from my palm. The white lamps gave off soft light, white walls, white decorations, and snow-white quilts. Everything was white except Sun Wan's long hair scattered on the quilt. Her long eyelashes flickered with her eyes closed, floating slowly, with the sound of even breathing. Very cute. Xiao Yuan raised his head with great effort, tidied the hair by her ears, and his confused mind gradually became clear. Huh? Xiao Yuan let out a long breath, supported his body and sat up. Sun Wan, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes when she felt the movement around her, and her brown eyes were surprised to find that Xiao Yuan had woken up. She exclaimed in a low voice, "You're awake?" Xiao Yuan nodded and smiled. "It's just that I slept for a long time. Did I worry you?" He reached out and touched Sun Wan's small nose. "Call me Xiao Yuan from now on. Don't call me you anymore." Sun Wan nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a cry from outside. "Boss! Are you awake?" Xi and Mao rushed in from outside the ward with a fruit basket in his hand. "Woo woo woo, boss, I was so worried about you. Do you know that?" Xiao Yuan was touched, but still joked. "Boss, I was unconscious the whole time. How could I know?" Ha ha ha. Liang Lu, Qi Ming and others who came in later all laughed when they heard this. By the way, how is our team ranked? Xiao Yuan is most concerned about the ranking of the Silver Moon team. Isn't it for a better ranking that the 8 of them fought together for so long and experienced so many dangers? My Silver Moon team. Liang Lu hesitated for a moment, and her words made Xiao Yuan's heart tremble. Seeing Xiao Yuan's expression, Liang Lu continued, "We got a good result of 5th place. The Silver Moon team is awesome. There's actually a 5th place." Xiao Yuan's mood soared from the bottom to the top. He shouted loudly, regardless of his physical discomfort. The hard work he experienced this time was finally not in vain. In the following time, Liang Lu told Xiao Yuan what happened after he fell into a coma. The Silver Moon team originally had 46 points, plus 6 points for passing the safe zone, and killed 2 more people when escaping from the shell, with a total of 58 points. In the final summary, It ranked 5th in the scoreboard of the assessment area and successfully advanced into the top 10. In addition to receiving outstanding awards, the names of 10 teams, including the Silver Moon team, will also be recorded in the honor history of the new Army Corps assessment competition and will be remembered by everyone. Legion attached great importance to Xiao Yuan's attack, and the new recruit corps organized a special team to investigate the incident. The use of firearms to assassinate new recruits during the new recruit assessment has already touched the bottom line. In the previous assassinations, the killer chose cold weapons instead of hot weapons because he was afraid of exposing himself. It is inevitable that new recruits will die in battle, which is different from being assassinated. After the assessment, there will be a commendation meeting and award distribution. After these two activities, the recruits will have a short 4-day vacation. This will be the last leisure time for the Silver Wings. The Night Demon is coming, and it is still unknown how many people can survive. After hearing this, Xiao Yuan suddenly asked, "How are Tang Qingfeng and the others? Are they okay?" Liang Lu heard Tang Qingfeng's name and said unnaturally, "He and Fong Ru came once, and then never came again." Qi Ming said angrily, "Boss, you see, I'm right? These two are ungrateful people." "Okay, can't you just say less?" Lin Lang poked Qi Ming. "Lu Mingyao and Big Face Lu have come here several times, and they really care about you, boss." Xiao Yuan nodded and chatted with everyone for a while, and finally fell asleep again. This time, another person appeared in his dream, a person he couldn't let go of for a long time in his dream. Chapter 56. A city began to gradually become depressed as the Night Demon approached. The commercial streets that were once crowded with people were no longer prosperous. Many people began to hoard survival supplies, a large number of rich people moved their families, and pure gold was sold out. Everything was like a replica of Xi'er City. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan walked on the tree-lined road. After the commendation meeting in the morning, the top 10 rewards of the Silver Wing Corps will be distributed to each team after the holiday. According to Li Meng, in addition to the basic generous material rewards, there will also be the latest research results of the A-Country Think Tank War Preparation Research Institute. Since joining the new army, Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan have been busy with training and assessment, and have little free time to go out and walk around. Mossnan Road is as clean and tidy as when they came, with exquisite and beautiful small villas on both sides and green lawns. The only difference is that many houses have closed their doors and windows and are empty. When Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan arrived at number 128 Mossnan Road, they saw the family next door moving noisily. The heavily made-up hostess pointed and yelled at the workers of the moving company. "Hey, this dressing table should be handled with care. Hey, young man, please don't be so careless, okay? Be careful. You can't afford to pay for it if you break it. Hey, isn't this the handsome boy next door?" The hostess saw Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan passing by and looking over here, twisting her slender waist and smiling sweetly to greet them. "I heard that you joined the army. Why do you want to join the army at such a young age? Listen to my sister, isn't it better to make money by doing some business than by those big-headed soldiers?" Xiao Yuan frowned slightly and said calmly, "Fortunately, I am not interested in doing business." "Brother Xiao Yuan, are you back?" Xiao Yuan just finished speaking when a clear and surprised voice came from the second floor next door. "Dad, Mom, Brother Xiao Yuan and Sister Nuan Yuan are back." Xing Ziyu stuck her little head out of the second floor, waved to Xiao Yuan and the others, and turned to run downstairs. "Uncle is back?" Xiao Yuan heard the words, and took Sun Wan to Xing's house. Xing Ziyu's footsteps were brisk, and she pushed the door open, like a little swallow, and threw herself into Xiao Yuan's arms. Xiao Yuan hugged Xing Ziyu's soft waist, and turned around twice. Seeing that she was still laughing, and not affected by the incident in the bar, he was happy. "Uncle, Aunt, I'm back." Xiao Yuan smiled and greeted Xing Feng, and went Ai Xiang, who walked out behind Xing Ziyu. Xing Feng was over 40 years old, with a slightly plump figure and regular and honest features. He looked at Xiao Yuan with a smile and said, "Xiao Yuan is still so energetic, but he is thinner and darker. Look at what you said. How can Xiao Yuan not get tanned after entering the military camp?" When Ai Xiang touched Xiao Yuan's face, which was a little thinner but more angular, with heartache, "Let's go home first. Come over, Xiao Yuan, let's meet him. This is your Uncle Xing." Sun Wan's pure and beautiful face also showed a faint smile, and she said softly, "Hello, Uncle Xing." "Oh, hello. Xing Feng heard when Ai Xiang mentioned Sun Wan, and didn't expect that she was such a beautiful girl. He couldn't help but secretly praise his nephew for his vision. The group entered Xing's house one after another. Xing Zixin returned to Imperial Capital University early because of something at school. After not seeing each other for a long time, Xing Feng was still humorous, but there were a lot of white hairs between his temples. The outbreak of the night demon in Country A caused all walks of life to fall into a slump, and Xing Feng's logistics company was also in trouble. Xia Yuan, your uncle and I have discussed for a long time and are planning to move our family to Bianliang to live. When Aixiang held Xiao Yuan's hand and said softly, "And is not in A city, you must take good care of yourself in the future." After saying that, her eyes were slightly red and tears were about to fall. You are about to cry while talking, which makes Xiao Yuan feel uncomfortable. Xing Feng patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder. Women are like this. When Aixiang raised her fist and patted Xing Feng's arm, what are you saying in front of the child? Okay, I won't say anything. Xing Feng quickly begged for mercy. Xiao Yuan, how is your life in the army? I heard that the new recruits have heavy responsibilities and are very dangerous. Otherwise, you can come to your uncle's logistics company and live a good life. Xiao Yuan said with a smile. Uncle, you can't just quit the army. Our files have been entered into the military system of Country A. It's not a joke. Hey. Xing Feng sighed and pointed at the neighbors around him. Look at the houses on Massanan Road. There are almost no families left. All of them have moved to the rear. Uncle doesn't understand what's going on in your army, but he's afraid of you. Xiao Yuan nodded and said, I know you're worried, but someone has to stand up. If we retreat, one day, Tokyo Bianliang and Shijing Chang'an will not be able to be saved. And Xiao Yuan smiled and said, the Silver Wing Corps uses the latest equipment. We may not lose this battle. Xiao Yuan briefly told Xing Feng about the Silver Wing Corps. Xing Feng and others were amazed by the latest technology. After a brief description, Xiao Yuan suddenly asked, Uncle, is the situation in A City really that bad now? It's really bad. Xing Feng smiled bitterly. After the fall of Sierra City, A City was in panic, and many people with wealthy families began to leave. Before, the news media did not report it at the instruction of the Federal Command Center. Now, everyone can clearly feel it, right? However, there is good news. Xing Feng looked at Xiao Yuan with a smile in his eyes. Our logistics company has taken over the transportation order for part of the supplies of the new recruits. Oh! Xiao Yuan was surprised. How could it be? I heard that the military supplies for the combat troops have always been jointly undertaken by the military and the A City Chamber of Commerce. How could it be assigned to? It's incomparable now. Xing Feng shook his head. Many companies have withdrawn from A City, and the A City Chamber of Commerce can only outsource part of its business to logistics companies like my family. Businessmen pursue profit as their essence and nature. When the Night Demon War first broke out, the A City Chamber of Commerce showed strong enthusiasm, took the initiative to help, and cooperated with the military to develop the transportation of materials business. It can be said that if the war between humans and the Night Demon can achieve a great victory and boost people's morale, then the Southeast War Zone Chamber of Commerce, headed by Zhou Group, Liang Group, and Lu Group, will double its stock price, reputation, and assets. But unfortunately, the failure of the Nightingale Plan made the previous combat efforts completely go to waste, and many companies in the Chamber of Commerce suffered losses. Can humans defeat the Night Demon? How long will this war last? No one can answer, which means they have to continue to gamble. When there is a huge gap between risk and return, most people will choose to retreat, not to mention businessmen who are known for their shrewdness. The final result is that nearly half of the companies withdrew from the cooperation and gradually transferred capital to inland areas, while the remaining Chamber of Commerce members chose to continue to support the front line and put their hopes on the Silver Wing Legion again. The Zhou family, where Zhou Yi is located, is the core of this side. In addition, the Liang family also cooperates with the new Army Corps. At this time, Xing Feng didn't know what kind of earth-shaking changes this cooperation would bring to his life and family in the future. Chapter 57. This is the situation. Sister Lulu has been going in and out of that nightclub alone these past 2 days, wrapping herself up and dressing herself up strangely. Xi and Mao squatted on the lawn of the Xing family, and Tong Xiuyuan whispered, if I wasn't familiar with her, I wouldn't have recognized her. Okay, I know, I take care of this matter. Xiuyuan poked Xi and Mao. By the way, last time I asked the big-eyed cute girl, have you received the wild peacock tail feathers she asked for? You mean Sister Li Meng? Xi and Mao scratched his head. She said she has everything ready, and we can pick them up together when we return to the base. Boss, what do you think? Xi and Mao looked around slyly. Do you think Sister Lulu Has any special hobbies, likes transvestism. Pa! Xiao Yuan's fist stopped on Xi Mao's head, and he couldn't help but scolded with a smile. What are you thinking about at such a young age? Hurry up and work, Xiao Yuan and Auntie will cook boiled fish for us at noon. Okay. A City, Xuanwu Road. As night fell, the street lights on both sides of Xuanwu Road were lit, and nightclubs with flashing bright lights and signs were crowded with people. The outbreak of the Night Devil War has cast a layer of gloom over the entire city. Xuanwu Road, a prosperous street famous for entertainment and services, seems to be outside the city of Ace. Rich people still come here to have fun, and many people with limited means take out their only savings to spend a night in the cave, living a life of free will. As for what will happen tomorrow, what will happen in the future, no one thinks about it, nor does he want to think about it. Philly, one of the most famous nightclubs in Ace City, is widely praised for its high-end and gorgeous decoration and first-class service level. Passing through the warm-toned, slightly dark corridor, a dance floor appeared in front of us, people dancing to their heart's content, releasing stress to the rhythm of the music. Around the dance floor, a girl with long hair, a cool shirt, and hot pants was shaking the wine glass in her hand. Her originally spiritual almond eyes were covered by heavy eye makeup, adding a bit of worldly air. She leaned lazily on the bar, and her good figure attracted the attention of the men passing by. She drank the bitter liquid in the glass, and looked at the people coming and going around her calmly. At the edge of the noisy crowd, in a corner far away from her, a tall figure quietly watched her drinking alone. He was wearing black pants, a black jacket, a black baseball cap, and slightly longer black hair covering his eyebrows. The whole person seemed to be hidden in the darkness. Watching the girl reject 3 waves of men's approaching, he sighed softly and murmured, "Is it worth it? Hey, Boss Lou is here?" The bartender at the bar greeted the middle-aged man sitting next to the girl. "You came late today, what's wrong? Still want to drink that?" "No choice, I couldn't come out because of something at home, and now I finally got away." The middle-aged man took the cup handed by the bartender, looked at the girl next to him with a sidelong look, and his eyes showed surprise. The middle-aged man, with a fat belly, smiled and greeted the girl next to him. "Beauty, drinking alone?" "Oh!" The girl turned sideways, and her delicate curves made him feel tight in his throat. "Is it that obvious?" she said casually, holding her cheek with one hand. "No, not obvious." The middle-aged man chuckled. "We are destined to meet. In the past, I would sit here when I came here. You happen to be sitting here too." He had a gentle and polite smile on his face, and stretched out his hand. "I am Lu Fong, and my family is the Lu Group in the Ace City Chamber of Commerce." "Lu Group?" The girl couldn't help but open her eyes wide, and unconsciously stretched out her slender and tender little hand. My name is Lulu." "Sure enough." Lu Fong's fat face smiled even more. His family was just a branch of the Lu Group, but it still worked every time when he used this tiger skin. "Lulu?" Lu Fong held Lulu's soft, white hand, and couldn't help but hold it for a while longer. He was so obsessed with Lulu's beauty that he didn't notice the thin calluses on Lulu's palms, which were formed by holding the minging knife thousands of times. Lu Fong and Lulu chatted enthusiastically, and he was even more excited when he boasted that he had been the mayor of Tor Town. Lulu put her hands in front of her and said admiringly, "You are the mayor of Tor Town? Wow, so awesome." "Ha ha ha." Lu Fong laughed with his mouth wide open. "Xiao Zheng. 3 more bottles." The bartender Xiao Zheng agreed. He glanced at the blushing girl next to Lu Fong, shook his head secretly, and said it was a pity that this fat guy would get the advantage again. I can drink more. But I have to go to the toilet first." "The toilet." Lulu stretched out her hand and grabbed in front of her. Lu Fong supported the staggering Lulu, and the two walked through the noisy crowd towards the bathroom. Bang! The bathroom partition door was slammed shut, and Lu Fong's fat body almost stuck to Lulu. The girl looked at him with a dazed look in her eyes, and laughed foolishly. What do you want to do?" He. Lu Fong was too lazy to maintain his fake demeanor, and said, "Don't you know what I'm going to do? Little cutie, don't pretend." "Mayor Lu, did you really do nothing wrong when you were the mayor?" "Huh? No. Lu Fong's face flushed. "At this time, you still care about those things?" The girl narrowed her eyes, and raised her chin, with a smile on her face. She looked at the dim light above, and a dazzling blood-red glow slowly emerged in her eyes. When the light reached its peak, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, waved her arms, and a bunch of blood splashed freely under the light. I don't know how long it took. When the girl came to her senses, the light suddenly disappeared, leaving only a few emergency lights in the corridor. She raised her hands tremblingly, looked for a long time before reluctantly walking out of the bathroom. The dance hall on the first floor was in chaos due to the power outage. She walked out of the door of the nightclub, with the crowd, and finally disappeared in the vast night. In the monitoring room on the third floor of the Faley nightclub, a man in a black jacket and a black baseball cap looked at the monitoring data hard disk in his hand, and the three strong men who fainted on the ground, and whispered, "I'm sorry." Then he turned around and jumped down from the window, and with the help of several steps, he left like a monkey. Faley nightclub was in chaos. When the power was restored, Lu Feng, who had died a long time ago, was found in the bathroom. A bartender named Zheng was unconscious at the bar, and was sent to the hospital. The entire monitoring room was attacked during that time. There were no casualties, but all the surveillance videos within a week were stolen, and Lu Feng's death became an unsolved case. Chapter 58. On the busy street, the night wind was cold. Liang Lu held herself and walked on the road with a shaky step. What did I do? She looked at her hands in disbelief. Her slender fingers were like white jade, and the blood stains on them were even more dazzling. The sounds in her ears were amplified several times for a moment. The car horns, the sound of the stereo, and even the intimate whispers of young couples on the bus, all filled Liang Lu's ears. She subconsciously covered her ears, and stumbled towards the quiet direction. Hoo. The sound gradually faded in Liang Lu's ears. She curled up and squatted on the ground, holding herself with both hands and sobbing softly. She suppressed her cry like a small animal that was separated from the herd, lonely and desperate. Duh. The footsteps were brisk and slow, coming from far behind her, and finally stopped in front of Liang Lu. Xiao Yuan took off his baseball cap and looked at Liang Lu, who was curled up in a ball. He didn't know what to say for a while. He bent down, and after hesitating for a while, he still put his hand on Liang Lu's back and gently comforted the crying girl. Liang Lu raised her head and looked at Xiao Yuan with tearful eyes. The tears in her eyes fell faster. Finally, Xiao Yuan took the initiative to break the silence. He looked at Liang Lu with a gentle tone and eyes like obsidian. After a long time he said, "You have been wronged." Whoa! After hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Liang Lu's crying gradually became louder. The heavy makeup on her face was washed away by tears. Her eyes were like a panda with a circle of black. She looked pitiful and helpless, completely different from the calm and wise her in the Silver Moon team. Ah! Xiao Yuan sighed inaudibly, stretched out his other hand, and embraced Liang Lu in his arms, wanting to bring her some warmth. Liang Lu leaned her head on Xiao Yuan's chest, and couldn't hold back her tears any longer, throwing away her identity and pride, and burst into tears. Xiao Yuan, I killed someone. Whoa. I killed him. I know everything. Xiao Yuan said softly. These things are not your fault, really. I don't blame you. When Liang Lu heard Xiao Yuan's voice, she wanted to reach out and wrap her arms around Xiao Yuan's waist to get closer to him. However, she threw herself forward with too much force, causing Xiao Yuan to fall backwards. The two of them fell to the ground in an extremely ambiguous posture. Liang Lu buried her face in Xiao Yuan's shoulder, and tears burst out without restraint, soaking Xiao Yuan's clothes. A red light gradually appeared on Liang Lu's body, like a firefly. As the light increased and gathered, a girl appeared above the two of them. She bowed to Liang Lu and smiled with relief. Afterwards, her figure swayed in the night wind, like a candle in the wind, flickering and finally disappearing. The red light like a firefly gradually rose, and in Xiao Yuan's eyes, it shattered into countless red snowflakes, circled in the wind, and flowed into Liang Lu's body. Xiao Yuan looked at the light falling in the moonlit night sky and murmured, "Finally, it's all over." Many years later, a new recruit, who was lucky enough to join the Silver Wing Corps, often told others about his childhood adventure. On that wonderful night, he saw a snow scene upstairs in his house, a beautiful snowflake with a rose-red light. Xiao Yuan took Liang Lu, who was exhausted and sleeping, back to Xing's house, and settled her down. When he sat on the balcony with Sun Wan and looked at the flickering lights in the distance, he recalled the words of Lord Yuga. "The alien spirit in Liang Lu's body has been unstable recently. You must always pay attention to her." Lord Yuga has an extraordinary understanding of the alien spirit. Although the alien spirit's rejection was overcome by Lord Yuga's feathers last time, it does not mean that the alien spirit's consciousness has disappeared. On the contrary, the alien spirit's consciousness is always with Liang Lu. The madness when seeing Lu Ziliang was only the first time, but it was definitely not the last time. Only when Liang Lu fulfilled the alien spirit's wish before his death could she completely get rid of the alien spirit's consciousness, and combine the pure power with herself. Before that, she will be affected by the alien spirit's consciousness, and this influence will continue to increase as the two spend more time together. Xiao Yuan had guessed Liang Lu's purpose through Xinmao's words. He came to Fei Li nightclub and watched Liang Lu acting alone, but did not interfere with her actions. This matter could only be accomplished by her, or Xiaoya in her soul. After Liang Lu took action, he cut off the power supply to let Liang Lu escape safely, destroyed all the surveillance videos, so that the security guards could not find any trace, and even shamelessly asked Lord Yuga for a special pill to erase the bartender Xiao Zheng's recent memory. All this was to allow Liang Lu to start anew in the future without being affected by Xiaoya and Lu Feng. Although he did not approve of this violent method, he could not use common sense to judge right and wrong when it came to spirits. All he could do was to try his best to help his friend overcome the difficulties. Is Lulu okay? Sun Quan handed a brochure to Xiao Yuan and glanced at the room where Liang Lu was resting. It's okay. She just lost her strength. She will be fine after a night's rest. Xiao Yuan took the brochure and said with a smile, "What is this? A brochure for the museum exhibition? Well, Xiao Yu brought it back today." Sun Quan stretched out her water onion-like index finger and pointed at an exhibit on the front page of the brochure. "Look at this exhibit. There is a surprise." "What? So mysterious." Xiao Yuan didn't finish his words. His eyes widened as he looked carefully at the picture in the lower left corner of the album. A tripod. Although the surface was modeled, the pattern painted on the body of the tripod could still be seen, and the rising flames, and the dragon in the flames on the periphery, even after the artistic deformation of the carving technique of the tripod body, could still be clearly distinguished. That was the Legion totem that the Silver Moon team saw when they encountered the ghost soldiers passing through the corridor in the assessment mountain. Xiao Yuan, will there be an exhibition in this museum tomorrow? Xiao Yuan stared at the tripod in the picture with excitement, and asked eagerly. Don't worry, there will be an exhibition tomorrow morning. Sun Quan held the coffee cup in both hands. The warm breath made her squint her eyes comfortably, as lazy and comfortable as a kitten. The name of this museum is actually Lihua Museum? Xiao Yuan murmured. This name can't be a coincidence, maybe. Maybe the owner of this museum knows something about Lihua country. This private museum is one of the few old private museums in A City. It is said to have existed for hundreds of years. Xiao Yuan has heard of it, but he has never been there because he doesn't care about these historical cultures. Sun Quan lowered her eyes, her brown eyes flickering with inexplicable emotions. She asked softly, Why are you so interested in Lihua country? Xiao Yuan scratched his head and said, I always feel that there is some connection between Lihua country and the current night demon outbreak. I can't tell why. Sun Quan smiled sweetly, and put the coffee in her hand into Xiao Yuan's hand. The feeling of uneasiness in her heart came again. Lihua country, these three words became lingering words in her heart. The closer she got to this lost civilization, the more uneasy she felt. Chapter 59. The Lihua Museum is located in the bustling area of the city center of A City, surrounded by dozens of high-rise buildings. The owner of this museum is a famous weirdo. Why? According to the land price in the city center, when the Lihua Museum was first demolished and renovated in the city center, there was a sky-high purchase contract in front of him. But what no one expected was that the owner of the museum rejected the contract and chose to continue to operate the museum in the city center. Some people said that he was waiting for a higher price just to gain greater benefits. Some people said that he loved this ancestral private museum that had existed for more than 100 years. After many different opinions, the Lihua Museum became more and more famous in A City. Many people who heard the name of the Lihua Museum came from other places to see what it was like, which made the museum's business better and better. When Xiao Yuan and Sun Quan arrived outside the museum, a round of exhibitions in the museum had just ended and tourists were leaving in an orderly manner. The two of them waited outside to chat. Sun Quan was wearing a light pink dress carefully selected by Xingziyu today. Her figure was light and youthful, and her jade-like face was slightly powdered and delicate, like a doll. Standing next to her, Xiao Yuan looked a little shabby. Xiao Yuan was still dressed in black jacket and black trousers, even the shirt inside was black, the baseball cap was left at home, and his slightly long hair was unkempt and looked a little messy. In the eyes of passers-by, his temperament was lazy and casual. After Xiao Yuan and Sun Quan waited for the tourists to come out, they followed the long-awaited crowd into the Lihua Museum. The exterior design of the Lihua Museum is very interesting. The whole building looks like a strange-looking beast crawling on the ground, and the entrance is the mouth of the beast. I don't know if it was built like this when it was first built, or if it was renovated later. Xiao Yuan and his group of 30 people followed a guide into the Lihua Museum. The guide was a long-legged girl in her early 20s named Qing Yuan. She looked energetic and spoke smartly. She walked in front and enthusiastically explained the first exhibit after entering to everyone. Everyone, please pay attention. What is in front of you now is our boss's proud collection, the mermaid. Mermaid? Tourists in the crowd couldn't help asking, are there really mermaids in this world? Hee, please don't be anxious, please watch carefully, don't blink. Qing Yuan pressed the remote control in her hand, and the curtains around the glass display case in the middle of the exhibition hall slowly opened, and a specimen soaked in chemical liquid appeared in front of people. Ah! The girl closest to the specimen was frightened and pale, tightly grasping the collar of her boyfriend next to her. Is this a real mermaid? A middle-aged man beside Xiao Yuan took a few steps forward and carefully examined the specimen floating in the liquid. The specimen was nearly 2 meters tall, and half of its lower body was like a fish body with scales. Looking up, there was a spiral depression at the waist of a human. Qing Yuan explained, this is equivalent to the position of a human's belly button. The belly button of a mermaid is surrounded and protected by scales. Please look at the hands of a mermaid. She pointed between her 5 fingers and said, there are fat web feet between the mermaid's fingers. These web feet can make the mermaid move forward at a very fast speed while swimming. But aren't all mermaids beautiful? A well-mannered young man in a white shirt and glasses pointed at the mermaid's head. Look at this. This mermaid looks so ugly. The mermaid's head was hairless, sleek and purple-black, with black eyes and a protruding bone in the middle of the head. His skinny face looked a bit like the very old movie E.T. that Xiao Yuan's father showed him when he was a child. It was said that the aliens in that movie looked similar to the mermaids today. Qing Yuan introduced some habits and legends of mermaids to the 30-person tour group, as well as how they were finally captured. Xiao Yuan listened to it with great interest, whether it was true or false, just as a story. Boom! The broken stones flew and raised a cloud of dust, and the whole cave seemed to shake. Li Jun and Mu Xian walked into the cave one after another. Li Jun carefully looked at the murals on the wall with the help of the light from the side, and said, is this the cave discovered by Xiao Yuan's team? The story depicted on it is too. Do you think it's too incredible? Ahem. Mu Xian covered his mouth and nose but couldn't help coughing twice. What if I say that the story described in this mural is true? Li Jun frowned and looked at him. Xiao Xian, do you mean everything recorded in this mural really happened? Hee, senior brother, you are so smart that you can see it at a glance, right? Mu Xian pointed to the 3 abysses on the mural and laughed. The 3 night demons erupted in the southeast coast, northeast border, and northwest border, and the locations described above are surprisingly similar. Why do you ask me? Li Jun ran his fingers over the rough stone wall that had been through countless years, and asked, I just wonder, if this war really existed in the history of Country A, why is there no record at all? It's not that there is no record at all. Mu Xian showed a sly smile on his fair face. I have seen several rubbings of text records in the National Library of Country A and Teacher Li's private library, but the text records have not been deciphered so far and are kept confidential. Brother, you just suffered because you don't like to read. Li Jun shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This junior brother really wanted to make fun of people all the time. Leader, something's happening here. Li Jun and Mu Xian were talking to the stone wall when a voice came from behind them. The two turned around and saw a small black shadow flashing past the corner. It looked like a kitten. The little beast was very fast. Li Jun turned around and only saw a shadow. The thing had already rushed out of the cave and disappeared into the vast night. The exhibits in the Lihua Museum are indeed unique. The oil paintings that changed their appearance under the candlelight, the crown that was said to have the power of curse, the official kiln porcelain that has been passed down for thousands of years. Even Xiao Yuan, who doesn't like visiting museums, can get fun from it. Finally, after visiting for nearly an hour and a half, the group finally arrived at the exhibition hall of the last exhibit. According to Qing Yuan, this exhibit is an additional visiting project, purely a welfare project for tourists. After entering the exhibition hall, Xiao Yuan finally saw the tripod on the cover of the album. Unlike other exhibits that were strictly protected, this tripod was placed in the center of the room, and there was no fence around it. It seemed to be placed there for people to touch and play with. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wan let Xiao Yuan hold her hand and slowly walked towards the tripod. Looking at the tripod placed in the middle of the room, her heartbeat quickened. For a moment, she could almost hear her own violent heartbeat. Hoo hoo hoo. The fierce wind blew past her ears. Sun Wan came to her senses and looked at the tripod. A faint blue light shot up from the place where the tripod was originally, and suddenly attacked her. Bang! Sun Wan felt her body being hit and flying high. The instantaneous severe pain in the depths of her soul gradually spread. Chapter 60. Sun Wan struggled to open her eyes. A few seconds before the world in her eyes gradually fell into darkness, she saw Xiao Yuan standing in front of the tripod with her brown eyes, observing the totem on the tripod with everyone, and the girl fighting beside him was herself. How long does a dream last? Sun Wan was immersed in the dream, her body floating uncontrollably in the endless darkness, making it impossible for her to confirm the time. Maybe it was a few minutes, a few hours, or even a few years. When Sun Wan opened her eyes again, she was standing in a small courtyard. The sun was warm and bright, and the spring breeze brought familiar and fresh air. From time to time, the crisp bells of bicycles rang outside the courtyard, mixed with the laughter of children. Sun Wan came back to her senses, and slowly walked towards a poplar tree in the yard. With trembling fingers, she touched the shallow scratches on the trunk of the poplar tree. 1, 2, 3, 6. These were the marks made by her father when he measured her height. Each one was clearly visible. 1, come in and wash your hands and have dinner. Mom made your favorite sweet and sour spare ribs today. Behind Sun Wan, a young woman in a flowered apron walked out quickly. The moment Sun Wan turned around and saw her, she blurted out, "Mom, what are you daydreaming about?" The woman's facial features were similar to Sun Wan's, and her eyes were full of kindness and tenderness. "Dad will be back soon and bring you your favorite hairpin. When you wear it, you will be the most beautiful girl in Shanghai town." The woman came to her side, stretched out her hand, and pulled Sun Wan into the house. Sun Wan stared blankly at little Sun Wan, who walked into the house with her mother, and murmured, "Am I back to my childhood?" Sun Wan followed her mother, and little Sun Wan back to the house. The house had 2 bedrooms and a living room. The furniture in the house looked a little old, but was fully equipped. It was tidy and warm. Sun Wan had a headache. These once-forgotten memories returned in this way again, making her frown slightly. Beep! 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 A few horns sounded, and a man with glasses and a smile on his face parked his bicycle under a tree and walked into the house, holding 2 boxes in his hands. "Honey, you're back." Sun Wan's mother came over, took the box from his hand and said, "Why is the town so lively today? I heard that a big company came to do some physical examinations, and it seemed to be free, and many people came." The man smiled and touched little Sun Wan's head, saying, "Wan, come and see what Dad bought for you." As he said that, the man handed his daughter a beautifully wrapped gift box. The moment she took the gift box, her eyes curved like crescents and she couldn't help blurting out, "Thank you, Dad." Sun Wan opened her mouth, but they couldn't hear the sound she made. She looked at all this like a passerby, but she was powerless. "You are so good. Can Mom and Dad take you to check your body tomorrow?" "Okay. Then Dad will take me to the amusement park tomorrow. I want to ride a pony." "As long as Wan is good, Dad will take you there," the man said to little Sun Wan with a smile. He walked to the sink and said to his wife, "Let's go check it out together. It's free anyway. Is that company reliable?" Sun Wan's mother handed over a towel. "Don't you have any more problems?" "No, don't worry." Su's father wiped the water stains on his hands and explained, "I heard from Lao Yu that it is a well-known domestic company, it seems. It seems to be called Zoo's Technology. Their technology and technology are first class." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sun Wan had a buzzing sound in her ears, the same as the last time she recalled the family affairs with Xiao Yuan at Xing's house. But this time, the pain was several times stronger than last time. She covered her ears, and sat down on the bluestone slab in the yard in pain, and her sweat soon soaked her dress. The surrounding scenery began to tremble, the bluestone, the old house, the poplar trees, and her father and mother. Sun Wan stretched out her hands, and tried to crawl towards her parents. The tears in her eyes finally burst out, but until everything was shattered and turned into ashes, she could not touch her parents. "Who are you?" Sun Wan raised her head with tears in her eyes. Not far away from her, little Sun Wan stared at Sun Wan sitting on the ground expressionlessly and asked, "Who are you?" She took a step further and continued to ask, "I?" Sun Wan resisted the headache and subconsciously moved back. "I am Sun Wan." Sun Wan. Little Sun Wan's expressionless face showed an indescribable strange smile, which looked weird and terrifying in the dark. She showed her scarlet tongue and said word by word, "No, you are not Sun Wan, you are not me." At the end of her words, Little Sun Wan's voice turned into a scream, and the sound echoed in Sun Wan's ears. Sun Wan, who was already suffering from a headache, could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. She heard a voice, and the sound of an instrument beating from an unknown direction. 99% fusion. Minging medium index is normal. The rejection reaction of the body is eliminated. The body's sense of touch has been restored. Bang! Sun Wan's spirit finally reached its limit here. Her consciousness was completely plunged into darkness with an explosion. Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan, are you okay? Xiao Yuan waved his hand in front of Sun Wan, looking anxious. Xiao Wan, don't scare me. Seeing Sun Wan staring blankly ahead, Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth and tried to pick her up with both hands and rushed to the hospital. Xiao Yuan. Sun Wan's voice came closer and closer, and finally she could hear Xiao Yuan's voice clearly. She was like a drowning person grabbing the only log in the water, struggling for a long time and finally being rescued. Can you hear me? Xiao Yuan panted. You scared me to death just now, you know? Xiao Yuan still looked scared when he talked about what happened just now. Xiao Yuan, who was watching the tripod carefully, turned around and found that Sun Wan seemed to have lost her soul. She stared at the tripod, and it was useless to shout. He was so anxious that he almost called an ambulance. Sun Wan just kept shaking her head, tears welling up in her eyes. She hugged Xiao Yuan's waist tightly, afraid that she would fall into that dream again. It seemed that only by feeling the warmth and breath of Xiao Yuan could she feel at ease. Xiao Yuan gently stroked Sun Wan's hair, looking at Sun Wan sitting on the bench and hugging him. He was a little overwhelmed. He had known Sun Wan for so long, and had never seen her so fragile. From the arrow shot by the demon in Sheer City to saving his life, to following him into the Silver Wing Corps later. She has always been like a superwoman, with anti-gravity maneuvers, close combat, archery, swordsmanship. Every data is excellent, and makes Xiao Yuan and the instructor amazed, but such a girl is crying like a child now. Xiao Yuan patted her gently and said, although I don't know why you are like this, I will always be with you, no matter when. Sun Wan's crying gradually stopped after the initial catharsis. She buried her head in front of Xiao Yuan and said in a muffled voice, Really? Really? But you have to promise me one thing. Xiao Yuan looked at Sun Wan's raised face and her red eyes like rabbits. Please wash my shirt for me when you get home. This is my last one. Sun Wan couldn't help but burst into laughter when she heard Xiao Yuan say this with a bitter face. She blushed and whispered, well, from now on, I will wash your shirt for you. Chapter 61. Qing Yuan handed a cup of hot water to Sun Wan, with a concerned look on her face. How is it? Do you need to go to the hospital? Thank you. I really don't need it. Sun Wan took the cup of water, and the warm breath from her fingers made her breathe a sigh of relief. I just felt a little dizzy before. It's okay. Miss Qing, is the owner of your museum in A City now? Xiao Yuan pointed to the tripod in the exhibition room and said, I want to talk to him about the tripod. Ah? Qing Yuan heard this and thought Xiao Yuan wanted to claim compensation, so she said hesitantly, Our curator went out of town for something, and temporarily not in A City. Seeing Qing Yuan's nervous look, Xiao Yuan smiled and said, Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to blackmail him, it's just, I know something about the Lihua country, and want to communicate with him. When Qing Yuan heard Xiao Yuan say the 3 words Lihua country, his eyes lit up, and then he said embarrassedly, Sir, you really know something about the Lihua country. I think our curator will be happy to see you, but he has gone out of town, and it will take at least 3 or 4 days for him to come back. Is that so? Xiao Yuan pondered for a while, and said, Then I write down my contact information and the address of the troupe. If he comes back, he can contact me, okay? Qing Yuan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. After seeing Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan off, she looked at the address Xiao Yuan left and murmured, He is actually from the new recruits corps. Old town of A City. Xian Mao carried 2 bags of fruit in his hands, and walked towards his residence, humming a little tune. The buildings in the old town were all from decades ago. They were dilapidated, short, and exuded a faint musty smell. He walked into the gate of the dilapidated community, and saw a little girl wearing baggy old clothes and a ponytail, who was bending down to pick up 2 empty plastic bottles on the ground. Her delicate features might be due to long-term lack of nutrition. Her thin body was put in clothes that were already much larger, which made her look even thinner. Shuyi, look what your brother bought for you. Xinmao shouted to the little girl, holding up 2 bags of fruit in his hand. Brother Xinmao. The little girl heard the call, and ran toward Xinmao happily, holding 2 empty plastic bottles in her hands. Shui, didn't my brother tell me? I've made a lot of money now, so don't pick up garbage anymore. Xi and Mao took little Shui's hand and walked towards the residential building. I know. Little Shui pouted and said in a hop, Grandma Bian always said that you work very hard. I want to make some money myself. Brother knows you're the most sensible. Xi and Mao opened the door of the unit, and the two climbed to the top floor and entered the house. This house is like an ordinary house, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, and there is almost no decent furniture inside. There are also 7 young children, and an old grandmother in the house. This old lady surnamed Bian is also a homeless poor person. Now she lives with these children, and keeps each other company. With her around, Shinmao can rest assured when he is in the Silver Wing Corps. Grandma Bian, these little guys didn't cause you any trouble, did they? Shinmao handed the fruit bag to the fat boy who came over, and walked up to hold Grandma Bian's arm. These children are so well behaved. Grandma Bian has white hair, but her body is still strong. She pulled Shinmao to sit on the old sofa in the living room and told him what happened recently. A group of children sat around them, making the cold house more warm and cozy. When Xiao Yuan returned home, he learned that Liang Lu, who had woken up, had already left and returned home. Probably tomorrow was the day when all the new recruits of the Silver Wing Corps would return to the team, and she had urgent matters to deal with. At dinner time, when Aisheng prepared a sumptuous dinner, everyone gathered at a table to eat and chat. The meal ended at around 8 o'clock in the evening. After Xiao Yuan returned to his room, he began to pack his bags. Xing Ziyu poked his head out of the door and whispered, Brother Xiao Yuan, do you have time? Of course. Xiao Yuan turned around and waved at Xing Ziyu. Come in and sit down. Why are you standing there? You're like a thief. Pooh fuh fuh. You're the thief. Xing Ziyu made a face at Xiao Yuan, walked lightly into Xiao Yuan's room, and sat on Xiao Yuan's bed. Huh? She laid down with her arms and legs spread out without any ladylike image, and murmured, Brother Xiao Yuan, how did you survive when you were not studying? Ah? Xiao Yuan was stunned by her question. I mean, if a life you are used to suddenly ends, will you feel uncomfortable? Xiao Yuan thought for a while and said, I was uncomfortable for a while, but later I was busy making a living and the feeling disappeared quickly. Is that so? Xing Ziyu looked at the ceiling with her big eyes and said, Brother Xiao Yuan, what major do you think I should choose? Mom said that she wanted me to study economics like my sister. Xing Ziyu's face wrinkled up. Sister returned to Imperial University early because the Federal Command Center went there to select outstanding economic talents. Sister has a high chance of being selected. But, she hesitated and said, I am not interested in economics, or even studying. I have been living and studying according to my mother's wishes since I was a child, but I have never thought about what kind of life I want. Well, this is to consult me about life issues. Xiao Yuan listened to Xing Ziyu's words quietly, and he suddenly asked, Xiao Yu, do you think people can always do whatever they want in their lives? Xiao Yuan turned sideways, and lay on the bed with his head supported by his hand, looking at her. It's like my original dream was to study hard, go to college, and then find a good job. But when dreams collide with reality, 9 out of 10 times the dream will fail. Do you mean I should give up my idea? Xing Ziyu whispered. On the contrary, I hope you can follow your own wishes when choosing a major. Xiao Yuan tapped her little nose. People always have to fight for themselves so that they won't regret it. Brother Xiao Yuan. Actually, I want to study medicine. Xing Ziyu murmured. I have always wanted to be a doctor who saves lives and heals the wounded. Maybe one day I can help you, Silver Wings. Xing Ziyu's eyes were full of longing when she said these words. Have you really thought about it? Xiao Yuan asked again. Does Aunt know? She doesn't know yet. Xing Ziyu pulled the corner of her clothes with both hands and showed Xiao Yuan a sweet smile. I came to you because I hope you can help me talk to me. Xiao Yuan's smile froze on his face. After a while, he pointed at Xing Ziyu's little face and said, You little fox, you have been waiting for me here for a long time, right? Xing Ziyu looked at Xiao Yuan innocently. Isn't it you, Brother Xiao Yuan, who gave me the idea? Don't deny it. Xiao Yuan covered his face helplessly and said, I really can't do anything about you. Okay, but you have to go with me to talk to Andy about this matter and say everything you want to say. After that, he pulled Xing Ziyu, who was lying on the bed, downstairs. That night, they talked for a long time, until late at night when Aixiang finally agreed with Xing Ziyu's idea, and Xiao Yuan also had to return to the Silver Wing Legion to face the upcoming Night Demon Army. Chapter 62. As the holiday came to an end, the new recruits of the Silver Wings gradually returned, and the Nanju camp became lively again. It was noon when Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan arrived at the camp. Liang Lu, Xian Mao, and other members of the Silver Moon team all arrived, and went to the office building where Li Jun was to receive the rewards for this assessment. The office building is located in the center of the Nanju camp. Li Jun, Jin Chao, and all the senior members of the Silver Wings usually work here. When Xiao Yuan and his 8 companions arrived, they happened to meet the Yin team and the Lu Hao team, which Xiao Yuan disliked very much. "Brethren." Xiao Yuan waved and greeted Yin when he saw him, and said with a smile, "You came so early? Haha, aren't you the same?" And Yin walked in, hugged Xiao Yuan and patted his shoulder. "Are you okay with your injuries?" "It's okay, it's nothing." Xiao Yuan pointed to his heart. Fortunately, there was something blocking the vital points last time, otherwise. It's good, it's good." And Yin nodded with relief. He was about to enter the office building with Xiao Yuan. "Oh, who was that?" A sharp voice came from behind, saying in a sarcastic tone. It turned out to be Captain Xiao Yuan. "You should take care of yourself. After all, you don't always have good luck." Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, and turned around to see Lu Hao walking towards him with a shaky step. There was also a sturdy young man standing beside him. His eyes were sharp and bright, and his wheat-colored skin looked sunny and capable. This man was one of the captains of the team that formed an alliance with Lu Hao, named Tong Yin, who had extraordinary means, and was low-key and introverted. "What did you say?" Qi Ming felt his blood boiling when he heard LV Hao's sarcastic words. He pointed at his nose and cursed. "You are a bastard who only knows how to play tricks on others. You still have the nerve to show off here? Old Qi, don't be impulsive." Xiao Yuan pulled Qi Ming, who was eager to try, and said to LV Hao, "Captain LV relied on the number of people, and scored a lot of points at the finish line, but relying on others is not your own ability. I hope you will still have luck on the battlefield in the future." Xiao Yuan glanced at Lu Hao calmly. "By the way, it can't be said to be luck, it's dog luck." Puff! Xiao Yuan's words made everyone around him laugh out loud. This was a sarcastic remark that Lu Hao had to take advantage of the situation to reach this point. He didn't have much ability, and relied on dog luck. It was really heartbreaking. "You?" Lu Hao's facial muscles twitched. "You look down on me? I can easily beat you alone." Xiao Yuan was amused when he heard this, and didn't give him a chance to regret it, and said, "Okay. I accepted Captain Lu's invitation. I wait for you at the new recruits training ground tomorrow at noon." "What?" Lu Hao was a little confused after hearing Xiao Yuan's words. He cursed Xiao Yuan in his heart for cheating and scheming, but he still refused to give in. He showed an unnatural smile on his face and said, "When the time comes, just don't be afraid and don't come." "Are you all here? Why don't you go in?" Li Ming pushed open the heavy wooden door of the office building and waved at them. "Go in quickly, the Corps Commander and Deputy Corps Commander are waiting." The crowd followed Li Ming through several checkpoints, and finally arrived at the meeting room on the top floor. In the conference room, Li Jun and Jin Chao were sitting straight in front, with a thin and pretty boy wearing an off-white baseball cap sitting next to them. Behind them stood 10 female soldiers in military uniforms, holding beautifully packaged boxes in their hands. I guess inside were the long-awaited assessment rewards. After a routine greeting, 5 teams of 40 people sat down in an orderly manner. Li Jun cleared his throat and spoke first. "You all worked hard in this recruit assessment. We all saw your outstanding performance, and here we congratulate you again." Li Jun's words caused the new recruits below to applaud vigorously. Even Lu Hao couldn't help but feel tears in his eyes. Although he had formed an alliance with other teams by trickery, he was in the deep mountains with mosquitoes, snakes and beasts, and he had to sleep in the open air. He had to endure, and put in more effort than others. Although Xiao Yuan didn't like his behavior, and was sarcastic in his words, he also recognized his ability from the bottom of his heart. Li Jun raised his hand slightly to stop the applause of the crowd, and the smile on his face became even stronger. He looked at Qi Ming beside Xiao Yuan and said, "Qi Ming, right? I remember you took the initiative to stand up at the new recruit ceremony." Qi Ming scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled innocently. "Captain, you have a good memory. I was just too nervous at that time." Ha ha ha. Li Jun couldn't help laughing a few times when he heard Qi Ming's words. "You are still a little nervous now. Don't be nervous. We are not in a formal occasion now. I just want to chat with you, and talk about your rewards by the way." After Li Jun finished speaking, he waved his hand. The 5 female soldiers behind him walked to the captains of each team, and handed the wooden box to them. At Li Jun's signal, they opened the wooden box. Li Jun picked up a black bank card and explained, This card is exclusive to our Silver Wing Corps. Each member of your team has one. Each team member will receive 500,000 federal coins, and the captain will receive 1 million federal coins. His Legion's words made the recruits present gasp for air, with ecstasy on their faces. Xi and Mao looked at the bank card with the Silver Wing Corps logo in his hand with trembling hands, and murmured, "Oh my god. With this money, the little ones at home can live a good life." In addition, each of you will receive a free house in Lankao District, Tokyo Bianliang, and Legion looked around and said slowly in the expectant eyes of the recruits, "Each of the 5 teams will receive a gene potion newly developed by the Gene Research Institute of Country A." Wow! Gene potion? Is it the kind that can turn you into a Superman after drinking it? Is it really that magical? Quiet down, quiet down. Legion knocked on the table to stop the recruits, who kept asking questions because they were too excited, and said, "Next, let Mu Xian, who is from the Think Tank Research Institute of Country A, and is also one of the project leaders of our anti-gravity maneuvering device, answer the questions about the gene potion." Xiao Yuan and the others looked around and saw that no one came in. Instead, the thin boy next to Legion stood up and waved to Xiao Yuan with a smile on his face. "Hello everyone, I am the expert." Xiao Yuan looked at Sun Wan, and then looked at Mu Xian, who might not be an adult yet, and exclaimed in his heart that it was incredible. After Mu Xian introduced himself, he went straight to the point, and talked about the origin of the gene potion. Gene potion has been one of the research projects of Country A's think tank for many years. They believe that among the various races on Blue Star, Country A's genes have invisible genes that are different from other races, and these genes can be revealed through acquired development. The research on the gene project existed long before the outbreak of the Night Demon. Until the Night Demon War came, the project received more and more attention, funds and researchers poured in, and the development progress also made rapid progress. Finally, in mid-June of this year, the final experimental results, the first generation of gene potion, were completed. The gene potion will strengthen the human body's functions, and make the hidden genetic abilities in the human body appear randomly. Its effect varies with different personal constitutions. Chapter 63. So, if we equip the whole army with this potion, won't we become the strongest army in the world? Bai Lan stared at the genetic potion in front of him, and his shock and excitement were beyond words. "You are right, if we can do that." Mu Xian pointed at the people around him. "The money and real estate in the bank cards I just gave to all of you, all the value together probably, can make 2 bottles of this potion." Puff! Bai Lan almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and his hand holding the potion was shaking. This small bottle of medicine is so expensive." Mu Xian looked at his lost look, smiled secretly, and said, "Okay, let me tell you about the usage and details of the genetic potion. After a week, everyone needs to go to the laboratory building for a physical examination." After Mu Xian's long speech, Xiao Yuan finally got the 5 wild peacock tail feathers that Li Ming had prepared long ago, and unlocked the RV mission. As he put the tail feathers in, the whole interior of the RV trembled, and a crisp sound reached his ears. Driver, Xiao Yuan. Authority level, level 1, upgraded to level 2. Transformation progress 3%. Current task, 1, collect 5 kilograms of gold, completed. 2. Collect 30 kilograms of copper. 3. Capture a wild peacock and collect 5 tail feathers. 4. Collect 20 kilograms of rubber. Task reward, unlock the first stage of the reinforcement device. Hidden reward, unlock 3 hidden forms of Minging weapons. Extra reward, 1 chance to create a personal exclusive weapon. Buzz! On the metal door of the previous armory, a new option suddenly appeared. Where the word armory was originally flashing, a new word appeared. Reinforcement room. Haha, is this the so-called genetic potion? Lord Yuga looked at the genetic potion that Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan had obtained, and shook his head critically. In terms of human cognition, it is not easy to achieve this step, but what? Xiao Yuan looked at Lord Yuga's expression, and knew that this fat guy had nothing good to say. Lord Yuga put his duck's mouth into the teacup in front of him, and drank it for a while, then tasted the potion lightly. There are still some defects in it, and it can be seen that they are trying to repair it, but human wisdom is limited after all. It will take at least 4 or 5 years to repair these. Xiao Yuan took his gene potion with a look of disdain and covered it, muttering, "Such a precious potion, why do you drink so much if it's not good?" "Boy! What did you say?" No. Xiao Yuan put away the potion, and said to Lord Yuga with a smile on his face, "I said the enhancement device is unlocked. Let's go in and take a look together." Lord Yuga made two strange cackling noises, flew to Sun-won's arms, and lay down, and entered the enhancement room with Xiao Yuan. The light in the enhancement room is the same as that in the weapons room, cold light, and metal walls everywhere. The difference is that there is a cocoon cabin in the center of the enhancement room. Xiao Yuan had seen the cocoon cabin of Zhu's technology when he participated in the re-examination of new recruits. It was already very expensive and exquisite, but it was still dwarfed by the cocoon cabin in front of him. The outer layer of the cocoon cabin in the reinforcement room is all coated with silver. I don't know what material is inside. On the four walls, there are orderly and precise instrument indicator lights. In the core area where people lie down, there are dozens of strange devices that can stick to the human body. They look like mechanical arms with suction cups like dog skin plasters on the tip. The most peculiar thing is the helmet on the top. Unlike the round helmets that Xiao Yuan often sees, this helmet is actually a square helmet. Xiao Yuan estimates that when he puts it on, he will look like the green silly robot in the movie called Iron Armor Little Treasure that his grandfather used to like the most. Xiao Yuan reached out and touched the enhanced cocoon cabin, saying, "Lord Yuga, is this cocoon cabin reliable?" Lord Yuga shook his head and looked at Xiao Yuan, shouting, "Don't be so ungrateful, kid. Let me tell you. The effect of this cocoon cabin is dozens of times better than that of your potion. Stop talking nonsense and try it out quickly." Xiao Yuan followed Lord Yuga's instructions, and took off all the metal objects on his body, including Tunin. He also took off all his outer clothes reluctantly, leaving only a pair of shorts and lying in the enhanced cocoon cabin. Looking at Lord Yuga's gloating look, Xiao Yuan asked uncertainly, "Lord Yuga, do you have anything you want to tell me? For example, precautions?" "Ha ha." Lord Yuga's green eyes were shining, and he said excitedly, "A real man must be able to stand up." Xiao Yuan was shocked after hearing what it said, and struggled to get up, but the cocoon cabin automatically closed the door, and left only a small transparent window on the top. Will he be okay? Sun-won looked at the closed door, and was a little worried. "Don't worry." Lord Yuga smacked his lips. "If you can't stand this little difficulty, don't even think about fighting the night demon in the future. Pack up and hide in the deep mountains and old forests to live out the rest of your life." "Lord Yuga." Sun-won looked at the cocoon cabin with a dazed look, and asked softly, "Do you know who I am?" Lord Yuga's fat body moved, and his duck mouth opened and closed again. "You are you. Why do you suddenly ask this question?" "It's just that something happened recently." Sun-won stroked Lord Yuga's feathers with her slender hands. "I always feel that I am not the real Sun-won." Lord Yuga turned over comfortably and comforted. "Don't think about those things. It's not good to have wild thoughts at a young age." Its small eyes blinked, but there was a light of anxiety flashing inside. Has she begun to discover it? Oh! Xiao Yuan's sight instantly turned dark, and the originally transparent small window was also dark. Just when he was a little confused, the entire cocoon cabin suddenly lit up with a light blue light, and a voice that Xiao Yuan was familiar with sounded. A crisp female voice sounded, "Hello, driver Xiao Yuan. We will perform the first physical enhancement for you. Please relax your body and adjust it to the best state. This enhancement is expected to take 30 minutes. Do you want to know the current physical data?" "Current data?" Xiao Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I want to know." As soon as Xiao Yuan finished speaking, the tip of the mechanical arm he had seen before accurately landed around his body and attached to Xiao Yuan's body. At the same time, there were fixed devices at the positions of his limbs, wrists and ankles to fix his limbs. Finally, the square helmet that Xiao Yuan had been complaining about landed steadily on his head. Unlike the discomfort Xiao Yuan had expected, the helmet could automatically change its shape and tightly wrapped around his head, which was very comfortable. Then, something similar to an oxygen mask popped out from the mouth of the helmet, and steadily covered Xiao Yuan's mouth. Beep! Pilot Xiao Yuan, Agility, 3, Attack, 5, Resistance, 3, Mental Power, 4, Strength, 4. Enhancement begins. Buzz! Xiao Yuan only heard this buzzing sound, and then his body was gradually filled with liquid. Gradually, the entire cabin was filled with this liquid. Xiao Yuan looked at this glassy and glittering liquid, and before he could take it to heart, he felt a burning sensation and severe pain on his body, making him scream in pain. Ah! Chapter 64. What does it feel like to have one's muscles constantly pulled and torn, then regenerated and repaired, and then pulled and torn again? Even with the special liquid that poured into the main cocoon cabin to relieve the pain, Xiao Yuan still convulsed in pain. The most terrifying thing is that this pain can't make Xiao Yuan faint. The gas that comes out of the helmet keeps Xiao Yuan's mind in the most awake state at all times. He can clearly feel the pain spreading throughout his body. Xiao Yuan wanted to press the stop button beside him several times, but he held it back. Half an hour later, when Xiao Yuan appeared in front of Lord Yuga and Sun Wan, with a mouth full of blood, Sun Wan was scared to death. Xiao Yuan held Sun Wan's arm and calmed down to indicate that he was fine. The blood in his mouth was caused by biting his lips too painfully. The wounds on his body recovered quickly in the cocoon cabin, and there was not even a wound left. Quack quack. Lord Yuga walked in front of Xiao Yuan with a duck step and asked, "How do you feel, kid?" "Not bad." Xiao Yuan tried to clench his fist, and it made a crisp sound. Xiao Yuan's originally thin figure became well-proportioned, and all the force points of his body, chest muscles, abdominal muscles, all places, seemed to have grown again. It was not burly but well-proportioned and smooth. It can be seen that the power contained in it is better than the results of previous training. Enhancement completed. Data updated. When Xiao Yuan took the long towel handed by Sun Wan and wiped his body, the cocoon cabin made a voice. "Driver Xiao Yuan, the data is as follows. Agility 6, Attack 6, Resistance 5, Mental Power 5, Strength 6. Except for mental power, everything else has been enhanced." Xiao Yuan said excitedly, "If I use the enhancement device frequently, can I?" "You think too much, young man." Lord Yuga shook his head and said earnestly, "First, the enhancement device can only be used twice in one stage, and the next time after this use will be 1 year later. Secondly," Lord Yuga fluttered his wings to avoid the water droplets falling on Xiao Yuan. "The human body has its limits, and your body cannot withstand multiple enhancements in a short period of time. For example, this enhancement state is equivalent to the enhancement effect produced by your hard training for a year. Of course, this is also based on your strong will." Lord Yuga pointed to the button in the cocoon cabin. "I thought you would be finished in less than 10 minutes. Xiao Yuan carefully pondered Lord Yuga's words, and said with some regret, "It's a pity that this device can only be used after a year, otherwise Xiao Yuan can also try it." Lord Yuga glanced at him and said, She is much stronger than you think. She doesn't need this strengthening device at all, right?" Xiao Yuan looked at Sun Wan, who looked soft and tender, and had a slender waist, and expressed his disbelief. Lord Yuga scolded Xiao Yuan for being blind. Xiao Yuan was not to be outdone, and accused Lord Yuga of being lazy and gaining weight. The man and the duck quarreled. No matter how much they quarreled, Xiao Yuan had to get down to business first, which was to unlock Tunan's form. When Xiao Yuan used Tunan before, it was only in 2 forms, shield and bayonet. He also used it as a large flashlight. Although it worked wonders several times in the recruit assessment competition, it was always uncomfortable to use. Tunan has been inseparable from Xiao Yuan for so long that it seems to have spirituality. After picking it up, it vibrates happily. Xiao Yuan's mind moved, and Tunan stretched out and turned into a bayonet. Then it turned into a shield with the silver wing core emblem printed on it. Buzz! After Tunan went through 2 transformations, it made a buzzing sound, and the entire surface of Tunan emitted a dazzling white light. Schwa! 2 Nan stretched out to the side of Xiao Yuan's wrist and turned into a glove, tightly attached to Xiao Yuan's hand, and extended towards his arm, and finally Xiao Yuan's skin until his elbow was covered with this arm guard made of 2 Nan. Xiao Yuan tried to move his fingers and arms a few times, and found that 2 Nan's current state was like the touch and softness of ice silk. Looking forward along the arm guard, he couldn't help but scream "Ah!" and the 2 Nan extending from the front position turned into a silver silk thread, and at the tip, a 3-legged hook claw like the steel claw of a 3-dimensional mobile device appeared. With a thought, the front thread quickly shortened, and when it approached Xiao Yuan's palm, the hook claw flew out in an instant, with a force that was not inferior to the 3-legged titanium alloy hook claw currently used by the Silver Wing Legion. What's more, the hook claw that 2 Nan turned into can be integrated into the dark silver on the palm. It usually looks like a silver glove, but this ordinary-looking glove can be turned into a killing weapon at any time, and will become one of his killer weapons in battle. After seeing 2 Nan's hook claw form, in the sight of the 2 people, and the duck 2 Nan, which was originally in the form of a glove, emitted a burst of light. Like mercury flowing, it slowly turned into a long sword, with an ancient and majestic appearance, a sharp blade flashing with cold light, and a length of 1.2 meters. The hilt was engraved with symmetrical ancient patterns, like the unearthed Han swords that Xiao Yuan had seen in books. The last form must be determined by the owner. Xiao Yuan discussed with Lord Sun Wan Yuga, and finally decided to turn it into the standard Minging knife of the new Army Corps, so that no one would notice the difference when using it on the battlefield, avoiding unnecessary trouble. After understanding Tunan's 3 forms, Xiao Yuan walked out of the strengthening room with the Jin potion in his hand and said, "What about this potion? Do Xiaonuan and I still need to drink it?" Lord Yuga looked at the potion with a look of disgust. "Don't use it. You have been through the strengthening device, and the effect is much better than this. Put these 2 bottles of medicine in my duck nest, and I will study it when I have time." After leaving the strengthening room, Xiao Yuan gradually became familiar with his strengthened body. A wave of power stronger than before filled his body, and this feeling made him very happy. It has been a long time since he got Tuanan in the weapon room last time. The platform in the middle is still spotless. The Tuanan that once existed on it has now turned into a silver glove on his hand. The purpose of Xiao Yuan coming here is because the RV gave him an extra reward, which is the privilege of creating his own exclusive weapon once. But Xiao Yuan had Tuanan, so he naturally didn't need any other weapons. This extra weapon privilege was just for Sun Wan. She had been using the standard weapons of the Silver Wing Corps. Xiao Yuan had wanted to find a good weapon for her for a long time, but he had no chance. Although Sun Wan had been using the standard long sword since she joined the Silver Wing Corps, she had always been used to using bows and arrows. Her bows and arrows were kept in the RV, and now they were taken out and placed in the middle of the weapons room, which looked even more out of place. This wooden bow was well made, but it was useless against the Night Demon, and the bows and arrows could not be retrieved immediately after being fired, which was a great obstacle to combat. Creating a special weapon just made up for this defect. After Sun Wan put her longbow into the middle grid, she told Lord Yuga her idea. Lord Yuga listened to her requests one by one, shook his head and said, "You are really selling your father's land without any regrets. How many good weapons can be made with the precious materials consumed in such a transformation?" No matter how painful Lord Yuga was, after 3 hours of tossing, Sun Wan's new weapon was finally officially launched. The longbow, which used to be made of wood, became completely made of dark silver. According to Sun Wan's wishes, it became sky blue, and when necessary, it could become as black as ink for easy concealment. There is a sharp blade on the outer side of one end of the longbow, which can also be used as a close-range weapon. The most amazing thing is the only 3 bows and arrows. The whole arrow is made of dark silver, and the arrow body presents a psychedelic ice blue color. The tail feathers are made of several feathers plucked by Lord Yuga with great pain. According to it, it can withstand the tearing of the Night Demon without falling off easily. These 3 arrows are naturally not enough to be used on the battlefield, so there is another most special function, which is automatic recycling. Each dark silver arrow has Lord Yuga's feathers to maximize the fit between the bow and the arrow. After shooting, it can fly back to Sun Wan within 1 minute. However, each arrow returns 200 times a day. If you want to have this function again, you must return to the RV weapon room for warming and recharging. This sky blue longbow also became one of the most dazzling stars, and extremely unique symbols of Sun Wan's entire Silver Wing Corps in the future. Chapter 65. The morning sun was bright, and the breeze was refreshing. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan came to the training ground early. The training ground of the Silver Wing Army covered a large area. On each training ground with an area of 800 square meters, there were more than a dozen wooden pillars, all covered with scars from titanium alloy claws. The Silver Wing Army was full of hot-blooded young men. They were restrained by military rules and regulations, and dared not do anything out of line. But what should they do if there was friction and rift between them? The martial arts arena is just such a place. Li Jin has always believed that only more actual combat can help new recruits grow quickly. Therefore, this kind of open competition and competition that is not too intense has become popular in the Silver Wing Corps. There are also 2 professional medical teams stationed in the martial arts arena. "Boss! Good morning." Xian Mao, who was looking around, waved and shouted when he saw Xiao Yuan coming. Xiao Yuan nodded and smiled at Xian Mao, and turned his eyes to Yang Ying, who was standing next to him. Yang Ying took off her Silver Wing uniform today and changed into a purple sportswear. She was full of energy, and the slightly loose sportswear could not cover her proud figure. "Good morning, Instructor Yang. Why are you here?" Xiao Yuan greeted him with a smile. "I've told you so many times, call me Instructor Yang." Yang Ying looked at Xiao Yuan's innocent smile and gritted her teeth secretly. He did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. "Okay, Instructor Yang, no problem, Instructor Yang." Xiao Yuan agreed. In addition to Yang Ying, Xiao Yuan found that Li Meng also came in from outside, accompanied by Lu Hao and members of Lu Hao's team, including Tao Chun, the deputy captain of his team. Tao Chen was about 25 or 26 years old, with red lips, white teeth, fair skin, and a pair of watery eyes. The harmless appearance made people feel good about him. Xiao Meng, why are you here too? Ouyang saw Li Meng holding the data instrument that she always had with her, and asked, are you going to disturb our dignified Legion commander for his help in just a competition between two new recruits? Hee. Li Meng covered her mouth and laughed. Sister, oh look, these two you are talking about are the top 5 recruits in our first division. There are 4 divisions in the competition, and... Li Meng pointed to Lu Hao beside her and said, after Lu Hao took the gene potion last night, he quickly reacted. We were busy all night before we came out of the experimental building. I am here to record the data. Xiao Yuan and the others looked at Lu Hao. This kid was indeed different from what he saw yesterday. His pale face was full of life, his eyes were sharp, and his arms were muscular, as if they were inflated overnight. He was much more muscular. When his eyes finally fell on Xiao Yuan, they showed a provocative and fierce light. Xiao Yuan yawned and raised his hand to Lu Hao. You didn't sleep all night. Do you want to go back and have a sleep first? Otherwise, if I win, people will say I took advantage of you. Lu Hao gritted his teeth and pressed his fingers with both hands, making a crisp click sound. Hee, there's no need to deal with you. The members of the Silver Moon team arrived at the martial arts arena one after another, and Tang Qifeng, Fang Ruru, and the medical expert Lu Mingyao and Xiao Chengcheng also followed. Seeing Lu Hao's agreement, Xiao Yuan turned around and flew into the martial arts arena. Lu Hao was not willing to fall behind, and the 2 mechanisms under his ribs started. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sounds were heard, and the people flew into the sky with the sound of the wind. Everyone's eyes followed the figures of the 2 people to look up. Xiao Yuan stood on the top of a wooden pillar and looked at Lu Hao flying up with a vigilant look in his eyes. Lord Yuga had high standards and looked down on the genetic potion, but Xiao Yuan had to be on guard. After the physical transformation, Lu Hao's momentum was completely different from yesterday. He said it was light, but his heart was still beating. Buzz! Xiao Yuan's right hand was covered with a layer of silver-white gloves made of tunnin. The moment the sound of the Minging knife being drawn out of the scabbard sounded, Xiao Yuan shot out from the top of the wooden pillar and slashed at Lu Hao in the air with a knife. Roar! Lu Hao roared and took the heavy blow. Clang! Lu Hao had no leverage in the air, but he was still only slightly at a disadvantage. When Xiao Yuan fought with him and his body was briefly in the air, the alloy claw under his ribs had already shot out, tearing through the air and attacking Lu Hao's chest. Lu Hao's body reacted very quickly in the air. Almost at the moment when the alloy claw was ejected, he used his waist to make a move that ordinary people could not complete in the air, and rolled his body sideways to avoid the attack. Lu Hao used the anti-gravity maneuvering device to hook a wooden pillar in the distance, preparing to distance himself and stabilize his position. But Xiao Yuan would never give him a chance? From Xiao Yuan coming up first to Xiao Yuan attacking him halfway in the air, it was to seize the initiative. After being baptized by the strengthening device yesterday, Xiao Yuan was faster than Lu Hao. Following him, he used the Minging knife in his hand like a storm, chopping, slashing, and slashing. These 3 simple moves were fully utilized by Xiao Yuan in the fast attack that he was good at. Lu Hao blocked left and right, and finally roared and hit the Minging knife in his hand. The powerful force made the blade in Xiao Yuan's hand emit a sharp buzzing sound, and sparks flew. Bang! Lu Hao's body reached the wooden pillar, and his back, who had been fighting with Xiao Yuan, hit the wooden pillar with a muffled sound. Of course, the impact on Lu Hao's strengthened body was nothing, but it made him feel humiliated. Lu Hao's eyes were red, and a brute force surged in his body. He did not retreat but rushed forward to meet Xiao Yuan. The speed of the Minging knife in Lu Hao's hand was not fast, but it was powerful. After Xiao Yuan took a few of his knives, he found that Lu Hao's strength was at least 40% stronger than before. Dang! 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 After Xiao Yuan struggled to take 3 more knives, he took back the Minging knife with numb palms and flew upwards. Run? Let's see where you can run to. Lu Hao was overjoyed to see Xiao Yuan retreating on his own initiative, and also flew upwards with Xiao Yuan's figure. Crack! Crack! Lu Hao's heavy sword chopped on the wooden pillar, splashing with chips. Xiao Yuan's body was flexible around the wooden pillar nearby. Lu Hao's heavy sword either missed or hit the wooden pillar, making him scream in anger. Below the martial arts arena, Li Meng looked at Xiao Yuan who was dodging left and right, and said, "What's wrong with Xiao Yuan? He keeps hiding to exhaust Lu Hao's physical strength?" Lu Hao's physical strength after the genetic potion transformation is not so easy to exhaust. I'm afraid his plan will fail. Not necessarily. Yang looked at the debris falling from the sky with her beautiful eyes. I'm afraid that Xiao Yuan's little fox's plan will succeed. Plan? Li Ming looked up at the sky and saw Xiao Yuan's figure turn. Swoosh. Swoosh. The alloy claw took Xiao Yuan to the side, and Lu Hao chased after him with a grim smile. When Xiao Yuan saw the wooden pillar hooked by his alloy claw, a smile appeared on his lips. He was finally fooled. Bang! Xiao Yuan's alloy claw on the right side was retracted, leaving only a titanium alloy wire for traction. This scene made the people watching below exclaim, including Lu Hao. Xiao Yuan lost his balance and flew to the other side. The meaning knife raised in the air crossed the sky. With a click, a large amount of wood chips flew up. Lu Hao only felt his body sink, and then fell uncontrollably. In his eyes, a silver light appeared in the blue sky, and it instantly attacked him as his body fell. Chapter 66. Under Li Ming's incredible amazement and gaze, the broken section of the wooden pillar fell from the air with Lu Hao. Xiao Yuan's body, suspended in the air, took advantage of the moment when it was close to the wooden pillar, kicked his legs and flew towards Lu Hao. The silver knife in his hand cut through the sky and was about to chop Lu Hao's chest. Xiao Yuan. The winner has been decided. Save people first. Yang shouted loudly from below. Lu Hao was arrogant and refused to admit defeat even in such a dangerous situation, so she had to tell the result of the game. Gotcha! Xiao Yuan heard this, raised the corner of his mouth and chopped the blade in his hand at the position where Lu Hao's alloy claw was, removing it. He held Lu Hao's arm with his hand, and finally stopped his body at the moment of falling to the ground with the help of the titanium alloy wire. Bang! The broken wood fell on the ground of the training ground, making a loud rumbling sound. The dust raised made the onlookers cover their mouths and noses. When the dust dispersed, they saw Lu Hao, who was in a state of dismay, walking out with a staggering step with a meaning knife in his hand. Captain, are you okay? Tao Chen took the initiative to come over and hold Lu Hao's arm. He felt that his muscles were tense, and he obviously had not recovered from the defeat in the battle just now. After hearing Tao Chen's words, Lu Hao finally came back to his senses and said to Xiao Yuan with a grim expression, "This time, I lost. But I don't accept it." Lu Hao gritted his teeth and said, "You cheated. You attacked me before I could gain a firm foothold, and then you cheated by taking advantage of the wood you chopped and about to break, and then you took advantage of your focus on catching me to lead yourself up?" Xiao Yuan patted the dust off his body and said with a smile, "I lost, of course. If you don't accept it, it's not too late to fight me after we defeat the Night Demon." Lu Hao wanted to say something. He opened his mouth and looked at Xiao Yuan deeply, and finally turned away without saying anything. "Boss, that move you just made was absolutely amazing," Qi Ming said excitedly. "You made the guy slip away so fast, just like the little monkey in our circus." He continued, "You can think of cutting off the wooden pillar, pulling the man down, and then attacking while you are in the situation. You are worthy of being my idol." Xiao Yuan patted Xi and Mao on the head and laughed. "Don't exaggerate, you two. You just took advantage of it this time. I may not be his opponent in a head-on fight." "Okay, are you all done praising?" Yang opened her red lips slightly, looking at Xiao Yuan, who took off the dark blue cloak and handed it to Sun Wan, and said, "You did a good job just now. Now I want to talk to you about business." "Business?" Xiao Yuan looked at Yang in surprise. "Is there anything special?" In the martial arts field, under an old tree with lush branches and leaves, the sun shone through the swaying night and fell on Liang Lu's face. She was wearing a red dress today, and raised her face slightly to look at the sky. "We were in the forest at that time, and you once asked me about Xiaoya." Liang Lu turned around. Her almond eyes were bright. "We were busy with the assessment at that time. Now, I think it's a suitable time. Are you sure you want to hear about Xiaoya?" Tang Qifeng nodded, his eyebrows full of anxiety. "Of course I want to hear it. What happened to Xiaoya? Is she okay now?" Liang Lu glanced at Fang Ruru, who was standing in the distance, but looking over here from time to time, sighed inaudibly, and said, "Okay, then listen to me tell a story, the story of a girl named Luo Xiaoya." Liang Lu's voice was flat. After Lu Fang's death, Xiaoya's consciousness dissipated, and she was no longer affected by Xiaoya's emotions. When she finished telling how Xiaoya was deceived by Tang Qingfeng's childhood friend Ajuan to the town office building the night before she left toward town, and was persecuted by Lu Fang, Liang Lu found that her face was cold. She didn't know when she burst into tears. Xiaoya's consciousness dissipated, so why did she still feel pain and regret from the depths of her soul? Liang Lu couldn't tell whether she sympathized with Xiaoya, Or at some point she was Xiaoya. Xiaoya is gone? Is it Ajuan? Tang Qifeng staggered back a few steps in disbelief. How is it possible? How could Ajuan do that? You two have grown up together as brothers? Lianlu closed her eyes in pain. Do you really know him that well? You grew up in a better family than him, and you had better grades than him. You successfully entered the town government and lived a decent life, but he can only deliver couriers. Have you ever thought about all this? Tang Qifeng was speechless for a moment, and he sat down dejectedly. No wonder Ajun suddenly became rich after moving out of Toll Town. He had money to open a company and his life became prosperous. He said that he was funded by a distant cousin, and I actually believed it. But how do you know all these things so clearly? Tang Qifeng, who learned of Xiaoya's death, was in tears and looked up at Lian Lu. How do you know about Ajuan's affairs? Because you told Xiaoya, Lian Lu thought silently in her heart. She looked at Fang Muru in the distance and said softly, no matter what, everything is over. That one over there is your new girlfriend, right? Tang Qingfeng's expression froze when he heard this. Ruru is alone in A City. She is weak in character, so we are together. It's okay, you don't have to explain anything to me. Lian Lu walked to Tang Qifeng and leaned over to look at Tang Qingfeng's handsome face, which was strange and familiar. Lian Lu just looked at Tang Qingfeng's eyes, and her vision gradually blurred. How much she wanted to walk with you for a lifetime. Lian Lu's tears were like pearls that had broken off the string, falling one by one on her red dress. Lian Lu stretched out her hand, and wanted to touch Tang Qingfeng's face again. For a moment, Tang Qifeng felt that the girl in front of him seemed to be Luo Xieya. Lian Lu's hand stopped a few centimeters away from Tang Qifeng. She stopped her slender hand with tears in her eyes, slowly stood up and stepped back a few steps, and finally turned around and said to Tang Qifeng, Tang Qifeng, you have to be well all the time. After saying that, Lian Lu walked in the opposite direction of Tang Qifeng. Her back was so thin that it made people feel distressed, but she still walked away step by step with determination. The sun shone on Lian Lu's face. Finally. Is it over? Lian Lu took a deep breath and walked on the tree-lined road with a sense of loss. Awoo! Awoo! A little tiger suddenly jumped out in front of Lian Lu, rubbing against her white legs and acting coquettishly. Tiger. Tiger girl? Lian Lu cried with a strong voice, staring blankly at the little tiger in front of her that was tamed by Xian Mao and lived in the new army's garrison, and couldn't help but reach out and touch its head. The little tiger squinted his eyes comfortably and roared forward. Lian Lu looked at the end of the road. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Xian Mao with a little squirrel on his shoulder, Wang's brothers and sisters, Qi Ming, and Lin Lang were looking at her with a smile. Xiao Yuan stretched out his hand and said to Lian Lu, everyone said that today is a good day. We want to eat hot pot to celebrate. You are the only one missing. The smile on Xiao Yuan's face was very warm, so warm that it dispelled the relief and farewell in Lian Lu's heart that she didn't know whether it was joy or sorrow. She took a step, and her red skirt swayed like a little elf as she ran towards the crowd, and the past was left behind by her, gradually going farther and farther. Chapter 67. In this operation, the Silver Wing Corps will be divided into 4 groups. The main forces of Corps 1 to 4 will stay in A City, with a total of 4,000 people. The other 4,000 people will be divided into 2 groups to go to Taizhou and Ningbo City to defend the flanks. In this operation, we will cooperate with the security forces stationed in the city to stop the enemy. In the operation hall, Li Jun stood in front and pointed to the map around A City on the big screen, explaining the upcoming A City defense plan. Xiao Yuan was fortunate to be one of the hundreds of people sitting below as a representative of the Corps. Those who directly participated in this operation meeting were all elites in the Silver Wing Corps, and there were many people with sharp and active thinking. Not far in front of Xiao Yuan, a handsome young man with a white face, a straight nose, and a square mouth was the first to raise questions. After Li Jun's signal, he stood up and asked loudly, "We are cooperating with the garrison troops. Who has the command power?" Xiao Yuan was very impressed by him. The Silver Wing Corps was reorganized after the assessment. Xiao Yuan's team entered the first corps. The young man who spoke also belonged to the first corps. His name was Sheng Dong. In the recruit competition, he won the first place in his assessment area with his own team. He was the elite among the elite of the Silver Wing Corps. After the reorganization, the Silver Wing Corps will continue to fight in the 8-man squad system, with 10 squads forming a company, and the instructor, who teaches the new recruits how to fight, will be in charge and coordinate. The question asked by Sheng Dong seemed to be understated, but it was actually of great significance. The battlefield was changing rapidly, and the garrison troops, as troops that had fought against the Night Demon, had rich combat experience, which was reassuring. However, as a newly established army, the Silver Wing Corps had a very different fighting style and fighting method from the traditional troops. If the garrison troops led the Silver Wing Corps, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Jun looked at Sheng Dong with appreciation and motioned him to sit down, smiling. Commander Shang Weigua and I have discussed this issue in depth, and finally decided that our Silver Wing Corps will lead it alone. The commander of each company will communicate directly with the 500 guard troops, who cooperate with your actions, and work together to stop the Night Demon. Li Jun's words made everyone present feel much more at ease. There have always been minor frictions between the Silver Wing Corps and the garrison troops stationed in the southern suburbs. The guard troops felt that those people in the new army corps were halfway through, lacking the quality and courage of professional soldiers. The new army corps felt that the group of people in the guard corps were too arrogant and looked down on others. The resulting differences and estrangements have led to the current situation. Li Jun is not unaware of these things. Facing the Night Demon who is already ready to move, he cannot take the initiative to provoke trouble, and many things have been forcibly suppressed by him. Just like in the big competition assessment, when LV Hao and others used dishonorable means, Li Jun also recognized their achievements, because Li Jun understood that in the face of a powerful enemy, only by uniting all forces that can be united can one increase the chances of victory. After Li Jun finished talking about the defense zone and basic combat methods, Li Ming came to the stage holding the iconic tester in her hand. Her fingers slid deftly, and the map on the big screen gradually moved to the south, and when it approached a boundary, the screen stopped. Xiao Yuan frowned, because the location on the screen was Sierra City, but there was a circle of red glowing signs around Sierra City. Everyone, please look! Li Ming pointed to the north side of the entire Sierra City, and said solemnly, according to the monitoring of the Tianji system, the Night Demons in Sierra City began to move frequently from this morning, and it is expected that they will move towards A City within 24 hours. Li Ming looked at the eyes of the audience, which were surprised and fearful, but more solemn and determined. She continued, at that time, we will rely on the South Suburb Silver Wing Legion Camp as the first line of defense to fight the Night Demons. Relying only on the South Suburb Camp, we can't resist for too long. The young man next to Li Ming said. The second line of defense will be deployed around the Old City in the north of A City. Li Ming pulled up another map. As early as a month ago, the Federal Command Center began to prepare to build the Northern City Defense Line, the City Defense Line, and the Southern City Defense Line. All the facilities for combat use have been prepared. After Li Ming finished speaking, everyone in the conference room looked at each other in surprise. Building so many lines of defense, regardless of what everyone thought, Li Ming continued to talk for more than 10 minutes, elaborating on the layout and settings of the three cities, as well as the precautions for cooperation with the security forces during combat, and even explaining the logistics supplies one by one. When this memory ended, it was already noon. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan walked out of the combat meeting room. The weather outside was gloomy and cold. Xiao Yuan looked around and saw Ouyang Ying, who had been waiting outside for a long time. Ouyang Ying, a charming and strict instructor of the anti-gravity maneuvering device course, will be the combat commander of Xiao Yuan's company. This surprised Xiao Yuan a little. At first, Xiao Yuan thought she was just a temporary technical instructor, and he never thought that she would go to the battlefield in person. How is it? Are you not scared? Ouyang Ying's black and white silver wing military uniform is heroic and charming, which makes the new recruits passing by look at her a few more times. It's okay, I'm not a child. Xiao Yuan smiled and walked with her to a place with few people, saying, I've thought about what you told me last time. Xiao Yuan rubbed his fingers and said thoughtfully, I want these three teams to come together to assist in defense. Chu Xian and Ling, who are not difficult, but an Yin team. Ouyang Ying thought about it carefully, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. You are really asking for too much. An Yin team ranks one place higher than you Inu. They are responsible for the defense of Lingsha Road, and it is impossible for them to be transferred here. Xiao Yuan's face turned red, knowing that he was indeed greedy. He thought for a moment, in that case, we only need the first two teams, that's enough. Ouyang Ying shook her head and said helplessly, I asked the Corps Commander for you, but I don't think there will be much chance. Thank you, Instructor Ouyang. Xiao Yuan said with a grin, by the way, Lu Hao has been quite honest recently, right? Speaking of Lu Hao, Ouyang Ying rolled her eyes at Xiao Yuan. After being beaten up by you, he has to stay quiet for a while, he is very honest. Hee hee. Xiao Yuan scratched his head and said, I didn't mean to cause trouble. He has always had ill will towards our team. With his temper, if he joins forces with civilians to trip us up when the night demon comes, it will be a disaster. This move will shock them, and save them from future troubles. Yang looked at Xiao Yuan's smiling face, and didn't know what to feel in her heart. This young man who seemed sometimes reckless and impulsive seemed to have a clear purpose for everything he did. It reminded her of someone, a person far away in the imperial capital. Hoo. A strong wind blew by, causing Yang to shudder and come back to her senses. The dark clouds coming from the south were getting thicker and thicker, as if the clouds were stained with ink, which made people feel a little heavy. The wind is blowing. Xiao Yuan followed Yang's gaze, and looked into the distance. The smile on his face slowly faded. What was supposed to come finally came. Yes, the wind is blowing. Yang subconsciously clenched her fists, and took a deep breath. The wind and rain are coming. Chapter 68. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the earth, dyeing the south suburb Silver Wings Army camp with a faint blood color. Li Jun looked back at Jin Chao, who was far away on the high platform. Jin Chao's serious face looked like a sculpture in the whistling wind. Jin Chao, the deputy commander of the Silver Wings Army, will command the battle with the new recruits of the 2 corps left in the south suburbs camp. Humans, at first, knew very little about the night demons. After experiencing the deep sea and the defense battle of Sierra City, they gradually analyzed the organizational behavior of the night demons. Based on its offensive rules, the Silver Wing senior management formulated a defense system with the south suburbs camp as the bridgehead and the subsequent defense of A City as the main defense. Are you worried about Deputy Commander Jean? Sean Weigua, who came from A City to formulate the defense of the southern suburbs, looked at Li Jun, who got into the car with a serious face, and comforted him. Old Jean has always acted steadily. He has experienced the baptism of the Sierra Defense War. He will definitely be able to consume the strength of the night demon and retreat unscathed. Ah. Li Jun smiled bitterly and closed his eyes. I am not worried about old Jean. I am worried about the 2,000 new recruits. They were originally ordinary people. With such a short time. Ha. Sean Weigua couldn't help but smile on his resolute face. Brother Li is full of confidence in facing those guys in the federal committee. I always thought you were confident. Li Jun waved his hand and said, Brother, stop teasing me. How are the things I asked you to prepare? Sean Weigua put away his smile after hearing Li Jun's words. It's ready. Do you have any new plans? Li Jun opened his eyes slightly and murmured, I hope this plan will not have a chance to be implemented. In the Nanji camp under the night, with the withdrawal of a large number of security forces and the Silver Wing Corps, only the remaining Silver Wing 1st and 2nd Corps and 4,000 security forces were left in the Nanji camp. The huge camp suddenly became deserted. The personnel of each unit moved in according to the prearranged defense zone. Xiao Yuan's team was located in the middle of the second position. Because of the existence of flying night demons, the night demons sometimes came by throwing and landing. The defense line in the camp was also deployed in layers. Huh? Xiao Yuan leaned against the solid wooden pillar standing on the position and exhaled a foul breath. Sun Wan and Liang Lu walked out of the tent next to them, holding a few cups of hot water in their hands. Under the light of the small lamp on the wooden pillar, they emitted lingering water vapor. Xiao Yuan took the water cup from Sun Wan and looked at the gray sky in the south without a single star. The dark clouds slowly moved northward. Strangely, the entire northern night sky was bright and sparsely populated, without a single cloud. He subconsciously held the water cup. Will those guys come tonight? Why? Do you think they're coming too late? Liang Lu shared the hot water with Xian Mao and Wang Ruofei, and stood up and came to Xiao Yuan. Maybe. Xiao Yuan shrugged. I remember the first time I saw the night demon. I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. Puff. Liang Lu spat out most of the water she had drunk, coughed a few times, and looked at Xiao Yuan in disbelief. You still have that moment? Can't tell? Xiao Yuan raised his right hand in self-mockery, and the silver-white glove transformed by two Nan shone with a strange glow under the light. I am just an ordinary person. I will be afraid and run away when facing the night demon, but this time, I will never do it again. Xiao Yuan's words silenced Xian Mao, Qi Ming and others, who had never really seen the night demon. Xiao Yuan saw that everyone stopped talking and smiled easily. Of course, we are different now. He threw his cape behind him, looked at the Silver Wing badge, and said, as a member of the Silver Wing Corps, we will definitely be able to successfully repel the night demon and defend A City this time. Boss is right. Xian Mao is always Xiao Yuan's most loyal lackey, and he smiled and said, "Boss, if you say it can be done, it will definitely be done. When the night demon comes, I will kill 100 of them." Qi Ming's emotions are most easily mobilized, and he grinned with his teeth bared. "You, don't say it so well." Lianglu wanted to make a joke, but before she finished, the night sky rang with woo. Woo! Woo! Continuous sirens rang out. "Boss, look up at the sky!" Xian Mao shouted loudly. Xiao Yuan looked up at the sky. In the sky that was originally covered with dark clouds, the clouds at the front suddenly dispersed, and then countless clouds fell from above. Bang! 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 3 flares rose into the sky, illuminating the sky above the position. Those falling down were not clouds at all, but fighting night demons with wings and fangs bared. Wow! The entire Silver Wings core position was boiling, and the guard troops deployed in the position fired shells one after another across the night sky and hit the night demon. Woo wow! Woo wow! The night demon screamed and rolled down. The artillery fire, which was considered to be extremely lethal in the eyes of everyone, only blew the night demon away, but could not cause fatal damage to it. Xiao Yuan finally understood why Legion wanted to vigorously build a new army. Hold the position. Each team is in a defensive formation. Pay attention to support. Ouyang Ying's voice resounded through the loudspeaker in Xiao Yuan's defense zone, causing the 10 panicked teams to quickly come to their senses and defend the battlefield according to the formation they usually trained. Buzz! 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 The sound of the silver sword being unsheathed became one, shining coldly in the rising light of the artillery fire. Silver Wing Legion, kill! Someone roared in the night sky, and the entire battlefield erupted in a tide of shouts and killing. The night demon finally fell, and landed on the battlefield. Woo wow! A night demon fell straight in front of Xiao Yuan, opening its mouth with a fishy smell and rushing towards Xiao Yuan. Buzz! The knife flashed, and Xiao Yuan's knife hit the night demon's chest, cutting through the dense scales on the night demon's body and leaving a deep scar. Woo! The night demon's scream was shrill and piercing. Xiao Yuan saw a stream of blue liquid coming out of the wound, which evaporated in an instant, and the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan became ruthless and rushed forward. The 2 nan in his hand shot out a silver light, piercing the night demon's flesh wings and nailing them to the wooden pillar. The night demon opened its mouth wide, and its claws still grabbed Xiao Yuan unwillingly. Xiao Yuan dodged and chopped the night demon's head with a knife. Ouch! The night demon's scarlet tongue spit out a mournful cry, and the head injury caused the night demon's vitality to quickly drain. The night demon's body began to emit a puff of black smoke from the head, and with a crisp sound, the night demon's body finally turned into a puff of red water mist, and disappeared in front of Xiao Yuan. Swoosh! Swoosh! Xiao Yuan raised his head, and saw a figure soaring into the sky. Sun Wan's slender figure flew into the night sky, and the dark silver knife quickly passed in front of her. A silver light flashed, and the 2 night demons in front of Sun Wan were instantly cut in the vitals. Her body turned into red mist, and dissipated in midair. Her figure passed through the mist, and the longbow behind her drew a line of ice blue light that was dazzling in the night sky. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan also activated the mobile device and flew into the air, waving the dark silver knife to kill the falling night demon. Chapter 69. Attack Formation. Following Xiao Yuan's shout, Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Qi Ming, and Wang Ruofei all took off at the same time, with Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan in the middle, and the other 2 slightly behind on the wings. The 4 of them were waving their silver knives in midair, and silver light flashed in the air, blocking another wave of attacks from the night demon. After a short period of actual combat, the teamwork of the Silver Moon squad gradually matured, and the defense and offense transitions became smoother. Click! Click! The silver knife in Xiao Yuan's hand was bitten by the night demon's fangs, and he couldn't break free. Seeing another night demon rushing towards him, Xiao Yuan couldn't dodge and was hit in the chest. The strong impact made his body fly backwards, and the silver knife also flew out of his hand. Seeing this, the night demon on his chest opened its mouth like a madman and bit Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan's right hand flashed with silver light, and a shield appeared between him and the night demon to block its attack. Shwa! The shield instantly turned into a dark silver knife. Xiao Yuan swung his right hand with all his strength, and the blade chopped right on the side of the night demon's neck. The thing screamed in pain, and its front claws scratched wildly, tearing the outer layer of the military uniform into tatters. If it weren't for the special protective material on the inner layer, it would have been skinned if not killed. Xiao Yuan roared and continued to use force. The dark silver knife that Tu Nan transformed into was several times sharper than the standard knife. The blade cut off the night demon's vitals and gradually turned into a red steam that dissipated in the night sky. After the night demon dies, its body will automatically vaporize, making it impossible for humans to capture and study it, resulting in the embarrassing situation that humans still have a hard time understanding the night demon. The red steam rising from the continuous battle with the night demon stained Xiao Yuan's originally fair face with blood. When the body stopped falling, the anti-gravity maneuvering device was activated and flew into the sky again, where Sun Quan had already killed the previous night demon. Sun Quan's performance in the battle can be described as amazing. Relying on extremely fast flying speed and accurate prediction of timing, she could almost kill night demons continuously during the flight. This kind of control over the limits of the body can only make everyone far behind. Swoosh! Bang! The artillery shells rising in the night sky had already stopped due to the Silver Wings aerial combat. Xiao Yuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw the orange fireworks and shouted, "Xiao Nuan, you continue to hold the position. Xiao Xian, Lin Lang follow me." "Got it." Xinmao, Lin Lang simply agreed when he heard Xiao Yuan's voice, and flew with Xiao Yuan to the place where the fireworks rose. Ling Hu's squadron was responsible for the defense area not far from Xiao Yuan. At this time, Ling Hu's squadron's position fell into chaos. Xiao Yuan heard Ling Hu's high-octave voice before he arrived. "Wei Yan, are you crazy? Xiao Shou, hold him down quickly." Swoosh! Swoosh! Ling Hu was yelling at the top of his lungs when he heard two strong winds behind him. It was hard for him to hear them on the battlefield, so he subconsciously rolled forward. When Ling Hu came to his senses, he saw two titanium claws firmly nailing the night demon, who had been trying to sneak attack him to the ground. Xiao Yuan dropped his silver knife from the air and killed the night demon cleanly. "Ling Hu, what's going on here?" Xiao Yuan put away his knife and walked in front of Ling Hu and stretched out his hand. "Why did you suddenly send out an orange flare?" Ling Hu reached out and pulled Xiao Yuan up from the ground. He looked at the large number of night demons that retreated in the air because Xiao Yuan and the other teams came to support him. He pointed at the young man who was screaming in the position. "Little Wei and my team suddenly seemed to have hysteria. In addition, the number of night demons attacking this side suddenly increased, so These are all trivial matters. Let's go see how Wei Yan is doing first." Xiao Yuan looked at Wei Yan, who was being restrained by Zhou Wei and struggling. There was also a girl with short red hair, Qian Yanyu, standing next to him. Seeing Xiao Yuan coming over, she took the initiative to greet him. Xiao Yuan and she were old acquaintances. After greeting each other, they checked on Wei Yan's condition together. Hoo. Wei Yan was panting, as if he had exhausted all his strength. His roar gradually disappeared as the night demon army retreated. Zhou Wei, Captain? What are you doing?" The madness and bestiality in Wei Yan's eyes gradually receded, and he became clear again. He looked at the people who gathered around him inexplicably, a little confused. "Do you know who I am?" Qian Yanyu patted Wei Yan's cheek and asked uncertainly. "You are Sister Yanyu. How can I not recognize you?" Wei Yan looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong with me?" Seeing Wei Yan's look, everyone was relieved. In the past, there were soldiers who lost their minds in the battle with the night demon, and they would return to normal after a while. It seems that Wei Yan is also in this situation. Xiao Yuan looked at Wei Yan, who had returned to normal, and always felt that this person was a little strange, but he couldn't tell exactly where it was. Xiao Yuan and Ling Hu looked at the night demons that gathered again in the night sky. From the rising flares, it can be seen that the number of them, this time, is much less than last time. Xiao Yuan murmured, "This should be the last wave tonight, right? According to the time, it should be. These bastards are really tireless." Ling Hu cursed. "It is said that the night demons are afraid of light. It would be great if we could use light to wipe out these guys. They are afraid of light, but they are not vampires." Xiao Yuan's heart moved when he heard Ling Hu's words. The sun's light will only make them hide. Even if there is sunlight, they will not die. By the way, Tiger, that Wei Yan, you should pay attention. Ling Hu looked at Xiao Yuan with his big eyes, like copper bells, after hearing what Xiao Yuan said. "What did you find?" "I can't tell you. Anyway, you should pay more attention to him. It's always good to be careful." Xiao Yuan looked at the night demon floating in the air and said, "I go back first. You should be careful." After saying that, he flew up, and the dark blue cloak behind him fluttered in the night wind. Wei Yan sat in the position, with a cup of hot water in his hand. He frowned and looked at the darkness in the distance. Wei Yan suddenly lifted his clothes to check his ribs. There was a wound bitten by a night demon. No one noticed it in the chaos of the battlefield. Now, after only a few hours, the hideous wound has begun to scab and heal. He stared at the wound and put down his clothes. A layer of red light appeared in his eyes. He looked at the sky in the distance. There were countless night demons in the high sky. A strange night demon, with a body much larger than ordinary night demons, and black and white fur on its head, was also looking at Wei Yan on the ground. Huh? Finally retreated? Xi and Mao looked at the gradually retreating night demon army. The silver knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. The whole person collapsed and gasped. Xiao Yuan looked at the dawn that was about to appear in the east. He had never felt that the sunrise was so beautiful before. He also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This night is finally over." With the dawn came not only peace, but also new RV tasks. Xiao Yuan leaned on a sandbag and listened to the newly released tasks in his mind. Driver, Xiao Yuan. Authority level, level 2. Transformation progress, 3%. Current tasks, 1. Defeat 500 night demons. 2. Collect 10 kilograms of gold. 3. Collect 2 wolf teeth. 4. Collect 1 kilogram of fluorite. 5. Collect 10 kilograms of soil. Task reward, unlock the first stage of the RV planting system. Hidden reward, unknown. Chapter 70. The dawn came to the world, and the camp of the new army in the southern suburbs, which had experienced a night of fighting, calmed down. The logistics troops distributed food and clean water in an orderly manner, and the medical troops treated the injured. After a night of fighting, the recruits of the Silver Wing Corps began to lose their childishness and mature. No matter how good they were in training, recruits who had not been on the battlefield would never grow up. The reason why Li Jin left the 2 elite corps was also to take this opportunity to hone them. All members of the Silver Moon team sat outside the tent. The warm sunshine dispelled the darkness and kept the shadow of death last night away from here. If it weren't for the bloodstains scattered around and the clear scratches on the clothes, all this would seem like a nightmare. Lin Lang, is the wound on your back okay? Xiao Yuan looked at Lin Lang, who was grinning as Wang Ruoling forced him to apply medicine, and couldn't help laughing. You usually look like a man. Why are you so cowardly now? Boss, you are talking without any pain in your waist. Lin Lang said with a breath of cold air. You know how heavy our Miss Wang's hand is. Hee hee. Qi Ming laughed foolishly and looked at Wang Ruoling, who was still applying medicine seriously. Sister Ruoling, did you hear that? You shouldn't apply medicine to this guy. Good people don't get good rewards. Wang Ruoling applied the remaining ointment in her hand, carefully bandaged Lin Lang and said slowly, the wounds caused by the night demon heal slowly, so you can't be careless. Oh, it would be great if it could heal faster. Lin Lang sighed. Although it doesn't affect the battle much, it's still uncomfortable. Who told you to be a hero and save the beauty? Liang Lu took a sip of the warm water in her hand and squinted comfortably. Yao Yao now regards you as a great hero. If it weren't for the fact that 2 people in their team were injured, they would have come directly to take care of you. Lin Lang thought of Lu Mingyu's cute look, and felt that the pain in his body was also reduced. He scratched his head and laughed. Hee hee, I am not willing to help others. Hee hee, hee hee hee. Hey, what are you laughing at? Lin Lang's silly laugh spread far away, and Yang, who had not yet come close, heard Lin Lang's voice. Hello, Instructor O. Hello, Instructor Yang. When the 8 people saw Yang coming, they all stood up and greeted her. Yang had a bright smile on her face, and motioned for everyone to sit down. She looked at Xiao Yuan, who smiled and deliberately called her Instructor Yang, and gritted her teeth secretly, thinking that one day, she would rub his smiling face hard to see if he could smile again. Yang was followed by 2 female soldiers, who were patrolling the position with her. She was very tired after a busy night. She walked to Xiao Yuan and sat down, looked around, and said, Xiao Lin is so energetic even though he was injured. It seems that there is no sign of mutation. Mutation? Signs of mutation? Lin Lang's smile froze on his face, and he stuttered. Instructor O, what do you mean by mutation? Oh, the sign of mutation refers to the rapid recovery of wounds after humans are infected with the Night Devil virus, which is dozens of times faster than ordinary people or even faster, and the mental state is depressed and abnormal. Yang looked at the lively Lin Lang. As for you, it's a pity that you still have to continue to fight in the Silver Wing Corps and dedicate your youth to the battle for the fate of mankind. When Lin Lang heard Yang say this, a huge stone fell from his heart, and he instantly felt relieved and resumed his playful and smiling appearance. Xiao Yuan took out a piece of beef wrapped in oil paper from his pocket and quietly put it into Sun Wan's hand, and suddenly asked, Instructor, there is something I can't figure out. Oh! Yang looked at Xiao Yuan curiously. What do you want to ask, little fox? Nightingale Project. Xiao Yuan took the map from Wang Ruoling, spread it flat among the crowd, and pointed his right hand with a silver glove to Shanghai City, the most important town on the southeast coast of country A. I don't understand why the Nightingale Plan was implemented. Xiao Yuan drew a circle in Shanghai City. When the Night Demon first broke out, Shanghai City relied on the powerful garrison navy and security forces to successfully resist two large-scale attacks by the Night Demon, but why did they act rashly? Act rashly, go deep into the enemy's territory alone, and let our most elite security forces, armed to the teeth, attack with their trump cards? Yang took over Xiao Yuan's unfinished words. Yes, that decision at the time was so risky. Yang gently closed her eyes. She seemed not to want to mention that incident. After taking a few deep breaths, Yang opened her charming eyes. Her thoughts returned to the time when the Night Demon first broke out, and she told everyone the whole story of that bloody action. Nowadays, the Night Demon's high resistance to firearms is deeply rooted in people's hearts. But when it first broke out, people did not realize this. When the Night Demon appeared along the coast of the Southeast War Zone, because the number was not as large as it is now, Shanghai City successfully repelled the Night Demon's attack twice. In the battle report sent from Shanghai City to the imperial capital, the commander of the Shanghai City Security Force, who was far away from the actual battlefield, talked about how bravely his side defeated the enemy, and how weak the local area was. After being commended by the imperial capital, the commander then proposed the Nightingale Plan, claiming to apply for the secondment of the most elite falcons and snow wolves in the security force to cooperate with Shanghai City to eliminate the source of the disaster in one fell swoop and protect the people of Shanghai City in peace and security. Human resources, material resources, and funds poured into Shanghai City. With the cooperation of the 10,000 security forces of Shanghai City, 2 trump cards, with a total of 5,000 people left Shanghai City and went deep into the source of the Night Demon outbreak. They were full of vigor and confidence when they set out, but they had no idea what they were going to face. After a month of unimaginable experiences, only 2,000 of the 15,000 people fled back to Shanghai City. The failure of the Nightingale Plan not only resulted in the loss of 2 ace troops, but also directly shattered the defense of Shanghai City. 1 month later, on June 12, 2077, Shanghai City fell. Countless people were displaced and lost their homes, and countless people died, just because of the arrogance and recklessness of the commander of the Shanghai City Security Force, which put Southeast into a passive position in the fight against the Night Demon. Actually, there are 10,000 guard troops. Lian Lu opened her mouth in surprise. At that time, the news only said that 2 elite troops suffered heavy losses. In that case, the sudden fall of Shanghai City can be explained. Xiao Yuan sighed. The commander is incompetent and exhausted the army. He did more than just exhaust the army. Yang finished the whole incident. When Xiao Yuan asked where the commander was now, Yang was silent for a few seconds without answering. A dark light flashed in her eyes, and she stood up to continue to patrol elsewhere. Her back was bleak and helpless. Xiao Yuan looked at her slender back and frowned slightly. Instructor Yang, what's wrong with her? The female soldier behind Yang handed a letter to Xinmao before leaving. Xinmao opened the letter and smiled. As one of the recruits, who won the best ranking, Xinmao had been thinking about the house he got in Tokyo Bianliang and the homeless children at home. After Xinmao's application, it was finally decided that Granny Bian and Zhou Shui would go to Bianliang to live together, and the other children would be adopted by the best welfare institution in a country, and their future lives would be changed. Xinmao, who is full of joy now, will not think about what will happen in the future. Otherwise, if he is allowed to choose again, he would rather let Granny Bian and Zhou Shui maintain their original lives. Good and bad are interdependent. Who can tell what is going on? Chapter 71. Captain, this is the 4th day's battle report of the Silver Wings Corps. Xiao Fang sorted out the battle report sent from the front line of A City and presented it to Li Jin. Yes. Li Jin took the battle report and read it carefully. During the past 4 days, Li Jin has been paying close attention to the battle situation on the front line. Not only Li Jin, but the entire Southeast, and even the whole country are paying attention to this war. As the first army to be established and take the lead in fighting the Night Demon, the Silver Wings Corps has a wide range of interests involved behind it. Wu Lao, who is far away in the imperial capital, Mr. Li from the think tank of Country A, and those who support or oppose the establishment of the new army are all paying close attention. It's better than I thought. Li Jin's frown relaxed when he saw the battle report. In the past 4 days, the new army killed more than 8,000 Night Demons at the cost of 124 deaths, and 178 injuries. Such a record has never been seen since the outbreak of the night demons. The depression that Li Jun had suppressed in his heart was swept away in an instant. He took the battle report in his hand and said to Xiao Fang, "Send the battle report to Mr. Wu's secretary's office, quickly." Xiao Fang took the battle report and agreed, and walked out the door, just in time to see Li Ming hurriedly walking in with a stack of documents. Li Ming and Xiao Fang hurriedly greeted each other, and walked to Li Jun anxiously. "Captain, there are new movements of the night demons in the south." "What?" Li Jun's body, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. "What's going on? Tell me slowly." The setting sun dyed the southern suburb silver wing position with a layer of blood-red glow. The dark blue cloak behind Xiao Yuan almost turned purple after being stained by the red mist generated by 4 nights of fighting, and it rustled in the evening wind. "Huh?" Sun Wan flew lightly from the bottom to the top of the tall wooden pillar, and looked at the south with him. "What are you looking at?" Sun Wan's hair was flying in the wind, and the afterglow of the sunset sprinkled on her face, making Sun Wan's pure and beautiful profile stained with a faint blush and light. The girl next to Xiao Yuan didn't come back to her senses until Sun Wan asked him the second time. He touched his nose awkwardly. "What did you ask me just now?" Sun Wan turned her cheek slightly, and her brown eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Although they were both beautiful almond eyes, Liang Lu's eyes were clearly black and white, and Sun Wan's eyes always had a layer of smart and blurred light. "I say, what are you looking at?" Sun Wan said in a discontented whisper. "What on earth are you thinking about?" Xiao Yuan looked at her innocent appearance and said embarrassedly, "You were so beautiful just now, I just lost my focus, hee." Sun Wan's pretty face was slightly red, and she turned her head to look into the distance. "Stop talking so much, tell me what you come here to look at every day." Seeing that she was shy, Xiao Yuan stopped teasing her and pointed to the stretch of land in the distance and said, "I'm wondering, when will the Silver Wings army be able to regain the lost territory?" "Recover lost territory?" Sun Wan blinked and asked in disbelief. "Can we do that?" "What's impossible?" Xiao Yuan stood up and pointed in the direction of Sheer City. "One day, I will plant the Silver Wing army flag on the land of Sheer City with my own hands. Take back our homeland. Then the mountains and the deep sea." Sun Wan looked up at Xiao Yuan, who was full of fighting spirit, and nodded, clenched her fist and raised it. "Then I will accompany you, no matter where you go." "Hey! Don't think too much about it." Liang Lu below looked at Xiao Yuan, who was showing his teeth and claws, and full of the atmosphere of a middle school student, with a smile. "It's time to eat. Eat first, and then conquer the Sea of Stars." The physical consumption during the war was huge, so the diet of the Silver Wing Corps was also adjusted. High-calorie, high-protein food was delicious and tasty. "We will evacuate the south suburb camp soon." Liang Lu had a small appetite. After finishing her meal, she took out a napkin from her pocket to wipe the corners of her mouth and said softly, "At the latest, it will be the morning of the day after tomorrow." "Evacuate?" Wang Ruofei put down the lunch box in his hand, with a puzzled look on his face. "Our Silver Wing Corps' record is obvious to all, and we can continue to defend the camp." "Old Wang, don't worry." Xiao Yuan waved his hand at Wang Ruofei, who was a little excited. Let Lulu finish her words. "Is there any unusual movement of the night demon?" Liang Lu nodded and explained. "According to the monitoring of the Tianji system, a large number of night demons have emerged outside Sierra City, and the number is about 10 times the current scale outside the camp." 10 times? Liang Lu's words stunned the 7 people around her. The Silver Wings army has been fighting with the night demons for several days. Although the record is good, the defense every night is done with all their strength. If the number of night demons increases tenfold, how can this battle be fought? According to the data, the number of night demons outside the Nanju camp is conservatively estimated to be 20,000. If it increases tenfold, it will be 200,000. Wang Ruoling pushed his black-framed glasses and began to analyze. Among the 3 cities, a city is the leader and is expected to bear the greatest defense pressure. I think there should be. Ahem. Xiao Yuan coughed and winked at Wang Ruoling, and the little girl swallowed back what she was about to say. Seeing that everyone was in a low mood, Xiao Yuan said in a relaxed tone, "How many night demons have we killed in the entire Nanju camp in the past 4 days?" Xi and Mao was quick-witted, and when he saw Xiao Yuan looking at him, he immediately reacted. "More than 8,000, close to 9,000. Yes, nearly 9,000. Xiao Yuan looked into the distance with a relaxed look. "We are only 2,000 people, and this is the case, not to mention that our strength has doubled after returning to A City. Isn't it 200,000 night demons?" We can win this battle in a month at the shortest, or 2 months at the longest. Qi Ming scratched his head and grinned. I was actually startled just now, but what the boss said is right. When the enemy comes, the general will stop it, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. After the war, I will make you all the authentic spicy soup from my hometown. Oh, Lao Chi's cooking skills are so authentic. Lin Lang smiled. I promise not to disappoint you. The dull atmosphere dissipated with Xiao Yuan's encouragement and everyone's laughter. Night was about to fall again. A large group of huge flying night demons flew out from the southern sky and flew towards the sky above the southern suburbs camp. Xiao Yuan's face was calm, but he was inexplicably panicked by the huge number of night demons. He knew too little about the night demons. After entering a city, any accident could cause the Silver Wings, a new army, to fall into an irreparable situation. Buzz! Ouyang drew her sharp blade, and the silver knife in her left hand killed the night demon that rushed in front of her. The blood mist dyed her clothes red. Instructor, oh, something is wrong tonight. The female soldier behind her stumbled to her side, her originally fair face black and white. The number of night demons has doubled compared to the past few days. Do you want to send a distress signal? Ouyang looked up into the sky and estimated the number of night demons. Not for now, just go to Xiao Yuan and ask him to send 2 people to support us. The female soldier took the order and flew towards Xiao Yuan's position. Ouyang took a deep breath and frowned. The night demon's attack methods and focus suddenly changed, which was very strange. Not arbitrarily mobilizing too many troops to prevent loopholes in the defense line was the safest way she could think of, but she didn't know why she was always worried. Woo wow! The roar of the night devil brought Ouyang back to her senses. She cheered up and fought with the 4 recruits around her. As an instructor, Ouyang was naturally very skilled. She was good at using the left-handed knife. The silver knife was flexible and changeable in her hands. In the night, Ouyang figure was seen wandering. Every time she chopped or cut, she could always inflict heavy damage to the night devil. Woo wow! Just as Ouyang killed the night devil, who was trying to sneak attack with a knife, a scream suddenly came from her side. Instructor, be careful above. Ouyang subconsciously raised her head and saw a big mouth with fangs biting towards her. She had no way to dodge, and could only try to raise her knife to block it. The fishy smell from the night demon's mouth was clearly audible, and its eyes showed a bloodthirsty light. It bit down fiercely on Ouyang half-raised arm. Puff! Ah! Chapter 72. The bloodthirsty light in the night demon's eyes had not yet dissipated, and his entire body was pierced by a sharp weapon. Amid the screams of the female soldiers beside Ouyang, the night demon's short body flew into the air and flew sideways to the other side. Bang! The metal claw shot out from the silver-white glove on Xiao Yuan's right hand worked at the critical moment, piercing the night demon's body accurately at a distance of nearly 100 meters from Ouyang, pulling it away from Ouyang. Xiao Yuan raised his knife and killed the night demon, who was covered in black smoke, and ran towards Ouyang. Ouyang was still in shock after escaping death, and her sight was attracted by the scene in the sky. She couldn't tell whether she saw the 2 red stars in the sky first, or the soft singing sounded in her ears first. The other sounds in her ears gradually disappeared, the sound of flares rising into the sky, the operation of the anti-gravity maneuvering device, the strange cry of the night demon, the shouting of the silver-winged soldiers. Everything was getting farther and farther away from her, leaving only the ethereal and soft singing, and the increasingly bright red stars in her ears. The small room was decorated warmly and cutely, and the bright sunshine sprinkled into the house from the window, making Ouyang squint her eyes. Yang, why aren't you getting up yet? The door was pushed open, and a woman in an apron walked in quickly, patting Ouyang, but who was lying on the bed. Hurry up! Today is your graduation ceremony. Xiao Zhong will be here soon. I know. Ouyang rubbed her sleepy eyes, and reluctantly left the bed. When she finished packing, changed her clothes, and went downstairs, she saw a young man standing in front of the French window looking outside. The young man looked to be in his early 20s, with sharp edges on his face and a capable temperament. His white shirt could not hide his excellent figure. Hearing the voice, he turned around happily, and the moment he saw Ouyang, his smile gradually blossomed. Yang, are you sleeping in again? Ouyang stared blankly at the young man in front of her, muttering, Zhong. Zhong Yun? The scene in Ouyang's eyes gradually blurred, and before she could react, the scene in front of her disappeared, like the gathering and dispersing fireflies rearranged and combined into a new scene. What are you daydreaming about, Yang? Ouyang sat in a cafe playing elegant music, with the blue sea in. 2 red shining stars hanging in the sky outside the window. Ah! Yang came back to her senses, and looked at the 3 close friends sitting with her. She didn't know what to say for a moment. What? Tell me how Zhongyan chased after a beautiful woman like you? The girl with long curly hair opposite Yang looked at her expectantly. Need I say more? Before Yang could speak, the girl sitting next to her said first. They were childhood sweethearts, and their fathers were comrades in the army. Zhongyan got the moon first because he was close to the water. He. The girl's words made everyone else laugh, but Yang was staring at the 2 stars in the sky outside the window, as if she had forgotten something important. Yang, you're here. Zhongyan's voice came from a distance. Yang stood up and looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Zhongyan standing under the tree in military uniform, looking at her gently. I knew you would hide here quietly, and are you still angry with me? Yang walked to Zhongyan with heavy steps, feeling a tightness in her heart, and blurted out, Are you really going? This is my duty. Zhongyan looked into her eyes, raised his hand, and gently stroked Yang's cheek. We, the Falcons, went to Shanghai City to cooperate with the Southeast War Zone's operations this time to solve the troubles along the coast. Don't worry, I will come back safely, and we will get married when I come back. How long will it take? I'm afraid I will miss you very much. 2 months at the shortest, no more than 4 months at the longest. I will definitely come back. Okay, then I wait for you. Yang looked at Zhongyan's eyes, and didn't want to look away for a moment. Wait! Yang suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. She took 2 steps back in pain. The tree was full of fruits, and 2 of them were emitting a strange red color. Yang looked at the red color for a long time and murmured, All this is fake. She smiled bitterly, and her charming face was pale. Zhongyan has already. Zhongyan under the tree was still smiling at Yang, which made her unable to help but walk towards him, even if she could hold his hand again. The 2 red fruits on the tree glowed brighter and brighter, and as Yang approached, they almost turned into an eerie blood red. What happened to Instructor O? When Xiao Yuan rushed to Yang's side, although he saved her in time, Yang seemed to have lost her soul. The expression on her face kept changing, but her eyes looked empty at the night sky. No. I don't know. We were just fighting against the night demon, and the instructor suddenly became like this. The little female soldier on the side was so anxious that tears were about to burst out of her eyes. What should we do? I heard people say that the night demon can control people's minds through sound. Could it be? Xiao Yuan waved his hands in front of Yang's eyes. Seeing that she didn't even blink, he scratched his head and said, It's impossible. We in the Silver Wing Corps are resistant to the mental influence of the night demon's cry. There seems to be something over there. Sun Wan pointed to a certain place in the sky and said, She took out the flare she carried with her, and shot it in that direction. Bang! The bright light scattered the night demons flying high in the sky. Xiao Yuan saw a strange-looking night demon in the light. It was much larger than other combat types, and had a bunch of flesh wings that could actually fly and stay in the air. The fur on its head was different from that of ordinary night demons. It was black and white, its eyes glowed red and stared straight at this side, its mouth was wide open, and it looked like it was constantly making sounds. It was the first time Xiao Yuan saw this kind of night demon. Seeing its appearance, he estimated that Yang's condition was probably related to it, so he called Sun Wan and flew into the air. However, the position of the night demon was too high. Xiao Yuan could not reach it with his own ability. Sun Wan and Xiao Yuan had a tacit understanding. She quickly reached the top of the wooden pillar in front of Xiao Yuan and released an alloy hook to retract it into the launch box. When Xiao Yuan's body flew up to the sky above the wooden pillar, Sun Wan activated the launcher, and the metal wire crossed the night sky. Xiao Yuan grabbed the wire with his right hand and flew up with the force. After using it many times, Xiao Yuan found that the gloves made of tunin had many magical uses, one of which was that it could be temporarily integrated with other materials, so that it could grab the titanium wire and use the force to rise. Hoo. With the help of Sun Wan, the wooden pillar, which was already 30 meters high, Xiao Yuan's body rose to an unprecedented height. Under a bright moon, Xiao Yuan's figure rose to the highest point in the eyes of many people. On a battlefield in the distance, a click sound suddenly came, which happened to record the scene. Tunin! Xiao Yuan shouted, raised his right hand to the air, and Tunin in his right hand screamed, so fast that a silver light crossed the night sky. At present, the effective distance of 2 nan is about 100 meters. Xiao Yuan was not sure whether he could hit the night demon. Fortunately, he made the right bet this time, and the silver claws hit the night demon's body directly. There was only a crisp cry, which sounded like a bird and was somewhat pleasant. Then Xiao Yuan felt his body sink and fell downwards. As he fell, Xiao Yuan took a deep breath, and the double claws under his ribs hit the wooden pillar accurately. However, even so, the powerful potential energy of the fall still shook his chest and abdomen, causing a surge of heat, which was very uncomfortable. Ah! Cough cough. Ouyang Ying, who had been in a daze, made a not-so-elegant sound, and then started to cough violently. Instructor, are you okay? Sun Wan supported Ouyang Ying's almost exhausted body, and then realized that her military uniform behind her had been soaked with sweat. Ouyang Ying came back from her unconscious state, and her spirit reached its limit. She looked at Sun Wan and forced a smile, then her head tilted and fell into her arms and lost consciousness, finally waking up from that dream. Chapter 73. The Silver Wings Corps retreated one day earlier than the Jin dynasty expected. When the sun rose and the night demons retreated like a tide, the soldiers in the southern suburbs defense line all breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yuan took the kettle and drank a full bottle of water, and then he felt his dry throat better. Boss! Boss! Xian Mao rushed over from the other side, panting and leaning on his knees. The deputy commander has passed down the order, saying. Seeing him like this, Qi Ming hurried over to help pat Xian Mao on the back. What did the deputy commander say? You are really making me anxious to death. We said, we rest for the whole morning, and at noon the whole army will go to the defense line of the southern city of Ace. Yeah, as expected. Xiao Yuan took off the Minging knife and anti-gravity maneuvering device from his waist, and felt a lot lighter. He asked casually, is Instructor Ouyang okay? Hearing Xiao Yuan asking about Ouyang Ying, Xian Mao slapped his head. Look at my memory. I just met a female soldier next to Instructor Ouyang on the road. It seems to be Yunzai. She said that the instructor woke up and wanted to see you and Sister Nanyuan. Xiao Yuan saw the weird red-eyed night demon with his own eyes. After hearing Xian Mao's words, he did not delay any more and went to her residence with Sun Wan and Liang Lu. As the commander of the 10 teams, Ouyang Ying's tent was in the middle. When Xiao Yuan arrived, he happened to meet Yunzai, a female soldier who went to ask for help last night. She was a clever and cute girl of 18 or 19 years old. When she saw Xiao Yuan, she greeted Xiao Yuan with a smile on her face, and led Xiao Yuan and the other two into Ouyang Ying's tent. Ouyang Ying's tent was no different from that of ordinary soldiers, like Xiao Yuan. There was nothing else except a strange-looking wooden doll hanging on the wall of the tent. This surprised Xiao Yuan. After spending a long time together, Xiao Yuan knew a little about Ouyang Ying's family background. The girl was born in a military family in the imperial capital. She was raised in luxury since she was a child, but she did not live a good life in the imperial capital and took the initiative to come to the dangerous place of A City. What? Flowers have grown in my tent. Ouyang Ying half leaned against him. Her face was still pale, but a little rosy. When Xiao Yuan flew down from the air last night after injuring the monster, her face was as pale as... like a corpse. Hey, not everyone can enter our commander's tent. Xiao Yuan pulled Sun Wan to sit on the 2 small stools in front of Ouyang Ying, and said with a smile, How do you feel? Fortunately, there is no big problem except that I am always tired and have occasional headaches. Ouyang Ying glanced at Yunzai at the door. Yunzai understood, and walked out of the tent silently, lowered the curtain and stood guard outside. Thank you so much for last night. Ouyang Ying smiled at Xiao Yuan. Yunzai and the others told me what happened at that time. Xiao Yuan waved his hand and said, It's not a big deal, just a little effort. Do you know what happened in the entire southern suburbs defense line last night? Ouyang Ying interrupted Xiao Yuan, her face becoming serious. Xiao Yuan was stunned and looked at Ouyang Ying in confusion. Last night, wasn't it just that the number of night demons increased a little bit? Last night, a total of 15 commanders were attacked, and the means were exactly the same as what I encountered. Ouyang Ying still had lingering fears when she thought about it at this time. 15 people, including me, 12 died for the country, and the remaining 2 were unconscious. I was the only one who could still wake up and talk to you. Ah? Xiao Yuan opened his eyes wide in surprise. He subconsciously leaned forward and approached Ouyang Ying. You mean, that strange-looking night demon last night? This is unbelievable. So, I want to thank you for saving my life. Ouyang Ying looked at the young man in front of her, who was initially not optimistic about her, but was hardworking, and pointed at the silver-white glove on Xiao Yuan's right hand. Do you have anything to say about this? Xiao Yuan calmly retracted his hand into his sleeve and said calmly, This is mine, a little personal matter. You little fox. Yang Ying shook her head helplessly. I'm not trying to test your background, but this thing is so powerful that you should use it less outside in the future. I can control the soldiers around me, but I can't control other people's mouths. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Yuan heard the concern in Yang Ying's words, scratched his head and smiled. Okay, I know. Thank you, Instructor Yang. Well, there is one more thing. Yang Ying cheered up and continued. Country A's think tank is building a night demon map. When you return to A City, someone will come to you to find out the situation. You should cooperate with them at that time. Night Demon Atlas? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows. Is it the guy I saw in the air last night? Yes. Yang Ying nodded. The ability of that night demon is very strong, especially in the spiritual realm. After research, it has been named Nightmare. The imperial capital of country A Yanjing. The ancient city of Yanjing, which has carried thousands of years of wind and frost and historical changes, has undergone the transformation and integration of modern urban development, exuding a unique humanistic charm. Far away from the southeast coast, the northeastern frontier and the northwest, Yanjing is shining in the autumn. Everyone here lives under the reputation of the imperial capital, and is proud of it and fascinated by it. In the core urban area of Yanjing, the buildings here reveal a sense of age. Even if there are new buildings, they are only 2 or 3 stories high. There are more quaint courtyards and pavilions. The exquisite 3-story house is located in one of the best locations in Yanjing. An old man who looks over 50 years old but still in good spirits sits in the study. There is a thick pile of documents on the Nanma desk. The old man has a resolute appearance and is intimidating without anger. People who have been in high positions for a long time naturally develop a strong aura. The young man in front of the desk bowed slightly and talked to him respectfully. After the work was finished, he couldn't help but let out a long breath when he turned around and left. He walked lightly and closed the door as quietly as possible. Before he walked far, he saw a girl jogging towards him. She was extremely beautiful, with skin as white as jade without any flaws, long hair like a waterfall, and beautiful eyebrows and eyes. The most valuable thing was her elegant classical temperament and spirit. Brother Xiaoling? The girl stopped and looked at the young man. Is my father done with work? He is done, Mushi. What are you doing? The young man looked at the girl in front of him curiously. When would she, who is always quiet, become like this? Hee. The girl was obviously in a very good mood, and whispered to the young man, Brother Jin won a victory in A City. I'm going to tell my father. Let's not talk about it for now. The young man looked at the girl's slender back and murmured, Li Jin. He walked out with a gloomy face. No matter how long it has been, that name is still so annoying. Dad. The girl excitedly put the battle report in her hand on the old man's table, and raised her little face. Brother Li Jin won a great victory. The old man signed his name Wu Zhou on the document in front of him, then raised his head, and smiled warmly on his serious face, saying, Have you gone to my secretary's office to make trouble again? Oh, how can you say it's nonsense? The girl hugged the old man's neck coquettishly and said, You also strongly supported the formation of the new recruits corps. I am concerned about you. Hee. Wu Zhou was amused by the girl's words. He picked up the battle report on the table and read it with a smile. He nodded from time to time and seemed to be very satisfied with Li Jin's performance. This old man is none other than Wu Zhou, one of the most important people in Yanjing. And the girl is his only daughter, Wu Mushi, and also the elder sister of Wu Mai, who once went to the southern suburbs of A City to mock Li Jin. Wu Mushi looked at the wild geese flying south outside the window, and her thoughts seemed to fly away with their open wings. How nice it would be if she could fly south like them. Chapter 74. In Aznan City, the 1st and 2nd Corps of the Silver Wing Legion entered the designated positions of the southern city defense line in the evening. Xiao Yuan's team was responsible for defending Renan Road, a main road leading to the city center. Chu Xian's team and Ling Hu's team were transferred to defend this section of the road with him. Bang! Qi Ming punched the sandbags that were piled up more than 1 meter high in front of the road, and laughed. Not bad, pretty solid. It can be seen that the guys in the logistics are working hard. Xiao Yuan stood behind Qi Ming and led Wang Ruoling, Chu Xian, and Ling Hu to patrol the entire Renan Road and check the terrain. The Runan section we are responsible for defending is 1,000 meters long, and there is a Shirley intersection in the middle of the road. Wang Ruoling stretched out her hand and pointed to the intersection in the distance. The surrounding buildings include 5 residential buildings, a post office, a lighting city, a medium-sized supermarket, and a shopping mall. Although we have more manpower this time, the defense area has also become larger. Xiao Yuan looked up at the supermarket next to him that was 7 stories high. If the night demon waits for an opportunity to jump down from above, our battle will be difficult to fight. Tiger, Brother Chu. Xiao Yuan pointed to the houses and supermarkets on both sides of the first half of Runan Road. Pick out 4 flexible players from each team and set up defenses on the top of the buildings on both sides. Okay. Ling Hu and Chu Xian agreed. Ling Hu looked at the sunset in the sky, patted his head and said, "The night demon should not come tonight, right?" Chu Xian heard this and said, "The news I received said that the night demon has a tendency to disperse and attack Taizhou and Ningbo. It is estimated that it will take 1 or 2 days to come to the South City? This group of reckless people, they keep coming back after killing one batch. When will it end?" Ling Hu, who had been busy fighting the enemy for days, couldn't help but curse. Seeing his annoyed look, Xiao Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "When the enemy comes, we will stop him. Besides, the night demon can't just throw beans and turn them into soldiers. Can it keep coming out? I know, but I'm a little unsure." Ling Hu looked around and whispered, "I heard that more than a dozen commanders died at the same time last night. Oh, do you think that the night demon has been summoned by ghosts?" Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and smiled with a relaxed expression. "Ling Hu, you are a grown man, but you still believe those rumors? Okay, stop being so fussy and go and set up defenses on the rooftops of both buildings with Brother Chu." After sending Ling Hu away, who was half believing, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but sigh softly. What's wrong? Liang Lu and Lu Mingyao built a female soldier's residence in a small house on the side, and saw that Xiao Yuan looked a little strange and walked over lightly. "What's bothering you? Is it that obvious?" Xiao Yuan laughed dumbly. Liang Lu blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Xiao Yuan's face, then shook her head. "It's not obvious at all, but I can feel it." Hearing Liang Lu's words, Xiao Yuan shrugged and said, "Your intuition is very accurate." Xiao Yuan and Liang Lu walked towards the second half of Runan Road. He looked at the bleak scenery around him with worry in his eyes. "I'm thinking about what happened last night." "Last night? You said that Instructor Ouyang was attacked?" "Not only that, but also about the nature of the night demon." Xiao Yuan looked at the lighting city in the distance and said, "Don't you think it's strange?" "Strange?" Liang Lu couldn't help pouting. "I know you're always quick-witted. Just say what you want to say." Hee hee. Seeing Liang Lu's angry look, Xiao Yuan couldn't help laughing. "I always thought that the night demon was a creature that hunted and attacked purely based on instinct. Even when Li Ming said that the night demon's actions were organized and regular, I still insisted on my previous view. But after what happened last night, I think I have to change my mind." "Are you trying to say that the night demon is actually an intelligent creature?" Liang Lu opened her eyes wide in surprise. This idea is too crazy." Xiao Yuan raised his fingers and rubbed them slowly, saying softly, "Yes, it is indeed crazy, but I think this conclusion has been seen by others for a long time, but they just don't want to say it out loud." Xiao Yuan's speculation is not unreasonable. Conventional weapons are ineffective in the face of the night demon war, and humans are losing ground. What if everyone knows at this time that the night demon is not only ferocious and brutal, but also intelligent? It is likely to cause panic among people and weaken the combat effectiveness and will of the Silver Wing Legion. This is a devastating blow to the current situation, and no one can bear this risk and responsibility. It's like many facts in front of us, which everyone can see and understand, but no one is willing to expose them. This is the case in ancient and modern times, both in China and abroad. "Boss! Someone is looking for you." Xian Mao shouted at Xiao Yuan from a distance, carrying a sandbag on his shoulder to strengthen the defense line. "Someone is looking for me." Xiao Yuan walked towards Xian Mao. He thought about it but couldn't figure out who could look for him at this time. Edwin's family had moved to Tokyo Bianliang, and Uncle Tubin had also left Ace City. He didn't know anyone here. The setting sun dimmed the light on Runan Road, leaving only a few lights hanging on the tops of the street lamps on both sides. 2 people came, one of whom Xiao Yuan recognized at a glance. It was the long-legged girl Qin Yuran whom he met at the Lihua Museum. The other man was wearing a black woolen coat, a round hat, white gloves and a cane, looking like a gentleman. When he got closer and looked at his face, he couldn't tell his age. He looked like he was in his 40s, but also in his early 50s. He had an ordinary appearance but very good skin, but if you look closely, he was not. There are wrinkles on his face left by the years. The reason why he is said to have good skin is that his face seems to be covered with a layer of oil film, which is not greasy like ordinary people but natural. Xiao Yuan was stunned for a moment when he saw him for the first time. He always felt that he seemed to have seen this person somewhere. Hello, I am Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan took the initiative to greet the man. Hello. He shook hands with Xiao Yuan and said in a gentle and feminine voice, I was out of town before, and Xiaoran told me about you. Oh. Xiao Yuan thought to himself that it was him, and said, You are the curator of the Lihua Museum. Yes. The man nodded. My name is Qingyan. I heard that Mr. Xiao is very interested in the Lihua Kingdom. Qingyan spoke in a literary way, which made Xiao Yuan a little uncomfortable. He waved his hand and smiled. You can just call me Xiao Yuan. No need to be so polite. How much do you know about the Lihua Kingdom? Qingyan looked up at Xiao Yuan, and his eyes glowed green for a moment in the dim light. Xiao Yuan didn't notice this. He thought for a moment and said, I just happened to learn about the Lihua nation through a mural on a stone wall. Murals? Qingyan's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, Can I see those murals? Where are they? I'm afraid that's not possible. Xiao Yuan said apologetically, Those murals have been preserved by the Legion and cannot be easily exposed. Is that so? Qingyan showed disappointment on his face. That's really such a pity. Although not now. Xiao Yuan said sincerely, Mr. Qing, I know you know something about the culture of Lihua country. When our Silver Wing Corps finishes this battle, I will go to Lihua Museum to find you. Qingyan heard Xiao Yuan say this and looked at Xiao Yuan deeply with an indescribable look. Okay, I wait for you. After that, Qingyan led Qingyan to say goodbye to Xiao Yuan and slowly disappeared into the night. Qingyan looked at the endless darkness ahead and murmured, Win this battle? Do you really know what you are facing? Hey, Grandpa, then do we still leave Ace City? Qingyan held Qingyan's arm and whispered. Qingyan patted Qingyan and said, I won't leave. Grandpa wants to bet this time. After all, I have waited too long. Chapter 75. You are here. You are here. I know you are here. Silver light was passed, killing the night demon that tried to bite Wei and Ling, who flew to block Wei and shouted, Wei, what are you daydreaming about? The voice in Wei An's mind gradually disappeared. He came back to his senses and looked at Ling, who in front of him. Captain, I'm sorry for what I did just now. Be smart. I brought you out of town and I have to take you back well. Ling, who roared and flew downstairs. Wei An cheered up, holding the Minging knife and fighting the enemy together with the three people around him. The call that seemed to come from the depths of his soul disappeared completely as he threw himself into the fight. Xiao Xian. Back off. Xiao Yuan shouted, and Xian Mao rolled back flexibly upon hearing this. Just where he had just left, 3 night demons fell from the air and hit the ground with a bang-bang sound. The night demons had thick skin and flesh, and they rushed towards Xian Mao with a strange woo-wah cry the moment they fell. Their well-developed forelimbs and sharp claws were shining black, trying to take Xian Mao's life while he was exhausted. Xiao Yuan rushed forward, wielding his sword and killing 2 night demons, but one of them was extremely agile and dodged Xiao Yuan's blade and bit Xiao Yuan's arm. Ah! Although protected by Tunan, which had turned into gloves and arm guards, was very soft, and the night demon's fangs could not penetrate the flesh. The bite force still made Xiao Yuan scream in pain. Swoosh! A cold light flashed with an ice-blue light across the cold night air, instantly piercing the night demon's head, and the arrow was mostly embedded, which showed how powerful the arrow was. The night demon that was biting Xiao Yuan's arm stiffened, and then the whole body turned into blood-colored mist and evaporated. Xiao Yuan looked up and saw Sun Wan holding the ice-blue longbow in her hand on the tall building in the distance, waiting at him. Xiao Yuan smiled at her, turned around and joined Xian Mao, Qi Ming, Wang Ruofei, and the other 4 to fight against the surging night demon. There were 8 people in the Silver Moon team, and the 4 of them were in the front to fight the enemy. Wang Ruoling and Liang Lu were on both sides, and Lin Lang and Sun Wan were responsible for supporting each other. Ling Hu team, for people stationed on the roof of the west side, and the remaining 4 defended behind the position. Chu Qian team, for people stationed on the roof of the east side, and the remaining 4 supported in the middle of the position. The landing place of the night demons was random, and there might be a large number of enemies even behind the position. The 3 teams, with the cooperation of 200 guard troops, deployed the entire Runan road tightly. The battle was still going on. Night was the paradise of the night demons, where they could hide easily and exert their greatest combat power. If it weren't for the guard troops, who fired flares into the sky from time to find out the situation, the battle would be even more difficult. Ruofei, you go to the back to support. Xiao Yuan landed from midair and looked at the dimly lit sky. Hold on a little longer, This is the last wave. Don't worry, boss. Qi Ming kicked away the night demon who was biting the Minging knife tightly, roared and rushed forward, and cut off the night demon's neck with one knife. Woo wow! The night demon let out a piercing howl before dying, which made Qi Ming frown and cursed. These beasts, the sound of their screams before dying is giving me a headache. Swoosh! A silver light shot out from the two Nan in Xiao Yuan's hand, killing the night demon on Liang Lu's body behind him, and said with a smile, "Not to mention you, even the monk who was meditating in peace would not be able to bear hearing such shouting all night." Qi Ming laughed foolishly twice, subconsciously looking into the distance. The flying night demon in the sky in the south gradually retreated, and his body sat softly on the ground like a deflated balloon. Xiao Yuan patted Qi Ming's shoulder, and felt a fishy and sweet smell in his mouth. The red mist generated after the night demon died was quite similar to blood mist. If you inhale too much in one night, you will always feel that the whole respiratory tract is full of that smell. The night demon retreated, the sun illuminated the entire block, and Xiao Yuan gathered together to eat. After everyone had been together for a long time, the atmosphere gradually became lively after getting to know each other. At this time, Xinma was the most active, chattering non-stop, sometimes talking about the interesting things in the circus, sometimes talking about how Granny Bian and Xiao Shi lived in Tokyo Bianliang, and never stopped for a moment. Liang Lu was the fastest eater. She would always take out a napkin to wipe the corners of her mouth slowly, and then take out her mobile phone to tell everyone the hottest news. "Okay, Xiao Xian, listen to Lulu." Qi Ming interrupted Xian Mao and said, "I really don't want to hear your story with the monkey." Qi Ming's words caused everyone to laugh. Xian Mao muttered in a wronged voice, "It's not just monkeys. I have many stories with elephants and lions." Liang Lu flipped through her phone, looked carefully for a while, cleared her throat, and said, "Today is August 12, 2018, and Liang Lu will report it to you." Well, this is not bad. It is currently the third most popular news in Country A's super blog. Liang Lu pretended to be mysterious and kept it a secret, saying, "In the Southeastern Theater, the Silver Wing Corps won a great victory." "Great victory?" Qi Ming scratched his head and asked, We don't seem to have won a great victory?" "You idiot." Liang Lu rolled her eyes at him and explained, "Compared with the previous battle data, we did win a great victory. Let me see the data. The Silver Wing Corps lost less than 100 people, and killed more than 20,000 night demons. What is this writing about?" Puff! Xiao Yuan almost spit out the hot water in his mouth. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. These media are really bold to write about it, treating the night demon as cabbage, right? Facing the night demon's vanguard, the Silver Wings achieved a total of 124 deaths and 178 injuries in the first 4 days, killing more than 8,000 night demons. However, on the night of the 5th day, more than a dozen commanders died at the same time due to the appearance of nightmares. Such a loss is heartbreaking. Humph! Wang Ruofei, who had been eating cakes, suddenly snorted coldly. Those people, as long as they can attract people's attention, gain traffic and make money, what else can they not dare to write? Old Wang is anxious, haha. Xiao Yuan glanced at Wang Ruofei, who looked bitter and resentful, and said with a smile, "Lulu, continue, tell me the next one." Liang Lu nodded and said in a crisp voice, "The next one is amazing. Zeus Technology Headquarters has announced that it will restart the GM plan that has been stagnant for many years. The announcement of this news has caused Zeus Technology's stock to rise again. It is reported that the GM plan is a plan hosted and personally promoted by the founder of Zeus Company, claiming to be able to push human civilization to a new height. Why does it sound so mysterious to me?" Lin Lang complained. "The founder of this company, which is second to none in the entire Blue Star, is so immature. Has he read too many comics? Zeus Technology, there are indeed too many surprising things." Wang Ruoling sipped the hot soup, with a layer of white mist on her eyes. "If they say so, it is very likely." Sun Wan, who was silent, suddenly skipped a beat when she heard the GM plan. She subconsciously looked at Xiao Yuan beside her. Xiao Yuan felt her gaze, turned around and whispered in her ear, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "No." Sun Wan gave him a faint smile, but she felt inexplicably uneasy in her heart. The war was tense, and she didn't want Xiao Yuan to worry. "Let me see the last one." "Oh." Liang Lu opened her eyes wide, and looked at Xiao Yuan, who was whispering. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Xiao Yuan said uncomfortably, "Why? I have a flower on my face?" Liang Lu looked at the phone in surprise, and said word by word, "It's not a flower, but the number 1 on the hot search and topic list of Chaobua. It's..." Captain Yu. Chapter 76. Huh? Xiao Yuan stared at the high-definition photo on his phone in amazement. Under a bright moon, there were two people in the night sky. The person below had long hair flying and carried an ice blue longbow on her back, like an elf in the dark night. Her body was facing upwards, and the titanium alloy claw on her waist soared into the sky. In front of the alloy claw, a figure raised his right hand, and silver light streaked across the sky towards a group of creatures flying in the air. The silver wing emblem on the dark blue cloak behind her fluttered in the night wind. It just so happened that the surrounding area was illuminated by the flash bombs, and this scene was recorded by someone with a camera. Judging from the high-definition level of this picture, the equipment must be very valuable. Let me see, wow! Xian Mao looked at Xiao Yuan in the photo and said enviously, Boss, this is too handsome, right? It would be great if I could be like this. Xiao Yuan even let her hair down for a concave look, oh so beautiful. Wang Ruoling held her face with both hands and sighed softly. Sun Wan pointed at her long hair tied into a ponytail and said, At that time, we went to rescue Instructor O, and I don't know when the rubber band broke. Liang Lu took the phone and said with a smile, Now this photo is very popular on the hot search list. Let me read the comments for everyone. The name is Tang Xing. Use rejoice to wash your hair. Are all the silver wings so handsome? It makes me want to join. Asqui000. 5 minutes, I want the detailed information of this person, otherwise I will kill everyone here when I come back. You're Yida Yaya. Does anyone know who that guy is? He's so handsome. The new husband appears 55555. Raguzi packaging. Did no one notice the long-haired goddess below? She's carrying a bow and arrow? So cool. Honest and simple smile. This guy is handsome? Brother son, I don't think he's good enough. Not a little expert. Why is he not handsome? He's obviously very handsome. RNG Chong. I want my opinion, not your opinion. Xiao Yuan listened to Liang Lu's comments on the internet and felt a wry smile. They only saw the gorgeousness of this photo, but didn't know what we were facing. If it was a little later, I'm afraid Instructor Ouyang would not be able to save his life. Speaking of this, Liang Lu's face also showed a solemn expression. She had learned about Ouyang Ying's situation when she visited the patient. It was indeed a life-and-death experience. Wang Ruoling saw that there were no other team members around, and asked in a low voice, Captain, have you found a way to resist the nightmare now? Not yet. Xiao Yuan shook his head and said, We know very little about the nightmare, but... Seeing that the faces of the people around him were a little gloomy, he changed the subject. The number of nightmares in the Night Demon Corps is very small. There were a total of 15 nightmares that attacked the Nanju camp that night, so I estimate that their total nightmares will not exceed twice this. In addition, the night demons were divided into 2 parts, and went to Ningbo and Taizhou, so don't worry too much. That being said, but... Liang Lu bit her lip and said worriedly, It's like there's a sword hanging over your head. It's really uncomfortable to be on edge all the time. Xiao Yuan patted the silver maple on his right hand and comforted him. Don't worry, if Shan Wan and I can beat it back once, we can beat it back a second time. Liang Lu saw Xiao Yuan's confident look, and she felt much more at ease, nodding vigorously. In fact, she didn't know that Xiao Yuan had no idea whether he could beat back the nightmare again. Unknown opponents are often the most terrifying. As a new type of night demon, nightmares definitely have more means than those shown in the battle that night, and the next time they use them, I am afraid they will not even give the silver wings a chance. The sun sets and night falls. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, night represents family reunion, hot pot food, taking off disguises and immersing in the colorful nightlife of the city, and looking forward to opportunities. In the eyes of the silver-winged soldiers, night also represents the beginning of the battle. From the beginning of killing the first night demon, some people were afraid, some trembled, and some even rushed to the corner to vomit crazily. When the horn of war sounded, lives continued to disappear on the battlefield. Under the baptism of iron and blood, they grew at the fastest speed, fighting skills, team cooperation, and psychological quality, gradually evolving into a real army. Whoosh! Bang! An orange flare sounded in the night sky, emitting a dazzling light. Orange flare. Xiao Yuan's heart tightened. The orange flare is one of the distress signs higher than the red flare, and it will only be fired in an emergency. Lulu, you continue to command, Lin Lang will take my place. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Xian and I will go together. Yes! After receiving the order, everyone quickly changed their formation, and Lin Lang flew down from the 3rd floor to Xiao Yuan's position. Xiao Yuan, and the other two activated the anti-gravity maneuvering device at the same time and flew towards the location where the flare was sent. The sound of the wind passed by his ears. Xiao Yuan had gradually gotten used to the feeling of flying at high altitude. Like a flying bird, the three of them quickly arrived at the location where the flare was sent. As soon as they approached there, they heard a burst of shouting and crying from below, in a mess. Bang! 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 The specially made shock-absorbing military boots fell to the ground, making a dull sound. Not far in front of Xiao Yuan, 6 silver-winged soldiers were fighting with the falling night demons. In the middle of the crowd stood a skinny, short-haired man, who was looking at the sky with empty eyes. Damn it! The first time Xiao Yuan saw him, his heart skipped a beat. Help! He shouted and ran quickly. When he reached the maximum speed, 2 strong winds shot out from his ribs, and his body soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the skinny man's gaze. Be careful! Sun Wan's voice sounded, and just when Xiao Yuan saw the creature staying in the night sky, his body, which was about to fly to the top of the building, suddenly sank, and the glass windows shattered at the same time. Crack! 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 There were continuous sounds of glass shattering, and Xiao Yuan's legs were hugged by the flying night demons, and his body paused. Shwa! Xiao Yuan reacted very quickly, and dodged the 2 night demons' pounce. Tunin turned into a long knife, and turned his hand to cut a night demon on his left leg. The night demon let go of Xiao Yuan's left leg in pain, and fell down the building. Sun Wan followed behind Xiao Yuan, but her attention was not all on the sky. When a shadow moved in the building, she had already noticed it. Sun Wan was in the air, and her body coordination was still amazing. She swung the Minging knife in her right hand to kill the night demon on Xiao Yuan's right leg, and at the same time, her left hand pulled out an ice blue arrow from the quiver on her back and stabbed it into the head of the remaining night demon. Puff! As the arrow pierced into the night demon, it howled and turned into mist. Xiao Yuan's body got rid of the night demon's restraint, and he reached out to hold Sun Wan's hand, and they flew to the roof. Hoo hoo hoo! Xiao Yuan's back felt cold and soaked with a layer of cold sweat. If Sun Wan hadn't reminded him just now, his legs would have been eaten by the night demon and turned into a bloody mess. Xiao Yuan looked up at the night sky and saw a familiar figure with red eyes, slowly flying away. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth, knowing that he was still a step late after all, but the flying height of that nightmare seemed to be the same as the previous one. Was this a coincidence, or was there another reason? Captain! Captain, wake up! Woo woo woo. When Xiao Yuan and the other men flew downstairs, they happened to meet 2 acquaintances, An Yin and Bai Lan. An Yin looked at the skinny man lying on the ground with a gloomy face, saying nothing, while Bai Lan whispered something beside him. Captain An, you are here too. Xiao Yuan walked up to greet An Yin. Well, it's a pity that I'm a step late. Did you just see that thing? An Yin asked, looking up at the sky. I saw it, and it ran away. Xiao Yuan briefly described the danger he had just encountered on the rooftop, and lowered his head to look at the dead team leader. If it weren't for the ambush by the group of night demons, I would have had a chance to save him. Ah. And Yin sighed, bent down, and patted the young man who was hugging the skinny man's body, without saying much. For the Silver Wing Corps, tonight is destined to be a long night. The nightmare that has been silent for almost a week has appeared again. No matter how it is covered up, it cannot change the fact that the 3 team leaders and 2 vice captains died for their country. An anxious and terrifying mood began to spread quietly in the Silver Wing Corps. It was like a virus. Once it occurred, it would inevitably continue to develop. The Silver Wing Corps, whose defense was originally as solid as a rock, began to have cracks from the inside. Chapter 77. Tokyo, Bianliang. It was late at night, and the autumn wind blew through this 1,000-year-old ancient city, making Bianliang, which was just lit up, reveal a bit of coolness. Bianliang, located in the heart of the central plains of Country A, has survived several dynasties, and is the 3rd largest city after the imperial capital and Chang'an as the origin of the Orthodox Country A. In the northern suburbs of Bianliang, there is an extremely vast science and technology park. In the brightly lit research building, there are always researchers coming and going. The entire science and technology park belongs to a well-known technology company, Zeus. Zeus Technology was just a small private technology company when it was first established. The founder, Renjichan, was a genius. He was not only outstanding in personal research, but also good at management. In more than 40 years, he built Zeus Technology into what it is today. Zeus Technology's business covers electronic products, software chips, communications, etc. It also undertakes part of the military manufacturing and research and development of Country A, which shows its strength. The headquarters of Zoo's technology is not in the imperial capital Yanjing, where nobles gather, but in the ancient city of Bianliang. Zoo's technology, headquarters building. The 300-meter-high headquarters building soars into the sky, and its exterior design is full of technology and modernity. On the top floor of the headquarters building, the general manager's office. Behind the general manager's desk, a man in his early 30s sits, his eyes half closed and his brows slightly furrowed. His facial features are handsome, and the rapid frequency of his fingers tapping on the desk shows his anxiety and restlessness. Buzz! The door of the general manager's office opens automatically, and a young lady walks in from outside and walks quickly to his desk. The gilded seat card on the table has 5 big characters written on it. General Manager Yu Jing. Boss Yu, I just went over there to ask. The girl was about 25 or 26 years old, with a slender figure and a graceful appearance, looking like a business elite. Yu Jing opened his eyes and stood up from his chair. Tell me, what's going on? About this matter, Uncle Zhang said he didn't know much. The girl took out a photo from the folder. Please take a look, boss. Yu Jing took the photo from the girl. More than 20 young men and women stood in front of a building, smiling brightly at the camera. In the middle was a middle-aged man about 40 years old, with a wide face and a faint smile behind his back. Is this Mr. Ren? Yu Jing looked at the man in the photo and murmured. Judging from his age, this photo should be taken more than 20 years ago, right? Yes. Uncle Zhang said that the person who took the photo was his childhood friend. They had a very good relationship, and he was curious, so he secretly kept a photo. Yu Jing put the photo on the table and slowly turned his back. What else does Uncle Zhang know? The girl looked embarrassed and said, Uncle Zhang was just a grassroots researcher at the time and had only heard of the GM plan, but... The girl hesitated and continued, although the GM plan lasted only 3 or 4 years more than 20 years ago, it came to an abrupt end, but that period coincided with the period of Zeus's technological blowout. I know you go down first, thank you for your hard work. Yu Jing looked at the night sky outside the window, with a confused light in his eyes, and he said inaudibly, Mr. Ren, what do you want to do? A City, South City defense line. The battle between the Silver Wing Corps and the Night Demon is still going on. The Silver Wing executives have held several emergency consultations in the past 3 days to discuss measures to deal with the nightmare. Unfortunately, the actual application has achieved little effect, and the nightmare is still corroding the combat confidence of the Corps. Renan Road, Silver Moon Squadron's defense zone. Xiao Yuan sat on the roof, staring at the clouds gathering and dispersing in the sky. Xinmao was chewing a big apple, and the sound of crunching was endless. Boss, will your method work? Xinmao glanced at the gray cloth covering the roof. We waited every night on Renan Road, and 3 nights have passed without waiting. Do you think that nightmare is afraid of you? TSK. Xiao Yuan came back to his senses and rolled his eyes at him. Eating apples can't stop your mouth, right? I can't continue to wait tonight. Those bastards always have such good luck. Xi Mao nodded and said, Sister Lulu is such a steady person. If she says your plan is feasible, then it must be good, but you just lack a little luck. Xiao Yuan lay down, resting his hands on his head and looking at the clear blue sky, muttering, Yes, I hope good luck will come soon. Under the night, the whole South City was bustling again. The night demon surged in the sky like dark clouds, and the sounds of fighting rang out again on Renan Road. Liang Lu, as the actual deputy captain of the Silver Wing Squad, stood in the middle of the defense line and directed the deployment of personnel. From the initial awkwardness to the current calm and orderly command, Liang Lu's growth is obvious to all. She looked up at the sky from time to time with a solemn expression. The number of night demons attacking Renan Road tonight has more than doubled, which makes her excited and worried. The good news is that under this situation, the probability of nightmares appearing is very high, but the worry is that nightmares are too destructive to the human body. She took the initiative to take risks to lure the snake out of the hole, which is no different from dancing on a tightrope. Ah! Ah! The distant sound entered Liang Lu's ears. At first, it was a simple word and melody like ah. Later, the melody became more and more melodious and pleasant. When she heard it, she felt like she was listening to the music of the gods. Liang Lu's eyes gradually became blurred. She raised her head slightly and looked up at the sky. There were 2 red stars there, shining with an enchanting light. Go! A loud roar resounded on the roof of one side, and then orange fireworks were released and exploded in the night sky. This ignited the fighting spirit of the entire Runan Road. The security forces fired several flares from the rear, and at the same time, the gray cloth on the roofs of the 4 buildings on both sides was torn down at the same time, and hundreds of lights shone into the sky. At the same time, the strong light that burst out instantly lit up the originally dark night sky, and Xiao Yuan flew into the sky when he sent a signal. He used the golden thread shot by Sun Wan's anti-gravity maneuvering device to make his body soar into the air. Not only that, in order to reduce his own weight, Xiao Yuan even removed his own maneuvering device. With the reduced weight, Xiao Yuan flew faster. He wore ugly goggles on his face. In front of the sudden strong light, many flying night demons avoided it, revealing the nightmares hiding among them. The moment Xiao Yuan saw the nightmare, his silver teeth clenched, and he felt the moment when his body reached the highest point. His whole body stretched out, and his cloak fluttered in the wind. The only thing in his eyes was the nightmare that had not yet reacted. Swinging his right hand, Tunin burst out a silver light and attacked the nightmare fiercely. Swoosh! Tunin's power was too much better than the anti-gravity maneuvering device, and this concentrated attack finally hit accurately. Puff! Tunin penetrated the body of the nightmare, and at the moment of passing through the body, the 3-legged hook claw opened and firmly hooked its body. Hold! Xiao Yuan roared. Tunin's powerful force made the body of the nightmare fall straight down. Xiao Yuan's silver knife had already been unsheathed under his ribs. When the nightmare fell in front of him, Xiao Yuan slashed it with a knife, and it was on the flesh wings of the nightmare. Woo! The nightmare made a wailing sound. The sound was crisp and pleasant, but although the sound was pleasant, it could not cover up the bloodthirsty nature of the nightmare. It opened its mouth and bit Xiao Yuan's neck fiercely. Xiao Yuan's silver knife was stuck on the flesh wings, and he could not get out. He could only rely on his hands to barely hold the head of the nightmare. The sharp teeth tore Xiao Yuan's military uniform and skin inch by inch, and the sweet smell of blood made the nightmare dance more excitedly. One person and one nightmare fell downwards in the struggle. Just when Xiao Yuan and the nightmare fell, a silver light flashed in the air. Chapter 78. A stunning knife. Steady piercing into the head of the nightmare. Puff! Sun Wan retracted the dark silver knife, and a dark blue liquid flowed out from the wound of the nightmare, evaporating the moment it came into contact with the air. She stretched out her hand to grab Xiao Yuan, who was falling, and the powerful potential energy of falling made the two of them fall downward at the same time. The mechanical device on Sun Wan's waist made a hissing sound due to friction, making people almost doubt whether it would break in the next moment because of the huge pull. Boss, I'm here! Xi-Mao flew over from the side, like a clever monkey, and grabbed Xiao Yuan's body. With the help of the two, he barely landed safely on the ground. Captain, are you all right? Lin Lang and Qi Ming came running, followed by Liang Lu, who was supported by Wang Ruoling. Ahem. Xiao Yuan pushed the night demon away with great effort, and stood up with Sun Wan's help. It's okay, this injury is nothing. You still say that? Sun Wan looked at the wound on Xiao Yuan's shoulder with heartache. You are bleeding. You dare to be brave without a motorized device. I was afraid that it would run away because of my slow speed. Xiao Yuan kicked the silent nightmare on the ground, and saw Sun Wan pouting and mist rising in her eyes, and hurriedly said, Okay, I will never do this next time, I promise. Is this the nightmare? Qi Ming bent down and carefully poked the nightmare lying on the ground with his fingers. Is it still alive? Lulu, are you okay? Xiao Yuan asked while enduring the tearing pain in his shoulder. Liang Lu's face turned pale, but she was still in good spirits. She forced a smile and said, Fortunately, you are very fast, otherwise I would be in trouble. Although it was a risky move, the result was gratifying. With the assistance of Ling Hu team and Chu Qian team, the Silver Moon team successfully killed a nightmare, completely ending the passive situation of humans facing nightmares. Xiao Yuan felt pain in his shoulder. He told Qi Ming and Lin Lang to carry away the body of the nightmare, and he went to the hut on the roadside to bandage it. Qi Ming and Lin Lang, two strong young men, still had great difficulty lifting the body of the nightmare. They carried the body of the nightmare into the house panting. The night demons that had been attacking madly all around retreated one after another after the nightmare was killed. Ling Hu and Chu Qian took over Liang Lu Xiao Yuan's defense position. Seeing the night demons retreating in this block, they smiled bitterly. With such a powerful commander, they seemed a little too insignificant. Xiao Yuan took off his cape, coat, and lining, revealing a well-proportioned body of muscles. The blood from the wound on his shoulder dyed half of his shoulder red. Xiao Yuan let Sun Wan apply medicine and bandage on him. He frowned and looked at the nightmare on the ground, wondering, why didn't the nightmare's body disappear? Wang Ruoling stretched out her finger and tried to poke the gradually cold body. The body is still very soft after death. It's really a magical creature. I don't know if it's magical or not, but hiss. Sun Wan tried to apply medicine to Xiao Yuan as gently as possible, but the pain still made him gasp. The nightmare's strength is much greater than that of the night demon. It's just this thing that can kill the most elite commanders in the Legion one after another. It's incredible. Liang Lu drank a mouthful of hot water, and the color on her face gradually recovered. While everyone was talking to Yin, Ling Hu walked in quickly from outside. Brother Xiao Yuan, there's news. He shouted in a loud voice. We reported the news of killing Yin, and the command center received news that they will send a security force to pick up your body and Yin's body to the command center in the city overnight. In the city, the temporary command center of the Silver Wings Corps. In the combat meeting room, Li Jun, Jin Chao, Shang Weigui and a middle-aged woman stood and sat solemnly. In addition, there were the commanders of the 4 corps stationed in A City, Jiangxi, Lei Yin, Hong Puntao, and Du Xixing. The atmosphere in the entire meeting room was much more relaxed than the previous 2 days. Li Jun waved his hand, and Li Ming behind him distributed the prepared materials and photos to the rest of the people. Li Jun picked up the photo with a smile on his face. Everyone, this is the record of the 1st Corps' Runan Road Defense Zone last night. The Runan Road Defense Zone team did a great job in independently killing the nightmare in such a short time. Hong Punao praised loudly, and turned to look at Jiangxi. Brother Jiang, the boys of your 1st Corps are amazing. They are indeed veterans in training soldiers. Jiangxi, a young man in his 20s, also smiled when he heard this. This is the credit they have worked hard for. I dare not take credit for it. After that, he turned his head and looked at Li Jun. I heard that the new recruit who killed the nightmare has come to the command center. Why not ask him to tell the story? Li Jun nodded and whispered to Li Ming, who walked out of the meeting room quickly. Duh. The footsteps came closer and closer, gradually entering the meeting room. Ka! The solid wood door opened from the outside, and Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan, dressed in clean and tidy military uniforms, walked in from the outside. Silver Wing Corps, 1st Corps, Xiao Yuan. Sun Wan. Come and report. Li Jun waved to Xiao Yuan and the others with a warm face, and said softly, We are all from the same corps, so there is no need to stick to those empty formalities. You are still injured, so sit down first. Xiao Yuan walked into the meeting room and sat down at the bottom position. After he sat down, he clenched his fists nervously, and his body was very stiff. Xiao Yuan was usually free and easy, but he couldn't help but feel dry mouth and tongue when he participated in such a high-level meeting for the first time. Xiao Yuan? Li Jun looked at Xiao Yuan, who was looking forward with his back straight, and called out. Ah! Xiao Yuan's body bounced up like a spring. Here. Sit down. Li Jun was amused by Xiao Yuan's appearance. Don't be nervous. I asked you to come here today just to listen to your process of killing nightmares, so as to provide some ideas for preventing and treating nightmares in the future. Xiao Yuan looked around embarrassedly. His old face flushed. In Li Jun's gentle voice, he took a few deep breaths, his emotions gradually stabilized, and began to tell the process of his plan to capture the nightmare. Xiao Yuan had seen the nightmare twice in the sky, when he rescued Ouyang Ying and the captain who died unfortunately. In the 2 confrontations with the nightmare, Xiao Yuan found that the flying height of the nightmare was maintained at the same level. Is this a coincidence? Or is the flight height limit of the nightmare like that? The capture plan designed by Xiao Yuan is divided into 3 steps. The first step is to cover the 4 roofs on both sides of the front line with lights. With the help of the security forces, all the lights in the lighting city are moved to the roof, connected to the power supply, and covered with gray cloth. In the second step, Liang Lu took over his position and commanded, acting as bait to lure nightmare. In the third step, Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, and Xi and Mao ambushed on the rooftop. When nightmare appeared and took action, they sent out orange flares. The security forces simultaneously fired flares to light up the night sky, and Xiao Yuan and the other 2 took action to kill nightmare. Because he was not sure whether nightmare could fly higher, Xiao Yuan took the risk to remove the maneuvering device to increase speed and altitude, and finally captured nightmare in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he was killed by Sun Wan in the chaos. Even so, the news that the Silver Moon team killed nightmare spread throughout A City in the early morning, boosting the morale of the Silver Wing Corps. The myth of the mysterious and invincible nightmare was shattered, and Xiao Yuan's name officially appeared on the stage of the Silver Wing Corps for the first time. Chapter 79. Use the sudden strong light to make the flying night demons retreat, and seize the opportunity to kill the nightmare. After listening to Xiao Yuan's narration, Li Jin couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Young man, you are brave and resourceful. Li Jin waved to Li Ming, who nodded smartly, and turned on the big screen in front of the conference room. Li Ming pointed to the information that had been prepared on the screen and explained to everyone. According to the data we have now, the attack frequency of each nightmare is about 1 week, and the attack method is mental attack. When a person is attacked mentally, a beautiful song that only the person can hear will appear in his ears. Li Ming glanced at Xiao Yuan, who was sitting far away. This has been confirmed by Ouyang Ying and Liang Lu. To date, 25 elites in the Silver Wing Corps have died from nightmares. Among the 4 corps commanders, Jiang Shi is calm and elegant, Lei Yin is bold and straightforward, Hong Pengtao is smooth and experienced, and Du Zhixing is the one who is most frugal with words. Du Zhixing is nearly 40 years old, has a short beard, and a square face. He doesn't smile. After listening to Li Ming's words, he looked up and said, Nightmares seem to be targeting our high-level commanders for assassination. Li Jin subconsciously clenched his hands under the table. He listened carefully to Du Zhixing's words and smiled. That's possible, but the most important thing now is how to deal with nightmares. After gently passing on Du Zhixing's words, Li Jin looked at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, you are the one who has fought the most with nightmares. Tell me what you think. After hearing Du Zhixing's point of view, Xiao Yuan quietly observed the faces of these big guys. Seeing that they were not blushing or panting, he pretended not to hear what he heard, and roughly understood it. He swallowed back the words he wanted to propose the same idea. Xiao Yuan recalled what he had prepared and said, height. What? Lei Yin grinned, his eyes wide open. What height? Old Lei, don't be in a hurry. Li Jin waved his hand at Lei Yin. Let him talk slowly. At Li Jin's signal, Xiao Yuan continued, if I'm right, the upper limit of the flying height of the nightmare is very low, much lower than the flying night demon. Xiao Yuan reached out and took the 3 teacups in front of him. He pointed to the first teacup and said, this is the building I was in at the time. The height is about 30 meters. At that time, Shan Wan fired the alloy claw and I used the power of the claw to rise, and the distance increased by about 60 meters. He picked up the second teacup as himself, and finally raised the third teacup high. At the same time, I fired the alloy claw, hitting the target, the distance plus 80 meters. Xiao Yuan pointed at the highest cup, his eyes shining. The maximum flight altitude of the nightmare should be around 170 to 200 meters. So, as long as we create a new type of main weapon that can hit 200 meters, combined with strong light irradiation, we can greatly restrain the role of the nightmare on the battlefield. Xiao Yuan finally said loudly. Jiang Shi listened to Xiao Yuan's narration. His face changed from calm to joy. He gently patted the table and said, Captain, the suggestion proposed by the think tank of Country A can be implemented. Li Jin smiled and nodded. The haze that had accumulated in his heart for many days was swept away. He saw Xiao Yuan still holding the teacup in his hand, with a confused look on his face, and smiled and asked him to sit down and explained. After the nightmare appeared in the southern suburbs camp, we have been actively looking for an effective way to break the nightmare. Yesterday, the think tank of Country A set a plan, one of which was to create a new weapon to deal with the nightmare in the sky. Li Jin said with a smile on his face. However, this weapon has also been questioned. Ming silver is extremely precious. What if the new weapon is powerless when facing the nightmare flying high in the sky? Li Jin looked around at the people present. It's a waste of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. If this weapon doesn't work, the pressure we face will be unprecedentedly great. The most important thing is, Li Jin looked at Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan. The soldiers who have been fighting bloody battles on the front line are waiting for a useless weapon. Their morale and confidence will be devastated by the failure of their hopes. Xiao Yuan could deeply understand Li Jin's concerns and cautions. Morale and confidence are too important for the Silver Wing Legion. The rampage of nightmare alone makes people panic. It is difficult for the Silver Wing soldiers, who have just been formed, to accept the feeling of failure. Xiao Yuan, as a combatant who had personally fought and experimented with nightmare, his words and opinions were too important to Li Jin and other senior executives at this time. With enough information and technology, and with the scientific research strength of Country A's think tank, new weapons will soon be applied to the Silver Wing Legion. This meeting lasted for 2 hours before it ended. When everyone left the meeting room, Li Jin left Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan behind. Li Jin rubbed his forehead and felt a little tired. He had been busy with the deployment of the battle line recently, and the nightmare happened to be out of his mind and effort. He had not slept well for several consecutive nights. Captain, Do you have something to talk to me about? Facing Li Jun, Xiao Yuan relaxed a lot. Perhaps it was because of the impression that Li Jun left on him on the day of the recruit ceremony that he was approachable. Subconsciously, Xiao Yuan was very close to Li Jun. How is the injury on your shoulder? Is it serious? Li Jun pointed to the seat next to him. I told Xiao Ming to give you the special trauma medicine made in the army. Did that silly girl forget it? No, I used it and it worked well. Xiao Yuan said, pointing to his shoulder. Li Jun looked at Sun Wan beside Xiao Yuan, thought for a moment, and said, if I remember correctly, this is the heroine in the hot search picture on our Chaobua. Sun Wan, right? Puff. Xiao Yuan almost vomited blood. He looked at Sun Wan, who looked confused and dazed, and said, well, indeed. Indeed it is Xiao Wan. I didn't expect that you, the Legion commander, would still brush Chaobua. Li Jun laughed loudly and said, do you think I am an old-fashioned person who knows nothing? Well, I called you here because I have something serious to tell you. Xiao Yuan's face straightened up subconsciously, and he heard Li Jun slowly say, first, it is a reward for you. Since we are still in war, your team's reward will be settled later, but if you have any personal requests, you can make them. Reward? Xiao Yuan thought for a while and said, then, I would like to ask you to approve 1 kilogram of fluorite for me, okay? Li Jun's smile froze, and he coughed unnaturally. Why do you need so much fluorite? Sun Wan, who had been silent on the side, suddenly raised his head, with a pair of brown eyes with a bit of curiosity. Is the Legion commander not heartbroken? When Li Jun heard this, he secretly blamed himself for being too confident. He gritted his teeth and said, how could it be? Of course my words count. This 1 kilogram of fluorite is approved. Thank you, Commander. Xiao Yuan hurriedly thanked him. With this 1 kilogram of fluorite, the core materials needed for the RV upgrade are complete, and the other materials can be accumulated gradually. You two must keep the following matter secret. Li Jun's face gradually became solemn. This matter may be related to the future of the Silver Wing Corps, and the life and death of the entire A's defense line. When Xiao Yuan walked out of the command center building, he was still a little shocked. The plan Li Jun told him was too crazy and risky. According to the current situation, this last backup plan may never be implemented. I hope there will never be such a day, Xiao Yuan said secretly in his heart, and walked towards the jeep that had been parked for a long time with Sun Wan. In the distance, there were dark clouds and an autumn rain was coming. Chapter 80. Old Qi, go check on the awning on the roof. Xiao Yuan shouted to Qi Ming. The rain is expected to come in a few hours, so be prepared. Okay, don't worry, boss. Qi Ming agreed and ran upstairs. Xiao Yuan stretched out his palm, felt the increasingly strong north wind, and murmured, it's really raining on a leaking roof. After the command center formulated the new weapons plan, the first batch of new weapons would take at least 10 days from production to transportation to arrive in A City. It happened to catch up with the continuous autumn rain, and the defense line of the South City became more difficult. Xiao Yuan shook his head, and walked towards the temporary awning built behind the sandbags in front of the defense line. From the corner of his eye, he saw a little head half peeked out from the gap between the two buildings, and when he turned his head to look over there, it suddenly shrank back. Since being shot in the assessment competition, Xiao Yuan has become extremely sensitive. He pretended to be indifferent and stretched his body, staggering towards the opposite building. It was a close call, I was almost discovered. The petite figure secretly watched Xiao Yuan's back as he left, and happily leaned against the wall. She held a camera that was almost as big as her head, and pressed the button to check the results of the battle. The photos in the camera were all photos of the Runan Road Defense Zone, including the Yinhua team eating together, training, consolidating the defense zone, making awnings, etc. Xiao Yuan was in almost every photo. She browsed the photos in the camera with a smile, her eyes curved into two crescents. Does it look good? While she was immersed in admiring her own achievements, a strange voice suddenly came from her ears. Oh my God! The girl was frightened and the camera in her hand slipped and fell to the ground. She shouted in panic, "Ah! My camera!" Snap! The slender fingers firmly grasped the camera and slowly moved it up in her blank eyes. Xiao Yuan shook the camera at her. Don't you want to explain it? Xiao Yuan looked her up and down. She was 1.6 meters tall, with a simple ponytail, wearing a silver wing black and white military uniform, and her baby face looked a little thin due to malnutrition. The moment she saw Xiao Yuan, she pointed at him in surprise and said, You. After holding it in for a long time, she finally summoned up the courage to shout, Give me back my camera. Huh? Xiao Yuan laughed when he heard her first sentence, and he laughed out of anger. You came here with a camera and took random photos. Aren't you afraid of military discipline punishment? Xiao Yuan shook the camera in his hand. If I hand this over to the Corps, what do you think will happen? The girl looked at Xiao Yuan eagerly, who seemed to have won. The false strength she had pretended to be finally dissipated. She lowered her head in frustration. What's wrong with you? Xiao Yuan looked at the pitiful girl and said with a smile, although I don't know if you are a reporter or a soldier, let's go now and make things clear. Runan Road Defense Zone. The girl named Jiang Shui looked like a child who had done something wrong. She looked at the camera dangling in Xiao Yuan's hand eagerly, and began to tell the story of why she came here. What? Did you take that photo? Liang Lu looked at Jiang Shui's thin and weak appearance in surprise. So you are the super famous photography blogger Chu Xue? Jiang Shui nodded shyly. I am a little famous. Liang Lu sat down next to Jiang Shui, eagerly held her hand, and praised, you are too modest. How can a photography blogger, who is even praised by famous photographers, be considered a little famous? Xi and Mao also became interested in Jiang Shui and asked, Sister Jiang Shui, how did you take the photo you posted online? Our boss and Sister Nanyuan are so handsome. When Jiang Shui talked about photography, her eyes immediately began to shine. That photo is hard to come by. I was in another defense zone at the time. Ahem. Xiao Yuan coughed and reminded Jiang Shui. Don't talk about those distant things first. Tell me why you came here today. Well, Jiang Shui rolled up the corner of her clothes with her fingers and said, it's because that photo has been on the hot search on Chaobua for almost half a month. Many of my fans are interested in your information, so you came to Runan Road to take pictures secretly? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows. As a soldier of the Silver Wing Legion, you don't guard the defense zone and go somewhere else to take pictures? What do you think this place is? Seeing Xiao Yuan's stern tone, Jiang Shui's eyes turned red, and she choked up and said, I don't have any bad intentions. I just want everyone to know more about the Silver Wing Corps. I'm sorry. Seeing Jiang Shui's pitiful appearance, Liang Lu softened her heart and said to Xiao Yuan, Captain, she doesn't have any bad intentions. Let's forget about it this time. If this matter is reported, she will definitely be expelled. Yes, boss, let her go this time. Don't do it again. Don't do it again. Xiao Yuan stroked his forehead and said helplessly, you guys, okay, just this once. As he said that, he handed the camera with all the photos deleted in his hand to Jiang Shui. Here you go. Don't run around anymore. Thank you, thank you. Jiang Shui took the camera and smiled instantly. She said thank you, but her eyes revealed cunning. Captain Xiao Yuan's great kindness, I will definitely repay you when I have the chance. Looking at Jiang Shui, who changed her face like turning a book, Xiao Yuan regretted letting this quirky little girl go so easily. Soon after letting Jiang Shui leave, Xiao Yuan quickly put this matter behind him, because the first rain since the battle with the night demon finally fell in the evening. Xiao Yuan has always disliked rainy days. The gloomy sky and the damp and cold air make people feel very uncomfortable from the heart to the body. Xiao Yuan stood behind the first line of defense piled with sandbags. Above his head was a solid awning. The raindrops hit the roof continuously, and it was very clear in the silent night. According to the news sent by the command center, this rain will start tonight, and will last for at least 3 nights before it stops. What kind of action will the night demon take under such weather conditions? This rain comes at a really bad time. Xiao Yuan looked at the dark sky in the south, and said to himself, why? Are you worried that the night demon will take advantage of the situation to attack? Behind Xiao Yuan, Liang Lu walked into the awning with an umbrella. She stamped her feet, and patted the water droplets on her sleeves on both sides to comfort her. On rainy nights, the probability of the night demon attacking will be lower, just like tonight. I know, but I feel a little uneasy. Xiao Yuan turned around and looked at Liang Lu, who was breathing and rubbing her hands. Why don't you warm yourself by the fire in the house? Liang Lu chuckled and said, I want to tell you about the girl named Jiang Shui today. If Liang Lu hadn't mentioned it, Xiao Yuan would have almost forgotten about this person. What's wrong with her? She shouldn't be a member of the Silver Wing Corps, or not a regular combatant. Not a regular combatant? Xiao Yuan looked at Liang Lu in confusion. But her uniforms are all the standard uniforms of our 8 Corps. Look! Liang Lu stretched out her hands in front of Xiao Yuan. Did you see anything? I saw it, Very beautiful hands. Liang Lu retracted her hands. Her pretty face blushed. Who told you to say that? Xiao Yuan scratched his head in confusion. Lulu, what do you want to say? There are no calluses on her palms. Liang Lu pointed to her white and tender palms. We hold knives day and night. How can we not have calluses? Xiao Yuan recalled the scene when Liang Lu sat next to Jiang Shui and held her palms eagerly. At that time, he was surprised why Liang Lu, who didn't like physical contact with strangers, was so enthusiastic. Xiao Yuan slapped his thigh in anger. This damn girl. How dare you play tricks on me? Chapter 81. Come on, why are you fighting with a little girl? Liang Lu smiled when she saw Xiao Yuan's angry look. She has no ill intentions. She just wants to take a few photos. There is no need to investigate. After hearing her words, Xiao Yuan thought about it, and couldn't help but cover his face, and smile bitterly. I feel uncomfortable because she pretended to be weak and deceived me. Hee. Liang Lu covered her mouth and chuckled, jokingly. Yes, our great hero, who can even calculate the nightmare, was fooled by a little girl. It's understandable. Xiao Yuan and the other two chatted while guarding against the attack of the night demon. But this night, except for the sound of the rain, there was no other sound. The bloodthirsty night demons at night seemed to disappear with the arrival of the rain, which made the Silver Wings army, who were on edge every night, very uncomfortable. The next day, in the medical laboratory of Ace Medical University, Mu Xian and Li Meng were both wearing white coats, masks, and gloves. They followed the doctor, who led the way into the most core room in the medical laboratory. Here, the first dissection experiment on the Night Devil in human history is being carried out. The person in charge of the dissection experiment is Shi Jifeng, the top dissection expert in A City, an old professor who is over 50 years old. The nightmare that once fought with Xiao Yuan for life and death lay coldly on the dissection table. The old professor asked two assistants to fix some parts, and began to dissect under the recording of the camera on the side. Mu Xian and Li Meng came as representatives of the Silver Wing Corps to record the data. Mu Xian came from the think tank of Country A, and has always been interested in Night Devil. Such an opportunity must not be missed. The old professor lifted up the head of Nightmare, which was resting on the anatomical pillow, and said, the head was pierced by a sharp object, and most of the brain tissue evaporated and disappeared after it came into contact with the air. The skin tissue is still soft after more than 72 hours of death. This is simply incredible. The old professor held a scalpel, and cut open the skin of Nightmare's body. The skin that was once hard against firearms became extremely fragile after Nightmare's life disappeared, and the body cut by the scalpel did not ooze blood or other liquids again. The old professor asked his assistant to slice up the body tissue of the Nightmare, and turned around and waved to Mu Xian and Li Meng. I heard that your army used a weapon called Mingyin to kill the Nightmare? Yes. Li Meng responded quickly. This material was jointly developed by the think tank of Country A, Zoo's Technology, and the government of Country A. I need another sample of that weapon. The old professor said slowly. Shao Li, the sooner the better. Li Meng nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Professor Shi, don't worry, I do it right away. After Professor Shi finished talking to her, he turned around and continued to study the night demon. Mu Xian rolled her eyes and approached with a smile. Teacher Shi, are you really not going to talk to me? Seeing that Professor Shi still ignored her, Mu Xian was not discouraged. Teacher Shi, when you were in the imperial capital, I loved listening to your class the most. My teacher, he misses you too. He will miss me too? Humph. Professor Shi's eyes moved, and he still said stubbornly, that old guy, he didn't listen to my advice many times. He insisted on stirring up trouble in that muddy water. Sooner or later he... Hey! You're right. Xian Mao slapped his thigh. My teacher always sighed that if he had listened to you, maybe he wouldn't have so many troubles, but now he has no choice. Did he really say that? Professor Shi's face eased a lot, and he asked uncertainly. Really? Xian Mao's face was serious, and he described how much his teacher regretted it. Humph! Professor Shi murmured. That old guy has a conscience. Kid, come and help. Xian Mao heard this, and knew that the stubborn old man had let out his anger, so he hurried forward to help. This significant dissection experiment has just begun. The autumn wind is bleak, and the night rain is annoying. The entire South City defense line was unusually quiet during the 3 days of continuous autumn rain, so quiet that it made people feel uneasy. Xiao Yuan tightened his cloak. He looked at Qi Ming and Lin Lang chatting under the awning not far away, and felt uneasy. Captain, are you okay? Wang Ruofei stretched out his hand to warm the fire to dispel the chill brought by the continuous rain for 3 days. Why are you so restless tonight? Xiao Yuan turned around and sat in front of the campfire. The silver gloves in his hands emitted silver light under the firelight. Maybe I think too much. It's not right that the night demon has not made any movement for 3 consecutive days. It's very strange. Wang Ruofei frowned and said, Captain, do you think that the night demons might find a chance to attack us? Xi and Mao heard their conversation and came over. No way, boss. I think the night demons are afraid of water. They dare not come out on rainy days. In the past in Shanghai City, the night demons had a history of attacking even when it rained at night. Will it be calm this time? Wang Ruofei shook his head to express his objection. Yes, now many people should have the same idea as Xiao Xian. Xiao Yuan added fuel to the bonfire to make the flames more vigorous. If something happens at this time, I'm afraid. Boom! 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 What's that sound? Xiao Yuan and the other 2 were talking when they suddenly heard 3 loud noises, as loud as the sound of a cannonball hitting a target. Oh no! Xiao Yuan shouted, put on his raincoat and ran out, just in time to meet Sun Wan, Lian Lu, and Wang Ruoling running out of the hut next door. What's going on? Xiao Yuan shouted in the heavy rain. We don't know either. Lian Lu responded, looking in the direction of the roar. Several flares were launched from the positions closest to the south, and the scene in the sky in the south made Xiao Yuan gasp. More night demons than in previous attacks rushed towards the southern city defense line under the cover of night. A flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, and the night demon army, like the legendary evil ghost Shura, made waves of excited and strange cries and attacked A's city. Boom! There was another loud noise, and Xiao Yuan shouted, Lulu, arrange the defense line, let Tiger contact the headquarters immediately. Xianwan and I will go to see what happened. Swoosh! Swoosh! The strong wind from the anti-gravity maneuvering device shattered countless raindrops, and Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan flew into the sky and flew over the southernmost position. Boom! Every thunder-like sound hit Xiao Yuan's heart hard. What is this? How can it make such a huge sound? All along, Xiao Yuan's confidence in the night demon was shaken by the loud noises. Ah! When Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan approached the edge of the defense line, they heard a shrill scream in front of them, and then a soldier covered in blood flew into the sky, shouting, Dead! All dead? Ah! Xiao Yuan adjusted his body and went forward. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a bang in his ear. Not good. Xiao Yuan subconsciously stopped and drew a circle in the air. At the moment he stopped, a sour liquid streaked through the air. This thick column of liquid hit the young man. He didn't say anything. The part of his body that was hit melted instantly. A lot of blood splashed and flowed onto Xiao Yuan. He stared blankly at the blood all over the sky and muttered, What is this? Chapter 82. The front position may have been completely defeated. Should we go there? Sun Wan pulled Xiao Yuan's sleeve and ran into a narrow alley to hide. Boom! Boom! Xiao Yuan's ears echoed with a loud noise that hit his heart. The fear he had experienced in Sheer City swept over him again, and his mind was in chaos. Sun Wan's words gradually calmed Xiao Yuan down from the chaos. He looked at Sun Wan in front of him and said, We have to go, but we need someone to go back. You want to leave me alone? Sun Wan's eyes widened, and she shouted urgently, No, I can't leave you alone. Xiao Wan. Xiao Yuan suddenly stretched out his hands and hugged her tightly, with a familiar mint scent between his nose. Listen to me, Lulu and the others are still unclear about the situation here. You have to go back and explain this attack method clearly, and... Xiao Yuan slightly opened the distance between the two of them and looked into her brown eyes. Tell everyone to notify the comrades in the nearby street defense zone to prepare and use sandbags as shelters. Then, what are you going to do? Sun Wan's eyes were slightly red, and she held Xiao Yuan's sleeve tightly without letting go. Xiao Yuan raised 2 nan on his right hand and comforted him. Don't worry, I be fine with 2 nan. After that, he gently kissed Sun Wan on the forehead. Be obedient, go. Sun Wan's eyes, which were not small to begin with, opened wider, and her brown eyes became more and more attractive in the night. Her cheeks were hot, and she whispered, Then I go back to the Runan Road defense zone and wait for you. Xiao Yuan stopped walking and wanted to turn back, but held back. He waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry, you're waiting, I will definitely go back. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 silver lights streaked across the wind and rain. Xiao Yuan's body soared in the air and disappeared into the night in a few seconds. Sun Wan stood in the distance and watched his figure, and the tears that had been suppressed finally burst out. She understood Xiao Yuan's thoughts. Xiao Yuan had always been worried about the experience of leaving a little girl alone to escape in Sierra City, and even in the re-examination of the Silver Wing Corps, this matter was his inner demon. Not abandoning companions and doing his best to rescue comrades in arms. This has always been his obsession and persistence hidden deep in his heart. Faced with the mysterious weapon of the night demon that suddenly appeared, Xiao Yuan still chose to rush to the front line without hesitation, all because of the original sin she had always carried in her heart. Is Xiao Yuan afraid? To be honest, his hand holding the silver knife still trembled, and the collapse of the outer defense line was much more serious than he imagined. The 12 main blocks outside the South City were all in the war. The defense lines of the 3 blocks that had been passed were completely destroyed, and there was no sign of the defenders. Buzz! The silver knife flew in Xiao Yuan's hand, cutting off the bodies of the 2 night demons head-on, and Xiao Yuan landed on a rooftop in a bloody mist. Here, run! Xiaolan, run! Xiao Yuan just landed when he heard a woman's shrill cry on the street below. Bailu? Xiao Yuan was deeply impressed by Bailu's voice. He stepped on the edge of the roof with one foot and looked down, and saw a young man covered in mud running wildly in the narrow alley between 2 buildings. Xiao Yuan used the flares rising from the sky to see the scene a few hundred meters behind the young man. His eyes widened and he stammered, What kind of monster is this? Surrounded by hundreds of night demons, more than a dozen strange creatures walked through the middle of the road. The creature had short and thick limbs, and was covered with fine scales all over its body. Its head was like a cow, and it had 2 horns like a deer, and its tail was long and thin like a mouse. The creature took a deep breath at the running young man, and a rumbling sound came from its belly, like the prelude of thunder in a rainstorm. When its belly swelled to a limit, it suddenly opened its mouth. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and a stream of water, or liquid, shot out from the creature's mouth and shot towards the young man at a high speed. The young man heard the voice behind him, and he lost his balance and fell forward. Plop! The young man's face was heavily immersed in the muddy water on the street. The first reaction in his mind was, It's over. Xiao Lan. Bailu broke free from the obstruction of the people behind him and ran towards Bai Lan like crazy. Sister! Go back! Bai Lan yelled, and the corners of his eyes almost burst. Danger! Bai Lan gritted his teeth and stood up. Looking back, the liquid that was several points faster than the speed of the alloy claw rushed to his eyes in an instant. He closed his eyes in despair. The sound of Bailu falling forward and her desperate cry as she stretched out her hand became extremely clear and slow at this moment. Is it finally over? I'm sorry, sister. I still can't be what you want me to be. Swoosh. Bang. The sound of breaking wind sounded, and Xiao Yuan fell heavily in front of Bai Lan. In Bailu's desperate eyes, Xiao Yuan's right hand flashed a silver light, and the shield with the Silver Wing Army logo flashed firmly in front of the 2 of them. Sizzle! The liquid hit the silver shield and fell to the ground with a corrosive sound. Ah! Xiao Yuan roared after being hit by the liquid, stabilizing his retreating body. After blocking it, he felt that the short knife tunin in his hand was still trembling. Hum! Xiao Yuan turned around and ran past without stopping. He pulled up Bai Lan, who was standing there waiting to die, and shouted, If you want to die, wait until later. Don't be in a daze and implicate me. Bai Lan, who survived the disaster, never thought that he would be so happy to see Xiao Yuan one day. Several muffled thunder sounded behind the 2 of them, frightening Xiao Yuan to try his best to pull Bai Lan, and Bailu to hide in the narrow alley. Boom! 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 Just as Xiao Yuan rushed in, several deafening noises sounded behind him, and a sour liquid whizzed past behind him. Hoo! Frightened, Xiao Yuan pulled up the cloak behind him, which had a round hole punched in it. Xiao Yuan looked around and saw only Bailu's siblings and 4 young men who looked like mud monkeys. He asked, Where is Yanren? Bailu hugged Bai Lan, who had escaped death, and cried loudly, tears falling like money. Xiao Yuan frowned and couldn't help saying, Ms. Bai, I understand your feelings, but it's a matter of life and death now, can you? Bailu looked at Xiao Yuan with tears in her eyes, wiped her tears, and came to Xiao Yuan and said, Thank you so much for saving Xiaolan today. If Xiaolan died, I really couldn't live anymore. Woo. Seeing that Bailu was about to cry again, Xiao Yuan said with a headache, You're welcome, this is not the place to talk. Let's leave here first. What? Yuan and Yen are separated? Xiao Yuan led everyone through the alleys, and the occasional night demons were all killed. Yes, the night demons came too suddenly, and there was that kind of monster. We were caught off guard, and many people were killed and injured. Bai Lan said palely, There were originally 24 people in the defense zone, but now there are only 6 of us, and now we don't know whether Brotherin is dead or alive. Through Bailu and Bai Lan, Xiao Yuan roughly knew what happened. After 3 consecutive days of heavy rain, the night demons did not go out, which made the Silver Wing Legion soldiers slack off. In addition, the creatures that can spit corrosive liquids are extremely destructive, and they caught the outer defense line off guard. The defense zone wherein Yin was located was hit hard at the first moment. With heavy casualties, and Yin ordered the remaining personnel to retreat and break out. During the breakout, Bai Lu and her brother were separated from Yin, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Xiao Yuan was walking in the front, and when he was about to walk out of the alley, he suddenly stopped and made a stop gesture behind him. Xiao Yuan leaned against the wall and looked outside. His pupils couldn't help shrinking. Chapter 83. The street lights were dim, and Xiao Yuan could only see the girl's back. She held the dark silver knife and attacked fiercely, killing him with one blow. However, the target of the killing was not the night demon, but a fellow soldier in military uniform. The killed young man looked at the girl with his eyes wide open in disbelief, and wanted to say something with trembling mouth, but his body softened under the heavy blow of the weapon, and fell into a pool of blood. "Stop!" Xiao Yuan shouted and rushed out of the narrow alley, and ran towards the girl. "Huh?" The girl turned her head slowly, and Xiao Yuan was shocked by the coldness and cruelty in her eyes. After seeing Xiao Yuan and the people behind him, the girl's eyes quickly faded, and she became tender and pitiful as usual. "Captain Xiao!" she shouted happily. "I didn't expect to meet you here." Xiao Yuan looked at her in surprise. "Fang Ruru?" Fang Ruru took a few quick steps, and came to Xiao Yuan. She seemed not to notice his slightly retreating body. "Brother Qi Feng and I were separated. I just met a demon, and was almost killed by him." As she said that, she pointed to the silver-winged soldier, who had stopped breathing on the ground, and looked at Xiao Yuan with a pitiful look. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Really?" Fang Ruru nodded. "It was really dangerous. I had no choice but to kill him. My heart is still pounding." Just as Xiao Yuan was about to speak, he heard a rush from not far away. Tang Qifeng, Gu Shun, and a short and fat young man ran towards this side. "Ruru, are you here?" Tang Qifeng saw Fang Ruru from a distance and shouted, "Run, run to the inner position. The night demon has already attacked." "Ah?" Bai Lan said in surprise. The outer position was breached so quickly. "Woo wow! Woo wow!" The night demon screamed in the sky in the distance, and at the end of the street, more than a dozen of those terrifying big mouths followed. Seeing this, everyone did not dare to delay any longer, and led by Xiao Yuan headed towards Runan Road. Before leaving, Xiao Yuan looked back at the gradually cold body, and his doubts became deeper and deeper. Will the soldiers of the Silver Wing Corps become demons? At least no case has been found so far, so why did Fang Ruru kill him? If time permits, Xiao Yuan must check the body carefully, but unfortunately time is tight now. He gritted his teeth and flew into the sky. The cold rain hitting his face made Xiao Yuan's mind clearer, and he secretly became more vigilant towards the girl Ruru. A city, Runan Road defense zone. Swoosh! 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 The sound of the wind breaking through the mobile device, shooting out the alloy claws sounded continuously over Runan Road. The 3 teams tried their best to stop the continuous night demons, but the loss of the outer defense line made Runan Road, which was located in the core of the inner road, become the key target of the night demons' attack. "Die!" Linghu roared, and slashed the night demons that rushed to his side with the knife in his hand. Shwa! The dark silver knife stirred up a splash of water in the rain, beheading the night demon. Linghu was very strong, and his knife was very lethal. After killing 7 or 8 night demons in a row, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Nianyu." "Still no news?" "Captain, no." Xiao Nianyu's short hair was soaked in the rain. She stumbled to Linghu. "Captain, the command center has been unable to contact us. What should we do?" "Wait!" Linghu roared and rushed towards the falling night demon. "Wait until Xiao Yuan comes back alive." Xiao Nianyu stamped her feet anxiously after hearing this. After Sun Wan brought back the news, the 3 teams knew that things had developed to this point. New monster weapons appeared in the Night Demon Legion. How can they fight this battle? As the deputy captain of the Silver Moon team, Sun Wan was determined to stay where he was, and wait for Xiao Yuan to come back. Some members of the Linghu team and Chu Xian team were naturally unwilling to do so. What if Xiao Yuan couldn't come back? Just keep waiting like this? Of course, no one dared to say this. Fortunately, Linghu and Chu Xian firmly supported Sun Wan. Otherwise, the Runan Road defense zone would have fallen apart before the main force of the Night Demon arrived. "Qi Ming, get all the team members on the roof down. Let's gather together." Liang Lu stood at the front of the position and shouted to Qi Ming. "Got it." Qi Ming agreed, and flew to the roofs of both sides to notify. Liang Lu looked at the night demons that were still falling from the sky, and couldn't help muttering in her heart, "Why don't you come back? I can't hold on any longer. Lulu, be careful." Sun Wan's figure was like lightning, rushing past from the side, and hugging Liang Lu's body, and flying to the side. Bang! The bodies of the two fell into the muddy water, and 3 night demons fell where Liang Lu had just stood, and their sharp claws fell on the ground with a crackling sound. Hoo! Liang Lu and Sun Wan stood up, and before they could catch their breath, they heard a deafening boom sound. The members of Chu Qian's team, who fell from the roof of the side building to the ground, were still in the air when they were hit by a stream of acid. Puff! He turned into a pool of blood without making any sound, and scattered around. The young men next to him screamed strangely, and fell to the ground for a long time without reacting. Boom, boom, boom! Right in front of Renan Road, bursts of muffled thunder began to sound. This was the sound of the big-mouthed creature accumulating power. "Get down! Everyone take cover!" Liang Lu shouted at the top of her lungs. After seeing the power of the acid, how dare people stand up? They all bent over and dodged to the side. Boom! Boom! Strangely, the horrifying acid was not fired at this side again. It seemed to be attacking in another direction. The sound of breaking wind sounded in the air, and a group of people fell into the Runan Road position. Liang Lu looked at them. Who was the one in front of them? Not Xiao Yuan. "Boss, you're back." Xi and Mao jumped up from the ground and ran to him to look him up and down. I thought you. As he spoke, tears flowed from his eyes. The worry and anxiety could no longer be suppressed the moment he saw Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan patted Xin Mao on the shoulder, looked at Xin Mao crying and laughing, and said, "I'm back, aren't I? Don't cry, you young man made a fool of yourself. What's the situation nearby?" Xiao Yuan looked at them. All of them were covered in dust, but they were not injured, and he felt relieved. Now it's not good. Liang Lu looked at Chu Xian and Ling Hu, who came from the side with gratitude. "Captain Chu and Captain Ling have been helping us defend, but the people in this defense zone have all evacuated, and only we are left." "They all evacuated?" Xiao Yuan's eyes widened, and he said, "Where are Zhou Nan and Lu Hao? They are the strongest, and it is impossible that they can't hold on until now." "Bah!" Ling Hu spat and cursed. "These two bastards evacuated immediately after we informed them that the outer defense line had been lost. Cowards!" Xiao Yuan heard this, and gritted his teeth in anger, and couldn't speak. Liang Lu took a deep breath and said, "In fact, the most serious thing now is that we can't contact the command center." "What?" Xiao Yuan asked anxiously. "What's going on?" "Captain, don't worry," Liang Lu explained. "The command center should be fine. Now all electronic signals in the city are invalid. We can't contact the command center." "Unable to contact the command center?" Xiao Yuan muttered these words. He once again felt the dilemma and discomfort of being passively beaten. Night Demon, how many tricks do we not know? Can we really win this war by defending like this? Chapter 84. I don't know when it started, but Xiao Yuan has become the pillar of the Silver Moon team. From his agility in the forest competition to the South Suburbs camp and the South City defense line, Xiao Yuan convinced everyone with his ability and responsibility. When Sun Wan brought back his news, all members of the Silver Moon team chose to believe in him without exception, believing that he could come back, and believing that Xiao Yuan could lead everyone out of the predicament. Fighting side by side, and relying on each other time and time again, trust has long been integrated into the entire team. Xiao Yuan let out a long breath, and looked around at the people who had been fighting the Night Demon for a long time. "Let's retreat and move to the follow-up defense area." Xiao Yuan's words revealed a bit of helplessness. Originally, according to his idea, Sun Wan came back in advance to inform the news, and several blocks radiating from Renan Road were prepared to try to delay the momentum of the Night Demon's attack. Unexpectedly, Zhou Nan and Lu Hao, the two strongest people, actually led the team to retreat and gave up the blocks. Now, Renan Road is alone? No matter how angry Xiao Yuan was, it was useless. He discussed with everyone and prepared to retreat to the last area of the South City defense line in the north, where they might meet more Silver Wing soldiers and make plans. The group of more than 30 people walked through the rain, and the whole South City seemed to be boiling. From time to time, there were deafening sounds of boom, boom, and flares rose in the air, reflecting the dark sky and the falling night demons. When Xiao Yuan and his group arrived at the Sisui Road defense zone, there were very few night demons here. A large number of night demons followed the big-mouthed monsters, and the advancement speed was not too fast. Sisui Road Defense Zone, Sisui Building. Bang! A figure flew down the steps backwards, and fell into the mud for a long time without getting up. Lu Hao. You? The young man who fell into the mud pointed at Lu Hao, who was mocking on the steps, and trembled with anger. Captain Sheng is fighting the night demon to death. You actually watched him die without helping? Watched him die without helping? Lu Hao grinned, and the smile on his pale face became even stronger. Brother Zhou and I are too busy to stop the night demon on Sisui Road. I am not afraid even if you report it to the Legion commander. The young man clenched his fist tightly. He was so angry that he yelled, Lu Hao, you bastard. Ah! Before he finished speaking, the young man rushed forward with his fist waving. He exerted force on his feet, and flew into the air, punching Lu Hao's cheek fiercely. The young man was not slow, and he might be able to deal with 4 or 5 ordinary people, but he was not a bit worse when facing an elite like Lu Hao in the Silver Wing Legion. Lu Hao raised his eyelids and watched the young man's fist getting closer and closer without moving. When the young man approached, he slightly turned his body and hit the young man's stomach with a heavy fist. Ah! The young man cried out in pain, feeling his internal organs shrink into a ball. Voila! His motor device hit the ground with a crisp sound, and the whole person rolled twice before stopping. Lu Hao? The young man stared at Lu Hao intently, and finally struggled to get up from the ground, turned around and limped away. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Lu Hao snorted coldly, preparing to return to the building, and suddenly a cold light shot out from his side, attacking the young man's back. Lu Hao was startled and subconsciously dodged to the side, and saw the titanium alloy claw piercing through the air and rain, about to hit the young man's body. Buzz! The weapon cut through the air, blocking the attack at the moment when the titanium alloy claw was about to hit the young man's body. Clang! A dark silver knife appeared behind the young man. Xiao Yuan looked at Lu Hao in front of the building, and the handsome young man, who retracted the alloy claw expressionlessly, with cold eyes. Zhou Nan, one of the top 5 in the recruit competition, was handsome and extraordinary, with a pair of bright eyes. He stared at Xiao Yuan for a long while. When he saw the dozens of people left behind Xiao Yuan, he laughed out loud. Oh, this device always breaks down if it's not properly repaired. Xiao Yuan sheathed his silver knife, stepped forward, and wore a mask-like smile on his face. Captain Zhou, be careful, don't get hurt by mistake one day. Zhou Nan was stunned when he heard this, and narrowed his eyes, and said, Don't worry, brother Xiao Yuan, I will be very careful. You are Captain Xiao Yuan? The young man who had been confused heard Xiao Yuan's name, and didn't care about the fact that he was almost attacked. He grabbed Xiao Yuan's sleeve and said urgently, Captain Xiao Yuan, please go and save my brother Shenong. The young man finally grasped the straw and quickly explained the whole story, so that Xiao Yuan roughly understood what happened. Sheng Dong was responsible for guarding the central area of the second half of the South City defense line. Tonight, the night demon suddenly attacked. Sheng Dong already knew that things might develop in the worst direction. He united the surrounding teams and formed a defense group of nearly 100 people. However, Sheng Dong did not expect that the front line of defense would collapse so quickly, especially the loopholes in the elite defense line headed by Zhou Nan and Lu Hao, which exposed Sheng Dong directly to the night demon's front. The command center lost contact and could not issue orders, so Sheng Dong led these people to hold their positions. He thought he could retreat if he couldn't resist, but the retreat was blocked by the night demon, and the situation was critical. The young man named Zhangzhe, a member of Sheng Dong's team, broke out to ask for help under the desperate cover of everyone, but he didn't expect that Lu Hao and Zhou Nan ignored him, and Lu Hao even punched and kicked him. Captain Zhou, according to the Silver Wing military regulations, I don't need to say more about the punishment for those who don't save their comrades in arms? Xiao Yuan looked at Zhou Nan with his obsidian eyes. Brother Xiao, this is a misunderstanding. Zhou Nan still maintained that smile. Of course we have to save them, but we have to leave some people here. Let me choose carefully, and... Zhou Nan paused, looked at Xiao Yuan, and raised his mouth. Part of our equipment is damaged. If you can wait, we can start to choose quickly. You? Xiao Yuan's hand holding the hilt of the knife subconsciously tightened. Zhou Nan is not only cruel and ruthless, but also very scheming and eloquent. His words are flawless, making people feel like they have all the strength but can't use it. Silver Moon Squad, go to rescue. Xiao Yuan stared at Zhou Nan fiercely, and shouted loudly. Yes. Xiao Yuan turned around and walked to Chu Xian and Ling Hu and said, Brother Chu, Tiger, your mission has been completed. We can go alone for the next thing. Hey! What are you talking about? Ling Hu's loud voice can be clearly heard 100 meters away. Do you think I, Ling Hu, are a coward hiding behind? Ling Hu glanced at the two people in front of Sis Wee building with contempt, patted his strong arms. I have nothing but strength and courage. If you don't let me go to rescue people, I might as well pack up and go home to marry a wife. Right, Lao Chu. Ling Hu slapped Chu Xian on the back. Chu Xian was thinking about how to say some passionate words, but Ling Hu slapped him. He looked at Xiao Yuan and Ling Hu, and finally said, Me too. Bailu's siblings were grateful to Xiao Yuan, so they naturally followed Xiao Yuan. As for Tang Qifeng, he looked at Liang Lu from time to time, and finally decided to go despite Fang Ru's dissatisfaction. When Xiao Yuan was leaving, he looked back at Zhou Nan, opened his mouth and said something with a smile, then led everyone to fly into the air and rush to where Sheng Dong was. Brother Zhou, why did you just? LV Hao couldn't help but ask as he watched Xiao Yuan and his group leave. Why did you kill that guy? Zhou Nan patted Lu Hao's shoulder and walked slowly into the room. What do you think will happen if the Corps commander knows that we didn't send any soldiers today? LV Hao thought for a while and said, Didn't you say that the Corps commander would not use severe punishments to discipline the soldiers when it is time to recruit people? I think at most he would just reprimand them. Wrong. Zhou Nan put his hands behind his back. His eyes were dark and unclear. He will kill one to warn the rest, and he may use you and me as a warning. Not helping someone in need has violated his bottom line. So, you wanted to kill that guy to silence him? Yes, if he dies, there will be no evidence, and we can rest easy. Zhou Nan said softly, Now, since Xiao Yuan and the others have intervened, you go and select 10 brothers with agile skills to go over there to check the situation, and by the way, serve as our support. The dim light in the building stretched the shadows of the two people very long, and the wind, rain and fighting outside the building were separated by layers of walls, as if they were two different worlds. Chapter 85. Captain, the communication still cannot be restored. Li Ming rushed into the main control room of the Combat Command Center, and reported to Li Jin, who was talking to Jin Chao. Got it. Li Jin frowned, with the entire A City sand table in front of him. He pointed to the South City area and drew a circle. Old Jin, South City can't be saved. You mean you want? Jin Chao slammed his fist on the table. I won't give up. As long as we hold on for a while, and wait for the new weapons to arrive, South City will definitely be able to continue to defend against the Night Demon. Li Jin patted his shoulder and comforted him. I understand your feelings, but now we need to issue a retreat order as soon as possible to reduce casualties. Jin Chao shook his head helplessly and said, I will prepare now. His back looked several years older when he left. Li Jin felt sorry for the defense line of South City. However, in the case of communication facilities failure, only by ordering the abandonment of South City can we accumulate strength to defend A City. But, facing the news of the fall of South City, what will the imperial capital think? What kind of storm will it stir up? Li Jin rubbed his forehead, which was aching from fatigue, and sighed. Why did Zhou Nan and Lu Hao stand by and watch someone die without helping? Was it just because they were selfish and didn't want to risk their lives? Xiao Yuan kept thinking on the way to Sheng Dong's place. This reason barely made sense, but he always felt that things were not that simple. Xiao Yuan's intuition was always accurate. The reason for Zhou Nan and Lu Hao's behavior at this time would surface in the future, and that would be a disaster and accident that would almost destroy the Silver Wing Corps. The wind whistled in my ears, and the rain on the roof hit my face with a pawpaw sound. After more than 20 minutes of rushing, a group of more than 30 people finally gradually approached their destination. In a dilapidated building, Sheng Dong tore off his tattered cape and threw it away. He was tall and handsome, but surprisingly agile. He cut open the belly of the Night Demon with a knife and rolled on the ground to avoid the attack behind him. After stabilizing his body, Sheng Dong activated the maneuvering device and flew into the air with a whoosh. Sheng Dong flew out of the window and roared, killing 2 Night Demons. Unfortunately, there were too many of them, so they bit Sheng Dong's shoulder and forced him back into the building. Hoo. Sheng Dong retreated back into the building with the help of the people behind him, panting and saying, No, there are too many Night Demons to rush out. A girl next to Sheng Dong handed the kettle to Sheng Dong and comforted him. With the remaining 20 people, the strength is not enough, but as long as Zhangja brings people back. The girl has red lips and white teeth, tall figure, and the most attractive thing is that she looks like a man, and the whole person is heroic. Yes, as long as he succeeds in asking for help, we have hope. Sheng Dong put down the kettle and said with all his strength, Everyone hold on a little longer. As long as Xiaoju's signal is lit outside, everyone can go out. Roar! Sheng Dong's encouragement gave new hope to the exhausted people. Can Xiaoju really find reinforcements? Sheng Dong was unsure. He calculated the time, and the reinforcements should have arrived half an hour ago, but they haven't come yet. Thinking of this, a cloud of haze rose in his eyes. Bang! 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 Brilliant fireworks rose from the roof of a building not far away. Sheng Dong saw it clearly and shouted, "Brothers!" Xiaoju succeeded. Get ready, fight together. Kill! The broken building, which had just been quiet for a while, became lively again. Sheng Dong and his group broke out from the inside. Several flares rose from the roof of the opposite building, and the alloy claws flashing with silver light cut through the sky and nailed on the broken building. More than 30 figures came one after another. Captain! Are you okay? Zhang Zhu was shocked when he saw Sheng Dong covered in blood. It's okay. Sheng Dong shouted loudly. Let's get out first. Everyone, break out to the north together. Xiao Yuan stood diagonally on the side of the building and shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yuan put away his alloy claws, and suddenly jumped into the air, rushing towards the savage night demon. Sun Wan, who was beside Xiao Yuan, was the most dazzling. She was light and flexible, and she slashed 3 times in a row with a rising force, each of which hit the night demon's vital points. Sun Wan turned her body, and the dark silver knife drew a beautiful silver circle in the night with her, killing several night demons who intended to besiege. Sheng Dong, who was watching them from the side, couldn't help but be surprised. This little girl's methods were probably inferior to his own. The arrival of Xiao Yuan's reinforcements ignited the hope of life for Sheng Dong and others. They used all their strength to attack left and right, and finally worked together to kill the night demon's encirclement and ran towards the city's defense line. In the city's defense line, there were 1,000 reserve silver-winged soldiers to prevent accidents. With them, it would not be so easy for the night demon to advance again. Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong led the crowd to rush towards the city. When they reached a safe place, the heavy rain had gradually stopped. Xiao Yuan looked back at the exhausted soldiers, took a breath and said, "Captain Sheng, let's take a break. Everyone's physical strength has reached the limit." Okay. Sheng Dong stopped and was also very tired. It's time to take a break. Since the outbreak of the night demon tonight, all of them have been running around almost non-stop. In the war with the night demon, their nerves have been tense all the time. Now they can finally rest, feeling sore all over, and don't want to move at all. Brother Xiao Yuan, call me Sheng Dong. Sheng Dong walked to the edge of the roof and looked at the dim street below. Thanks to you for being able to feel it in time this time, otherwise. Brother Sheng, don't be so polite. Xiao Yuan waved his hand. I have heard about you before. You are the one who insisted on taking the injured and disabled teammates with you in the recruit assessment competition. I believe if it were you, you would make the same choice. Sheng Dong looked at Xiao Yuan for a long time, and suddenly laughed. It seems that we are the same kind of people, ha ha. After saying that, he patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder heavily, with a feeling of joy of meeting a kindred spirit. Brother Xiao Yuan, you said on the road just now that the rumbling sound was some kind of monster? Tell me what happened. It's like this. Xiao Yuan nodded and briefly explained how he went to the front line alone to check and saw the big-mouthed monster, which made everyone in Shandong stunned. This is unbelievable. The deputy captain of the Shandong team, the heroic girl named Qin Shishir, said in surprise. The sound is like thunder, and the acid it spits can dissolve people instantly. No wonder the front line collapsed so quickly. Yes, facing such a sudden monster, it is reasonable to be defeated, and the communication is cut off. Xiao Yuan was about to continue speaking when he suddenly heard a low whistle sound of woo, woo, woo. Swoosh. Bang. A dazzling firework rose in the core area of the city's defense line. The firework rose in the air and made a whistling sound. When it reached its highest point, it bloomed and formed a symbol in the shape of a waning moon. Is this an assembly signal? Qin Shishir stood up and tiptoed to look at the signal over there, shouting. The command center finally sent a signal. Xiao Yuan walked to the front and looked at the dazzling signal. The dark clouds that had been lingering in the east of the sky for several days gradually dissipated, and the light of dawn playfully revealed a corner. He murmured, "This night is finally over." Chapter 86. On August 26, 2078, the defense line of the southern city of A City was declared lost. According to post-war statistics, from 2 to 7 o'clock in the morning of August 26, within 5 hours, 228 people of the Silver Wing Corps were killed and more than 400 were injured. The loss in just one night was almost close to the loss of the Nanju camp in more than a week. Every soldier who died was the result of the Silver Wing Corps' extensive time, energy, and money. This battle was a heavy loss. Taking advantage of the continuous thunderstorms, they avoided fighting and let the Silver Wings relax their vigilance. They used the abilities of the alien beasts to forcibly break through the frontline positions, disrupting the signals of the entire city and making the command center useless. A series of strategies successfully defeated the Silver Wings' southern city defense line. The alien beast that can make a deafening sound is officially named Thunder Beast, and the grassroots soldiers jokingly call it Big Mouth because the mouth of the alien beast is so big when it attacks. Even though everyone is still joking, the shadow left by the Thunder Beast that night cannot be eliminated for a while. At least before finding a strategy to deal with it, the Thunder Beast is still a sword hanging over their heads. A City, Combat Command Center. Mu Xian walked to the door of Li Jin's office lightly, and knocked gently. "Come in." Li Jin's deep and magnetic voice came from the office. "Brother, are you busy?" Mu Xian looked at Li Ming on the side. "How about I come back later?" "You guy." Li Jin took off his gold-rimmed glasses, raised his head, and rubbed his eyebrows lightly. "Why are you so well-behaved today? You even learned to knock on the door?" Hee hee. Mu Xian sat down on the leather chair and shook the documents in his hand. "I didn't dare to act rashly because I saw that my brother was worried." "Look, what is this?" Li Jin opened his eyes and looked at Mu Xian. "The autopsy results are out?" "TSK, boring." Seeing that Li Jin guessed it right, Mu Xian shrugged and said, "Professor sure worked day and night, and with my help, it was naturally completed ahead of schedule." Li Ming was on the side, seeing that Mu Xian was still keeping it a secret and not talking about the business, and couldn't help but poke him in the back. Mu Xian was poked and muttered, "I know, I say it now, why are you poking me? First of all, our research found that the skin of the nightmare is covered with a layer of scales composed of a special substance. This substance does not belong to any substance that has been found on the blue planet." "You mean, the night demon is not a creature from the blue star?" Li Ming opened her cherry mouth in surprise. Mu Xian waved her hand. "It is said that it is not discovered yet. There are still many substances that we humans have not discovered. Whether it is a creature from the blue star cannot be determined by this. Besides that, Xiao Xian, please continue." Li Jin motioned Mu Xian to continue. "Teacher Shi and I dissected the body of the nightmare and found that the nightmare has no excretion system." "Huh?" This time, not only Li Ming was surprised, but Li Jin was also shocked. "Amazing, isn't it?" Mu Xian looked at the two people's expressions with pride. "Without an excretory system, how do they excrete metabolites after eating? This needs to be studied." Li Ming looked at the ceiling and guessed, "I remember seeing a creature in the textbook. It seemed to be called a cavity." "Nidaria." Mu Xian rolled his eyes and added, "Yes, yes, yes." Li Ming clapped his hands and said, "Could it be like Nidaria, with a mouth but no anus?" Then through the mouth. Mu Xian lowered his head and picked up the autopsy data in his hand. "Your mind is very active. You might as well write a novel. The next point is that the brain tissue of the nightmare dissipated when it came into contact with the air after being coated by a knife, but..." Mu Xian pointed to the center of his head. "We extracted a little bit of residue in this place, and found that the brain tissue cells of the nightmare were abnormally active, even for a period of time after the nightmare had disappeared. This does not seem to conform to scientific common sense." Li Jin said, "After the physical body dies, the brain tissue cells will slowly die over time. How can this be?" "Yes, it is incredible, but the most incredible thing is the last point." Mu Xian looked at Li Jin and Li Ming mysteriously, and said slowly, "Teacher Shi and I also found gills in Yan's body. The autumn wind is cool, and the sky is clear." Xiao Yuan stretched his body, and came to the rooftop. On the rooftop, Sun Wan was staring into the distance in a daze, and her long hair fluttering in the wind was very beautiful. Since retreating to the defense line in the city, it has been 2 days, and Sun Wan still refused to say a word to him. Xiao Yuan racked his brains, but couldn't understand what she was angry about. In the end, Liang Lu pulled his ears and pointed it out before he understood the reason. "Ahem. The weather is pretty good." Xiao Yuan walked to Sun Wan and kept stretching his arms and legs. Sun Wan, Xiao Wan, I just learned a set of exercises called Eagle Takeoff. Do you want to see it? Sun Wan, Xiao Yuan scratched his head and stopped the funny gymnastics moves. "Sorry, I didn't consider your feelings." Sun Wan turned her cheek slightly And Xiao Yuan continued, "At that time, I only wanted to go to the front line alone, and I was afraid that you would be in danger, so I asked you to go back first, but I haven't considered that you've been worried about me." Xiao Yuan saw Sun Wan turn around, and his heart was pounding when he saw her tea-colored eyes, which were originally filled with water. Then if there is danger again in the future, let me go with you," Sun Wan said seriously. "Okay. I promise." Xiao Yuan promised solemnly, although he still believed that he was right to do so. "Well?" Sun Wan lowered her head and whispered in agreement. Xiao Yuan was very close to her, and that kind of atmosphere made Sun Wan a little nervous and a little expectant. Just when Xiao Yuan was getting closer and closer to Sun Wan, close enough to see her trembling eyelashes and pink lips. Whoosh! Whoosh! With two sharp whistles, Xi and Mao flew up from downstairs, shouting and laughing, "Boss! Captain Sheng Dong is here! And he brought a lot of delicious food." Xi and Mao's last words were stuck in his throat. He looked at Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan, who closed her eyes, awkwardly, and froze in place. Sun Wan woke up as if from a dream, her face burning like fire. She covered her cheeks and ran down the stairs quickly. Hiss! Xiao Yuan took a breath, looked at Xin Mao's face, and shouted after a long while, "Stinky boy! Stop right there! I tear your mouth apart!" "Ah! Boss, this is a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding, ah." Sheng Dong came to Xiao Yuan's defense zone, accompanied by Qin Shishir and Zhangzhe. Xiao Yuan saw Zhangzhe holding a bag full of food, and smiled. "Brother Sheng, we are not celebrating a festival. Do we need to give gifts when visiting? Then I won't dare to visit your defense zone 8 again." The defense line in the city is divided into 12 defense zones. Xiao Yuan is in the 9th defense zone, which is very close to Shandong. "Ha ha!" Shandong laughed. "You are still so funny. In fact, I came here this time to talk to you about the Thunder Beast." "Thunder Beast?" Xiao Yuan's face became serious and he stopped laughing. "Brother Sheng, what do you think about the Thunder Beast?" Shandong thought for a while and said, "This matter was told by a person who escaped from the front line and boasted in the tavern." "Tavern?" Xiao Yuan was stunned and said, "Now that the night demons are attacking, there are still people opening taverns in this city? Besides, we have military regulations that prohibit drinking? Well, as long as there is profit, some people are willing to take risks." Sheng Dong explained, "Brother Xiao Yuan, do you think there is really no one in A City now?" "What else?" Xiao Yuan followed Sheng Dong's gaze and looked around. "You don't mean to say that there are now?" Sheng Dong patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder. "Brother, the Federal Command Center asked the people to relocate to other cities. Some people can go, but some people can't. There are many poor people who have lived here for generations. It is difficult for them to survive in big cities without a diploma or skills. Here, as long as we are willing to take risks and do some business, the last thing we lack is money." Xiao Yuan shook his head helplessly. "To make more money, we can even risk our lives. Is it really worth it?" Shandong blinked his eyes when he heard this. "Aren't there many people like this in our Silver Wing Corps? In fact, they are all the same." Chapter 87. Sheng Dong's words made Xiao Yuan speechless for a long time. In essence, what is the difference between most people in the Silver Wing Army and those who are willing to stay in A City and do business with their heads on the line? Seeing Xiao Yuan not speaking, Sheng Dong sighed. "Brother Xiao Yuan, I know you are different from them, but you should know that not everyone is like you." "Maybe." Xiao Yuan smiled and said, "Just do good things and don't ask about the future." "Just do good things and don't ask about the future?" Sheng Dong repeated this sentence several times in his mouth and laughed. "Since Brother Xiao Yuan knows it, I won't say more." The biggest difference between Sheng Dong and Xiao Yuan is that he is a pragmatic person who is good at weighing gains and losses. Since the day he joined the new army, Sheng Dong has always been reserved about the Silver Wing Corps. This instinctive caution is fundamentally different from Xiao Yuan's idealistic mentality. It's just that the two of them are loyal to their duties and appreciate each other, so they can become good friends. Xiao Yuan nodded and asked, "By the way, the Thunder Beast that Brother Sheng just mentioned." When Sheng Dong heard him ask, he remembered his purpose and told Xiao Yuan and others the whole story. On the night when the southern city defense line was attacked, the soldier was in the middle. After being separated from the other members of the team, he fled to a remote building alone and hid there, looking out through a small window. At that time, he had already seen the Thunder Beast attack and was terrified when he saw the slowly moving beast. Suddenly, the two Thunder Beasts at the end stopped, shaking their heads and twisting their bodies towards the sky. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky, and a thunderbolt fell from the sky, instantly hitting the two thunder beasts. The fine scales on the thunder beast flashed with lightning and crackled non-stop. On its face that looked like a bull's head, its big mouth opened and made a sound of moo. Moo! Moo! At that time, he was in a daze. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time after seeing this strange scene. It was not until the two thunder beasts were baptized by the falling lightning and left that he escaped and returned to the defense line in the city. Thunder beasts can attract lightning. Xiao Yuan stroked the silver-white tunnan with his left hand, frowning. Can they use lightning as an energy source? You thought of that too? Sheng Dong pointed to the cloudless sky. We have been fighting the night demon for almost a month. Why did the thunder beast appear during the first rain? I don't think this is a coincidence. Sheng Dong leaned forward and continued. Thunderstorms are very likely a necessary condition for the appearance of thunder beasts. Xiao Yuan listened to Sheng Dong's analysis, his eyes moving. Or thunder beasts can play their best role in thunderstorms, and their combat effectiveness will be weakened in normal weather. The analysis makes sense. Xiao Yuan, you have made progress. Xiao Yuan opened his eyes wide and looked behind him. He saw a charming female soldier standing not far away, smiling at him with a teasing look on her face. Who else could it be but Ouyang Ying? Instructor Ouyang? Ouyang Ying's return made all the members of the Silver Moon team very happy. Lian Lu ran to Ouyang Ying and hugged her. Instructor Ouyang, we all miss you so much. Since Ouyang Ying was injured by the nightmare, she has been recuperating in the rear hospital. Now she has returned with a rosy face and full of confidence. It seems that she has recovered. Everyone, including Xiao Yuan, felt a sense of familiarity with Ouyang Ying, the instructor who first taught them anti-gravity maneuvers and fighting skills. Xiao Yuan was delighted and quickly stepped forward and said in surprise, Instructor Ouyang, welcome back. Ouyang Ying held Lian Lu's hand and felt warm in her heart when she saw the familiar faces of the Silver Moon team. I heard that you did a lot of great things when I was away. She reached out and patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder, praising him sincerely. Well done. You did much better than I thought. Xiao Yuan chuckled and said slickly, Isn't this what you taught me? Stop talking nonsense. Ouyang Ying rolled her eyes at him and looked at Sheng Dong. Tell me more about what you just said. This situation is very important. I will report this matter in detail to the Corps Commander this afternoon. Ouyang Ying took 2 documents from Yunzai, a personal soldier beside him, and handed them to Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong respectively. Take a look at these 2 documents. The official documents should be issued within 2 days. This is... Xiao Yuan looked at the title at the beginning of the document and read, Silver Wing Corps Signal Flare System Details. Ouyang Ying pointed at the document in Xiao Yuan's hand and explained, In the previous war with the Night Demon, because of the electronic signal communication equipment, the Silver Wing Corps was equipped with signal flares, but they were not systematic. Although we have not experienced the night when the South City defense line fell, the fierceness and chaos of that battle can be seen from the data alone. The soldiers who lost the command of the command center and fought on their own were an important reason for the rapid defeat. During the battle of the South City defense line, the Night Demon was able to interfere with electronic signals. In order to prevent this from happening again, the signal flare system must be put on the agenda. Ouyang Ying clenched her fists and said loudly, Each defense zone, and even the squad will be equipped with complete signal flares in succession, in case of emergency. The signal flares of the Silver Wing Legion are divided into 5 types, white, blue, yellow, green, red, and purple. Blue represents an enemy warning, and the number of enemies is measured by the number of blue signal flares fired at the same time. Yellow means needing support, which is generally used in situations where one is in trouble, but can hold on for a short period of time. Red means emergency assistance, which can be set off to request support and assistance when one is in a life-threatening crisis. Green means rushing to support, and when a nearby team sees the help message, they will fire a green flare in the direction of the help, which means they are on the way to support. White means team assembly, which is used by the team leader to gather team members in a small area. Purple means assembly signal, which can only be equipped by officers at the company commander level and above, and is used when various signals fail and soldiers cannot communicate. After roughly reading the division of flares, Xiao Yuan passed the document to others and said to Ouyang Ying, This detailed rule appeared very timely. If it had appeared earlier, perhaps we would not have been defeated so badly on the South City defense line. There is nothing we can do about it. Ouyang Ying sighed, and her cheeks showed helplessness. We know very little about the Night Demon. There has never been a failure of electronic signals before, so it is inevitable that this aspect of construction will be missed. But Ouyang Ying changed the subject and said with a smile, I have another good news to tell you today. What good news? The weapons designed and researched by the think tank of Country A to fight against the nightmare have been transported to A City. Now, they are probably in the weapons warehouse of the Combat Command Center. Yang Ying's words were indeed good news for everyone around her. The depression caused by losing South City in recent days seemed to have dissipated a lot. For a long time, the nightmare was like a ghost in the night, cunning and elusive. Except for Xiao Yuan's capture, humans suffered heavy losses when fighting against the nightmare. Now that the new weapon has finally arrived, how can people not be happy? Chapter 88. A City Combat Command Center, Underground Weapons Testing Ground. Li Jun, Jean Chao, and several senior members of the Silver Wing Corps stood behind the glass curtain wall, listening to Mu Xian's endless explanation of the exquisitely designed weapon in front of them, the nightmare-breaking crossbow. The first batch of nightmare-breaking crossbow vehicles transported here totaled 20, with a maximum effective range of 260 meters. Mu Xian pointed to the winch at the core of the crossbow vehicle, with a proud look on his face. The winch structure uses the latest technology, and the force used to tighten the winch by manpower is very small. The most important thing is, Mu Xian gestured a square with his hands. The original crossbow box was transformed into a new windlass designed by me. New windlass? Li Jun became interested after hearing Mu Xian's words. The windlass was used to recycle crossbow arrows in the original crossbow cart, so what about your new one? Hee. Mu Xian stood on tiptoe to look at the staff, who were debugging the nightmare-breaking crossbow, and explained, I studied the battle report of the battle that killed the nightmare, and found that the nightmare was flying in the air, and had great strength. Even if ordinary crossbow arrows could hit it, they would have difficulty in pulling it. So, I added a crossbow arrow recovery device driven by a standard fluorite at the windlass. Fluorite driven. Li Jun's eyes jumped. You are really brave to design this. The value of a piece of fluorite is too expensive. I am not doing this to achieve the best effect. Mu Xian stuck out her tongue. Now, please take a look at the power of the crossbow cart. After receiving Mu Xian's signal, the staff retreated to both sides of the crossbow cart, and placed a leather and metal nightmare model 200 meters in front of the nightmare-breaking crossbow. At the front end of the nightmare-breaking crossbow, the crossbow arrow made of a mixture of dark silver and other metals glowed silver. Snap! The crossbow mechanism started, and the crossbow arrow cut through the air and shot out at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture. Swoosh! The crossbow arrow brought up a silver light, and there was almost no falling deviation during the flight. Puff! Clang! The crossbow arrow penetrated the leather and deeply penetrated the metal inside. The windlass was driven by fluorite, and the entire model was pulled up by a huge force and flew towards the crossbow cart. The whole process was smooth, showing the top craftsmanship and design of the crossbow cart. Boom! As the model landed 5 or 6 meters in front of the crossbow cart, the spectators could not help but applaud. Jean Chao let out a long breath, unable to conceal his excitement. With this sharp weapon that can shoot through the air from 100 steps away, we finally have the power to fight back against the nightmare. The elites of the Silver Wing Corps kept dying at the hands of the nightmare, and every one of them made Jean Chao feel heartbroken and helpless. Faced with many of the nightmare's cognitions being overturned in conventional wars, he was in a passive position despite his duties, which was a very uncomfortable feeling. Captain, Instructor O wants to see you outside. Li Ming walked in from outside the weapons test site, and whispered in Li Jun's ear, some news about thunder beasts. Got it. Let her wait for me for a while. Li Jun nodded, turned around and said to Jean Chao, the first batch of nightmare-breaking crossbow vehicles will be delivered to various defense areas before nightfall, and technicians will be on hand to teach the use of technology. Okay, I go now. Jean Chao's always cold face showed a rare joy, and he immediately started to arrange this matter. Li Jun looked at the crossbow arrow flashing with cold light and murmured, I hope everything goes well. A City, the city defense line. Xiao Yuan stood beside the nightmare-breaking crossbow cart, gently stroking the front end of the crossbow arrow. The unique warmth of Minging came from his fingertips, warm and deadly. The girl in charge of explaining the use of the technique was a girl in gray uniform named Feng Qing, about 25 or 26 years old with short hair, and said in a crisp voice, I just explained how to use the crossbow car. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Qi Ming scratched his head and asked, shooting with a crossbow card requires high precision. What if there is wind and rain? Feng Qing listened carefully to him, and patiently explained to Qi Ming, the winch of the nightmare-breaking crossbow cart has great power. Within the effective range of 260, even if there is wind and rain, the deviation will be controlled to the minimum. Please rest assured. Sister, I have a question too. Xian Mao pointed to the front of the crossbow cart and was a little confused. When the windlass retracts the crossbow arrow, if there is a nightmare at the front, won't it hit the crossbow machine and cause damage? No. Feng Qing looked at Xian Mao with a smile. The nightmare itself is very heavy. When the windlass is retracted under the action of fluorite, the device on it will control the retraction distance to ensure that it will not hit the crossbow itself in the end. Feng Qing then explained a few more questions, and when the sun was about to set, she left in a car. Xiao Yuan, Chu Xian, and Ling Hu discussed and decided to place the crossbow in a small house in the middle of the street in the defense zone, and to conduct drills tomorrow to select crossbow drivers. Crossbow drivers, a type of soldier that had long disappeared in the long river of history, reappeared in the Silver Wing Legion and became a powerful type of soldier that made great contributions to the fight against the Night Demon in the future. Night came silently. A dark cloud appeared in the sky from the south. If you get close, you will find that the layers of clouds are not clouds at all, but thousands of flying night demons. Hanging on the flying night demons are fighting night demons with bared fangs and claws, making two strange cries from time to time. Woo wow! Woo wow! Hearing the familiar hissing sound, Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and unsheathed the silver knife under his ribs. Shwa shwa shwa. The rustling sound of the blade rubbing against the scabbard came one after another, and the whole street was instantly ignited. After experiencing 2 battle line retreats, the Silver Wing Legion's combat experience against the night demons has become more mature. There were 4 people on each rooftop on both sides. Xiao Yuan led 3 people to resist the main battlefield, and Ling Hu and Chu Xian responded behind him. The overall defense was flexible and stable. Bang! Xiao Yuan fell from the 3rd floor and stepped on the back of the night demon that was about to pounce. He raised his hand and killed it with a knife. He looked up at the falling night demon and said loudly, "The number of night demons today is not right. Everyone be careful." Got it! Got it! Boss! Sun Wan jumped down from the rooftop on one side flexibly. She waved her hands in the air and killed several night demons. She passed through the bloody mist and heard a roar in her ears. Boom, boom! Is this a thunder beast? Even though the sound was much smaller than that during the thunderstorm, Xiao Yuan still remembered the sound vividly. It's a thunder beast. Be careful to hide. Xiao Yuan shouted with his neck stretched. Boom! Xiao Yuan had just finished shouting when the sound of thunder came from afar. Then, a stream of red liquid flew from afar. Its volume was much smaller than that of the night of heavy rain, but its speed was even faster, attacking Sun Wan, who was still in the air. When the thunder sounded, Sun Wan realized that something was wrong. She kicked the wall with one foot and flipped in the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. Pa! Hiss! The liquid hit the wall, corroding the surface of the wall. It can be seen that the ability of the Thunder Beast was greatly weakened in non-thunderstorm weather. Puff! Another stream of liquid hit the sandbag in front of Xiao Yuan, causing a piece of sand to fly. Pa! 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 Xiao Yuan spit out the sand in his mouth, and was suppressed by the liquid spit out by the Thunder Beast. He couldn't even raise his head. After the Thunder Beast's round of attack, everyone didn't dare to raise their bodies for a while, until a new batch of night demons attacked, and the sound of fighting rang out again on the battlefield, but under the interference of the Thunder Beast, defense began to become difficult. Chapter 89. The position was remodeled, the height of the sandbags was increased, and bunker facilities were added. When the Thunder Beast attacked, Xiao Yuan and others' defense was still greatly restrained. Fortunately, the Thunder Beast's destructive power was weakened in the sunny day. Even so, the defense of the positional battle became more and more dangerous. The defense line in the city, the 8th defense zone. Sheng Dong roared and jumped high, and killed the night demon with a powerful huashan. The momentum of the Minging knife did not decrease. With a clang sound, it hit the ground and splashed sparks. Boom! Boom! 2 muffled thunders sounded from a distance. He subconsciously lowered his head, and heard a scream from the rooftop on the left. Xiaolong! Zhang Zhe behind Sheng Dong cried out in grief. He saw a figure falling from the rooftop. His entire head was corroded and bloody in the light. Seeing this, Sheng Dong suddenly flew towards the falling young man and barely caught him before he landed, while the Thunder Beast was attacking. Bang! Sheng Dong turned his body over and hit the ground with his back facing down. He slid more than 2 meters before stopping. Xiaolong! Xiaolong, hold on! Sheng Dong shouted loudly. Sure command, Zhang Mao cover. Before he finished speaking, Sheng Dong, with the help of Zhangzhe, carried the young man on his back and ran towards the medical area. "It's okay, you will be okay." Sheng Dong didn't know whether he was comforting the young man or comforting himself. His legs were running tirelessly towards the back. The young man named Xiaolong behind him was dying, and suddenly said, "Captain. Captain, I'm afraid. I can't do it." Hee. His blood dripped onto Sheng Dong's military uniform, staining his entire shoulder red. Zhangzhe cried anxiously, his voice trembling, "Xiaolong, don't talk nonsense, you must be fine." Hey. Xiaolong laughed hoarsely. "Captain, I miss my mother. I want to go home. To see the snow scenery in Bingcheng." Sheng Dong's running body stopped at the moment when Xiaolong's arm slipped down. He seemed to be frozen, his pupils dilated, and his arms trembled uncontrollably. Plop! Sheng Dong's knees softened, and he knelt on the ground. Pata. Bean-sized tears fell on the ground. He suppressed his crying, raised his head suddenly, his eyes were bloodshot, and his body flew into the air and ran towards the battle zone. The 8th Defense Zone, the front line. Flames and interlaced strong lights crossed the sky from time to time. Sheng Dong rushed to the rooftop defense zone where Xiaolong was, waving his sword as if he was tireless. Sheng Dong, who had killed countless night demons, suddenly felt the noise in his ears gradually weakened, and a charming song came from afar. Damn it! Sheng Dong reacted immediately, and wanted to open his mouth to call for help, but he couldn't utter a word despite all his strength. In the hazy light, the bizarre scenes instantly obliterated his consciousness. Bang! 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 The flare flew straight into the sky, flying in the direction where Sheng Dong was looking, causing a burst of screams and confusion among the flying night demons, accompanied by a yellow signal flare for help. The nightmare-breaking crossbow, with an aiming device, made a loud noise at the moment of firing, and the silver crossbow arrow shot out with a whoosh. "It's hit!" Qin Shishir shouted, "Take it back quickly." Woo! Woo! After the nightmare was pierced through the body, it fell into the sky with the rapid rotation of the windlass. The surrounding night demons seemed to go crazy and attacked this side instantly. Qin Shishir led everyone to fight desperately, and got into a melee. When they were about to pull the nightmare to the top of the building, the nightmare suddenly burst out with great power and flew upwards at the risk of tearing the wound on his body. The nightmare's strength was much greater than Qin Shishir imagined. After experiencing the strong pull of the fluorite windlass and lack of stamina, he was able to barely resist the huge pull. Seeing this, Qin Shishir gritted her teeth and flew into the sky with a cry. Hoo! The night wind blew across her face, and the face of the nightmare became clearer and clearer. When she first saw the nightmare's fiery red eyes that looked like red crystals, Qin Shishir was distracted for a moment, and even forgot to capture the nightmare immediately. When the nightmare saw Qin Shishir's figure flying towards her, the cry it made became louder and louder, almost penetrating the entire 8th and 9th defense zones. The thunder beast in the distance below heard the cry, and as if it had received an order, it simultaneously shot several streams of acid towards the roof. Qin Shishir, who was in the air one step away from the nightmare, came to her senses and prepared to capture the nightmare. After hearing the shouting and reminders from below, she turned around and was immediately shocked. The destructive power of the thunder beast's acid made the new soldiers tremble with fear. Even if they were touched by a piece of it, it would be like grinding bones and peeling skin. At the moment when the acid was about to hit her body, two figures flew in the air. The first one flew to Qin Shishir's side and pulled her behind him. In his hand, a huge shield with a silver light flashed and rose out of thin air, steadily blocking the several acid attacks. The figure flying from behind used Xiao Yuan's shield as a base, flew up, grabbed the struggling nightmare's neck, and pulled it down to the ground. Bang! Nightmare landed on the roof with a loud noise. Even though it was captured, it still struggled. Xiao Yuan took off the cloak behind him and tied Nightmare's mouth tightly to prevent it from making that kind of noise and disrupting the situation. After Nightmare was completely captured, the attacks of the night demons around him gradually dissipated like last time. Sheng Dong was disturbed by Nightmare for a short time. After the battle, he was sent to the rear to recuperate. He only had time to say a few words to Xiao Yuan before he fell asleep. Sheng Dong's team became the second team in the Silver Wings to capture the Nightmare. This matter was equally significant. After two successful experiences against the Nightmare, people's fear of the Nightmare gradually decreased to the lowest level. The opponent that once made people helpless can now finally be faced and defeated. This change is the most gratifying and exciting. As the entire defense line has been in war at night, the command center issued an order: be sure to be strictly alert to prevent the Nightmare from escaping. After dawn, A special force will come to receive the nightmare and bring it back to the command center for research. The Silver Moon team led by Xiao Yuan also returned to the defense zone after learning about the situation with Qin Shishir. Xiao Yuan was happy to capture the nightmare alive, but he was still a little uneasy. The whole thing was too smooth, which made him feel uneasy. Boss, I think you are too cautious. After listening to Xiao Yuan's words, Xian Mao said, the nightmare is just a beast at most. How can it escape from prison? Escape from prison? Xiao Yuan frowned when he heard this. I hope Qin Shishir and the others can handle it well. Sheng Dong was injured, and the 3 teams were led by Qin Shishir. Xiao Yuan was worried, but he couldn't say anything. He just hoped that he could spend the night safely. The 8th Defense Zone, the station of Sheng Dong's team. In the shadow between 2 buildings in the distance, a figure slowly appeared. She looked at the station where the bonfire was rising, and her eyes showed a fiery red light like crystals. Chapter 90. Crackle. A few sparks burst out from the bonfire from time to time, and the warm flames made everyone sitting around breathe a sigh of relief. In the 8th Defense Zone, because of the capture of the Night Terror, the situation was exactly the same as last time. The surging night demons retreated, and even the arrogant big-mouthed thunder beast withdrew in disgrace. Where is the little philosopher? Qin Shishir took off the water bottle from her waist and handed it to Zhang Mao. Xiaolong left today, and he felt sad. Zhang Mao took the water bottle and drank a few gulps, wiping his beard. Now he is in the hut, where the Night Terror is imprisoned with Xiaobei and Zhang Zhou. Ah! Qin Shishir sighed with a dim look in her eyes. Xiaolong grew up with him and the captain, so it's normal for him to be like this now. Zhang Mao added firewood to the bonfire to make it burn more vigorously, and patted the silver knife on his waist. We rely on it for our livelihood, isn't it just tying our heads to our belts to live? Xiaozhe is just too young to see the separation of life and death. A fair-skinned young man next to Zhang Mao stared at the flames blankly, and suddenly asked, Brother Mao, aren't you afraid? Me? Of course I'm afraid of death. Zhang Mao slapped his thigh and said, but there's no way, I can't live like this in this life. When I was a child, I couldn't study well, so my father sent me to learn martial arts. Before the outbreak of the night demon, I couldn't even buy a house in the city, and let my wife and daughter suffer with me. Speaking of his wife and daughter, Zhang Mao's dark face glowed, and he laughed a few times. Even if I die here one day, if they can live a good life, then my life is worth it. Boom boom. Boom boom. Thunder Beast? Zhang Mao's words were interrupted by the dense thunder in front of him. The people sitting around the campfire stood up and looked forward. Woo wow! Woo wow! The dense screams of the night demons rang out in the sky, but they were different from the usual screams, with a little more sharpness and indescribable weirdness. Be on guard! Qin Shishir shouted loudly and shouted upwards. What's going on in the distance? More than 20 thunder beasts appeared on the street in front of us. The team member in charge of guarding the roof shouted at the top of the building. They are attacking this side. So many? Qin Shishir thought about it, and said to Zhang Mao, Brother Mao, if the situation is critical later, release a distress signal in time. Zhang Mao nodded to show that he knew, and looked at the thunder beast that had gradually appeared in his sight in confusion. According to the issued documents, Xiao Yuan's experience in fighting the nightmare, once the nightmare is killed, the entire defense zone will not be attacked by the nightmare for a whole night. Why is it like this now? No time to think about that, Jin Zhong. Go to Xiaozhe and tell them the situation and help guard the nightmare. Qin Shishir said to the fair-skinned young man, who had just asked Zhang Mao a question. The young man agreed and ran towards the center of the street defense zone. The hut, where the nightmare was imprisoned, was located in an abandoned handicraft shop in the middle of the street. The temporarily emptied shop looked a bit messy. At the innermost end of the shop, the nightmare was tied up tightly, even his mouth was not spared. When Zhangzhe and the other 2 saw Jin Zhong coming in, they all stood up and asked what was going on. Jin Zhong briefly explained the situation outside and comforted him. It's just a routine attack by the night demon. Don't worry, we just need to keep an eye on that guy. As he said that, he pointed to the nightmare on the ground. Next to Zhangzhe stood a man and a woman. The man was sturdy and strong, and his name was Zhang Zhou. The girl was Zhao Jiabe. She was good-looking and had fair and translucent skin. Standing there, Zhang Zhou looked even darker. Should we go out to help? Zhang Zhou pricked up his ears and listened carefully. There was already a faint sound of fighting. The captain is not here. Can Deputy Captain Qin and the others handle it? Let's listen to Sister Shishir. Zhao Jiabe lowered her body and looked at the nightmare, saying, A living nightmare is of great significance to the Silver Wing Legion. We must take good care of it. Zhang Zhou thought about it, and realized that it was true. He flexed his wrists, and sighed with regret. It's really not my style to hide here while everyone is fighting outside. Okay, I go to the bathroom. After that, Zhang Zhou strode towards the bathroom in the back room of the small shop. Zhang Zhou hummed a little song, and went to the bathroom to relieve himself. There was a small window in the bathroom, for ventilation. He just untied his belt, and suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing from behind his neck, causing goosebumps on his body. Zhang Zhou glanced to the side uncomfortably, and saw that the alley outside the window was empty under the light, so he muttered something and turned his head. Hey! A sigh sounded from his ear, and Zhang Zhou turned back suddenly with a start. There was nothing behind him, and there seemed to be a faint singing outside the window. The singing was ethereal, and had a hint of charm, making him want to hear the content of the singing clearly. Zhang Zhou took small steps towards the small window, and looked out of the window. The alley with dim lights had become dark at some point. He held his breath and looked outside. At the moment he approached the window, a pair of eyes flashing with fiery red crystals suddenly appeared. Zhang Zhou only saw the fascinating light, and the long flowing hair, and then his consciousness fell into darkness, and his body fell limply. Crash! Zhang Zhou heard the strange noise coming from the bathroom, and he thought to himself that it was not good, and turned to rush to the bathroom. Xiaozhe! Zhao Jiabe didn't hold Zhang Zhou, and stamped her feet anxiously. She looked at the nightmare on the ground, and couldn't help but run towards the bathroom, leaving Jin Zhong alone in the store to guard the nightmare. Jin Zhong frowned, walked slowly to Nightmare, and stared into his eyes. What the hell are you doing? Swoosh! Jin Zhong's nerves were already tense, and he dodged to the side, when a strong wind sounded behind him. Shwa! A knife as fast as lightning, with a silver light, passed by the corner of Jin Zhong's clothes. Jin Zhong stood up, and drew his silver knife out of its sheath, and struck back. Clang! The sound of weapons colliding rang out in the small shop. He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. How could it be you? Shwa! Taking advantage of the moment when Jin Zhong was distracted, the opponent did not stop and stabbed him 5 times in a row. After Jin Zhong barely took 3 of the slashes, he was finally caught by the opponent. After the opponent knocked Jin Zhong's weapon away, he slashed back with a dagger in his left hand. A merciless blow, Jin Zhong covered his neck, and the strength in his body was rapidly draining away. He fell to the ground and watched the man walk towards the nightmare step by step. Then, his world gradually lost a trace of light and sound. Duh. After the aura of the golden bell dissipated, a slender figure slowly walked into the house from outside. She walked lightly behind the man who killed the golden bell and whispered, "The 3 people in the back room have all fallen into the illusion. Do you want to kill them?" The man thought for a while, took a long breath, and said, "Forget it, our goal has been achieved, let's go." He cut the rope of the nightmare with a dagger, picked up the nightmare's body, and walked out of the house first. The slender figure laughed softly, but a cruel smile appeared on her face. "Are you still insisting on your worthless kindness?" He. "I really don't understand why the master chose you." He paused for a moment as he was walking out, but he didn't turn around to say anything. The 2 people and the beast walked out of the house, and turned into the dark alley. The 2 figures walked farther and farther away. He, holding Nightmare, turned back and looked deeply at the light at the entrance of the alley, as if he wanted to remember the light in his heart, but in the end, he turned around and walked farther and farther away with the people around him, and was buried in the endless darkness.